This is an unprecedented long summer in the memories of the elder Westerlanders. As the dawn of the 7th year of this long summer illuminated the watchtower of Black Iron Keep, a boy of about 15 or 16, wrapped in bare fur, curled up beside a nearly extinguished hearth, found his eyelids assaulted by the sudden light. The brightness compelled Leon to reluctantly open his eyes. It is worth mentioning that Leon was not originally from this world. He had been merely an unremarkable high school student who, during the summer vacation, discovered a mod for Mount and Blade 2 called Game of Thrones World, and subsequently indulged in it for 7 days and nights without respite. The thrill of starting new lives daily was exhilarating, until it culminated in tragedy when he collapsed at his computer desk and awakened in this unfamiliar realm. Leonor, rather than Night's Watch recruit, Leon Victor could not suppress a shiver. He slowly stood up and stretched, exhaling a cloud of frosty breath. Even in the summer morn near the wall, the temperature remained chillingly low, nearly enough to freeze a person. Standing in the watchtower, Leon glanced back at the scene within Black Iron Keep. Through the morning mist, shadowy figures could be discerned, bustling about in pursuit of their daily livelihoods. As a newly inducted member of the Night's Watch, Leon's duties did not entail monitoring the peace within the castle. Suddenly, the stern visage of Lord Commander Jorah Mormont flashed in Leon's mind, a reminder of his true mission: to keep watch for any wildlings who might stealthily infiltrate from beyond the wall. Having lived in a peaceful land in his previous life, Leon had never encountered a daily existence fraught with peril. He had erroneously assumed that being a member of the Night's Watch merely involved standing atop a high watchtower or wall, gazing at the unchanging scenery outside. However, an incident that transpired 2 days prior irrevocably altered this misguided perception. Consequently, Leon widened his eyes and peered out of the watchtower. Though regardless of his efforts, the morning fog limited his visibility to a mere 3 to 5 miles of open land. Moreover, the landscape was a tapestry of ravines and hills, with the distant sea of verdant woods known as the Wolfwood looming beyond. Even if hundreds or thousands of wildlings were concealed nearby, Leon would likely remain oblivious to their presence. Leon, there is no need for excessive concern. It is the long summer. Even if a few wildlings were slipped through the rat holes of the wall, they would hardly pose a significant threat. Besides, our informants are embedded within every village for 100 miles around, so danger is unlikely, came a flat-toned voice from a lookout tower several meters away, clearly directed at the visibly anxious Leon. Turning his head towards the voice, Leon beheld a man clad in raven-black leather armor of the Night's Watch, leaning halfway out of the lookout tower, a relaxed smile adorning his face as he regarded Leon. Despite having seen this face numerous times over the past week, Leon felt an overwhelming urge to ask for an autograph. The reason was simple. The figure before him was none other than Jon Snow, one of the absolute protagonists from the countless episodes of the television series Game of Thrones that Leon had watched in his previous life. His background resembled a typical tale of fortune, having been labeled a bastard for most of his life, only to discover that he is, in fact, one of the legitimate heirs of House Targaryen. However, at merely 15 years of age, having just celebrated his naming day, he accompanied his uncle, Stark Benjen, to the wall. "You, my friend, I cannot decide whether to commend your resilience or lament your lack of awareness. You didn't even notice the fire had gone out in the middle of the night," Jon remarked, his tone laced with mockery. It was only then that Lion noticed the stubborn ember flickering weakly in the fireplace of the watchtower. Regardless, Lion ought to be grateful to that fire for keeping him alive through the frigid night. There is no need for gratitude. It is the duty of brothers in the Night's Watch to watch over one another. I climbed up and down to stoke the fire while you slept soundly, and I thought it best not to disturb your slumber. I must admit, it is quite pleasant to see you alive the next day," Jon replied. Noting that Lion appeared rather dazed and devoid of conversation, a stark contrast to the previous days when he had relentlessly engaged Jon in lively discourse. Jon rolled his eyes and retreated from Lion's line of sight, clearly opting to sit back down. Though Jon claimed there was little danger, exposing oneself for an extended period still rendered one susceptible to an arrow shot from an unseen wildling. This truth had been nearly validated just days prior, when an unfortunate brother of the Night's Watch had almost lost his life to such misfortune. Lion had witnessed the entire tragic event unfold, for he was nearly that fallen brother. A wildling's arrow had grazed his scalp, and had it been just a centimeter lower, he would have been destined for the next life. Although Lord Commander Benjen Stark promptly led a group of rangers in pursuit of the direction Lion indicated, they found not a single trace of the wildling. For Lion, who was still exhilarated by his arrival in this foreign world, this was undoubtedly a significant blow. Since then, Lion's demeanor had shifted to one of silence and apprehension. Despite his youthful physique being far superior to that of a feeble high school student in his past life, he still dared not wager that his skull could withstand an arrow fashioned from a wildling's wolf tooth. The days swiftly passed, and even as Lion's initial curiosity about his surroundings began to wane, replaced by a profound sense of frustration and dread of death, he found himself standing vigil atop the watchtower, his gaze often drifting into a trance as he contemplated methods of escape from his cursed place. Yet, during meals in the mess hall, he had overheard tales of deserters being captured by the lords of the north and executed on the spot. Listening to the veterans' unrestrained discussions about the fates of those deserters, accompanied by the occasional cruel smile that flickered across their faces, sent chills coursing through Lion's body. Regardless of whether one is fortunate enough to escape the north, given my profound ignorance of this world, I fear that Leon could devise 100 ways to meet his demise. Yet, is fleeing truly a viable option? Even though Leon possesses scant knowledge of this realm, he is acutely aware of the White Walkers, whose notoriety reverberates throughout the 8 seasons of the series. What is even more alarming is that I find myself on the front lines against these formidable foes. With the meager self-defense techniques gleaned from my short videos, I fear that after just a few exchanges, the White Walkers might be compelled to kneel and beseech me to spare my own life. Even in death, should the Night King merely raise a hand, Leon would be forced to rise again and assume the guise of a mindless zombie, destined for eternal torment. Oh heavens, no. 7 gods above wait. The Northmen worship the old gods in any case, regardless of which deity manifests. Please come to the aid of this wayward lamb. With this thought, Leon plopped back onto the wooden floor of the Arrow Tower, muttering to himself. In most narratives, protagonists are endowed with systems upon arrival. Leon's predicament, wherein he must resort to prayer, is indeed a rarity. However, better late than never. Apologies for the tardiness. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the mounted combat interface. Additionally, you have received the God of 1,000 Faces system. Chapter 2. The panel is in hand. Unleashing the rampage mode just as Leon was on the brink of despair, his mind teetering on the edge of reckless abandon. Contemplating a daring confrontation with the Night King, an ethereal voice, indistinguishable in age or gender, resonated within his consciousness. You may summon the panel at any time to allocate points, or call upon the system to explore its functionalities. As a belated recompense, your panel S attributes have each been augmented by 10 points, along with the option to specialize in one skill of your choosing from the 3 primary disciplines. Before Leon could fully grasp the implications of this revelation, he instinctively murmured the word panel. To his astonishment, a familiar yet slightly foreign interface materialized before him. Identity: Leon Victor, new recruit of the Night's Watch. Level: 0 family. Level 0, no territory. Strength: 15, one-handed, two-handed, polearms. Agility: 13, bows, crossbows, throwing. Stamina: 16, riding, running. Forging, cunning. 11, tea-serving, tactics, vices, social. 11, charisma, leadership, trading, intelligence. 13, management, medicine. Engineering, available attribute points. 0 available skill specialization points. 0 available maximum skill specialization attempts. 1 inventory, battered Night's Watch armor. Tattered cloak, rusty one-handed sword from the Kingdom S ration, scarred short bow from the Kingdom S ration's bald-headed arrows. 21 currency. 0 gold dragons. Upon scrutinizing his attribute panel, the corners of Leon's mouth, which had previously lifted in anticipation, fell slack in disbelief. The stark reality hit him. He was impoverished. In the perilous and monotonous environment of the wall, where even the simplest tasks required caution against the cold, it seemed that the meager wages of his former self had been squandered on some technician at the Mole Village's Red Romance Leisure Club in pursuit of psychological solace. Consequently, Leon inherited a collection of disgraceful equipment and an economic status of 0 upon taking over. However, having descended into despair, the appearance of the panel and system was akin to a beacon of hope illuminating the darkness. After a brief moment of despondency, Leon revitalized his spirit. Fear not, for with the panel in hand, it is not a dream to envision single-handedly toppling the Night King. Clenching his fists, he cast his gaze once more toward the unchanging wilderness, feeling a flicker of ambition ignite within him. Considering his understanding of his predecessor, Leon recognized that, by the standards of an ordinary member of the Night's Watch, his sheer strength already surpassed that of his peers by more than threefold. This was not merely a straightforward arithmetic calculation, but rather an exponential escalation of power. He confidently speculated that once his strength reached 30 points, he would possess the courage to contend with giants. In the original realm of the mounted combat game, A strength of around 30 was sufficient to earn the title of Sword Saint, granting one the ability to roam freely throughout the game. Yet, he was acutely aware that this world was a low-magic setting within the realm of a song of ice and fire, and his knowledge of the outside world remained limited, confined primarily to the small area surrounding the Black Castle, where the Night's Watch resided. The wildlings beyond the wall remained an enigma, fraught with peril and uncertainty. He knew of the existence of dragons and White Walkers beyond, but he was oblivious to whether Daenerys or the Night King adhered to any conventional logic. Doubts began to plague him regarding the resilience of his physical form against a dragon's breath and whether he could withstand the onslaught of the Night King's vast army of the dead. Such thoughts furrowed his brow in concern. He understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile and caution to avoid calamity. Until he had ascertained the truth of his circumstances, Leon resolved to exercise greater prudence. Given your current equipment, it is advisable to focus your maximum specialization points on one-handed sword mastery, the voice chimed in. Also, I must take my leave. Do not forget to explore the thousand-faced god system I have bestowed upon you. Witnessing the myriad expressions flit across Leon's face in mere moments, the androgynous voice felt compelled to offer a reminder. Our meeting is serendipitous. Shall I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Upon hearing the voice mention its departure, Leon felt a surge of urgency. If the process continued as it had, he would receive no starter gift. After a lengthy silence, he was convinced that the voice's owner had indeed vanished. Acknowledging the significance of the departing presence, he dutifully honored the final wish of that enigmatic voice, cautiously allocating this precious opportunity to master one-handed swordsmanship. This decision stemmed not only from his familiarity with the weapon, but also from an innate, unquenchable pursuit of swordplay within his soul. As the previously dim icon radiated with brilliant light from this enhancement, Leon felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He felt as if he had become one with the one-handed sword. With it in hand, the world was his to command. He grasped the rusty sword nearby and executed a few motions. Despite its dilapidated state, it seemed to come alive in his grasp. Each swing carried an unstoppable momentum, as if no adversary before him could withstand the might of his strike. However, as the swordplay concluded, a profound and melancholic depth filled Leon's gaze. It was a loneliness that accompanies those who stand atop a lofty pinnacle, surveying the myriad of existence below, yet finding no worthy challenger to match. This overwhelming feeling of invincible solitude left him bewildered, prompting him to swiftly sheath the sword in an attempt to dispel it from his mind. How terrifying! Was this the sensation of being at the pinnacle of one's abilities? Regaining his composure, Leon felt a chill of apprehension wash over him. He hastily returned the rusty sword to its sheath, avoiding any further glances at it. Thankfully, once the sword was secured, the overpowering aura of invincibility began to wane. Ahem. It is time to get to the crux of the matter, system. With that, a similar panel emerged before Leon's eyes. Thousand-faced god system, growth type, description. The faith of the thousand-faced god holds that death is a gift from the divine, an end to suffering. Under the condition of receiving offerings, the deity shall bestow blessings upon every soul in this realm. The assassination of the faceless ones is regarded as a sacred rite. Active quest, eliminate Alicia Sorn. Reward, black and white kiss, a sword forged from the finest Valyrian steel, unbreakable, yet possessing an unassuming trait that seems to harbor a trace of the thousand-faced god's divinity. Passive quest, 1. Bloodthirst. After killing or defeating 10 individuals, unlock partial stamina restoration. 0-10 can grow indefinitely. The system's explanation was succinct, bordering on foolproof in its simplicity. Yet, Leon found himself grappling with two pressing questions. First, who was Alicia Sorn? Second, what did partial stamina restoration entail? Chapter 3. Alicia Sorn. You have chosen your path to death in a secluded watchtower along the wall. Leon was enveloped in contemplation. His gaze traversed the vastness of the wilderness, yet his heart remained ensnared by uncertainty. Who, indeed, was Alicia Sorn? He pondered quietly, seeking answers within the recesses of his predecessor's memories. However, those memories were akin to ancient tomes long sealed away, requiring meticulous perusal of each page. He settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to delve into the fragments of recollection stored within his mind. After considerable time had passed, it became evident that his predecessor was not particularly gifted in memory. Many recollections were disjointed and vague, rendering them tedious and challenging to piece together for someone like Leon, who had experienced the information overload of the modern age. Taking a deep breath, Leon endeavored to calm the tumult within his mind. He understood that in order to answer the question of who Alicia Sorn was, he must delve deeply into the memories of his former self, unearthing any clues associated with that name. However, he faltered, unable to recall any pertinent details about Alicia Sorn despite straining his mind. Nevertheless, certain memories pertaining to his own lineage and the experience of being exiled by his father to the Night's Watch remained exceptionally vivid, as though they had occurred just moments ago. His father, Vico Victor, was a vassal of House Tully of the Riverlands, one of the Seven Kingdoms. Among his many offspring, Leon Victor was merely one. With the eldest son still alive, Leon had no prospects of inheriting any castle or lands within the family. Compounded by his former self's reputation as a wayward youth, indulging in vice and revelry, often lingering in places of ill repute. As the youngest in the family, he did not receive the affections lavished upon his siblings. Ultimately, after one of Baron Victor's visits to the gambling den to reclaim a debt, Leon Victor did not return to his soft and comfortable bed at home, but instead boarded a cart bound for the wall, destined for the Night's Watch. While his former self left behind some less than admirable traits, he also possessed undeniable advantages. For instance, Leon inherited his father's striking good looks, a visage that often afforded him special treatment in the entertainment venues of Mole's Town. However, the prolonged rigors of travel, coupled with the biting cold of the north, resulted in Leon succumbing to a chill upon returning from Mole's Town, leaving him bedridden. At this crucial moment, Leon's spirit traversed time and space, taking up the mantle of fate. Now, he had become the new Leon Victor. As he sat on the ground, he felt the ladder of the watchtower tremble, compelling him to look towards the source of the disturbance. At the entrance, a head adorned with disheveled hair emerged, followed by a slightly stooped figure clad in black. The newcomer's expression was devoid of emotion, his face etched with the numbness wrought by the north's frost. Upon seeing Leon sitting idly on the ground, lacking the vigilance expected of a guard, disappointment flickered within him. Yet, despite his inner dismay, he refrained from expressing it overtly, simply delivering a curt remark, "It's time to eat. Miss this meal, and you'll have to wait until the same time tomorrow." Leon felt a sense of unease at the absence of reprimand. Since his arrival, having not yet adapted to the mindset of a medieval individual, he often found himself in humorous predicaments at work. However, he did not recognize this elder Night's Watchman, perhaps in the other's eyes. The current Leon had yet to earn the right to don the same black attire and uphold the same vows. As the elder Night's Watchman settled into the spot Leon had vacated, pushing aside his gear with his foot and placing his bow and arrows within easy reach, he fixed his gaze resolutely upon the wilderness. The already cramped watchtower felt even more confining. Thus, Leon resigned himself to shouldering his equipment and slowly climbed out of the watchtower. Just as he stepped onto the final wooden rung, he heard two familiar voices behind him. One, he immediately recognized as John's, while the other, though slightly unfamiliar, seemed vaguely familiar. Turning around, he found that the owner of the less familiar voice was none other than his young comrade, Eddie. Although both Leons possessed mediocre memories, they could always identify individuals they had met face-to-face by their appearance and name. Their exchange bore no evident hostility, yet the undertones of jest were unmistakable. "How peculiar today is. Old Cohen didn't scold you," Eddie remarked. "What is going on?" John inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Leon stood there, silently listening, a flicker of confusion stirring within him. Their conversation appeared to pertain to him, yet he was uncertain of its meaning. What has become of the Night's Watch? Once, they epitomized the noble heroes, warriors, and champions of the Seven Kingdoms. Now, they are rife with sinners, thieves, brigands, and parasites. Eddie's words revealed profound dissatisfaction and deep concern regarding the current state of the Night's Watch, even though he did not directly answer John's question. Now, the Night's Watch merely contends with insignificant wildlings. As for the others, I would sooner believe they are merely tales spun by wet nurses to lull children to sleep. John continued, "How can you say that, being a Stark? The phrase winter is coming, a time-honored prophecy of the North, is the very motto of House Stark. Do you, a Stark bastard, not believe this saying?" Eddie's bluntness caused John's previously amiable expression to darken instantly. As Eddie praised John's Stark lineage, a sense of pride bloomed on John's face, only to be swiftly replaced by a frown upon hearing the word bastard. Eddie, however, seemed oblivious to this shift, perhaps. As a commoner, he paid little heed to such disparaging remarks regarding illegitimacy. After all, he was not one. He knew the names of his own parents. In any case, John abandoned Eddie, who continued to prattle on about the impending winter, and approached Leon. Before the noble-born Leon, John reclaimed a measure of the warmth of their shared past. As contemporaries in the Night's Watch at Castle Black, Leon's performance, while not exemplary, often brought joy to John. Leon's affable nature and seemingly endless supply of humorous anecdotes frequently elicited laughter from John. Although Leon often boasted of peculiar experiences that struck John as unusual, he found himself unable to dispute them. However, in recent days, Leon had appeared unusually somber, perhaps having passed the novelty of his arrival at Castle Black. He began to feel lost and confused regarding the lengthy vigil of life ahead. Chapter 4. Publicly humiliate John, forge a grudge. It was not only Leon who felt this way. John, too, occasionally experienced pangs of regret, questioning his impulsive decision to join the Night's Watch. "Come, let us check the mess hall. I hear someone hunted a wild boar last night. I wonder how much remains," John suggested, patting Leon on the shoulder, signaling him to follow, disregarding Eddie behind them. At that moment, a thought sparked in Leon's mind. Though he could not recall who Alicia Sorn was, surely John, the protagonist of this tale, would have some knowledge. John, do you know who Alicia Sorn is? Leon inquired. I'm not too sure about that either. Do you need him for something? John replied, his pace barely faltering, clearly more interested in the wild boar meat in the mess hall. However, John's response left Leon feeling conflicted, unsure of how to reply. Should he admit he was borrowing this person's identity to fulfill a task? No, it's nothing. If there is nothing, then let us keep moving. At that moment, Eddie caught up with them from behind and interjected, You really asked the wrong person, John. He is always indifferent to these matters. He might not even remember the commander's name. Nonsense. How could I not know Commander Gior Mormont's name? John retorted. But you and the new recruits don't even know our instructor Alicia Sorn's name. John, you really don't know anything. As they conversed, a fellow Night's Watchman seemed to have heard Eddie's voice, turning to them with a disdainful gaze, intent on discovering which inexperienced recruit dared to call his name. Leon recognized a familiar face and a thought crossed his mind. So it is him. He is the very person who, in both the original narrative and the early episodes of the series, shared a strained relationship with John, even betraying him within the plot, which ultimately led to John's first demise. Although the portrayal of this character is intricately multifaceted, selfish, arrogant, and despicable, yet simultaneously loyal, honorable, and principled, he stands before us at this moment. Who dares to call me out in such a public setting? It is Lord Snow, it appears. John now fully comprehends the identity of Alazar Thorne. Since his arrival at the wall, nearly every encounter with this thorn has been laced with mockery and unwarranted disdain. Despite John's fierce pride and his difficulty in enduring such treatment, he has chosen to bear it temporarily, considering his status as a newcomer and the elevated power of his counterpart. However, Thorne's ridicule has intensified, and John finds it increasingly intolerable. Yet, rather than confronting him like a wronged maiden, he silently draws his sword from his side. Has Lord Snow grown angry? Does he dare to draw his sword against me? Do you understand the implications of such an act? The disdain in Alazar Thorne's gaze dissipates, replaced by a murderous intent that could instill fear in anyone who witnesses it. Such a look is typically found only in seasoned veterans who have survived the blood-soaked horrors of battle. John instantly feels a chill envelop him, his grip on the sword becoming numb. Faced with such a gaze, much of his anger evaporates. Yet his pride insists that he cannot simply retract his sword as if nothing has occurred. Surrounding them, the Night's Watch brothers and the common folk of Castle Black watch intently, but none dare to intervene. Some of the Night's Watch brothers, harboring grievances against John, cross their arms and adopt expressions of amusement, effectively blocking any escape for John and his companions. Witnessing this scene, Alazar Thorne's fury flares even more, and he strides toward John with an imposing presence. Though he does not draw his sword, his demeanor is enough to deter anyone from stepping in. It is at this moment that Leon realizes they are encircled, akin to an isolated island surrounded by turbulent waves. Meanwhile, from a nearby tower, Gior Mormont and the imp observe the unfolding drama below with great interest. Are you not going to intervene? The imp inquires calmly. I surmise that this may lead to a fatality, specifically, perhaps, a wolf's demise. Though his voice remains steady, the commotion in the distance fails to disturb the wine glass he holds with unwavering steadiness. Ever since he journeyed north to the wall to satiate his curiosity, he has been shivering from the cold, relying on strong spirits to keep warm. Although he had a favorable impression of John during their time in Winterfell, it was not sufficient to compel him to come to John's aid. Even sober, the imp recognizes that John is not welcomed here, and as a dwarf, his ability to best Alazar Thorne and his fellow brothers of the Night's Watch remains uncertain. Whether Alazar Thorne is a charismatic instructor is of little concern to me, Gior Mormont states, but he is undoubtedly my most accomplished trainer, as long as he continues to provide me with a steady stream of recruits. He is the only one capable of molding these young men into true brothers of the Night's Watch. Mormont's words are imbued with trust in Alazar Thorne, a trust that has not been forged overnight, leading him to believe that whatever actions the latter may take, he will ultimately offer support. He also perceives the ostracism John faces here, believing that if John cannot withstand it and meets his demise, it would be preferable to the potential dishonor it may bring to the Night's Watch in the future. The reputation of the Night's Watch has long diminished across the Seven Kingdoms, as evidenced by the new recruits comprised of brigands, murderers, swindlers, and bastards. To be frank, the imp continues, I do not share your perspective. Perhaps you should contemplate how to explain to Eddard Stark upon his return that his nephew perished at the hands of your finest instructor. Upon hearing this, Gior Mormont falls silent, merely observing the unfolding drama below. Chapter 5. Young John, outmatched. Lord Snow. I wonder if the instructor in Winterfell has taught you that once a sword is drawn, it is difficult to sheath it without shedding blood. The mockery in Alazar Thorne's words is palpable, rendering Jon almost unable to meet his gaze. What astonishes Jon further is that in this moment, he finds himself devoid of the courage to wield his sword. The crowd surrounding him, witnessing his bewildered demeanor, their heads bowed and cheeks flushed like a startled quail, erupts into a cacophony, seemingly eager to witness a river of blood. This atmosphere ignites a surge of anger within Jon, prompting him to instinctively tighten his grip on his sword. I, Jon Snow of Winterfell, challenge you to a duel. In the name of the old gods. If one of us must perish, let the old gods witness this moment. Jon steadies his mind, speaking each word with conviction. As these words leave his lips, the surrounding clamor diminishes significantly. Many faces contort in disbelief, but soon, laughter erupts anew, this time more boisterous. Yet, Jon, having fortified his resolve, remains undeterred by the uproar. His gaze is fixed upon Alazar Thorne. The mockery on Thorne's face remains intact as he leisurely questions, "Is it because I addressed you as Lord Jon? You little bastard. You would invoke your so-called old gods over such triviality? Or are you simply eager to reunite with your wretched, perhaps even deceased, or of a mother?" This taunt sends Jon into a fury, his teeth grinding, his face flushed, and without hesitation, he swings his sword towards Alazar Thorne's face, as if seeking to crush that foul mouth in an instant. However, Thorne merely tilts his head slightly, deftly evading the lethal strike. Despite Jon's rigorous training under the famed Ser Roderick Castle, he appears as nothing more than an inexperienced child in comparison to the battle-hardened Alazar Thorne. Subsequently, Thorne extends his large hand, lifting Jon as if he were a mere chick, and tightly grips his throat, feeling the immense power that threatens to crush him. Jon's strength rapidly wanes, the world around him blurring like a spinning wheel, and his sword clatters uselessly to the ground. This sudden turn of events catches Leon off guard. After all, he had always perceived Alazar Thorne as one who merely engaged in verbal sparring rather than direct confrontation with Jon. Furthermore, Jon's noble lineage, albeit as a bastard, grants him a status that Alazar Thorne would be foolish to challenge. Like a puppet under control, Jon remains silent, his reddening face rolling back in his eyes. Good heavens. Is the protagonist of the series about to meet his end in such a manner? This scene was not depicted in the show. A flicker of panic passes through Leon's gaze, soon replaced by a grim determination to draw his sword and sever Alazar Thorne's arm, even if this leads to him being condemned for attacking a superior in the Night's Watch. The best outcome he could hope for would be exile from the Night's Watch or even execution by the arriving guards. However, at this critical moment, Alazar Thorne releases his grip just enough for Jon to slip from his grasp like a slippery catfish, crashing heavily onto the cold ground. Just as Leon prepares to draw his sword to intervene, Jon is already on the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air. What a pitiful little bastard. Alazar Thorne taunts. Since you have sworn your oath to your gods, I shall slay you now, and none would dare object. But know this, to crush you is as trivial as squashing an ant. I simply do not deign to extinguish your insignificant life. The reason I allow you to languish is that I hope you will henceforth abandon your laughable pride and dutifully perform the menial tasks we require. Akin to a maggot scraping by, you are unworthy of being a member of the Night's Watch Brotherhood. After uttering these words, Alazar Thorne intended to depart. Before turning away, he cast a scornful glance at Leon and Eddie, who were beside Jon, imprinting their faces deeply in his memory, particularly that of Leon, whose earlier display of hostility had certainly caught Ellis's attention. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished his grip so readily. After all, in his view, exchanging an arm for the life of a brash new recruit was hardly worth the effort. Once Ellis's figure had completely vanished, the onlookers, both members of the Night's Watch and commoners, dispersed, each revealing their contempt for Jon as they passed by. In this desolate realm of the wall, the coldness of human hearts may prove even more piercing than the icy winds. Jon's performance was hardly commendable. Although he did not cower like a coward in the face of Ellis's provocation, a loss is a loss, especially considering Jon had foolishly instigated the confrontation. Should Jon continue to succumb to such setbacks, it is likely that no one will regard him with respect in the future. When Jon finally regained his composure, he found only Leon remaining, as Eddie had vanished. "Are you the only one left to witness my humiliation?" Jon's initial words took Leon by surprise, as he had not anticipated such a response from Jon. "This is the retribution for your betrayal of Daenerys." Jon's remark rendered Leon speechless. He had prepared some words of consolation, but they were lodged in his throat. Nevertheless, Leon managed to utter a comforting phrase: "A gentleman takes his revenge." 10 years is not too late. For reasons unknown, perhaps for the first time in 15 years. Hearing such a profound statement caused Jon's feelings of frustration and shame to dissipate almost instantly. After a considerable pause, Jon seemed to regain his courage and nodded at Leon. Chapter 6. The Selection of the Night's Watch. Not everyone can become a member one day. I shall personally deliver the death sentence to Alazar Thorne, Jon vowed, standing with a glimmer of determination in his eyes, gritting his teeth. Upon hearing this, Leon could not help but nod in agreement, sharing a deep sense of camaraderie. Compared to a hanging, beheading seemed a more fitting outlet for one's frustrations. As Leon supported the still weak John into the mess hall, they found it deserted. With only remnants of cold food remaining, the plump cook scraped the bottom of the pot with a spoon, producing a harsh sound, clearly unwilling to leave them any provisions. However, Eddie, who had been absent moments before, now stealthily approached. Before John could inquire, Eddie pulled 2 dark-looking loaves from his greasy sleeve. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that one of them contained the wild boar meat John had long craved. "This one is mine. The other I snatched from Ginny after enduring 2 hefty spoonfuls," Eddie said, handing the bread to them. As John accepted the otherworldly meat-filled bun from Eddie, a glimmer of gratitude shone in his eyes, nearly bringing him to tears. Yet Leon, without hesitation, devoured the bun in one large bite. After a day of exposure atop the watchtower, and with this being their only meal, Leon was ravenous, hardly pausing to express thanks. John, too, was not faring much better. He took the bun and began to eat voraciously. Despite his hunger, he maintained the decorum of nobility, savoring the small morsel, chewing slowly before finishing it. The instructor had announced something during their meal, and Eddie's expression shifted from concern to mockery. All able-bodied recruits were to assemble at the training grounds. "It seems your little brother is about to get his wish and be sent to Mole's Town to become a teapot." It was only after Eddie had scrutinized Leon for a prolonged moment that Leon realized that the term "your little brother" referred to himself. The original moral standards of his previous self were neither remarkable nor deplorable in Castle Black. However, after experiencing absurd events in Mole's Town, the former self had succumbed to illness, suffering a high fever that persisted for several days. This was unprecedented among the Night's Watch brethren, evoking both laughter and tears. Yet, Leon's expression remained impassive, as though Eddie's words were irrelevant to him. He would not foolishly bear the consequences of the errors committed by his predecessor. However, John's tense demeanor was unmistakable. He instinctively tightened his grip on his sword and resolutely stated, "No, I will not allow this to happen. Leon has already promised to become a ranger with me. I will be the chief ranger, and he will be my deputy." "Haha, Lord Snow. That is the funniest thing I have heard today," Eddie scoffed. Yet John found no humor in it. He clenched his fists, his gaze toward Leon filled with unwavering determination. "What is so wrong with being a teapot? Spending the day in a burrow with the ladies is hardly comparable to our life of toil beneath the sun and stars. Someone of your caliber could lead a comfortable life in Mole's Town," Eddie continued to dismissively counsel Leon. Nevertheless, the two remained unmoved, and once they had finished eating, the trio made their way to the training grounds. "Leon, do not worry. With me by your side, no one can lay a finger on you." Despite the embarrassing incident earlier that morning, John endeavored to maintain his composure before Leon, exuding a demeanor of bravery and fearlessness. Leon was deeply touched. Aware that John was supporting him, especially considering Leon's recent novice performance had hardly earned him any respect, although Leon now possessed a significant boost in combat ability. He deemed it too convoluted to explain this to John and resolved to demonstrate his prowess through action later on. At the training grounds, nearly all the new recruits from the same batch as Leon and John had assembled. They each selected suitable armor from the armory, eager and vigilant, their eyes scanning for potential rivals. However, when Leon, John, and Eddie entered the training area, most recruits reined in their hostile gazes, with only a few daring to cast openly challenging stares. This was not due to a lack of intimidation from Leon or John, but rather because John's strength was formidable. Under the careful tutelage of Sir Roderick Castle, John had honed his swordsmanship to an exceptional level. Even larger recruits could not withstand a single exchange with him. Those who had previously faced defeat at John's hands appeared notably more relaxed today, their expressions less tense. "You little bastard, what are you doing here? Surely scrubbing toilets and mucking out stalls is so easy that you have time to participate in our Night's Watch selection?" Elissa Thorne jeered from the platform, believing John should be hiding in embarrassment after the morning's humiliation rather than exposing himself to further ridicule. Yet, what met him was John's gaze, filled with animosity, suggesting an adamant refusal to be deterred. Observing such a countenance on John, Elissa smirked derisively, his expression radiating confidence. Chapter 7. Thorne's Conspiracy. Near zero defense, although John's heart brimmed with hatred for Elissa Thorne, a desire to rush up and tear him apart. He understood that this was the training grounds, not a place for reckless abandon. The Night Watchman's rules were of paramount importance to him, even more so than life itself. Thus, in the face of Elissa Thorne's provocation, John merely shot him a fierce glare before calmly and resolutely stating, as a new recruit of the Night's Watch, "I firmly believe I have the right to be selected and become a true brother of the Night's Watch." "Very well. Since our little bastard Snow wants to prove he is not a coward, I asked the new recruits present, who is willing to teach him a lesson." Elissa Thorne then turned his gaze towards the assembled recruits in the training yard, eager for a challenge. However, many averted their eyes when they met his gaze, clearly having suffered significantly in their earlier encounters with John. Yet, among this group of recruits, not all were cowards. A tall man named Hod stepped forward. At just 16, He was taller and more robust than most adults, with muscles on his arms as solid as rock. Benefiting from a stonemason's lineage, he had forged a physique as strong as diamond, his fierce countenance revealing an undercurrent of cunning. When Jon saw that his opponent was Hod, a wave of dread washed over him. Hod was renowned for his immense strength, his fists matching his imposing frame. Although Jon was a master swordsman, he dared not underestimate the brute force of Hod. Furthermore, Jon glanced at Lion beside him. Today was crucial for Lion, as whether he could become a true brother of the Night's Watch hinged on this moment. Jon knew he could not afford to fall before Hod. He must do everything in his power to clear the way for Lion. As his thoughts raced, Jon surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the only person he could truly consider a friend was Eddie the blacksmith at his side. Jon resolved to defeat all opponents save for Eddie, hoping that Eddie would show mercy during the match against Lion. In doing so, everything could be justified, and Lion would not be forced to go to Mole's Town to undertake work he wished to avoid. Lion could hardly fathom how Jon's mind could be so meticulously arranged, orchestrating his escape route so thoroughly amidst the rapidly changing circumstances. You have 30 seconds to prepare. When time is up, the battle commences. Alazar Thorne announced coldly from the platform, a sly smile flickering across his face. Upon hearing this, Hod's initially cautious expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Eddie the blacksmith stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. 30 seconds? Even running to the armory, there's no way I could don suitable armor in that time, Eddie exclaimed. Unfazed, Alazar Thorne cast him a blank stare and emotionlessly replied, 20 seconds. Jon, too, was incredulous at this pronouncement. Upon hearing the countdown, Eddie fumbled hurriedly to untie his padded armor. However, with time slipping away, Eddie's frantic efforts led him to only manage to loosen 2 laces before the countdown concluded. Fully armored, Hod advanced toward Jon, his half-mast helmet accentuating a menacing smile that radiated a sense of oppression. Yet, Jon stood undaunted, displaying remarkable calmness and courage. Despite Eddie's chaotic flailing beside him, Jon inhaled deeply and stepped resolutely toward Hod. I wager that Lord Snow will break 2 ribs, the stake being a copper star. One voice called out. I'll raise that with a copper star, betting he'll break an arm. Another taunted. Do you all doubt Lord Snow so much? I'll add 2 copper stars, betting he'll only spit a mouthful of blood. A third chimed in. As Jon and Hod faced off in the center of the arena, the atmosphere crackled with tension, ready to erupt. The surrounding recruits of the Night's Watch openly began wagering on the outcome of the duel. It was common knowledge that in their previous encounters, even when both were armored, the outcome between Jon and Hod had been evenly matched. Moreover, now Jon stood nearly defenseless, and the odds were decidedly against him. The focus of the betting lay on Jon's potential injuries. Seeing his comrades' veiled praise, Hod's excitement twisted his features into a grimace. He swung his greatsword without hesitation toward Jon. However, this seemingly powerful strike came crashing down onto the ground, raising only a cloud of dust without effect. Jon nimbly maneuvered around the slightly slower Hod, drawing his sword in a fluid motion. Regrettably, his strike landed against Hod's thick back armor, inflicting no significant damage, merely causing the overconfident Hod to stagger momentarily. Enraged by the pain in his back and now aware of Jon's exceptional swordsmanship among the recruits, Hod resolved not to underestimate Jon again until victory was assured. Stonehead, if you lose, you'll be scrubbing toilets alongside our Lord Snow. Alazar Thorne's taunts from the platform flushed Hod's face with further anger, igniting his fighting spirit. Enraged, Hod swung his massive sword with seemingly chaotic fervor. Yet his method lacked any form or structure. This allowed Jon to easily exploit several openings, scoring minor cuts against Hod. Although the heavy armor made Hod's already cumbersome movements even clumsier, it ultimately saved him from severe injury. Without that protection, Hod would likely be a mass of wounds by now. Chapter 8. I think I can take 10. The day's duel opened Lion's eyes, instilling within him a newfound respect for Jon. Even when facing a heavily armored, seemingly invincible opponent, Jon did not yield or surrender easily. Through his exquisite swordsmanship, he gradually gained the upper hand. In Lion's estimation, the fledgling Jon's proficiency with the greatsword was easily on par with a score of 150 points. With Lion himself possessing an impressive 300 points in one-handed sword mastery, he recognized Jon's potential and strength as formidable, affirming Jon's rightful claim to the title of the North's foremost swordmaster. This prompted Lion to ponder how he might fare against Jon in their current states. Well, without false modesty, perhaps I could allow him 30 strikes. After careful observation and contemplation, Lion arrived at this conclusion. Of course, this was merely a conjecture based on experience and technique, as Lion had yet to engage Jon in true combat, leaving him uncertain of how many strikes he should concede. In the world of Mount and Blade 2, a 300 proficiency in one-handed weaponry could easily fell a dragon in just 2 strikes. And even the swift Sheeman sword mistress would have no authority in Lion's presence, perhaps even offering a respectful master Lion. Lord Snow, Do you not plan to beg for mercy? Amidst the clashing sounds of their duel, Jon and Hod had exchanged blows for over 10 rounds. Jon, utilizing his unarmored agility, had maintained pressure on Hod. However, in the world of combat, one could not avoid all strikes. After being lightly brushed by the flat of Hod's sword on his arm, Jon, who had been pressing forward, felt his grip weaken. Facing Hod's bull-like ferocity and attack, he could merely fend off the blows, unable to retaliate. Hearing Hod's taunts of a victor, Jon grit his teeth. Remaining silent, yet his eyes clearly conveyed his resolve. Surrender? Absolutely not. Jon's stubbornness did not yield favorable outcomes. His resilient defense ultimately faltered, and after 3 or 4 rounds, his sword was forcefully knocked from his grasp, sent flying 2 or 3 meters away by Hod's kick. Fortunately, he landed amidst a pile of hay, leaving him in disarray but not severely harmed. Yet, Jon felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, rendering him incapable of standing to continue the fight. In his final moments, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to turn his head, casting a silent but apologetic gaze at Lion. It seemed as though he were saying, "I apologize, my brother, but I have failed. It appears we may no longer be able to stand as brothers of the Night's Watch." The little wretch was indeed a little wretch. "Your strength is so feeble that it seems as if you were never fully developed in the womb. You could not even best the one you most despise, Hodder. What a disgrace to your father, given that you are of House Stark. Perhaps your father does not regard you as his son, but merely as a wildling picked up from the streets." As Alicia's words fell, the surrounding gamblers, witnessing Jon's lamentable state, erupted with glee, collecting their bets. Even Jon's loyal friend, Eddie, found himself at a loss for words, bowing his head to endure the ridicule. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Upon sensing the look of deep remorse in Jon's eyes, Leon stepped forward without hesitation, directing a serious gaze towards Alicia Stark on the platform, and shouted, "This is unjust." "Oh, Mr. Ladybug from the South, what do you find to be unjust? How may I serve you?" Leon, closely associated with Jon, had long been despised by Alicia Stark, yet his usual modest demeanor had made it difficult for her to find a means to retaliate against him. However, Leon's sudden defiance today stirred a complex mix of emotions within Alicia. She felt disdain, yet also a flicker of excitement, as if 2 blessings had come at once. What could be more delightful than dispatching 2 individuals she had long found irksome in a single day? "Ah, I almost forgot to mention, within the training grounds, the rules are set by me. As for Jon's equipment, I must refuse to apologize, for it is my command, and you have no right to dispute it. Unless you wish to leave this place." Alicia Stark's words hinted at deeper implications, placing herself on a moral high ground to deal with Leon. The new recruits of the Night's Watch, who harbored sympathy for Jon, immediately extinguished their thoughts under her rhetoric. Even Eddie, who had often been dissatisfied with Leon, discreetly pulled him back, cautioning him not to suffer a fool's folly. With the circumstances favoring Alicia, why should they confront her head-on? Nevertheless, Leon simply shrugged off Eddie's hand and boldly stepped forward. "My dear Ladybug, do you intend to stand up for Lord Snow? The rules have changed. If you do not wish to scrub toilets with Lord Snow, you must defeat 3 opponents, or else this conversation is moot. Ha ha ha." With a smile playing on her lips, Alicia's words had barely left her mouth when more than 3 disgruntled new recruits from the Night's Watch emerged, eager to teach Leon a lesson. Just as Alicia was poised to press her advantage, Leon spoke once more. "This is still not fair." "Oh, have you backed down, my dear Ladybug?" Alicia taunted. "No," Leon replied firmly. He cast a glance at the recruits who had stepped forward, fully aware of the situation, then donned a disdainful smile and shook his head, saying, "I wish to fight 10. Chapter 9. The Extra. Do you have any last words? It seems the people of Westeros remain oblivious to the legend of a certain unknown martial arts master. As Leon uttered this audacious statement in a nonchalant tone, all beings in the vicinity appeared to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. Even Alicia Stark, who was usually filled with malice, could not help but drop her jaw in disbelief. What did that lad just say? Indeed, I too did not quite catch what our Mr. Ladybug said, but it seems rather stylish. He said he wants to fight 10. After a considerable pause, the crowd seemed to awaken from a stupor. Even upon repeated confirmation that they had not misheard Leon's declaration, they erupted in the most fervent applause and laughter they had ever experienced. This commotion echoed throughout Black Iron Castle, resonating in every corner. At that moment, regardless of whether individuals were engaged in tasks or merely passing by, curiosity compelled them to investigate the ruckus at the training grounds. Strange, isn't today the selection for the Brothers of the Night's Watch? I had not heard of a circus coming to town, mused a passerby on his way to the training grounds. On the haystack, Jon, hearing Leon's astonishing remark, did not feel invigorated. Rather, he was deeply ashamed, wishing he could burrow into the earth like a groundhog and hide. Jon and Leon had always shared a close bond, and since he reacted thus, it was only reasonable for others to show similar responses. Tyrion was the first to arrive at the training grounds. Despite being born with a disability, moving on his short legs, he was always the first to arrive at the scene of any gossip. Perhaps it was a natural talent of his as a dwarf. After discerning the half-understood retellings of the surrounding crowd, it wasn't long before not only Tyrion, but nearly half the residents of Black Iron Castle were aware of Leon's earlier boast. Even the ever-busy Lord Commander Jeor Mormont and Maester Aemon, who rarely appeared before the Night's Watch, were stirred, deciding to make an appearance together. As they arrived, the previously boisterous training grounds fell silent. Once the two highest authorities grasped the unfolding situation, Maester Aemon had yet to show a smile when his aged and kindly face turned serious as he addressed Leon in the center of the grounds, asking, "Leon, if I am not mistaken, your house, the Victors, is not known for valiance or indiscretion, is it?" Upon hearing Maester Aemon's question, even with Lord Commander Jeor Mormont present to temper the atmosphere, many in the crowd could not suppress their laughter. In response to Maester Aemon, "Our family crest bears thorns and swords. Our motto is, burn the blood road." "Oh? It seems you still remember. So, are you muddled or simply not thinking clearly?" Maester Aemon continued earnestly. After several rounds of their exchange, laughter erupted in waves, each crescendoing higher than the last. The normally irascible Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, on this occasion, revealed a rare gentleness. "Young man, your courage to stand up for your comrade is commendable. However, it is imperative that you do not harm yourself. Are you certain you wish to challenge 10 opponents? I only hope you can answer me honestly." In response to the Lord Commander, "With my skills, fighting 10 is hardly an exaggeration. Were it not for the hierarchy, I would have sought to challenge the instructor today." Leon's response was neither timid nor arrogant. It resonated with an invigorating clarity. Of course, this perspective was from bystanders, not those who deemed Leon mad. As for whether Leon was being arrogant or courting death, Lord Commander Jeor Mormont no longer pursued the matter. In his view, the previous question had already served as the final opportunity he offered as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, an acknowledgement of the profound bond between Leon and Jon. However, for Lord Commander Jeor Mormont, 3 chances were enough, since he had offered a way out and the other party refused to take it. He would let Leon have his way. With that, the commander turned and pushed through the crowd, departing. Many composed and experienced Night's Watch veterans followed suit, believing today's events were merely a farce. Over the years, as the quality of recruits for the Night's Watch has declined, the once mighty castle that stood as humanity's bulwark against the White Walkers had become a melting pot of all sorts. They had grown accustomed to various individuals, and in their eyes, Leon was merely the weakest and most arrogant among the lot. Thus, the outcome was already predetermined. Yet, Maester Aemon did not leave. Instead, he summoned an apprentice and whispered a few instructions. The apprentice hurriedly returned with a medicine box. Clearly, Maester Aemon possessed a heart of compassion and benevolence that matched his outward appearance. When the commander-in-chief made his appearance, Alicia Thorne initially harbored concerns that his actions might be excessive, fearing that the commander would intervene or at least provide Leon with a fair arena for competition. However, much to his relief, the commander refrained from voicing any opinions. The duel proceeded as originally planned. "How much longer must you inept fools keep the audience waiting? Do you need me to call each of you out individually to challenge our 10 champions?" A cruel and eager expression crept across Alicia Thorne's face as he stood on the platform. Like a slave master in a gladiatorial arena, he meticulously selected 10 of the most formidable warriors to step forward. "Dear Chief Instructor, 10 may be excessive. I alone am sufficient." Hode, surrounded by the residents of the Iron Fortress, including several of his admired young ladies, was compelled by an overwhelming desire to perform in the recent triumph over his rival, Jon, to shout out. However, his words had the opposite effect. While some in the crowd appreciated Hode's bravado, a greater number expressed dissatisfaction. It seemed the onlookers were eager to witness Leon take on 10 opponents. "You thick-headed fool, what nonsense are you spouting? 10. Even one less would be a disservice to Lord Ladybug." Alicia Thorne's face twitched in irritation at Hode's mindless proclamation. Even if he were to enter the fray himself, defeating 10 fully armored Night's Watch recruits would not be a simple task, let alone for Leon, who, like Jon before him, was not permitted to wear armor. In Alicia's eyes, such conditions were undoubtedly a lethal trap set against Leon. He could not tolerate any unforeseen obstacles to his plans. Thus, Alicia swiftly signaled the new recruits surrounding him, commanding them to act immediately to put an end to Hode's boastful farce. "Haha, Mr. Ladybug, are you ready to leave any final words?" Hode confidently advanced to the forefront, intent on mimicking the grandiose gestures of the Great Ones before delivering a deathbed inquiry to Leon. However, Leon merely tilted his head nonchalantly and uttered a singular phrase, "Are you here to deliver your own death?" This statement struck the crowd like a splash of cold water into hot oil, igniting an uproar. Some who had never encountered such humor collapsed from laughter. Yet for Hode, one of those directly addressed, the sentiment was starkly different. He perceived the words as a provocation, and in Leon's clear gaze, he felt like a wild man. Absurdly adorned in hair. Enraged, Hode charged at Leon, swiftly followed by an overwhelming number of Night's Watch recruits, who gathered like a swarm of crows, eager to devour Leon without leaving a trace. As the clash seemed imminent, the surrounding crowd held their breath, anxiously pressing forward, eager to witness the potential tragic outcome for Leon. Yet, among the spectators, none displayed even a hint of sympathy towards him. The remnants of compassion had dissipated with the departure of Giamormont. Thus, only those eager for spectacle remained. In the next moment, the jovial expressions of the onlookers twisted into terror, their transformation nearly instantaneous. Hode charged forth like a rampaging bull, while Leon stood unmoving, seemingly paralyzed by Hode's ferocity. However, just as Hode's sword was about to descend upon Leon's head, Leon suddenly moved. His action was swift and precise. With a mere lift of his sword's sheath, he effortlessly deflected Hode's powerful strike. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone clearly heard the resounding clash akin to iron striking iron, yet Leon's arm remained unyielding. In stark contrast, Hode, having exerted excessive force, felt as though he had struck a solid Night King breastplate and was violently thrown back, weapon and all, colliding with several of the Night's Watch recruits behind him. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. A furious man emerged from the shadows, shouting at the fallen Hode. "What the hell are you performing? You swing your sword only to send yourself flying? You act better than the most renowned jester in the Seven Kingdoms." His words resonated with many. Initially believing this was merely a farce orchestrated by the Night's Watch recruits, it now appeared the situation was far from trivial. Many experienced fighters among the Night's Watch veterans began to realize that Leon might indeed possess formidable strength, and their previous derision and contempt for him now seemed a foolish joke. Meanwhile, Hode, sitting dazed on the ground, recognized the gravity of his predicament. He gazed at his bloodied hands, noting the deep fissures at the palms where he gripped his sword, exposing bone, with blood gushing forth profusely. His eyes were filled with disbelief and dread. "Look at that sword," someone exclaimed. The crowd turned to see Hode's double-handed sword had shattered into two pieces. The blade and hilt separated, the break uneven. This sword, which Hode had selected from the armory, had seemed robust and durable. Yet now it could not withstand even a single blow from Leon. The Night's Watch recruits who had initially rushed to the forefront now hesitated, staring at Hode's gruesome wounds and the broken weapon, fear and doubt creeping into their hearts. The northern folks' fear of unknown power left them paralyzed, as they questioned whether they could indeed conquer this seemingly ordinary new recruit with terrifying strength. "This is merely that thick-headed fool's choice of the worst weapon from the armory. You all should continue." Alicia Thorne frowned deeply. Although he was at a distance, he could still clearly perceive Leon's astonishing combat prowess and effortless demeanor. An unsettling wave of anger and anxiety surged within him. He could not accept that an obscure recruit could behave so audaciously under his nose, especially one who had cost him a capable lieutenant like Hode. A glint of malice flashed in Elisha's eyes. He resolved to personally intervene and utterly crush this overconfident recruit. However, he also recognized that the time was not yet ripe. He needed to wait for the opportune moment to render Leon powerless to resist in front of the crowd, thus eliminating the unrest and threat in his mind. At this juncture, the battle on the field had escalated to a fever pitch. The Night's Watch recruits, though filled with trepidation and unease, were compelled to press on with their attacks against Leon under the chief instructor's orders. Yet, their assaults appeared feeble before Leon. Every strike deftly thwarted, and each counterattack exacting a heavy toll upon them. Leon's fighting style was both ruthless and decisive. He first seized a shield from one recruit, using the sword sheath to deliver a brutal blow to the enemy's body. His movements were swift and precise, catching each opponent off guard. All attempts at assault by the recruits fell upon the shield in Leon's possession, with most of their strikes easily evaded by his uncanny footwork. Under his relentless assault, the Night's Watch recruits fell to the ground, their ribs shattered, and their fighting spirit swiftly crumbled under the terrifying might of Lion. Yet, Lion showed no signs of mercy. He recognized that these recruits were mere pawns, exploited by others, but their fate was of no concern to him. His focus was solely on self-preservation and how to navigate the treacherous and conspiratorial world of the Night's Watch. Once an ordinary high school student, Lion underwent a rapid transformation as he confronted the harsh realities of battle for the first time. Thus, he continued to wield his shield and sword, relentlessly attacking any enemy that dared approach him. His gaze was resolute and cold, akin to a ferocious tiger displaying its dominance before its prey. Amidst the chaos of combat, Lion delivered a decisive blow with his shield, knocking down the last enemy before him. However, his shield shattered upon impact, fragments scattering across the ground. Despite the enhancements to his physique, Lion remained undamaged after the fierce skirmish, yet each clash depleted his already limited stamina. Stealing a glance at his stamina panel, he noted that only a sliver remained. This meant that even though he stood unscathed, he was on the brink of exhaustion, Should his stamina wane completely, death would surely follow. As these thoughts consumed him, a recruit on the ground stirred, struggling to regain consciousness. He gazed at Lion's back, panting, eyes glimmering with resentment and bitterness. Just as he prepared to launch a surprise attack, Lion instinctively turned, delivering a swift strike with the hilt of his sword to the recruit's face. The recruit was instantly disoriented, spinning uncontrollably before losing consciousness entirely. Lion did not pause to assess the recruit's condition, knowing the battle had dragged on for too long, and he needed to find a safe haven to recover. However, upon defeating the last recruit, a surge of warmth enveloped him, instantly dissipating his fatigue and weakness. If one were to be precise, Lion felt as though he had regained half of his strength, and his stamina panel reflected this increase. He realized this was the result of his bloodthirsty passive ability activating after defeating 10 foes, allowing him to restore half of his vitality with each set. From his vantage point above, Alicia Thorne observed Lion's combat prowess, his expression shifting with the ebb and flow of battle until it ultimately paled to a ghostly white. He witnessed Lion's astonishing power, extraordinary combat skills, and remarkable recovery abilities, which filled him with deep-seated fear and unease. Lion's capabilities were indeed unparalleled. Reminiscent of the legendary knight wielding the Valyrian steel sword, Dawn. The infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, once remarked, "I received instruction from Dawn, the sword of the knight, Arthur Dayne." He could urinate with one hand while effortlessly slaying 5 or 6 Kingsguard with the other. Alicia Thorne was acutely aware that the recruits of the Night's Watch were no match for the Kingsguard. He understood that Lion's strength surpassed that of an ordinary recruit, intensifying his trepidation. Doubts crept into his mind regarding the soundness of his plans and strategies, urging him to approach the perilous recruit with greater caution. Nevertheless, Alicia Thorne had no intention of surrendering. He resolved to continue observing Lion's battle, seeking to uncover any weaknesses that might provide a means to defeat him. He knew that witnessing Lion's downfall was the only way to secure his own plans. Suddenly, Alicia Thorne caught Lion's gaze, one imbued with an air of disdain, as if everything around him was no more significant than dust, though Lion remained silent. His silence was more menacing than any words could convey. Alicia was reminded of his childhood in the royal court, where his father had advised him, when surrounded by enemies, "It is wise to keep a dagger beneath your pillow as you sleep." This adage resonated in Elisha's mind, compelling him to consider implementing this advice that very night. He felt enveloped by the threat posed by Lion, each moment fraught with danger. As Lion felled the second and third adversaries with the hilt of his sword, the crowd that had gathered erupted into fervent cheers, which soon faded into an eerie silence. They seemed awestruck by Lion's ferocity and brutality, silenced by his prowess. It was only when Archmaester Aemon arrived with several apprentices to attend to the wounded recruits that the spectators regained their composure. They watched the busy figures of Aemon and his apprentices, a flicker of relief and comfort filling their hearts. However, for Alicia Thorne, this moment deepened his awareness of Lion's threat. Throughout the proceedings, Archmaester Aemon had not cast a single glance at Lion, for he could discern that despite being drenched in blood, the blood was not his own. Young men often seek to impress, let them indulge in their bravado. For even if a youth were to lose a leg, he could rise again the following day, full of life. Aemon did not even draw his sword. It was only at this juncture that the previously taciturn little demon finally spoke, offering his most profound respect to the lone warrior standing defiantly in the arena. Chapter 11. Lion's dragon-like recovery astounds Archmaester Aemon. By the time Lion emerged from the Black Iron Fort infirmary, it was afternoon, just as Archmaester Aemon had previously observed. Despite being drenched in blood, something that would have claimed the lives of others multiple times, Lion bore only minor abrasions and fatigue. Skeptical apprentices even resorted to scissors to cut away his blood-soaked clothing in search of wounds. The soul wound, still oozing blood, appeared to possess a will of its own, sprouting tendrils that secured the edges of the injury, even drawing in the blood that seeped forth. This phenomenon was unprecedented for the apprentices, prompting one to call out for Archmaester Aemon, "Master, look at this. Is there even a need for suturing?" Archmaester Aemon, who had been tending to the numerous wounded Night's Watch recruits, lifted his gaze. He had just finished treating the last recruit and intended to assess Lion's condition as well. As the most distinguished scholar of his age, he was not without knowledge in the field of medicine, rivaling that of anyone in the realm. Yet, even as he placed his palm upon Lion's back, feeling the gentle vibrations of his muscles, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Upon lifting his hand, he noted that the once extensive wound had healed to half its original length, the speed of recovery akin to a fast-forwarded film reel. Aemon glanced at the astonished apprentices, who were rendered speechless. Perhaps to them, Lion's wound-healing speed was far more terrifying than his ability to take down 10 recruits in a single sweep. "Apply the ointment and bandage him," he instructed, his demeanor shifting into unprecedented seriousness as he halted the apprentices. He then turned to Lion, uttering a single phrase. At this moment, feeling the chill against his bare back, Leon instinctively inquired, "What is it, Lord Maester Aemon? From this day forth, your injuries as well as those you may sustain in the future, shall be treated solely by me. No one else shall lay hands upon you. Lord Maester Aemon, who usually held unquestionable authority at Black Iron Fortress, spoke with an authoritative tone that left no room for dissent. When Leon emerged from the infirmary clad in his cleanest black attire, his apprentice, brimming with questions, could no longer contain himself and cautiously sought clarification from his most trusted mentor. Lord Maester Aemon, I have searched through medical texts, and this restoration of vitality, I have only encountered it in legends where flesh and blood are intertwined within the body of a colossal dragon. Is Leon, then, a misshapen dragon in human form? Upon hearing this, Lord Maester Aemon promptly delivered a sharp rebuke to the apprentice's head. Nonsense. By the seven, there are indeed miraculous individuals in this world, and it is because of their destined purpose that they exist. Leon is not a dragon, and I will not permit you to spread such slander. Seeing the apprentice about to venture further into absurdities of devils and heretics, Lord Maester Aemon swiftly delivered another reprimand, finally silencing the apprentice for a moment. Upon stepping outside the dimly lit infirmary, Leon was greeted by a throng of Night's Watchmen and common folk, their eyes alight with admiration for a hero. At the forefront stood John, whose injuries were minor and already bandaged, alongside Eddie and several other brothers of the Night's Watch. Their faces aglow with the joy of encountering a hero, as well as a small imp who had bravely squeezed through the crowd. Approaching Leon, the imp tilted his head back and asked, Leon, does it still hurt? At that moment, a wave of guilt washed over John's joyful countenance. He had forgotten to inquire about Leon's pain, preoccupied instead with asking how it felt to have vanquished so many foes. The imp's innocent question extinguished John's courage to face his dear friend, and he silently retreated, gradually blending back into the crowd. Leon, now acutely aware, inhaled sharply as a symbolic pain reverberated through his wounds, though it was but a fleeting sensation. If my nerves are functioning correctly, I should no longer feel pain. After a brief moment of reflection, Leon gazed down at the imp with a relaxed expression. The imp, ignoring the cacophony of greetings from the crowd, tugged at Leon, leading him away from the throng with surprising force. Leon, momentarily taken aback, allowed himself to be pulled along to a secluded spot. My dear imp, do you have something to discuss with me? Leon vowed that had any other dwarf dared treat him in such a manner, he would have surely retaliated. Yet, as the imp was one of the main characters, known for his commendable disposition throughout the seasons, Leon chose to endure the offense. I have heard you are merely a new recruit of the Night's Watch, yet to take your oath? Upon reaching a quiet area, the imp glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before posing a question that caused Leon to furrow his brow. Indeed, but given my performance today, I shall be sworn in shortly. You are unlike John or the others. You possess great potential and should not squander it here. The Night's Watch is not a noble path. Remaining here will only lead to stagnation and decay. Chapter 12. The overzealous sense of justice in Leon, who rejects the imp's temptation. It was no wonder the imp wished to keep this conversation private. He was clearly scheming to entice Leon away. If any brother of the Night's Watch had been present, they would have immediately chastised the imp for his blatant attempts to undermine their ranks. So what? Leon tilted his head, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. To be honest, he held no aversion to the identity of a Night's Watchman. Nor did he harbor unrealistic adoration for the Brotherhood, especially as he was not a native of this world. Come with me. We shall leave tonight. The imp, sensing Leon's wavering interest, quickly dangled the bait. I swear by House Lannister's name. You desire fame? You are still young. With your potential, you could become a Kingsguard. You seek wealth? My family possesses vast riches. If you wish, you may follow my father and learn the art of war and governance. I am certain he would welcome such an exceptional attendant and would not hesitate to grant you a castle and lands of your own. Though it sounded altruistic, Leon couldn't help but wonder what benefit this would bring to the imp. The imp had gathered that regardless of whether Leon was willing to head north, he was undeniably of noble blood, not the sort of mercenary who only valued coin. Thus, the imp did not even broach the subject of making Leon his subordinate. With your bravery, tales of your exploits will echo throughout the Seven Kingdoms, whether you become a lord in the West or a Kingsguard serving before the Iron Throne. As long as you assist my father and the future of House Lannister, that is all that matters. It seemed the imp was not yet the treacherous parasite he would later become. He still harbored a semblance of hope for his father, Tywin Lannister. And my identity as a Night's Watchman? Leon expressed hesitation. This was indeed a chance to alter his fate. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that despite the imp's seemingly unreliable exterior, he would come to discover him as the most lion-hearted member of House Lannister. The imp, hearing this, could not contain his delight and leaned closer to Leon's ear. If you are willing, I have countless ways to help you reinvent yourself. What methods? Do elaborate. I will persuade or bribe the upper echelons of the Night's Watch. They are on the brink of starvation, are they not? The only supporters left are the Northmen. I will ensure you accompany me south to gather supplies for the Night's Watch. Our House Lannister can contribute significantly. Moreover, there is precedent for such action. A noble from the Riverlands did just that, living out his days in his castle while serving as a Night's Watch officer, provided you do not act too recklessly. But what of Ser Alistair and the others? Will they let me go? Leon frowned, skeptical of the imp's seemingly fanciful plan. What role do you serve here? They merely treat you as a new recruit. Once you accompany me south, my modest treasury alone could fund an army of 2,000 to support the wall. The High Command will surely discern what is of greater importance. Very well, my decision is. Leon contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. In truth, he was tempted to simply leave, yet his intuition told him this was not the life he truly desired. To rely on mere martial prowess to become a lackey of House Lannister, even if it granted him lands and a castle in the West, would forever bar him from openly marrying and raising a family due to his Night's Watch vows. He could even become a mere pawn in the forthcoming War of the Five Kings. The imp's expression visibly fell, disappointment etched across his features. He had not anticipated that despite offering such favorable terms, Leon would remain unmoved, causing him to doubt his own eloquence. Eagerly, he gazed at Leon, seeking to understand the reasons behind his rejection. Lord Imp, are you aware of the Stark family's words in the North? I am. But is that why you refuse me? Do you truly believe in the existence of others? The imp could hardly fathom that Leon's reason for declining such wealth and glory was rooted in what he deemed Na'vi idealism. Such a towering wall. You have seen it, have you not? Do you truly believe this is merely to deter a few ignorant savages? Lion turned around, gesturing towards the ancient and towering wall that stood resolute above Black Iron Fortress. Even if there were White Walkers, that was an affair of countless years past. Even the once mighty Targaryens, who once commanded dragons, did not dwell upon it, let alone mere mortals like you and I. The imp remained undeterred, striving for one final attempt. However, now that the dragons were gone and winter was approaching, if I do not stand as the first line of defense for humanity, who will stand against the White Walkers should they descend upon the realm? As Lion spoke with noble conviction, the imp found himself at a loss for words, particularly due to the earnest expression on Lion's face, which left no room for doubt. After a considerable pause, observing no sign of wavering from Lion, the imp came to terms with reality. Although disappointment lingered in his heart, he could not help but feel a special respect for the young lion, who had just come of age. I shall not speak of today's discourse to anyone. I have heard of your interests, and while it may be improbable, I shall wait for you at Lady Annie's in Molestown for a month. With that, the imp turned to leave but suddenly recalled something and, with curiosity, inquired, By the way, why do you not draw your sword? Those men seem intent on your demise. Upon hearing this, Lion let out a bitter smile and unsheathed his rusted sword before the imp, gazing at the battered blade, which appeared as though it could be shattered by a mere gust of wind. The imp deemed it wiser for the sword to remain sheathed. With no further regrets, he turned away without a backward glance. At that moment, Jon hurried past, and upon seeing Lion, his face brightened. There you are. The commander wishes to see you immediately. Chapter 13. The reason Lion remains with the Night's Watch. Jon led Lion to a modest banquet hall adjacent to the command tower. On the seventh day, Lion discovered that only the recruits endured such inhumane treatment of one meal per day, while true members of the Night's Watch enjoyed 3 hearty meals. Indeed, at that moment, a rather lavish dinner was underway in the banquet hall. As they entered, veterans of the Night's Watch, both familiar and unfamiliar, raised their glasses in salute to Lion. The inebriated men had left the table in disarray, with wines of red, yellow, green, and white spilled across the floor. However, Jon grasped Lion's arm and led him past the entrance, guiding him to the largest wooden table in the hall where the commander, known as Old Bear, was awaiting him. Lion surveyed the table, noting that aside from the nearly blind Maester Aemon, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Night's Watch were present. To Lion's surprise, the imp was seated prominently at the second place, greeting him with an unaffected demeanor. Old Aemon just informed me that you, a lad like yourself, need not undergo further training under him. Do you agree? The Old Bear spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone, indicating his good spirits. Beside him, Alistair Thorne wore a scowl, deliberately avoiding Lion's inquisitive gaze. With winter drawing nigh, the Night's Watch is in dire need of men, and it has been long since the realm has sent someone as formidable as you. Your performance will reflect your father's expectations, the Old Bear proclaimed, punctuating his words with a belch. Listening to the Old Bear's praises, Alistair Thorne seemed to hear the most ludicrous of jokes, struggling to suppress a laugh, seething with indignation instead. Puzzled by the Old Bear's ambiguous remarks, Lion felt a cloud of confusion envelop him, unable to discern the commander's intentions. Only Jon appeared to be in the know, chuckling on the side. Have you resolved to don that black cloak for life, forsaking marriage, children, and the pursuit of fame and fortune, to forever accompany the night and cold? To Jon, this sentiment was a heavenly melody, and he found himself eager to answer on Lion's behalf. Yet, at the same time, he hesitated. The current state of the Night's Watch was far from the glorious legends of yore. It was, in fact, a fade. Even he began to regret his decision to accompany Uncle Benjen northward, but where else could he go? Winterfell was no longer an option. especially with his father Ned Stark having gone south to serve the crown, leaving him to be marginalized by his nominal mother, Catelyn Stark. Even though his siblings did not share her disdain, the thought of being an outsider in that home stirred a profound ache within him. He did not even know if his brother Bran had awakened. "My lord, it is not in my nature to abandon a cause, since fate has brought me here. I willingly choose to stand with my brothers of the Night's Watch, come what may." Lion's response was neither obsequious nor arrogant. It was a decision he had contemplated carefully since arriving in this world. Firstly, to separate from the Night's Watch would complicate the completion of his tasks under the Faceless Man system, as keeping his goals close at hand would facilitate his endeavors. Secondly, in a world so foreign to him, even if he could carve out a significant legacy outside, it would all be for naught if the White Walkers breached the wall. After all, the tale of A Song of Ice and Fire is far from concluded. Lion did not believe that the Night King would meander through 8 seasons, only to be foolishly slain by Arya Stark's dragonglass dagger. Moreover, with the means of growth provided by the mounted combat system and the Faceless Man's teachings, he might yet rise to a power capable of contending with the Night King. Upon hearing Lion's response, the old bear nudged the silent master-at-arms beside him. "See? You claimed he would depart, but you misjudged this time. Not all southern lads are worthless cowards." With that, he dismissed Lion's presence, waving him off as he resumed his hearty feasting. Alliser Thorne cast a glance at Lion, his eyes betraying hostility and a creeping chill, as though he felt an intense enmity towards Lion, convinced that one of them must perish. Observing this, Jon pulled Lion to an empty spot at the table, gathering a bounty of food and drink for the two of them. This was no swole prepared by the portly kitchen maid Ginny to feed pigs, but rather a feast meticulously arranged by the esteemed three-fingered hob for the high-ranking officials. Without regard for the hostile glances cast by others at the table, Jon seized a golden-brown, crispy leg of lamb, generously seasoned with fine herbs, and began to devour it. After a few bites, he paused to raise a cup of wine, downing it in one go. Due to his injured arm, he managed the task with his good hand, juggling between bites and drinks. Influenced by Jon's voracious appetite, Lion found his own hunger unexpectedly stirring. Having lived 2 lives, it must be said that Lion was not one to indulge in culinary pleasures, especially in a world akin to a medieval setting, which offered little in the way of delectable fare. Yet, on this occasion, Three-Fingered Hob's culinary skills were indeed commendable, and Lion found himself unable to stop. He single-handedly consumed nearly half of the roasted lamb and other delicacies such as apple pie and meat pies. Chapter 14. The Coronation. The promotion path for the Night's Watch soldiers unfolded as Lion and Jon engaged in a lavish feast that inevitably caught the attention of the main table. The imp, disregarding decorum, stood atop the dining table to gaze over, but no one was concerned with etiquette at that moment. They were all astonished by Lion's prodigious appetite. A curious observer calculated that Lion consumed at least 3 pounds of cooked meat, accompanied by 2 pounds of pastry flour and a variety of fruits and vegetables. What a glutton! No wonder he was reluctant to leave. It seemed he had taken a liking to our provisions. Lion's rustic manner of eating elicited hearty laughter from Old Bear, and the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew even more lively. As night approached, after presumably emptying several oak barrels of wine, Lion and Jon finally supported each other back to the wooden tower where the new recruits resided. The moment the others caught a whiff of the potent scent of alcohol and meat emanating from the pair, sleep eluded them. Yet, none dared to voice their discontent. Even the few rascals who had been snoring in slumber held their breath in unison. Especially the recruits who had clashed with Lion earlier were too intimidated to make a sound. After all, Lion's formidable prowess in battle had genuinely impressed them. The very recruits who had engaged him were left baffled, unable to fathom the courage they had summoned during their encounter. Lion, however, was indifferent. After several nights spent in the watchtower enduring the cold, he relished the opportunity to lie on a bedboard, enjoying the comfort that came with it. Although the recruits' sleeping arrangements lacked the soft velvet and fabric bedding of the seasoned soldiers, the straw stuffed into the bedboard today felt particularly soft and ample. "Lord Victorion, I hope you won't hold a grudge against us for our earlier confrontation." One recruit, tormented by fear and unable to sleep, bravely approached Lion's bedside. After uttering his plea in a hushed tone, he received no response and intended to slip away quietly. However, under the silvery moonlight, he noticed that Lion was soundly asleep. Appearing utterly unguarded, the recruit couldn't help but rub his bruised cheek, a remnant of his earlier clash with Lion, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Just as he was lost in thought, Lion stirred, murmuring in his sleep, The unexpected sound startled the recruit, causing him to leap back like a frightened rabbit, trembling uncontrollably as he hurriedly burrowed beneath his covers. Once the recruit had departed, Lion couldn't suppress a curious touch to his own face, pondering, am I truly that intimidating? In truth, he had yet to fully awaken. After the earlier skirmish, he had been preoccupied and had not had the chance to examine any changes to his combat stats. Now, with the assurance of solitude, he quietly muttered, stats. The attributes had not changed significantly. The level had merely shifted from 0 to 1. However, he had gained an additional point to allocate as he saw fit. Yet, Lion deemed his current attributes sufficient, and this point was not tied to any skill specialization. Thus, he felt no immediate need to invest it, choosing instead to keep it in reserve for future necessities. The system had undergone notable changes, presenting several new features that piqued Lion's interest. Active quest: eliminate Alicia Thorne. Reward: the Kiss of Black and White, a high-quality Valyrian steel sword. Passive quests: 1. Bloodthirst: after killing or defeating 9 adversaries, recover a portion of stamina, 10,100, capable of unlimited growth. 2. Bestowal: activated upon commanding more than 10 individuals. Allows the promotion of subordinates who gain experience in battle to elite units. Currently, the promotion paths for the Night's Watch are as follows. 1. Night's Watch Recruit, Night's Watch Footman, Night's Watch Guard, Night's Watch Ranger, Night's Watch Chief Ranger. 2. Night's Watch Recruit, Night's Watch Scout, Night's Watch Elite Scout, Night's Watch Sworn Brother, Night's Watch Oathkeeper, Night's Watch Defender of all realms. The ultimate goals of these two branches differ, leading to distinct final units. In Lion's view, the first branch emphasizes battlefield strength and support capabilities, while the second branch focuses more on ranged combat proficiency. Regardless of the challenges associated with leveling up, the second branch at least culminates in a level 6 soldier, which is considerably more formidable than the first branch. Thus, if Lion were to lead troops, he would need to consider guiding them towards the ranger specialization. Furthermore, the task of eliminating Alicia Thorne lingered in his mind. Even though he had been in a weakened state during the day, he had failed to provoke Alicia into action against him. The cunning nature of his adversary was evident. If Lion were to recklessly attempt an assassination, given Alicia's reputation, would it not diminish the Night's Watch's regard for him? These thoughts weighed heavily on Lion, and as fatigue began to envelop his previously clear mind, he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 15. A brawl, or a duel with 100 rangers, with a combat stats panel. I rampage in the Game of Thrones world, please cite the source. New Keyboard Novel Network. The following day, diligent Hodder arrived just as Lion awoke, bearing a wooden basin filled with clean, untainted warm water, alongside a soft, white wool towel thoughtfully hung nearby. Observing Hodder's bruised visage, Lion was perplexed. As a mere recruit, when had he acquired a servant without his knowledge? My lord Lion, please wipe your brow. Did you sleep well last night? Hodder, with an obsequious demeanor, stood before Lion's window, his battered face contorting in a way that was almost nauseating. However, Lion merely frowned, accepting Hodder's kindness without refusal. Once Lion finished washing his face, the recruits hurriedly presented their humble offerings like treasures. Some offered freshly cleaned and tailored cloth armor, while others presented a finely selected longsword from the armory. As for the embroidered sword that had once belonged to Lion, it had already been taken early that morning for sharpening. A few even brought forth a lone apple, or a piece of meat that had an unmistakable odor, having been concealed for an unknown duration. Lion did not decline any of the gifts and placed them all on his bed. Do you seek something from me? Not at all, my lord, they replied hastily. Then, if you choose not to speak, I shall take it upon myself to see to matters, Lion responded. Please, my lord Lion, there's an assessment today. We hope you might show us mercy. Joining the Night's Watch is our lifelong aspiration, and we would rather not be defeated by you and then sent off by Sir Alicia to scrub toilets for eternity. Hodder pleaded, while the other recruits, who had clashed with Lion the previous day, looked as though they might prostrate themselves before him. When they had fought Lion, their intentions had clearly been lethal. With Lion's ambiguous demeanor, Eddie the Old Iron stepped forth to speak. You received 2 slashes from Duck's blade on your back. The wound on your shoulder was from a toad strike, and the injury on your leg was from a sissy's thrust with a long hair. Eddie recounted Lion's injuries with great detail, causing the recruits' name to tremble in fear. Had Lion not shown them mercy the day before, merely defeating them without causing permanent harm, they would have scattered like frightened birds. Upon hearing Eddie's backhanded remarks, the recruits were filled with regret, wishing they could sprout extra legs and flee. I said I would take care of it, Lion declared, biting into a clean, plump apple resting on his bed. Noticing Lion's unkind expression, Hodder and the others dared not say anything further and retreated cautiously. After their departure, John approached, chuckling as he plopped down beside Lion, also picking up an apple to nibble on. I must say, it's my first time encountering a southern man with such fighting prowess, and your combat style is quite unlike the typical elegance associated with southerners. After making this observation, John paused, seemingly pondering what Lion's fighting style resembled. Barbarians. I have heard that north of the Great Wall, there exists a tribe of blue-skinned savages known as the Berserkers, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. It is said that these wild men, when engaged in battle, charge forth with reckless abandon, evading neither blade nor sword, but rather attacking with a ferocity akin to madness. The warriors of this tribe believe that only through such fierce and valiant deaths can they return to their divine hall of heroes to revel in eternal bliss. This is a myth sung by wandering minstrels, passed on by Eddie, who relayed it with such fervor that those present nodded in silent agreement. Huh, is Leon's skin blue? John retorted incredulously, arching his neck in disbelief. At that moment, Eddie, almost possessed by the spirit of a bard, countered. Perhaps his father forbade him from painting his skin blue before his departure. Listening to their increasingly absurd speculations, Leon felt compelled to interject before Eddie could concoct any further ridiculous tales regarding his lineage. After breakfast in the mess hall, where the cook, Ginny, seemed to have heard of Leon's hearty appetite, his bowl was filled to the brim with dark, succulent wild boar meat, provoking protests from the new recruits. Ignoring the flirtatious glances from Ginny, Leon, having finished his meal, made his way to the training grounds amidst a throng of admirers. One could only wonder when this interminable assessment of the new recruits would conclude. Perhaps it would only end when Sir Alicia Thorne could muster a batch of recruits worthy enough to present to Old Bear. Today, Sir Alicia appeared disinclined to engage in lengthy discourse, and upon seeing his least favorite, Leon, accompanied by John and their entourage, he contemplated but ultimately refrained from uttering any further words. 10 adults, you need not participate in the assessment today. If you have no other duties, you may go to the watchtower and see if there is anything you can assist with. However, when Leon emerged clad in armor from the armory, Alicia could no longer contain himself. My lord, I voluntarily wish to partake in the assessment. Look, I am fully equipped, Leon asserted, his voice taking on an unusual tone, challenging Alicia's authority. This proclamation undeniably astonished many of the new recruits, as the typically stern and humorless Sir Alicia had, for the first time, been confronted in the training yard, providing a sense of satisfaction to the onlookers. You, Sir Alicia fumed, stepping forward to reprimand Leon, aiming to prove that Leon's recent victories over a few lackluster opponents were hardly worthy of boast. Yet, as he advanced, he hesitated at the sight of Leon drawing his pristine longsword, recalling the reckless ferocity with which Leon had fought the day before. Realizing that he could not easily face him, Alicia's expression fluctuated as he pondered for a moment before suddenly scoffing. I imagine that ordinary recruits might not suffice to quench your appetite for combat, so I have specially summoned a squad of rangers with no current tasks. Do you think they are worthy opponents for you? With that, a cloud of dust erupted from one corner of the training ground, accompanied by the sounds of neighing horses and boisterous voices. Emerging from the haze were over 100 robust rangers, each exuding an aura of grit and lethal intent that sent shivers down the spines of the untested Night's Watch recruits. At the forefront was a seasoned Night's Watchman, around 50 years of age, followed by his aide, who held aloft a dark banner made of black cloth, emblazoned with a hand, its center marred by several gruesome wounds. This was the banner of the One-Handed, and the man leading them was Colin the One-Handed, rumored to have lost most of his right hand while blocking a barbarian's axe, but who, through sheer determination, had trained his left hand to wield a sword even more adeptly than before, earning the respect of all as the finest ranger of the lot. At this moment, one could not expect John, who knew little of the world, to enlighten Leon. It was Eddie, standing quietly behind Leon, who provided the necessary insights, preventing Leon from unwittingly engaging with the rangers. Chapter 16. The Rangers rise. Leon strikes swiftly. What more is there to say? Alicia, is this the lad who made quite a name for himself yesterday? This morning, even our shadow tower has been buzzing about a southern barbarian infiltrating the Black Iron Keep. Looking at him, he hardly resembles someone who has endured a dozen wounds, Colin remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized Leon, while the accompanying rangers cast curious glances at him, eager to discern what set Leon apart from the ordinary. Before long, Colin approached Leon, noticing through the gaps in his armor that Leon was indeed bandaged. The mirth in his expression dampened significantly. Defeat the finest rangers of the Night's Watch here, and I will deem you worthy to join our ranks. From the platform above, Sir Alicia, lacking any sense of shame, uttered these words with an air of casual entitlement, prompting a chorus of curses and jeers from the rangers behind Colin. What does he take us for? I could subdue that brat with one hand. And yet you bring so many? Alicia, are you so old and blind that a mere southern lad has you quaking in your boots? I should take over as the chief instructor. I would surely do a far better job than you. The jest from the rangers caused Alicia's face to shift through a spectrum of colors, yet he swallowed his indignation, knowing that his plans hinged on their coarse words. Very well, let us fight. After all, we have no tasks today, and it will be a fine opportunity to stretch our limbs. Once we have dealt with this boy, I shall see if there are any other promising recruits. Colin's gaze wandered among the new soldiers, landing on John, who stood out like a peacock among a flock of pigeons. Is this the nephew of Bran? He certainly resembles a Stark, Colin mused. Wooden sword or iron sword? Leon casually inquired, for he perceived that these rangers did not appear to be in a state of war and thus lacked heavy armor. If he were to injure them with an iron sword, who would then be responsible for the defense of the wall? Seemingly perplexed by Leon's question, Colin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us use wooden swords, lest we harm these future blossoms of the Night's Watch. With that, one of the rangers stepped forward, selecting a wooden sword from the weapon rack and approaching Leon. Boy, swords are merciless. Be careful. With that warning, the ranger swung his sword toward Leon's neck, precisely targeting the vulnerable gap between his helmet and breastplate, demonstrating that he was neither careless nor indifferent to Leon's status as a recruit. Had this been an iron sword, it would have surely resulted in dire consequences for Leon. Experienced, ruthless, and with lethal precision, Leon narrowed his eyes, assessing the ranger before him. The skill honed through countless battles was indeed incomparable to that of the new recruits who had only undergone brief training under Elisha's watch. Yet, little did the ranger know that Leon was a master swordsman, proficient in one-handed swordplay with a strength rating of 15. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, Leon moved with an almost ghostly swiftness, engaging the ranger in a flurry of exchanges. From the platform, Elisha's expression grew serious. He knew that his own martial prowess was on par with that of the ranger before him, and it seemed prudent that he had refrained from intervening too hastily. However, the new recruits behind Leon were indifferent to such matters, seeing Leon manage to exchange blows with the Night's Watch Rangers. Known as the most elite troops in the entire kingdom, they erupted in cheers. John, in particular, clapped enthusiastically, cheering Leon on, as if he himself were the one facing off against the Rangers. Meanwhile, the Rangers, witnessing their prolonged inability to subdue what appeared to be a mere rookie, felt their pride wounded. The Rangers behind the one-armed Colin could not contain their jeers, the cacophony of boos and insults throwing them into disarray. At this moment, Leon had roughly gauged the attributes of the Ranger before him. His one-handed sword skills seemed to lie between 160 and 180. He wondered if the Chief Ranger would be even more formidable. With this thought in mind, Leon continued to engage his opponent with ease, glancing back at Colin with a contemplative look. Sasha, if you can't take down this kid, you'll be cleaning latrines for a month. Colin, noticing Leon's focus on his severed hand, felt provoked and, in a fit of anger, pressured his subordinates. Sasha, gritting his teeth in silence, could not fathom why he, despite exhausting all his strength, could not defeat this rookie. Had Leon been a wildling from beyond the wall, he would have easily overrun him by now. Yet, the fact remained that he could not prevail. Sasha sensed that aside from the initial burst of power, Leon seemed to be toying with him like a cat plays with a mouse, perhaps sensing some fatigue in his opponent. Leon decided against further hesitation and unleashed two fierce strikes, sending the Ranger sprawling to the ground. The outcome was unexpected, with the Ranger suffering a resounding defeat. John's eyes lit up. Becoming a Ranger of the Night's Watch was his lifelong ambition, yet Leon had already demonstrated the capability to best a Ranger? Chapter 17. The Champion Swordsman of the North? A worthy opponent? With a loud thud followed by Sasha's lamentations as he clutched his arms, the previously lively training grounds fell into an eerie silence. Colin's eyes widened, seemingly unable to comprehend the state of affairs. Could it be that a mere recruit from the Seven Kingdoms could possess the prowess of his most elite Rangers? Not only that, but Colin could discern that Leon had clearly held back. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so nonchalantly assessing his severed hand. With this realization, Colin's anger subsided, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. If Sasha was beneath notice, who, then, was a worthy adversary for this young man? Pondering this, Colin casually placed his right hand behind his back, his eyes widening as he thought, could it be me? By the gods, Sasha, you weakling. All your strength spent on some maiden in Molestown last night, is it? Watch me. A towering figure among the Rangers stepped forward. This Ranger not only stood taller than the others, but wielded a weapon several inches longer than the standard two-handed sword, resembling a half-door in his grip. Matthew coughed. Coughed standing and talking won't hurt. Cough, cough. Why don't you try facing him? Sasha, still on the ground, despised being told he was incapable and immediately retorted with scorn. Meanwhile, Matthew argued back while rummaging through the weapon rack, ultimately picking up a long shield instead of a weapon. It seemed he intended to wield brute force to crush Leon with the shield. As Matthew charged fiercely, the new recruits behind Leon held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation, wondering if Leon would engage further or concede. Lacking keen insight, they believed Leon's victory over a Ranger was mere luck, and facing such a formidable opponent would surely spell doom for him. Boy, Sasha may be a softy, but before I became a Ranger, I was the champion swordsman of the North, so feel free to give it your all against me, Matthew declared, holding the long shield aloft and looking down at Leon. Leon nodded, performing a graceful flourish with his wooden sword in response. Matthew's attack style was bold and aggressive. He charged forward, stopping just a few paces from Leon, then swung the long shield with full force toward him. To onlookers, it appeared that Leon had no escape, especially with his typical spinning technique. It seemed he would soon find himself struck down. They envisioned the next moment where Leon would be sent flying several meters, yet, contrary to their expectations, Leon remained rooted to the ground, showing no signs of evasion. However, when the two weapons clashed, it was Matthew, the towering figure, who was sent hurtling backward. The sturdy shield shattered like a cookie. What incredible strength! Colin marveled, realizing that Leon had merely delivered a single decisive strike, sending Matthew and his shield flying. The disparity in their power was akin to Matthew striking a mere child. Now, however, it was Matthew who found himself at a disadvantage. What a peculiar strength! Colin murmured to himself, knowing such innate power was something he'd only witnessed among the giants. Witnessing the result of his first full-force attack, a 2-meter-tall, 200-pound Westlander being sent reeling, Leon, despite his thick skin, felt a pang of guilt. He asked me to hold nothing back. Surely, this isn't my fault? Noticing the fallen figure's chest rising and falling, indicating life, Leon finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously inquired, "By the gods, Alicia, where did you find such a monster?" Colin, upon hearing Leon's question, unleashed a torrent of curses toward the enigmatic Alicia Thorne atop the platform. Upon hearing Colin's inquiry, Elisha's countenance darkened ominously, but Colin perceived a different meaning in his expression. What have I done to offend Alicia so? Why is he treating me this way? Colin thought, preparing to turn and leave. Please wait, Lord Colin. The instructor hasn't declared that I've passed the evaluation, Leon interjected, unwilling to let go of this hard-won opportunity for system advancement. The original purpose of coming to the training grounds was to practice against the recruits, aiming to defeat several in hopes of unlocking the next phase of his bloodthirsty ability. Given the chance to engage with seasoned rangers instead of inept recruits, how could he let this slip away? Leon had glimpsed at the system panel earlier. Defeating a renowned ranger like the one before him would grant him 5 points towards his kill count, and the 2 previous victories had already charged his bloodthirst to 20,100. Alicia, do not need to be evaluated. Someone like me would make an excellent second in command. I have no time for childish games. Colin seethed with fury, glaring daggers at Alicia Thorne, as if daring him to speak a word against it. Otherwise, he would charge up to the platform and make him pay. Yet, unbeknownst to Colin, Alicia seemed determined to clash with him today. Leon was right. Within this training ground, as the chief instructor, Alicia held the ultimate authority. And unless he managed to defeat them all, none would leave. It was truly a matter of seeking a pillow to rest upon. Alicia had already been vexed by Leon's effortless triumph over 2 elite rangers and was at a loss for how to regain his composure. Little did he expect that Leon would inadvertently complicate matters, a turn of events even Alicia had not anticipated. When it came to underhanded tactics, Alicia still had much to learn from Leon. Today, even if it meant offending Colin, the second in command of the Shadow Tower, he was determined to teach Leon a harsh lesson. Chapter 18. It matters not, mere fatal wounds. At this moment, Colin bore the appearance of a girl wronged by her mother, while behind him, a group of rangers exchanged glances, each wearing a look of discomfort. Regarding this matter, Alicia Thorne had not contemplated a response, merely crossing her arms and observing with an inscrutable expression. Seeing the chief instructor remain silent, Colin grew anxious. Alicia, you'd best not venture out alone from Black Iron Fortress in the future, lest you be caught off guard. Just then, it was Lion, his adversary, who stepped forth to diffuse the tension. My Lord Colin, if you are pressed for time, why not join forces? I shall take on all of you. With these words, Lion stretched his limbs and began removing his cumbersome armor piece by piece. Although the armor offered reassuring protection, its weight severely hindered his agility. In a brawl, Lion surmised that his modest defensive capacity would be far less advantageous than heightened nimbleness. Are you serious, you fool? Colin regarded Lion with a look akin to that reserved for a simpleton, mirrored by the expressions of the rangers behind him. It was uncertain whether Lion was excessively arrogant or simply overly confident. Nevertheless, Lion's nonchalant demeanor provoked the ire of the group. The rangers swiftly surrounded him. Very well. We shall not take advantage of you. We'll fight unarmed, and the sooner we finish, the sooner we can disperse. Colin raised his arm, ready to issue the command. However, Lion's companion, John, rushed forward, clutching Colin's arm. My Lord Colin, Lion has surely lost his mind. Seeing John attempt to thwart his plans, Lion grew agitated and shouted, Mind your own business. Let us get to it. Lion's voice rang out like a battle horn, inciting the eager rangers to surge forward. John could only watch helplessly as Lion became engulfed by the throng, his anxiety mounting as he felt powerless to intervene. Even his desperate cries were drowned out by the cacophony of battle cries from the rangers. As the melee commenced, Lion found himself on the receiving end of numerous blows. Yet, these minor injuries were but a drizzle compared to the relentless cuts he had endured the previous day. However, enduring such assaults without retaliation was not Lion's nature, and the relentless provocations from a particular ranger soon incited his wrath. In a fit of fury, Lion seized the ranger by the collar and delivered a powerful punch, knocking him unconscious. Then, as if tossing aside a rag doll, he executed a sweeping maneuver that toppled over a dozen more rangers. In an instant, Lion felt a lightness in his body, The accumulated injuries he had sustained had significantly healed. Emboldened by this newfound resilience, Lion disregarded all else, discarding the unconscious ranger and pursuing a group of opponents with fervor. The onlookers among the Night's Watch fled in terror, while the enraged rangers clashed with Lion in a tumultuous struggle. 10 minutes passed, then 20. With Lion's reckless exchange of blows, fists, elbows, and even teeth were employed. His vision blurred by blood, leaving only a singular goal in his mind, to fell every standing adversary before him. Finally, after 30 minutes, Colin, having absorbed several punishing hits, summoned the last remnants of his strength to deliver a decisive kick to Lion's chest, toppling the beastly figure. No more training today, otherwise, your injuries will worsen. This thought barely flitted through Lion's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The Rangers faced Lion were undeniably formidable, each rivaling the strength of Matthew at the outset, ultimately exhausting Lion's endurance, culminating in Colin's successful strike. Thus concluded Lion's training for the day. Breathing heavily, Colin leaned against his knee, clearly fatigued and unable to straighten his back. Sweat poured from his brow, steaming in the cool air, and he finally surrendered to the ground, gasping for breath. Within the training grounds, Grand Scholar Iman entered, supported by 2 apprentices. Upon witnessing the multitude of crows' carcasses strewn across the field, the elderly scholar scrutinized the scene, only to discover the rangers napping. After hearing the disjointed explanations from the perturbed new recruits nearby, Iman instructed the apprentices to retrieve Lion, who lay sprawled among several rangers. Uncertain if this painterly figure was indeed Lion, the scholar bent down to gently pry open Lion's eyelids, murmuring as if to himself, "Lion, it seems you have sustained serious injuries." Though he spoke as if Lion could not hear, Lion indeed heard him and respectfully replied, "It matters not, merely a fatal wound." Chapter 19. Terrifying nightmares of the otherworldly. Though the night had deepened, the scholar's tower where Iman resided remained aglow with candlelight. Under the dim illumination, the striking features of the 2 apprentices could frighten even the most fearless of savages. Fortunately, Lion lay with his eyes closed, utterly oblivious, sprawled on Iman's bed in a deep slumber, blissfully unaware of their presence. Earlier, as the apprentices carried Lion toward the scholar's tower, they passed the recruits' mess hall, where the cook, Jenny, curiously inquired, "What kind of wild man is this pig-headed creature?" One apprentice replied truthfully, "This is Lion." Instantly, Jenny, who had previously admired Lion's handsome visage and formidable prowess, found her infatuation extinguished. One wondered how Lion would feel upon awakening to discover this loss of admiration. Yet given his current state, blissfully unconscious and snoring, it seemed he would hardly care that another woman had ceased to admire him. "I say, Zeit, how has this fellow's face healed so? It was as swollen as a pig's this morning, yet by nightfall, it appears entirely normal. Did Grand Scholar Iman apply some rare and precious ointment? Who knows? The scholar forbade us from intervening in Lion's treatment. Perhaps when the scholar is fast asleep tonight, we can sneak a peek? You are truly foolish, Zeit." Lion was so disfigured during the day that even Jenny wouldn't spare him a second glance. "Don't you want to find that miraculous ointment for treating such unsightly wounds?" "Oh, I see. Once the scholar is asleep, I shall accompany you to seek it out. I know where the vials are kept." The 2 plotted openly before Lion, brazenly conspiring in what could be deemed treachery against Grand Scholar Iman. It was uncertain whether these 2 were simply dim-witted or blissfully unaware of their folly. Yet, the still form of Lion on the bed remained unresponsive, save for the sound of his breathing. That night, Lion dreamt, a vivid dream in which his consciousness remained acutely aware. As he traversed an endless forest bathed in the silvery moonlight, the obscure path ahead seemed to stretch on without end. On both sides of the road and as far as the eye could see, every tree seemed to bear the distinct carvings of human faces. Initially startling to look in as his dream began, he gradually grew accustomed to these visages adorning the trees. In a bold yet meticulous gesture, Luin reached out to caress the texture of one face, finding its surface no different from the ordinary bark of a tree. Suddenly, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, as if some unseen creature was watching him from behind. Undeterred, Luin turned to confront whatever lurked there. What unfolded was even more horrendous. Every face on the sacred trees turned to face him. Even the previously closed eyes of the figures widened in horror, while simultaneously, 2 streams of blood wept from each visage. At the end of these bloodied faces, a towering shadow began to stride towards Luin. Panic surged within him, and the thought of escape flashed through his mind. Even the mouths of the tree faces formed the shape of the word flee. However, this time, Luin chose not to turn and run. He remained acutely aware that he was within his own dream. Seeing that Luin did not react with the typical fear or flight response, the shadow seemed intrigued and quickened its pace. As it drew closer, Luin observed its piercing blue eyes, resembling 2 exquisite sapphires set within its sockets. The distance closed, 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps, until the otherworldly figure halted before him, just shy of a meter away. Even in this dream state, Luin could feel the bone-chilling cold radiating from the figure. an unnatural frost that threatened to freeze his very soul. "Human, why do you not flee upon seeing me?" The voice of the figure was chillingly aloof, each syllable spoken as if compressed by ice, producing a distortion reminiscent of electric static. Perhaps it was the first time in 8 millennia that such a courageous ordinary human had come before it. A flicker of curiosity animated its otherwise expressionless face. "I have witnessed the ice of the Song of Ice and Fire," Loen replied, his words sounding more like a soliloquy, leaving the figure perplexed. He then lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the shadow with wide, curious eyes. The figure, too, regarded Loen with a similar inquisitiveness, nodding in satisfaction after a moment. "Upon awakening, depart from the wall of absolute despair, head north along the first road you see, or follow the guidance of the North Star if there is no road. Eventually, you shall arrive at the Saran Mountains, where I shall await you in Saran City." The figure's tone was rhythmic, imbued with an antique elegance that even the most seasoned bard might struggle to emulate. The figure continued, "Become my servant. You possess a body worthy of such a role. I shall permit you to retain a fragment of your wretched soul, distinguishing you from the beastly corpses. When winter arrives, this will be a privilege few can contest, and you shall share in my immortality." The figure's expression returned to its usual stoicism, yet Loen perceived an air of pride within its gaze. "Have you made your decision, mortal?" Noticing Loen's lack of immediate response, whether in eagerness or trembling fear, the figure did not rush him. For patience was a virtue abundant in one who had lived for eons. Such arrogance. Those words might suit a lord, but you, a mere subordinate, should know your place. Loen spat disdainfully in the figure's direction. Were it not for the absurdly vivid dream, the chill had left his mouth parched, making his gesture somewhat futile. Although he could not comprehend most of Loen's words, the figure grasped the contempt reflected in Loen's eyes. Fury ignited within the figure, and as it began to step back to draw the sword strapped to its back, Loen delivered a powerful kick to its chest plate. Despite the figure having honed its strength over 8 millennia in the land of eternal winter, it staggered back, momentarily knocked to the ground. "How dare you act tough in my dream? Prepare for a beating," Loen exclaimed, leaping onto the figure's chest plate and unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down like a storm. The figure, bewildered by the sudden onslaught, could do little but shield its head with its arms to endure the assault. As the chaos unfolded, in the bed of a scholar named Iman, Quit, having applied an unfamiliar cream he had sourced, noticed Loen's furrowed brow and twitching eyelids, indicating signs of awakening. He hurried over to check on Loen. However, as he approached, Loen, still lost in slumber, suddenly expelled a foul, blood-mixed phlegm right into Quit's face. Caught off guard, Quit was thoroughly doused in the repulsive substance. As Loen abruptly rose from the bed, he delivered a series of powerful punches upon Quit's face, mistaking him for the otherworldly figure. "Stop, please, no more," Quit pleaded, wincing under the barrage. Hearing the commotion, Iman, leaning on another apprentice for support, entered the room just in time to witness Loen's frenzied assault. "Enough, Loen," Iman commanded, slamming his staff onto the floor, producing a deafening crack that shattered the well-crafted wooden floor of the scholar's tower into splinters. This resonant sound jolted Loen awake from the dream. Disoriented, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, bewildered. "Where am I? Wasn't I just fighting the otherworldly figure?" Upon glancing down, he was met not with the shadowy figure, but with Quit, whose face was marred with indentations and swollen flesh, adorned with strange, dark substances, barely resembling a human visage. Loen frowned, realizing he was still ensnared in the remnants of his dream. "Ah, Quit, my apologies. I mistook you for the otherworldly figure." Despite Quit's unusual facial structure, he managed to spring back a considerable distance, regarding Loen with the same fear one might reserve for a specter. Though, to be fair, the otherworldly figure was far more handsome. After dismissing the 2 apprentices, Iman urged Loen to sit down and recount his dream in detail. Loen, unreserved and candid, narrated his experience, leaving Iman in a state of astonishment. "Are you telling me that you encountered the legendary otherworldly figure and nearly bested it because it wished for you to become its subordinate?" Iman questioned, momentarily at a loss for words, pondering how to respond to Loen's fantastical tale. Although the expression on Leon's face and the tone of his speech did not seem insincere, the worldview deeply ingrained in the heart of Duke Iman did not permit him to accept Leon's words as truth. "Well, let us put this matter aside for now. I have been waiting for you to awaken, wishing to seek your confirmation on a certain issue, and I hope you will acquiesce." It appears that Duke Iman's vigil was not merely to listen to Leon's ramblings, but rather for something far more significant. "Ah, Duke Iman, I shall speak without reservation." In response to the Duke's request, Leon readily consented, for he thought to himself, what ill intentions could a kindly old man, whose time is nearly up, harbor? Upon hearing Leon's affirmation, Duke Iman remained silent, merely rising and slowly making his way toward a source of light. Noticing that the Duke seemed to be searching for something, Leon, who was accustomed to yielding his seat to the elderly, stood up to offer assistance. However, Duke Iman's legs appeared particularly agile today, as if some fortuitous event were about to unfold. Before Leon could rise, Duke Iman had already brought over a lamp. Now, place your hand upon it, he instructed, lifting the lampshade to reveal a candle made from an unknown type of animal fat. Shall I set it aflame? Leon asked, fearing he might have misunderstood the old man's intent. Yes, Duke Iman replied, extending his own frail hand, speckled with age spots, and pressing it directly against the flame. Rest your palm as I have. Leon's expression grew peculiar, pondering, is this old man conducting an experiment on me? Yet, out of respect for his elder, he did not resist this illogical occurrence. Observing that Duke Iman's hand endured the heat seemingly unscathed, Leon felt a flicker of resolve and placed his own palm upon the flame. As soon as he did, a sizzling sound akin to roasting meat erupted, and he grit his teeth, enduring the searing pain as he furrowed his brow. Moments later, infused with Leon's essence, the candlelight in the room seemed to brighten slightly. However, Duke Iman did not call for a pause, and Leon, in a strange mix of agony and exhilaration, persisted. Fortunately, this inhumane ordeal, or experiment, was soon brought to a halt by Duke Iman. Leon, are you truly unafraid of being burned, or are you merely enduring? Upon witnessing the subject's anguished expression, the last flicker of hope in Duke Iman's heart was utterly extinguished. Yet, undeterred, he inquired one last time. To report to the Duke. I can still endure, Leon replied, shattering what could be more aptly described as Duke Iman's fantasy rather than hope. A true dragon fears not the flames, yet Leon, you are evidently not even akin to black fire. Black fire? Pondering the Duke's words, Leon found himself perplexed by the term's meaning. There is nothing more. You may return. Duke Iman offered no further explanation, yet in an instant, Leon keenly observed that the vitality of the elderly man before him seemed to diminish by at least a decade. The once mixed hues of gray in his hair appeared to unify into a singular tone. By the way, you need not return for a dressing change for your wound. I have examined it, and it has fully healed. Also, during your slumber, a young lad named John visited you several times. He may still be waiting at the door. Chapter 21. Is there anywhere in this world where one can legally amass gold coins on a large scale? Dressed and prepared, Leon pushed open the door, and indeed, Duke Iman had spoken true. In the corner, a vigilant night guard stood sentinel beside a crouched figure. Upon noticing the movement at the door and recognizing Leon, the figure immediately rose and approached him. Leon, truly, you are the mightiest among the night watchmen. I knew you would survive. The voice preceded the figure, and by the moonlight, Leon discerned John's exuberant face. John rubbed his numb knees. He had spent the entire afternoon negotiating with the apprentice guard, intent on gaining entry to care for his ailing brother. However, without the Duke's command, the apprentice steadfastly denied entry to anyone. Frustrated, John had declared to the apprentice, I will not leave. I can stand here all day. The apprentice merely rolled his eyes and retorted, then feel free to stand there. Do as you please. Thus, John stubbornly remained standing for the entire afternoon, and as evening approached with no sign of Leon awakening, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and crouched beside the door, waiting. Upon seeing Leon emerge, John paid no heed to his sore knees, instead gently patting Leon's shoulder as if to check for missing pieces. You know, when I saw you being carried away like a pig's head, yet still managing to smile at me, I knew you were all right. John's relief was palpable. It was as if, after being battered by 100 cavalrymen, Leon emerged not only unscathed, but even more robust. It's quite late, and you haven't slept yet. Do you have business? Leon felt a bit uncomfortable with John's excessive enthusiasm, particularly recalling the earlier bizarre incident with Duke Iman. Cautiously, he inquired, you aren't planning to conduct any experiments on me, are you? What are you thinking? I am merely here to inform you that Old Bear has declared that whenever you awaken, your oath ceremony will be arranged immediately. However, I suspect the dignitaries have retired for the night. Postponing the ceremony until tomorrow should pose no issue. Ah, I see. Leon comprehended John's eagerness to be recognized as a member of the Night Watch, realizing that John was genuinely pleased for him. Sensing there was nothing more to discuss, Leon accompanied John toward the new recruit's dormitory. Yet, as they passed the night guard stationed at the Scholar's Tower, Leon perceived a shift in the gaze directed at him, distinct from the old soldier's previous looks. It was a gaze imbued with admiration, trust, and equality, evidently. The events of the day had spread throughout the Iron Fortress, and the veterans had wholeheartedly embraced Leon as one of their own. Upon returning to the dormitory, Leon's roommates were already snoring thunderously, but he, undeterred, resolved to continue sleeping, hoping to dream once more of the otherworldly specter. After all, he had yet to satiate his thirst for battle. However, before doing so, Leon summoned the panel and system he had not had the chance to examine prior to his unconsciousness. The panel remained unchanged, save for the increase in level from 1 to 10, with 10 points now available for allocation. Yet, Leon refrained from hastily distributing them. as his current attributes were still sufficient. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, having no points for emergencies would be unwise. While the panel remained constant, the system appeared to have undergone significant changes. Passive tasks. 1. Bloodlust. Killing or defeating 8 individuals restores a portion of stamina. 199,200. Can grow indefinitely. 2. Enfeoffment. Unlocks upon commanding more than 10 individuals, allowing the promotion of subordinates who gain experience in battle to elite troops. 3. Plunder. Killing or defeating 1 individual allows for the acquisition of 1 gold dragon, regardless of the opponent's wealth. Fixed skill. Additionally, there exists a 1 chance of stealing an item of superior quality from the defeated opponent. Can grow. It was evident that the bloodlust skill would soon become a tangible reality. Over the past 2 days of combat, Leon had demonstrated the skill's astounding healing efficiency. Should he continue to upgrade, it was likely that even when he was left with the barest breath of life, he could instantly revive to full health upon defeating a single foe. However, Leon found the upgrade conditions somewhat harsh. Had he not provoked his adversaries with taunts, he might not have encountered such an advantageous opportunity to summon 100 foes for his advancement. No, I must continue to devise ways for others to strike me. Or rather, for me to strike others. Leon contemplated. Soon, his attention was drawn to the description of the 3rd skill. If the bloodlust skill served as the foundation upon which Leon could build his aspirations, then the skill of plunder was akin to a timely gift of warmth in the midst of a wintry chill for someone like Leon, whose current financial situation was far from prosperous. Regardless of whether the opponents were impoverished or affluent, what a magnificent and romantic phrase it was. In that moment, Leon was so moved that he felt tears welling in his eyes. How infuriating that over 100 gold dragons had been squandered. You should have appeared sooner, you scoundrel. But lamenting was futile. Leon could only transform his sorrow and indignation into strength, diligently investigating the whereabouts of his next potential adversaries. The night passed quietly. As dawn broke, accompanied by the melodious song of the larks, Leon awoke feeling invigorated and clear-headed. Another ordinary yet splendid day had begun on the continent of Westeros. Once again, Hodder served Leon by fetching water for his morning wash, having prepared a nutritious breakfast, knowing that Leon had fasted the entire day prior. Casually swallowing a boiled egg that Hodder had carefully peeled with his robust fingers, Leon, noticing that Hodder was a tad slow in bringing the mouthwash, delivered a swift kick to his ample backside, sending the wine spilling onto the floor. Nearby, the effeminate Lyd hastily offered his water cup to Leon. After a mere sip, Leon spat it out in disgust. What is this, water? Are you trying to poison me? Bring me wine. Such peculiar commotion in the early morning could hardly fail to awaken Jon, who was now filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Leon, after just 1 night's rest, had transformed into a figure of arrogance and harshness. With an innate sense of justice, Jon resolved to confront his dear friend, determined to question Leon about his sudden change. However, before Jon could rise, Eddie, his steadfast companion, restrained him and provided an explanation. Hodder and the others, emboldened by their mischief, thought that after being bested by hundreds of rangers, Leon would no longer be a match for them. They intended to band together to dispose of him, only to be met with Leon, who had kept one eye open while sleeping, and each of them was beaten half to death. Look, doesn't Hodder bear several new wounds on his face? With Eddie's hint, Jon finally noticed the fresh injuries overlaying Hodder's old scars, giving him the appearance of a bruised pig. A light of understanding dawned upon Jon, and he sighed in relief. It turned out there was a reason behind the chaos. Leon had not simply become a cruel person overnight like Elise's Thorn. Jon immediately suppressed his anger, replacing it with a cheerful demeanor as he approached Leon. Chapter 22. The Faceless God's Disciple, Mode, appears. Mode. Enough. You wretched sons of farmers and thieves. Lord Leon does not require your servitude any longer. Begone. Jon's words relieved the new recruits, who, upon seeing Leon give a slight nod, hastily abandoned their tasks and scattered like birds. The rare indulgence of nobility left Leon feeling somewhat unfulfilled, prompting him to cast Jon an exasperated glance for interrupting his moment of leisure. Do not forget what I told you last night. Now go seek out the Lord Commander to complete your night's watch oath ceremony. Regrettably, both Eddie and I have guard duty today and cannot witness such a glorious moment. After Jon spoke, Eddie wore a similarly regretful expression and nodded at Leon. So, off you go. When you return, I expect you to recount every detail of the oath ceremony. Promise me, Leon. Very well, I shall. With that, Leon lingered for a moment before reluctantly departing the dormitory, making his way toward the command tower. Along the way, following the incident with the whites, Leon, though appearing nonchalant, had silently tightened his resolve. Thus, he easily detected something amiss within one of the buildings in Black Iron Castle. Clang, clang. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of blacksmith Donner striking the sword blank, Leon stepped into the only blacksmith shop within Black Iron Castle. Leon, are you seeking to forge a new sword, or perhaps another weapon? Without turning, blacksmith Donner recognized his visitor. Continuing his work as he wielded tongs in one hand and a hammer in the other, shaping the material into a sword-like form. This seems to be my first visit to your forge, yet I have heard tales of your exploits from other recruits until my ears nearly calloused. What sort of legends have you heard? That my footsteps have traversed the 7 kingdoms? Or that I have tasted countless delicacies? Perhaps that I have consorted with hundreds of women or fought in a myriad of battles. When discussing himself, blacksmith Donner appeared to have an inexhaustible supply of words. His muscular arms lifted high and fell heavily, a mechanical rhythm developed through countless days and nights, becoming one with his craft. All of that is true. Yet what remains puzzling is why a figure of your stature would choose to venture north of the wall. Pray, tell me, when did you mend your severed arm? Facing a bizarre situation that would terrify most, Leon remained unfazed, leisurely pulling up a chair to sit down, curious to hear what explanation blacksmith Donner might offer. Donner's nickname was Severed Arm, a title that underscored the notion that there are only misnamed titles, not misnamed individuals. It was after losing an arm during the siege of Whispering Castle that Donner decided to don black garments and forsake worldly matters. Yet, the blacksmith before Leon had both arms intact, showing no signs of recent stitching. Unperturbed by Leon's revelation of his identity, blacksmith Donner continued methodically shaping the material into a nascent sword form before plunging it into a nearby vat of cold rapeseed oil. He then turned to face Leon directly. However, instead of elucidating his identity, Donner uttered a cryptic statement: "The boy owes a life to the faceless god." What nonsense is this? I inquired about your name. One does not possess a name. What do you mean by one? Can you not use the first-person pronoun? One can. But one has devoted oneself entirely to the faceless god. The current one is merely a nameless individual. Leon found himself sharing a mutual incomprehension with the self-proclaimed one. The constant repetition of one leaving him bewildered. However, recalling the plot of the show, he pieced together some insights from Donner's tone. Then, I ask you, the boy you speak of, what life does he owe to the faceless god? Elisa's Thorn. This time, blacksmith Donner ceased his cryptic references, instead providing a specific and accurate name. Is it truly him? Indeed, the faceless god can no longer wait. The boy must act swiftly. Wait. Why should I heed your faceless goddess command? This is the north, where the old gods are worshipped, and I have never heard of your faceless god. The boy need not quibble. Someone has already paid a sufficient price in blood. The boy merely needs to take Elisa's Thorn's life. May I inquire who has paid this blood price? Leon was curious. Although Elisa's Thorn was acerbic and devoid of compassion, he had indeed devoted himself to training a band of recruits, initially mere thieves, into competent members of the Night's Watch. Apart from John, Leon could not fathom anyone harboring such a profound animosity towards Elisa's Thorn, to the extent of expending all to engage the faceless men for an assassination. Although the task ultimately fell upon Leon after being delegated multiple times, it would be remiss for him to remain oblivious, especially when the opportunity to uncover the truth lay before him. Out of both duty and reason, he ought to seek clarity before sending Eliza Thorn on his way. Perhaps weary of Leon's incessant inquiries, the expressionless blacksmith, Donner, turned to retrieve a sword quenched in rapeseed oil. With an enigmatic flourish, he struck the blade, and a brand new longsword, shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, was presented to Leon. This was the reward bestowed upon the boy by the god of many faces, albeit given prematurely to spur him onward. Under the flickering light, the sword's blade flickered with a stark contrast of black and white, reminiscent of the boundary between hell and heaven. The kiss of black and white? Indeed. With that, the blacksmith Donner removed his human mask, revealing an unremarkable face lost among the crowd. Once the task was accomplished, the boy would have the means to summon a weaponsmith, merely by invoking a certain name while holding a coin. This individual would traverse vast distances to reach him within half a day. With a swift gesture, the unremarkable face tossed a peculiar coin, one devoid of discernible sides, or rather, both sides bore human visages, into the air, spinning it deftly. Instinctively, Leon reached out to catch it, only to have it snatched away by the unremarkable face, who reminded him that it would only be as upon the completion of the task, which must be fulfilled before the sun set completely. The lifeless visage of the unremarkable face nearly betrayed a flicker of emotion at Leon's reckless enthusiasm. I have a notion. If we were to pursue the sun at great speed, this task would have no deadline. The boy's cunning retort displeased the god of many faces. With a sudden retreat, Leon blinked and, upon regaining focus, found no trace of the unremarkable face in the smithy. Yet, a razor-sharp steel sword lay on the table, accompanied by a sheath worthy of its magnificent blade. As soon as he grasped the hilt, Leon could not help but exclaim, "What a fine sword!" The mounted combat interface also chimed in with excitement. Acquiring the kiss of black and white, Leon's agility and magic penetration increased by 10. The description read, "Forged from the legendary Valyrian steel, it is unyieldingly sharp. Is it true that the more impressive the equipment, The shorter the description? Splendid. Noticing the mounted combat interface's prolonged silence, Leon's excitement grew. Just as his bloodthirst progress bar required only one more soul for another upgrade, he thought, Alicia Thorne. Should I step through that door with my left foot first? Your fate is sealed. Chapter 23. Solemn vows of the Night's Watch. After the guard at the command tower inquired about Leon's purpose, he stepped aside, granting him entry to the office of the Grand Commander. Leon strode in with his head held high, entering the study with his left foot. After a brief moment to adjust to the indoor lighting, he noticed several visitors had gathered to meet the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander, holding a parchment letter, paid Leon no mind upon his entrance. Instead, he rolled up the letter and placed it into a small wooden barrel, subsequently fastening it to a raven before releasing it through the window. This marks our third appeal to a lord. I hope you will not disappoint us by providing the troops and provisions we urgently require, murmured the elder statesman, Iman, as he squinted at the empty expanse outside. Once the elder had finished his tasks, Leon mimicked the demeanor of other veterans and bowed respectfully to the Grand Commander. Leon Victor, reporting for duty, my lord. You seem to possess boundless energy, young one, the elder remarked. In just 2 days, you've fought 2 battles. Have you chosen your opponent for today? The inquiry put Leon in a difficult position, unsure of how to respond. Colin insisted on having you as his deputy in the cavalry. However, I declined, as you have yet to undergo the oath-taking ceremony. I trust you have contemplated your decision thoroughly over the past few days. The elder's tone left no room for interruption, compelling Leon to stand at attention, listening intently. As a noble, you are unlike those prisoners. You may leave at any time before the oath without being branded a deserter. Throughout the centuries, countless brave souls have turned back after feeling the chilling winds of the wall. Love, power, and family ties are no longer relevant to you. Are you prepared, Leon Victor? Always ready, my lord, Leon replied, his heart racing at the elder's impassioned speech. Once a mere high school student, he now longed to pledge his allegiance and become a valiant brother of the Night's Watch. Excellent, instructor. Gather your men. We shall proceed to the chapel. Yes. My lord, Alicia Thorne, who had remained silent since Leon's entrance, finally spoke, casting a glance at Leon. Oddly, Leon had not spared him a single glance, treating him as if he were invisible. It seemed their long-standing enmity had reached a conclusion with Leon's impending induction into the Night's Watch. Not so fast. Our feud is far from over, Alicia murmured under his breath, unable to easily relinquish the grudge between them. However, on their way to the chapel, Alicia noticed a swarm of crows hovering above, with a few audacious ones landing on his shoulders, cawing incessantly. Frustrated, he waved them away, only to have more crows descend upon him. It felt like an ominous omen. Why bother with these insignificant crows? The elder grunted, causing Alicia to freeze momentarily, resigning himself to the crows using his body as a perch. Fortunately, upon entering the chapel, the bothersome birds vanished. Mormont stood before the altar, a radiant rainbow glimmering off his bald head. You arrive here condemned by the law, poaching, assault, debt, murder, theft, and deceit. You came as children, shackled and alone, devoid of friends and honor. Whether you were born into wealth or poverty, whether you are a noble or an unknown, it matters not. All that is past. Upon the wall, we are all family. This evening, as the sun sets and the night unfolds, you shall take your oaths. From this day forth, you shall be brothers of the Night's Watch, bound by your vows. Your sins shall be absolved, your debts erased. Likewise, you must forsake your former loyalties and old grudges, forgetting past loves and conflicts. You shall be reborn. The Night's Watch serves the kingdom, not for the king, nor for nobility, nor for personal glory. Regardless of wealth or honor, your sole purpose is the safety of the realm and its people. The Night's Watch takes no wives, bears no children. We take responsibility as our spouse and honor as our concubine, and you shall be our only offspring. You have heard the contents of the oath. Before you swear, consider carefully. Once you don the black, there is no turning back. Betrayal of duty is punishable by death. The elder paused, then continued. Is there anyone who wishes to leave? If so, now is the time. We shall not look down upon you. No one moved. In the twilight of Mormont, you return here to take your oath in the presence of Brother Salida and the chief of your organization. Do any among you still believe in the old gods? After a moment of contemplation, Leon responded, Yes, my lord. Does the Victor family worship the old gods? No. We have merely come to the wall. It is more fitting for me to pay homage to the local deities. Upon hearing Leon's answer, Old Bear found it curious, but did not delve further. When the ceremony concludes, you will go to the Ghostwood Forest, half a mile north, where the ancient trees of the old gods abound. Thus, young man, according to our needs and your abilities and skills, you will be assigned to different roles. The Grand Secretary of the Night's Watch, Bowen Marsh, stepped forward and handed him a piece of paper. The commander opened it and began to read. Hodder, join the craftsmen. Hodder nodded stiffly but excitedly. Gren, join the Rangers. Abet, join the craftsmen. PYP, join the Rangers. Each newly named recruit displayed a look of relief. Masha, join the Rangers. Dylan, join the officers. Tord, join the Rangers. Leon will serve as the deputy instructor, responsible for training the new recruits. The long night is upon us. I shall begin my watch, unyielding until death. I shall take no wife, hold no land, nor father any children. I shall wear no crown, nor seek glory. I will be steadfast in my duty, living and dying here. I am the sword in the darkness, the watchman on the wall, resisting the cold flames. The light at dawn, the horn that awakens the sleepers, the sturdy shield of the realm. I dedicate my life in honor to the night's watch. This night and every night henceforth. The recruits knelt and recited the oath of the night's watch. Their tones varied, yet the content was entirely uniform. You knelt as children. Rise now, men of the night's watch. At Old Bear's command, the eager recruits stood, glancing at one another in disbelief, struggling to accept that they were indeed now men of the night's watch. Others may call you night's watchmen, but if you believe it, you are fools. You are still mere children, fresh and naive, and come winter, you will fall like flies, lifeless on your backs. Alicia Thorne's harsh words doused the enthusiasm of the recruits. Particularly when he learned from Old Bear that Leon would serve as his deputy in training the new recruits, he was immediately filled with wrath and turned to Old Bear. Chapter 24. The challenge for the position of instructor. Alicia Thorne was quickly dispatched with a single stroke. Yesterday, Leon was a mere recruit. From now on, he will stand equal to me. You might as well appoint him as the chief instructor. That is for you to contend with. Besides, Leon's swordsmanship and bravery have been proven, Old Bear replied, unfazed, as the instructor evidently encountered resistance from the commander. Leon was, in truth, indifferent about his role as an instructor, although not the coveted position of ranger battling the wildlings. The opportunity to train new recruits and spar with them would gradually enhance his skills, making the position quite acceptable. Lord Tyrion Lannister is soon to depart for King's Landing. You have connections in court. Why not accompany him directly south to seek aid from the king? However, Old Bear's next statement startled both men. Alicia Thorne cast a resentful glance at Leon, perceiving this as a precursor to his fall from favor. If he returned from King's Landing with a band of prisoners, he feared being entirely excluded from the power core. Leon's shock stemmed from the faceless god having issued a final deadline. If Alicia Thorne left, would he have to wait for his return to eliminate him? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. The two, as if in sync, protested simultaneously to Old Bear. Alicia. Old Bear's irritation was palpable. Having presided over Black Iron Fortress for decades, it was the first time he faced opposition from two individuals at once. He regarded the chief instructor with a scornful glare. There can only be one instructor at Black Iron Fortress, and that must be me. Then what of you? Upon hearing the chief instructor's words, Old Bear turned his gaze to Leon. That is indeed the case. Moreover, given the current shortage of personnel in the Legion, why not invite Lord Alicia to join the Rangers? I can manage the instructor's role alone. You. Alicia Thorne was taken aback by Leon's audacious plan to usurp authority even before officially assuming the role of deputy instructor. Enough. You two should settle this with a duel. The loser will go and tend to the horses. In a tone of exasperation, Old Bear declared his final decision, dismissing any further discussion, and ordered the two instructors to find a place in the training yard to compete. Wooden swords or iron swords? As they entered the training yard, Leon inquired first, already drawing forth the black and white kiss, clearly favoring the iron sword. Iron swords. Iron swords. By the seven, if one of us is to perish, let it be under the witness of the seven. Fueled by rage, Alicia Thorne disregarded Leon's earlier display of formidable prowess and unsheathed his sword, advancing toward Leon. Old Bear. The chief instructor may not be a match for Leon. Why do you not intervene? Bowen Marsh, the Grand Secretary, interjected, eager to halt the duel. But Old Bear remained silent, fixated on the crows circling above Alicia Thorne's head. You arrogant little brat, meet your end. Alicia Thorne. If he were a coward who dared not draw his sword in battle, would have surrendered when the usurper's war breached King's Landing. Thus, knowing he was outmatched by Leon, he nonetheless boldly charged forward. This elicited a modicum of respect from Leon, but soon, his respect transformed into unreserved action. Without uttering a word, Leon raised the black and white kiss and struck down upon Alicia Thorne. Clang! In an instant, as their forms intertwined, a brilliant, almost tangible flash of cold light glimmered, leaving Leon's blade unblemished, save for the blood that dripped from its tip. Alicia Thorne's eyes widened in disbelief. A crimson line erupted from his right shoulder to his waist, and his body was cleaved in two, even the sword he wielded from King's Landing neatly severed. No one could comprehend why Leon had dealt such a lethal blow. Previously, he had merely injured opponents in sparring. Yet, the deed was done, and even as onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. The sharpness of the black and white kiss was unparalleled. Until he was cleaved in two, Alicia Thorne had not yet fully succumbed. his upper half collapsing to the ground while his lower half remained upright. He opened his mouth, eyes vacant, attempting to utter words that would not come. His gaze fixed blankly on the sky. The black crows continued to circle above Alicia Thorne until he drew his final breath, at which point they scattered. That night, Old Bear presided over Alicia Thorne's funeral. All ranks of the Night's Watch attended, save for the Grand Secretary who accompanied Leon to the sacred tree forest. In the face of the chief instructor's demise, the gathered felt a complex mix of emotions, yet ultimately, the atmosphere of solemn mourning prevailed. He was not a good man. But as an individual, he was selfish, arrogant, and despicable, yet also loyal, honorable, and principled, a true Night's Watchman. He had once been a Knight of the Realm. The Thorne family serving directly under the Iron Throne, later joining the Night's Watch and remaining steadfast in his duties. During his service at the Wall, he had assisted several commanders. He may not have been the most charismatic instructor, but was undoubtedly the best. It was he who transformed those who were once thieves and fugitives into competent men of the Night's Watch. He was Alicia Thorne, his watch ending only with death. The eulogy for Old Bear was succinct yet heavy, as the Night Watchers surrounding him paid their respects to Alicia Thorne, resting in the grave. At the funeral's conclusion, Grand Maester Eamon, trembling, cast a torch into the pyre beneath Alicia Thorne. The fierce flames blazed outside the wall of Winterfell. In contrast to the dwindling fish trees in the Seven Kingdoms, the haunted forest beyond the wall was replete with trees etched with human faces. The ceremony was straightforward. After Lion recited his vow to a fish tree, he rose without sensing any change in himself. Grand Maester Bowens, having accompanied Lion through the vow, departed, leaving Lion to wander outside the city for the first time. Although aware of the high likelihood of encountering a White Walker alone, Lion felt no fear. Emboldened by his Valyrian steel sword, after all, he had already experienced the terror of the White Walkers, and it did not seem so formidable. With no one around, Lion softly called out, "Identity, Lion Victor, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, level 11 family, level 0, no thief, strength 25, one-handed, two-handed, polearm, agility 23, bow, crossbow. Throwing, Kiss of the Black and White 10, stamina 17, horsemanship, running, forging, cunning 11, tea brewing, tactics, vices, social 11, charisma, leadership, trading, intelligence 13, management, medicine. Engineering, available attribute points 11, available skill specialization points 1, agility after exceeding 20 points. Each additional 5 points grants 1 specialization point. Available max level skill specialization uses 0, inventory. Kiss of the Black and White Night Watch trainee armor currency for gold dragons acquired by defeating night raiders like Hod. Active quest, eliminate Alicia Thorne. Completed. New quest, kill or persuade the king beyond the wall. Mance Raider reward, Horn of the Free Folk, which grants a 50 chance to persuade free folk. Passive quests 1, bloodthirst, after killing or defeating 7 enemies, restore some stamina. 200 to 300, can grow indefinitely. 2, enfeoffment, unlocks after commanding over 10 men, allowing promotion of experienced subordinates to elite units. 3, plunder, after killing or defeating 1 enemy. Regardless of wealth, loot 1 gold dragon. Fixed skill, there is also a 1 chance to strip a better quality piece of equipment from the opponent. Can grow. 4, training, experience gained by subordinates from daily training and battles is 10 times the normal speed. After examining the newly available functions, Lion's immediate concern was the agility specialization gained from equipping the Kiss of the Black and White. The bow, crossbow, and throwing were among the few mainstream ranged attack methods in Westeros. The bow was versatile but challenging to master, offering moderate damage and rapid firing speed with accessible acquisition. The crossbow excelled in lethality but required simple aiming. It boasted formidable power, including the legendary dragon-slaying crossbow, albeit with stringent acquisition restrictions. Throwing weapons included spears, javelins, and the wildlings' axes, as well as stones used by bandits for ambushes. Their acquisition was simplest. One could throw whatever was at hand, yet the damage potential and range varied greatly. After a moment's thought, Lion ultimately allocated his agility specialization point to archery. The bow met future large-scale equipment conditions, and the Nightwatch Rangers primarily relied on bows for attacks. Although crossbows were an option, their slow firing rate led Lion to forego them. Since this was not a full-level allocation, even Lion would need to practice with a bow gradually. Fortunately, the panel provided him with a guide on archery techniques, easing his initial learning curve. Next, Lion turned his attention to his free attribute points. Considering his role as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, it was prudent to allocate the 11 points offered by the upgrade. He decided to invest 9 points into social attributes and the new specialization point into leadership. This was Lion's first venture into allocating points in the lower 3 attributes, and he was curious about the effects of enhancing his leadership. The panel unlocked the Veteran's Respect skill, allowing his existing bandit units to be converted into regular soldiers. Upon allocating his points, a small message appeared before him, filling him with astonishment and delight. This skill resembled the explosive troop recruitment ability found in the mounted combat realm, promising a future devoid of concerns about troop shortages. Reflecting on the abundance of bandit units on the expansive map of that world, Lion couldn't help but feel a wave of exhilaration. Chapter 26. Green Prophet. What is your purpose in this world? Lion. To ride and to slay. Lion then turned his gaze to the many-faced god system. His current target was a man known as the King Beyond the Wall, whose name suggested he was not easily trifled with. From the original text, Lion recalled that although the wildlings had suffered significant losses from White Walker attacks, the King Beyond the Wall still commanded an army of at least 100,000 wildlings, far beyond what a mere Lord Commander could hope to confront. This required careful consideration. Moreover, a new passive task appeared, indicating that his subordinate's training speed had increased tenfold. The system clearly favored Lion, recognizing the dangers of the world and the urgency for him to develop rapidly, thus granting him such a powerful skill. After several reviews of the system, Lion concluded that each time he fulfilled the bloodthirst kill quota, a new entry would appear, piquing his curiosity about what the next entry might be. Feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, Lion closed the panel and shifted his attention back to the fish tree before him. Logically, if deities truly existed in this world, could his presence here be the result of divine intervention? Influenced by the tree's mysterious ambience, even Lion, who typically dismissed the supernatural, began to harbor doubts. Moreover, he had encountered the followers of the many-faced god, and Bran Stark's transformation into the Green Prophet, capable of seeing through the rivers of time, lingered in his mind. Positioned beneath the fish, Lion mused that if the Green Prophet could perceive him, he would surely not remain idle. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it seemed as though an unseen force had heard his musings. The faces carved into the fish appeared to come alive, and a voice emerged from them. Young man from another world, do you harbor any doubts in your heart? An ancient voice, emanating from the visage upon the tree, startled Lion momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Green Prophet? Lion ventured, testing the waters. Upon hearing his query, the face displayed a fleeting expression of embarrassment before responding with measured calmness. You possess keen insight. I am the Green Prophet spoken of by the ancients. Do you comprehend the mission you have in this world? To kill and to burn? Lion hesitated for a moment and altered his response. Deep down, he yearned to exclaim, Mount Blade. Observing Lion's obstinacy, the Green Prophet momentarily lost the carefully crafted rhetoric he had prepared and decided to adopt a different approach. This is not your world. Do you wish to return to the world where you truly belong? Do you really have a way to do that? Lion, who had previously felt indifferent towards the Green Prophet, suddenly found himself intrigued. After all, he possessed the Mount Blade interface and the God of a Thousand Faces system. He believed the old man should rather focus on Bran Stark. However, Lion was utterly astounded to learn that the Green Prophet indeed had a method to bring him back to reality. Wait until the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Wait for the seas to dry and mountains to crumble like withered leaves in the wind. Wait for giants more magnificent than those outside Bravos to stand tall. Wait for the final note of a song of ice and fire to sound, and in this chaotic world, there shall be only one king. Why not just say I can't go back? Lion expressed his dissatisfaction with the Green Prophet's cryptic proclamations. All things in this world are predetermined. After bidding farewell to the enigmatic Green Prophet, Lion returned to the wall with a heavy heart, his mood oscillating dramatically. In truth, he did not feel an urgent desire to return, but the Prophet's words inevitably stirred memories of friends from his previous life, the family cat, the games he played, the novels he followed, unfinished assignments, and the impending college entrance examination. Had he not inexplicably found himself in this world of power struggles, Lion stood beneath the wall, gazing at the seemingly endless and towering structure that seemed to touch the heavens. A profound sense of alienation gradually enveloped him, and an intense longing for home caused tears to well up in his eyes. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he buried these feelings deep within. The Green Prophet's words had subtly conveyed to Lion that his hopes of returning were slim. He wished not to see his future self tormented by such unrealistic aspirations. It was better to extinguish this fantasy from the outset. Upon returning to the new recruit's dormitory, Lion discovered his bed was empty, and in a fit of rage, he seized a nearby recruit and demanded, "Where is my blanket?" "It's with you, my Lord Snow." "Oh no, John. I moved it to the training tower," stammered the frightened recruit, who had already heard of the brutal death of Ares II at the hands of the very man before him. "Lion, you're back. I've tidied your bedroom for you. You are now not just any night's watchman but our sole instructor." John returned just in time to rescue the trembling recruit. Lion released his grip, and the recruit hurriedly fled, as if confronted by a legendary beast. Yet in John's eyes, Lion remained the same Lion, his dear brother. Noticing the remnants of tears in Lion's eyes, John assumed they were tears of emotion from the Night's Watch oath ceremony, and he embraced Lion warmly. "You are a significant figure now. Please be lenient in your training, and also put in a good word for me with Commander Mormont, so I can join the Rangers." After the embrace, Jon made his request, to which Lion readily acquiesced. Entering the room once occupied by Ares II, Lion, still disturbed by the Green Prophet's words, lay down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Perhaps Ares II's restless spirit was unwilling to accept his fate, as the wind outside howled mournfully, igniting Lion's fury. "I was never afraid of you in life, so why fear your restless spirit now?" He shouted into the air, "Begone." His outburst seemed to have an effect, as the wind gradually calmed. Chapter 27. Old Bear, you're quite impressive. Help me train the troops. Lion, you want to mooch off me? The youthful troubles of the young fade swiftly. After a night's sleep, Lion had completely forgotten his inability to return home. Besides, this world had its merits. What was wrong with living as a decadent medieval noble? Hotter, hotter. The first thing Lion did upon waking was to call out for hotter. But after a lengthy pause, he realized no one responded. It dawned on him that he had moved to the training tower and was no longer residing in the foul-smelling, pigsty-like barracks of the recruits. "I should quickly have Old Bear assign me a few clerks. I am not accustomed to fetching water for my morning wash." Lion mused to himself. As he opened the door, an old veteran of the Night's Watch approached him, saying, "Lion, the commander is looking for you. He is waiting for you in the conference room." After delivering this message, the veteran turned and walked away, offering no words of congratulations, as if Lion's new role as instructor did not elevate him in their eyes. The conference room? Lion, momentarily afflicted with a lapse of memory, recalled the path to the banquet hall with clarity, having enjoyed his first delectable meal in this world there. However, this posed no challenge for Lion. He casually grabbed a passerby to guide him to the conference room. Upon entering, he found Old Bear in discussion with several trusted advisors. Upon seeing Lion, they ceased their conversation, and Old Bear addressed him. "Though the Stark family has not overtly expressed a desire for revenge, in my experience, you have made an enemy on the King's Road." The duel occurred under the watchful eyes of the Seven, as decreed by the stranger, my lord. Lion stated calmly and confidently as he stood before the commander. Old Bear noted Lion's nonchalance, sensing an attitude of indifference, and chose not to dwell on the matter further. "Bowen, how many recruits do we currently have?" 403, my lord." "Excellent, Lion, did you hear that? 403, you have 2 weeks as a cycle. And I expect to see at least 10 qualified Night's Watchmen by the end. One more is acceptable, but if there is one less, you will be dismissed immediately. Do you have any questions? Should I focus on cultivating any specific skills in them? Do as you wish. I only require that they can wield their weapons and not flee in battle against the wildlings. Can I have a few assistants?" "Are you referring to Jon? His swordsmanship is commendable, but he will not do. I have other plans for Jon." "Then I am fine, my lord. Go. I will not interfere with how you train these recruits. I only require 10 new men each cycle." Lion received a thick list of new recruits from the quartermaster Bowen Malsey, which contained basic information about each recruit, including their habits, evaluations, and backgrounds. Without taking the time to examine it closely, Lion departed the conference room under the watchful gaze of Old Bear. Once outside, he stood at the threshold and quickly scanned the names on the list. He had to admit that Old Eddie's concerns were not unfounded. The 403 recruits came from various backgrounds, with an eclectic range of professions. The proportion of noble youths like Jon, who had no criminal records, or those like Eddie, who willingly came from farming backgrounds, was less than 1%. Most were petty criminals who had been hastily judged and sent to the wall, while others were hardened offenders. These individuals probably would not fall under Lion's tutelage. The recruits, ranging in age from their teens to their 50s, had long been unaccepted by the Night's Watch and were relegated to menial tasks. This was the current composition of the Night's Watch. The guardians of humanity standing on the front lines of war for 8,000 years. Lion could not help but believe that if things continued this way, there would be no need for the others or the wildlings to attack. The wall would inevitably fall without a fight. Fortunately, the human race is not devoid of heroes. Thanks to figures such as Lord Mormont, Bran Stark, and Maester Aemon, along with those like Alice Karstark, who chose to come to the wall after defeat, the Night's Watch was able to stand strong and not crumble under pressure. It is worth noting that those nobles who voluntarily journey to the wall are often younger sons or bastards lacking inheritance rights. Such individuals, upon arriving at the wall to serve, are typically granted various degrees of authority by the Lord Commander. Perhaps this explains Alice Karstark's persistent animosity towards Jon and Lion. Power is only reassuring when firmly held in one's own hands. Upon returning to the barracks, Lion inquired if anyone could read. The recruits exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lion's intentions. However, after a considerable pause, a plump recruit timidly stood up. "My lord, I can read." "Excellent. What is your name?" "Samwell Tarley, from the Hornvale." Sam's voice grew fainter with each word until it was barely a whisper. Chapter 28. Sam Caesar, a failed debut. It was evident that conversing with the notorious Lion Victor was no simple task. Yet, possessing noble lineage and sufficient insight, Sam, despite his timid disposition. Recognized that Lion was in need of assistance, a fortuitous opportunity to alter his own fate. Thus, regardless of whether it was a trap, Sam felt compelled to seize the moment. Otherwise, he feared he would squander his life amid endless trivialities. Samwell Tarly was the eldest son of Lord Randall Tarly, widely regarded as one of the most esteemed military commanders in the Seven Kingdoms. He was the heir to the title of Hornvale. Regardless of the pride Lord Randall felt upon Sam's birth, it had dissipated as Sam grew increasingly overweight, weak, and eccentric. The esteemed lord had always hoped his son would inherit his martial prowess, striving to mold the timid Sam into the valiant knight he envisioned. However, Sam preferred music, fine cuisine, literature, and playing with kittens. Although clumsy, he possessed an unusual passion for dance, which left his father, who lacked an understanding of tailored education, perpetually disappointed. During his childhood, Sam was sent to serve as a squire to Lord Paxter Redwine on the Arbor, but he was soon returned, having been bullied by the Lord's twin sons. Subsequently, numerous instructors attempted to instill toughness in Sam, yet all efforts proved futile. He endured scorn, physical punishment, and even humiliation, with his father contemplating dressing him in his mother's garments to provoke his courage, insisting he sleep in armor, and even resorting to having a sorcerer bathe him in buffalo blood, all to no avail. This series of failures only deepened Sam's fear of his father, leading him to become increasingly fearful and corpulent, repulsed by blood and reduced to tears at the sight of a slaughtered chicken. Ultimately, Lord Randall's disappointment transformed into anger, culminating in disdain. After Lady Melissa Tarly bore 3 daughters in succession, Sam's younger brother, Dickon Tarly, was born. Dickon, robust and lively, possessed all the martial qualities Sam lacked, prompting Lord Randall to neglect Sam entirely, pouring all his energy into nurturing his more favored son. Freed from paternal pressure, Sam enjoyed several blissful years immersed in music and literature. However, when he expressed a desire to pursue studies in Old Town, his father forbade him, holding a disdainful view of scholarly pursuits within the family. Thus, on the morning of Sam's 15th birthday, his father abruptly awakened him and declared that he was unworthy of inheriting the family sword and title, mandating that he forsake his family identity to join the Night's Watch, thereby relinquishing his brother Dickon's inheritance. Should you refuse, we shall go hunting tomorrow, and your horse will meet with an accident in the woods. You may not die swiftly or find a means of resistance, for I shall be more than willing to pursue and personally slay you like a pig. Faced with his father's death threat, Sam chose to join the Night's Watch at the wall. As Sam spoke timidly, the other recruits stifled their laughter. But under the oppressive aura of Lion, they managed to contain themselves. I recognize you, Sam. We met in the banquet hall at Highgarden. That was 8 years ago. My lord. A semblance of a smile, almost a grimace, appeared on Sam's round face, indicating his good memory of Lion. Lion's recollection was not an abrupt improvement. Rather, a significant event had occurred during that time, as Lion had accompanied his father to broaden his horizons and had encountered Lord Randall. At that time, he had been accompanied by a chubby young boy. Very well, Sam, you are now my aide. Take this list and find each individual by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Regardless of how many you locate, cease your search then, and gather them at the training grounds. Understood? Yes, my lord. Do not call me my lord after all. Just yesterday, I was a recruit like you. Then, may I address you as Lion, like John and the others? Indeed. Lion's stern fa finally faltered, and he chuckled, patting Sam's shoulder. It must be said that it is quite a challenge for an inexperienced young man to feign an air of authority. Engaging with an astute individual is indeed a comfort. Sam did not question Lion about the list, which contained the names of several hundred individuals. Even if he were to search for days, he likely would not gather them all, especially with the deadline set for 2 o'clock. Yet, Lion must have had his reasons for this task. Firstly, those not summoned were clearly less fortunate, with a significantly lower probability of survival on the battlefield compared to those fortunate enough to be called. Furthermore, those summoned might very well choose not to attend, rendering those disobedient individuals unworthy of wasting time on. By the way, Sam, I have a small question for you. Just as Sam was about to leave to gather the recruits, Lion called out to him from behind. What question? If, and I mean if, you were to establish your own house, what would you name it? I haven't given that much thought. Although my father does not love me, I believe I would retain the Tarly name, existing as a branch of the family. Very well, that will be all. Chapter 29. The imprint of thought from the system, no free rides for Lion soldiers. In the training yard, a scant handful of recruits stood scattered about. Hodder, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked to the trembling Sam, Sam, you are not doing a commendable job as an aide. You have already botched your first task for Lord Lion. Lion will not hold it against me. Yet, as Sam observed Lion's fluctuating expression from the platform, his lack of confidence began to grow, causing him to worry that Hodder's words might hold some truth. Sam, is the time up? Lion's voice conveyed a chill as his indifferent gaze swept over the few recruits standing before him. a prelude to his impending fury. Even the most ruthless instructor among the recruits, Eamon, would not allow such a meager turnout during training. It seemed that Lion's foundation was still too weak, and perhaps other higher-ups in the Night's Watch were sabotaging him. In any case, given the current situation, if training proceeded smoothly, Lion's position as an instructor would likely last no more than a month. Lord Instructor Lion, the time has come. Then let us begin. Today, our training exercise will be archery. Sam, take 2 individuals to the armory and procure sufficient bows and arrows. Sam complied and soon returned, distributing a bow and arrow to each recruit in the training yard. Many new recruits were filled with confusion and with a boldness that surprised even himself. Hode posed a question. Master Instructor, I must commend your swordsmanship, but are you certain you wish to train us in archery? What? Do you doubt my abilities? Leon raised an eyebrow, picking up a bow and casting a sidelong glance at Hode. Without even looking at the target, he drew the bow and released an arrow in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow struck firmly at the target located 25 paces away. However, Leon had merely demonstrated a fraction of his skill, failing to intimidate the recruits. Those with poor eyesight merely noted that the arrow had indeed hit the target, while the more observant recruits nearly burst into laughter. A score of 7. For someone else, this might have been a commendable achievement, but this was Leon, the instructor, shooting. Many recruits at this distance could achieve such results, with most capable of even better performance. However, to spare Leon's feelings, many kept their mockery to themselves, maintaining a facade of seriousness. Hode, you take a shot. Upon hearing his name, Hode feigned timidity. Master, I must have faith in myself. Leon, observing him, assumed Hode feared underperforming, offering a heartfelt encouragement. Very well. Hode readied his bow, but after squinting and aiming for an extended period, he found himself in a quandary. Having endured several of Leon's iron-fisted lessons, even someone as tall and robust as Hode had developed a psychological barrier when facing Leon. After much deliberation, Hode decided to ease up a bit to preserve Leon's dignity. Whoosh. An 8. Not bad. A commendable score. Leon's voice resonated with genuine acknowledgement of Hode's abilities. Yet only Hode knew that at this distance, he could consistently hit the bullseye. Next, Leon had each recruit take a shot to assess their skills. However, every subsequent recruit outperformed the discreetly competitive Hode, with most hitting the bullseye, except for Sam, who missed entirely. This was not due to Sam's intention to conceal his abilities. It was merely reflective of his true skill level. The results led many recruits to gaze triumphantly at Leon, remembering that prior to arriving at the training ground, they had feared Leon would take personal revenge and strike them with a wooden sword. But now, as they trained in archery, their anxieties dissipated. In the harsh environment of the Night's Watch, every recruit struggled to find sustenance and warmth, relying solely on their skills to hunt for better provisions and using animal pelts for warmth. Thus, each recruit developed a reasonably proficient skill in archery. Do you wish to improve upon this? Leon, perched on the high platform, showed no signs of embarrassment after being outperformed, continuing to speak while toying with an arrow feather. Master Instructor, I would much prefer if you taught me swordsmanship. A new recruit blurted out, lacking emotional intelligence. Is that so? Leon replied nonchalantly, continuing to draw and aim. But this time not at the 25 paces target, rather at a more distant target at 30 paces. Without excessive aiming, he released an arrow and swiftly drew another, this time targeting a further distance of 35 paces, until the target was nearly out of sight. His movements were fluid, with each arrow released in less than a second, leaving even the most skilled recruits in awe of the spectacle. If anyone can replicate this feat, I shall not insist you practice archery. At this point, even Hode, the best archer among the recruits, hesitated to make any guarantees, though he subconsciously felt a twinge of defiance as he counted the arrows embedded in the target. His astonishment grew. Each arrow struck the bullseye. Upon reaching the farthest target, he discovered that the bullseye had been pierced clean through. To achieve such precision at such a distance was a testament to Leon's formidable strength. It was noteworthy that Leon had hardly aimed, prioritizing speed over fully drawing the bow. When Hode returned with the farthest target, all the recruits wore expressions of genuine admiration. If I declare that you shall train under my guidance, would you be willing to follow, even if Sam could achieve such feats? Leon, bow and arrow in hand, gazed with an intensity as sharp as the arrows themselves. This caused the recruits to avert their eyes from Leon's penetrating gaze, until one recruit, perhaps the first to react, knelt before Leon on one knee. Following his example, each recruit followed suit, even Sam, with his portly frame, straining to present himself in the most respectful manner to Leon. This was not an act of submission, for Leon was not a lord but merely an instructor of the Night's Watch, yet the fact that he could inspire such respect was remarkable. As they stood once more, many recruits experienced a sensation that was difficult to articulate, as if they had suddenly grown stronger. Commanding more than 10 individuals, the system activated the enrollment feature. Current troop composition, 19 Night's Watch recruits, with a weekly salary of 190 copper stars. Note that delayed payment will lead to decreased morale and a potential for desertion. Similar to the unit panel in Mount Blade, half of these recruits had already maxed out their experience, and Leon promptly promoted them to Night's Watch Rangers, doubling their salaries. Given that Leon possessed a fortune of 4 gold dragons, he was more than able to afford their wages, especially since payday had not yet arrived. Leon's willingness to accept the position of chief instructor and generously offer them salaries was not born from selflessness but rather from the fact that the moment these recruits pledged allegiance to Leon, they were imprinted with a mental seal by the system, even if they chose to disavow their loyalty in the present under Leon's command. They would be compelled to return to his service in the future. Let the training commence. With Leon's command, the newly promoted Rangers surged forth to unleash their efforts upon the targets. Even the chubby Sam gazed in disbelief at his arrow striking the target. Empowered by Leon's leadership, for the first time, Sam's arrow found its way to the target, filling him with an overwhelming urge to cry. If only his father, Count Lando Tarly, had been present. He would have seen that his son was not the hopeless case he often described, but was indeed becoming a commendable member of the Night's Watch. As the evening fell and the last recruit was promoted to Ranger, Leon finally called a halt to the training. At this moment, all recruits felt an indescribable sensation, as if they had grown significantly stronger since the day began. They were all flushed with excitement, exuberantly expressing their exhilaration. John, who had been quietly observing the training without daring to interrupt, approached the platform after it concluded, filled with admiration for Leon. I had no idea you possessed such remarkable abilities. You even managed to train the dim-witted Sam in just a day. Due to Elisha's early demise and the absence of focused training on Sam, John's bond with him was not as profound as in the original narrative. Did you know? I also participated in the Night's Watch oath ceremony today, alongside Eddie and the others. However, I was appointed as Old Bear's steward, not a ranger like my uncle. The thought of serving an old man, tending to his needs, and washing his clothes, leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Chapter 30. Being a wight that can rise from the dead seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? In a world of Game of Thrones with a Mount Blade interface, I wreak havoc. Please credit the source, New Keyboard Novel Network. Fortunately, Eddie told me that this was Old Bear's way of grooming me as his successor. Otherwise, I would have thought my life was over. John, who had not seen me all day, had been busy with his oath. Regardless, congratulations are in order. Brother of the Night's Watch, John. Upon hearing this, Leon naturally did not hesitate to offer a warm embrace and a kind compliment. However, noticing John's expression was less than joyful, Leon felt a pang of confusion. What could be amiss? Was there an incident during the oath ceremony? Not exactly. Instead, Ghost had brought back a severed hand, belonging to one of our ranger brothers, whose corpse was discovered less than half a mile from the wall. Leon, having watched the series, recalled that it was during John and Sam's oath-taking in the haunted forest that they stumbled upon this Night's Watch brother, slain by the White Walkers, nearly costing Old Bear his life. Fortunately, Ghost had provided a warning, and by a stroke of luck, John had thrown an oil lamp onto the corpse, setting it ablaze. Subsequently, John gained a Valyrian steel sword called Longclaw, gifted by Old Bear. Frankly, had it not been for the system bestowing upon him a weapon named Kiss of the Black and White, Leon might have been tempted to seek a way to serve as Old Bear's steward. However, it was evident that Old Bear had destined John to be his successor, and Leon was relieved he hadn't pursued the opportunity, as it would have been futile. By the way, where is the body now? It resides in an empty cold storage room in the pantry. Upon hearing John's words, Leon was momentarily speechless. It was one thing to be unperturbed by a corpse, but to store it alongside food was quite another. This was unacceptable. Even if the corpse did not turn, Leon would not be able to bear it. Why not burn it? It must await Maester Eamon's examination. There is something peculiar about this corpse that you must see. As John recalled the sight of the body, a look of bewilderment washed over his face, a manifestation of humanity's confusion in the face of the unknown. No, take me to see the body, Sam. You must come along too. After Leon spoke, he intended for John to lead the way. However, upon hearing that Leon wished to show him the corpse, Sam was instantly struck with fear. My lord Leon, may I opt out? Despite having undergone training and shown some growth, Sam's timid nature was not easily overcome. Very well. Leon wore an expression that suggested Sam had squandered a golden opportunity, making no further attempts to persuade him, and simply followed John. Seeing that Leon truly did not concern himself with him, Sam glanced at the surrounding recruits, who were exchanging knowing looks. Deep down, he understood that Leon meant well, wishing to elevate his standing, and thus, he suppressed his apprehension and hurried to catch up. As Leon took a few steps, he noticed Sam had indeed followed. But he said nothing further. In the pantry, a chill permeated the air, especially with nightfall casting an eerie atmosphere. Old Bear did not deem it necessary to assign guards for a corpse. Thus, the three approached the body without restraint. Leon did not recognize the unfortunate ranger's name, but it was clear John did, as a visible sorrow flickered across his features. His name was and I personally saw him leave the wall. John's lips pressed together. His voice heavy, his eyes reddened. Observing this, Leon refrained from asking questions, patiently assuming the role of a good listener. John continued. He was the best ranger under my uncle Benjen Stark. That day, my uncle took 6 men with him to patrol the north. Your uncle will be fine, Sam. Unable to face the corpse, attempted to offer John some comfort. Thank you. John looked up and gave Sam a grateful glance. Everyone says so. Even the commander stated that if any wildling dared to harm Benjen's men, he would hunt them down relentlessly. After your return, has Maester Eamon examined the body? Leon inquired. Observing Ud's lifeless form, his striking blue eyes reminiscent of the White Walkers. Even having witnessed them in dreams, encountering one in reality sent a chill down his spine. After all, if he were truly dead, then so be it. The uncertainty of when it might spring back to life was truly tormenting. I don't know. I believe we should burn this body quickly, lest it become a source of calamity. Just as Leon finished speaking, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Before the three could conceal themselves, the pantry door swung open. What are you three doing here at such a late hour? A few figures entered the pantry, led by an old Night's Watchman, whom Leon recalled as Cohen, the one he had relieved during his shift on the day he received the system. However, Cohen appeared unconcerned about their presence and, while speaking, proceeded to join the others in lifting the corpse. Be careful. Suddenly, Sam shouted to Cohen, who had his back turned while lifting the body. When Cohen looked up in confusion, he felt a gust of cold air behind him. An instinct honed by years of experience prompted him to drop the stretcher and roll forward to evade the threat. The reanimated Night's Watch brother, or rather, the corpse demon, immediately turned to claw at another old Night's Watchman behind him. This fellow lacked Cohen's agility, or perhaps he was simply caught off guard. After all, who could fathom that a corpse, frozen stiff like a popsicle, would suddenly spring to life? This was beyond comprehension. The old soldier, taken by surprise, was seized by the throat and hoisted off the ground. In life, had stood over 2 meters tall, possibly even possessing giant blood, and now, standing upright. He towered over all the living in the pantry, making their strength pale in comparison. The old soldier instinctively struggled against the grip, but it was futile. In a matter of moments, everyone heard the sickening crack of bones breaking. The color drained from the old soldier's face, replaced by an unnatural shade of purplish hue. Seeing this, old Cohen hastily drew his sword to strike at the corpse demon's back. However, in his haste, he miscalculated his aim, nearly slicing off a piece of the creature's shoulder. This slight injury had no effect on the demon. Whether it could even feel pain remained a question. Yet, the corpse demon clearly sensed the attack, turning to strike Cohen with an elbow to the face. The impact shattered Cohen's nasal bone, and he could only manage a muffled groan before being sent flying, unconscious. Witnessing this, John swiftly drew his sword, thrusting it with precision into the demon's back. At last, the creature collapsed, releasing the unfortunate old Night's Watchman from its grip. However, from the ghastly sight of the old soldier's bulging eyes and the blood seeping from his orifices, it was evident that he was beyond salvation. Leon, are you all right? The incident unfolded so suddenly that, standing at a distance in the cramped pantry, Leon had not had the opportunity to intervene until John pierced the demon's back. In less than 10 seconds, the reanimation had resulted in one old soldier's death and another's injury. A grievous loss indeed. It must be dead now, right? John thought in a flurry. Having never witnessed someone come back from the dead, such occurrences were not unheard of in history, but they had long since faded into legend. Thousands of years passed. I doubt it. Unless we completely incinerate the body, Sam interjected, trembling as he had observed the entire ordeal. As the whites surged forth, he stood frozen in place. Fortunate that their sights were not set upon him. Otherwise, considering his rather portly physique, it would have been as simple for the whites to snap his neck as it would be to kill a goose. What do you mean? It has been struck by my sword. How can it still be alive? Faced with this supernatural occurrence, John found it difficult to maintain his composure. The dimly lit storeroom, under strict control of the lighting, was illuminated only by a solitary candle in the corridor. Thus, when John instinctively glanced at the corpse's eyes, he inexplicably felt as though the blue orbs were still moving. Blood. There was no blood. It would surely revive. We must leave this place quickly or set it ablaze. Upon seeing John's expression, Sam realized that his friend was somewhat skeptical of his claims and continued, "This must be a white transformed from a White Walker. Unless we use fire, no other method will have any effect on it." Cough, cough. I remember he certainly did not have blue eyes in life. Perhaps the lad speaks the truth. In the corner, Cohen, having been knocked down by the white, was clearly not dead, though he was in distress, struggling to sit up against the wall and pointing at the corpse. John, seeing this, quickly held his sword in one hand while assisting the old soldier to his feet. "We must report to the commander immediately. We cannot remain here any longer." Suddenly, Lion, who had been silent thus far, spoke up, his words awakening the confused group. "Sam, You carry the injured soldier. There may still be hope. At Lion's command, the timid Sam summoned a rare courage. Avoiding the fallen white and hoisting the old soldier onto his back, the four of them fled the storeroom in an exceedingly disheveled manner. Just as they emerged, they spotted a group of shadowy figures approaching with torches. As they drew closer, Lion recognized it was Old Bear leading the way. What has happened? Noticing their disheveled condition, Old Bear approached with his torch, observing that the two soldiers he had sent to move the bodies looked utterly miserable, with Sam's burden appearing as though he had been through the gallows. Chapter 32. Old Bear grows suspicious. Could it be that the White Walkers are not mere legend? With the main force now present, John hurried to explain the situation to Old Bear, but when the words reached his lips, he found himself at a loss. Should he say that a resurrected corpse had suddenly attacked them? As for Sam's comments about the White Walkers, John pondered but still found them difficult to accept. After all, for this generation and many before it, tales of the White Walkers had gradually morphed into a myth of uncertain truth. Even most of the Night's Watch had come here merely to prepare for wildlings, wholly unprepared for the legendary Whites. Seeing John, his newly appointed officer, struggling to articulate his thoughts, Old Bear's expression soured, and he turned to the soldier beside him. Cohen, you speak. I sent you to collect the bodies. Did you come under attack from wildlings? Cough. No, my lord, it was a white. To be precise, it was transformed by the White Walkers. Nonsense. Take me to see the body. Clearly, Old Bear was skeptical of Cohen's words, even though this veteran with 40 years of service had always been a trustworthy comrade. The body is in the storeroom, but my lord must be cautious. It may not be truly dead. As Lion prepared to lead the group back to the storeroom, he quietly warned Old Bear as he passed by. Lion had intended to set the white ablaze before it could harm anyone, yet fate had conspired against him. With Cohen and Old Bear insisting on taking risks, only he and Sam were entirely convinced of the creature's nature, while even Cohen, having been attacked, wavered in his belief upon seeing Old Bear's doubt. The others, having never witnessed such a thing, naturally did not believe. As Old Bear's officer, I must protect Old Bear. Seeing the group march toward the storeroom, John realized he needed to follow. What are you doing? With so many here, do you think your presence is necessary? Lion questioned. Perplexed, he recalled that John's character was more about justice. He was not one to curry favor. I have killed that thing once. If it has returned, I shall slay it again. Clearly, John was unwilling to fully accept the notion of the White Walkers, preferring to refer to the creature in a more ambiguous manner. I see, Lion remarked, unable to sway John, then took the black and white dagger from his belt, stating, Take this. It will serve you better than that blade at your waist. John accepted Lion's kindness without hesitation, swiftly exchanging swords before rushing to catch up with the others. In the storeroom, aided by torches, Old Bear and the others found only a few pools of blood on the floor, with no sign of Ud's body. I require an explanation. Turning, Old Bear faced John, who arrived breathless and incredulous as he surveyed the empty storeroom. It was just here, John exclaimed, his mouth agape, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he whipped around. Yet all he saw behind him was darkness, obscuring everything. But he knew something was watching them from the shadows. Old Bear, sharply attuned to John's unusual behavior, chose not to address it directly at that moment. Just then, a brother of the Night's Watch approached with a torch, whispering something to Old Bear. John vaguely heard something about Maester Eamon having succumbed, leading him to deduce that one of the soldiers attacked by the White could no longer endure. John, take a few men and search the storeroom thoroughly. Whether it has truly returned or a wildling has infiltrated, we must ascertain the truth. With that, Old Bear departed the storeroom. John, left with no other choice, gathered a few willing brothers of the Night's Watch and meticulously searched every corner of the storeroom, ultimately finding nothing. During the search, John felt the urge to draw the sword Lion had lent him several times. The brothers nearby, witnessing his timid demeanor, would have normally mocked him. However, the eerie atmosphere surrounding them, combined with the recent loss of Ud's body, left everyone devoid of humor. Old Bear approached the corpse of the old soldier whose neck had been broken. Despite having heard Eamon's autopsy report, his duty as the commander compelled him to inspect the wounds personally. He noted the distinct bruising around the soldier's throat, the dislocation of the bones at the Adam's apple, and the telltale cyanosis on the face from asphyxiation. It was a gruesome sight. Such injuries could not possibly have been inflicted by a man with only one hand. Even if Ud had possessed immense strength and life, Old Bear knew that it could not have been enough to account for this. Eamon, do you believe in the tales of the White Walkers? After a long pause, with only Old Bear and Maester Eamon present, Old Bear asked in a tone laden with gravity. If Lion had previously shared dreams of the White Walkers with him, Eamon could have dismissed them as the fanciful notions of youth. Yet, given the current circumstances, the legends might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Though Eamon's aged eyes were nearly blind, his unwavering accountability for every word he spoke compelled Old Bear to instinctively trust him. Banyan has not yet returned. Whether it is truly the White Walkers, perhaps we shall learn when he arrives. Old Bear grasped the Valyrian steel sword, Long Claw, as if only it could provide him solace. Chapter 33, Methods to Combat the White Walkers and Reinforcing the Night's Watch. Shortly thereafter, Jon returned to report on the search of the storeroom. My lord, we did not find his body. Understood. Inform Bowen to triple the patrol tonight. Jon complied and set off. In the somber atmosphere of Black Iron Fort during the night, an air of gravity pervaded the surroundings more than usual. Along the treacherous walls of the wall, every watchtower was manned by vigilant brothers of the Night's Watch. As if the recent upheaval concerning Ozer heralded a potentially premeditated large-scale assault by wildlings. Even Leon had been assigned the task of patrolling the wall that night, leading a team of trained rangers on their rounds. Jon, have you received your patrol assignment as well? As he walked, Leon noticed a figure approaching. It was Jon. I have no use for your sword, but I must admit, you made an excellent choice in the armory. After a brief acquaintance, Jon had already developed a fondness for the exceptionally sharp blade known as the Kiss of Ice and Fire. He initially believed that this sword had been selected by Leon from a forgotten corner of the armory. Leon took the sword without uttering a word, understanding that Jon had something to discuss. As the steward for Old Bear, my duty ends after delivering orders. I only wish to inquire how you concluded that Ozer had been transformed by the White Walkers. As expected, Jon's reason for seeking Leon was not surprising. To be honest, Leon knew very little about the White Walkers. Besides the knowledge that a mineral called dragonglass could kill them, he understood that Valyrian steel swords, imbued with a touch of magic, were also effective. However, there existed only a handful of Valyrian steel swords across Westeros, many of which served as family heirlooms rather than weapons of war. The sword passed down through House Sam was one named Heartbreaker, which should have been inherited along with the castle of Hornhill. Even if Leon were to voice his thoughts, it would not change the reality. The lords would not willingly hand over Valyrian steel swords to the Night's Watch. Yet, the potential of dragonglass could be fully explored. Indeed, it is the White Walkers. I once read about them in the libraries of House Hightower. Ozer's corpse is consistent with the descriptions in those texts. Those killed by White Walkers quickly resurrect, becoming as fearless as beasts, impervious to ordinary blades. Even decapitation does not halt their fury, and their eyes are as icy blue as those of the White Walkers. I would rather believe that Ozer faked his death, that he was bribed by the wildlings and sent to Black Iron Fort to sow discord. At this, Hod shivered at Sam's account and gathered his courage to voice his own opinion. Ozer is truly dead. The blood in his veins has frozen solid, and his complexion is as pale as that of a corpse long deceased. You would not mistake him for the living. Sam's explanation was both reasonable and convincing. When discussing other matters, he appeared timid, but when it came to knowledge, his chubby face sparkled with intelligence. It seems they have underestimated your talents by sending you to the wall. You should pursue further studies at the Citadel. To one day serve as a maester to some lord, Jon remarked, evidently persuaded. However, he promptly posed a critical question. How do we combat the White Walkers? The books say they are magical beings of extreme cold, thus they must fear fire. After careful consideration, Sam provided an answer. Fire? Do the White Walkers fear our torches like beasts? One of the other rangers glanced at his torch, a semblance of relief washing over his features. Heighten your vigilance. We must remain wary not only of the White Walkers but also of the wildlings. Jon recalled pertinent information he had encountered as the steward for Old Bear. With the long summer drawing to a close and winter approaching, wildlings would typically descend southward to exploit the wall's vulnerabilities, launching large-scale incursions to raid the lands inhabited by the Night's Watch, seizing iron tools and essential goods. However, such a significant movement of wildlings would hardly escape the notice of the Night's Watch's scout station beyond the wall. As they prepared to part ways, Jon quietly informed Leon. Old Bear has sent ravens to the lords of the Seven Kingdoms seeking aid. If possible, you should expedite the training of new recruits. I believe the more manpower you have, the more pleased Old Bear will be. I have heard of the training grounds during the day. You need not expend too much effort on those unruly recruits. Instead, consider visiting the lands to seek young men who wish to enlist. There's no need to compel them to swear the Night's Watch oath. Simply inform them that their property and livelihoods must be defended when the wildlings come. Is this truly Old Bear's intention? Leon inquired, intrigued, for he had heard much about conscription, a practice he regarded with disdain, yet recognized as a rule of this world. As residents of the realm, they were obliged to fulfill certain military duties while enjoying the Lord's protection. The inhabitants of the Giftlands, though lacking a nominal lord, were expected to assist the Night's Watch in times of crisis. Trust me, given the current circumstances, Old Bear urgently requires soldiers more than ever and will not demand much more than that. Chapter 34, Leon, leading soldiers on his own. In the early morning, having braved a night of cold winds atop the wall, Leon descended with his team via a manual lift. Each of them was subsequently served a warm bowl of meat broth along with 2 slices of dark bread in the mess hall. The taste of the broth was neither remarkable nor repulsive, but a layer of unsightly blood foam floated atop, which no one paid much attention to at that moment, as all, including Leon, were preoccupied with the thought of eating their fill and then collapsing into sleep. While they were dining, Leon sensed a shadow loom over him, as if someone had taken a seat at his table. The newcomer drew forth a remarkable long sword from its scabbard, piquing Leon's curiosity, and he soon heard Jon's voice. Ozer is completely dead now. Last night, he attempted to ambush Old Bear from some hiding place, but I was alerted by Ghost. Jon was clearly animated, eagerly recounting the peril of the previous night, leaving the other new rangers beside Leon in stunned silence. By the end of his tale, the others looked at Jon with expressions of envy and admiration, some glancing at the legendary Valyrian steel sword, Long Claw, which had been gifted to Jon by Old Bear. This sword was not originally Jon's to possess, but the heir to Old Bear had lost the right to inherit it due to dishonorable actions, leaving the unclaimed sword in Old Bear's possession, who bestowed it upon Jon, indicating his exceptional regard for him. Is it true that the only things capable of destroying a Valyrian steel sword are the fires of its forging or another Valyrian steel sword? Sam, recalling a description from an unknown book, gazed curiously at Longclaw. Upon hearing this, the others abandoned their meals, eager to draw their own swords and foolishly challenge Jon. Jon, displaying a casual demeanor, unsheathed Longclaw with confidence. Hey, why not try yours? Suddenly, someone suggested that Leon's sword was the only one among them that could compare to Longclaw. While Leon too was curious about whether the kiss of ice and fire or Longclaw was sharper, he recognized that determining a victor could potentially erase the smiles from at least one of their faces. Thus, Leon graciously offered the opportunity to the boisterous Hod nearby. Hod did not hesitate. Opportunities to spar with the Commander's sword were rare, and given that his own was merely a standard-issue kingdom sword from the armory, he had little concern if it were damaged. With determination, he swung at Longclaw, ready to engage in the challenge. As the crowd held their breath, a glimmer of cold light flashed by, and the sword in Hod's hand was severed cleanly in two, while the long claw remained unscathed, the blade showing no signs of damage. Haha, now you must endure a thorough beating from the blacksmith, Donner, before he permits you to choose a new sword. Leon was not surprised by this outcome and unabashedly mocked Hod's reckless behavior, after a round of jesting at Hod's expense. The tension etched on the faces of the night watchmen, a result of their all-night patrol, began to ease. Finally, Jon resumed the topic from the previous night, prompting the surrounding new recruits to chime in with agreement. The instructor lacks sufficient qualifications. Ordinary recruits would rather train themselves than follow him. I suggest we go to the Gifted Lands to recruit more personnel. Hod was the first to voice his opinion. Sam quickly added that Leon's actions were supported by the laws of the kingdom, especially considering that Leon was no longer an unknown figure, but the commander of the Night's Watch, bearing both responsibility and obligation. Upon hearing this, an idea sparked in Leon's mind. If they encountered bandits while recruiting in the Gifted Lands, they could deal with them together. Moreover, his recently acquired skill of respecting veterans would allow him to convert captured bandits into regular troops. After all, capturing bandits and maintaining order in the wilderness was part of the Night's Watch's duties, and he believed that the captured bandits would not resist the opportunity to redeem themselves as members of the Night's Watch. It was a plan that offered multiple benefits. Very well, let's proceed with this plan. With that, Leon eagerly set his intention to depart. Following a brief rest in the morning, Leon assembled all 19 newly trained rangers of the Night's Watch, and each took 2 horses. He also requested 2 wagons from the quartermaster to carry weapons, armor, and essential supplies, thus preparing for a prolonged campaign. Naturally, this arrangement required the approval of Commander Old Bear, but after hearing Leon's argument for training through battle, Old Bear pondered briefly before granting his consent. However, he remained firm on the requirement of 10 qualified new recruits every 2 weeks, and he did not entertain the notion that Leon might develop ambitions of self-importance over time. For if Leon were to betray the Night's Watch, he would have to contend not only with the vengeful pursuit of at least 1,000 Night's Watchmen, but also with the wrath of the Northern Lords, who would not spare him. Chapter 35. The fearless bandits ambush Leon. To Leon's surprise, just before their departure, word had leaked from one of the rangers that following Leon would lead to rapid improvement, along with a substantial weekly salary during their time away. Many new recruits were immediately drawn to join Leon's ranks. I must say, offering salaries to recruits is such a creative idea that even Old Bear has never attempted it. How did you conceive such a notion? Jon remarked, his face reflecting a blend of resignation and disbelief. He had just come to bid farewell on Old Bear's orders when he heard from several new recruits about Leon's plans to provide weekly wages. While this was not entirely out of the ordinary, residents living on the lands of Northern Lords typically received such compensation. Leon was neither a lord nor engaged in foreign warfare, so the question of salary seemed misplaced. Nevertheless, Jon refrained from dissuading Leon, wishing him a safe journey as he let him go. In truth, Leon would have preferred to respect the traditions of the Night's Watch, but the system mandated otherwise. It was deeply ingrained in every new recruit's mind that if Leon failed to pay their wages on time, even those who had considered him a brother would vanish from sight the following day. This predicament was dire, as the 4 gold dragons in his pocket had already transformed into enough supplies for 50 men to survive in the wilderness for a week, along with equipment for several minor skirmishes. He had even exhausted the gold dragons allocated for recruiting personnel in the gifted lands, let alone the upcoming weekly wages. Yet, Leon maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, resembling a carefree southern lord, concealing his financial strain from others. Inwardly, however, Leon devised a plan. He would wait until the time for wage distribution approached, and then find an excuse to engage in one-on-one sparring with the recruits, teaching them lessons along the way. Each victory would yield 1 gold dragon, making the meager wages of 10 copper stars, equivalent to 1 silver stag, insignificant by comparison. As the saying goes, one must extract value from their own resources. Ultimately, he found fault with the malevolent system imposed by the gang, which had shamefully forced him to adopt such a wage structure. Upon leaving Black Iron Fortress, the troops began their journey. The initial rapid movement of 1 person per 2 horses was no longer feasible. Those who could ride mounted their steeds, while those who could not briskly followed behind the 2 wagons, both to protect the supplies and to be ready for battle in case of an enemy encounter. Sam, could you calculate how many gold dragons I will need weekly? Leon casually leaned against the wagon, piled high with supplies, and inquired of the out-of-breath Sam, who was walking beside him. This was a deliberate move on Leon's part. After yesterday's training, Sam had become a competent ranger of the Night's Watch. Albeit a bit too bulky, Leon aimed to seize every opportunity to help him improve, not expecting a significant weight loss, but at least a more pleasant appearance. Upon hearing Leon's question, Sam, panting and flushed, quickly began to work through the expenses of the troop. Truth be told, such calculations would pose little challenge to Leon, who had been a high school student. He could likely complete it in a matter of minutes. Yet, he had adopted a local mindset, realizing that lords typically did not calculate such figures themselves, leaving that task to their scholars. He intended to cultivate Sam as his first scholar. Reporting, my lord. With 19 rangers, the weekly salary amounts to 380 copper stars, and for 31 new recruits, it totals 310 copper stars. Each person consumes approximately 1.5 pounds of food, half a pound of meat, and half a pound of side dishes daily, bringing the weekly food expense to 500 copper stars. The cost for horses and equipment also comes to 500 copper stars, along with various miscellaneous expenses. In total, our weekly expenditure is roughly 18 gold dragons. After half an hour of calculations, Sam provided a rough estimate. So, I need to earn at least 18 gold dragons weekly? Leon mused aloud. While others might consider this an astronomical figure, Sam, hailing from the noble house Tarly, found it reasonable and not overly burdensome. Having grown up in the vicinity of the military, he was familiar with the costs associated with large armies, compared to the expenditures of thousands of soldiers. Leon's modest troop expenses were almost laughable. After all, Leon's band could hardly be deemed an army. It was more akin to an armed expedition. Moreover, Sam was not overly concerned about Leon's finances. Observing Leon's seemingly carefree attitude, he resembled a young nobleman traveling with a well-stocked purse. If Leon was inclined to dip into his own finances to support the Night's Watch, Sam felt no need to question him further. Yet, he would never suspect that Leon had no intention of allowing anyone to take advantage of him. Should they demand wages, they would first have to endure a beating. How long until we reach Grey Crow Village? After clarifying the troops' expenses, Leon closed his eyes to rest, casually inquiring about their destination. We should arrive by this time tomorrow, Sam replied, seemingly having memorized the nearby map as he pondered briefly before arriving at his conclusion. At that moment, Hode, who was on lookout duty, rode back frantically and shouted at Lion, who lay in the cart, that a band of robbers lay in ambush ahead. What? Typically, robbers would flee at the sight of our numbers. How audacious are these to dare ambush us? Sam's eyes widened in disbelief, surrounded by a throng of Night's Watch recruits. Yet his face reflected sheer terror as he instinctively scanned his surroundings, perceiving threats in every direction. Hode couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity and remarked, "With so many of us guarding 2 carts, even the dullest of thieves would recognize this as a formidable challenge. If they dare to lay in wait, it means they are numerous and well-prepared." Chapter 36. The State of the Gifted Lands and the Otherworldly. Zhuge Liang Dickens was a native of the Gifted Lands, residing in the village of Grey Crow, nestled near the Wolfwood. Since the land north of this forest was bestowed upon the Night's Watch by a stark millennia ago, he and his family had lived there for generations. Dickens' lineage was merely one of many small families in the village, with no forebears of military accolades or noble knights. However, in Dickens' generation, the circumstances had shifted dramatically, due to the increasing ferocity of wildlings and the gradual decline of the Night's Watch. The once protective grip over the numerous small villages had evaporated, leading to widespread abandonment. Those with means either fled to serve under other lords in the north or were forced to congregate in fortified towns. Grey Crow, backed by the Wolfwood, was rich in resources, and even during the long night, hunting could sustain thousands for an extended period. The second son of the Dickens family was a notorious bandit, and through this connection, Dickens navigated both light and shadow, not only becoming the village head but also laboring diligently in the fields during harvest while leading a band of restless farmers during the off-season. In peaceful times, such audacity would have seen them annihilated by the Night's Watch, yet the current state of affairs was dire. The ranks of the Night's Watch were too thin to manage even routine patrols, let alone contain the villagers who occasionally dabbled in banditry. To sum up, aside from the elderly waiting for death, leaving one's home was a common occurrence for the residents of the Gifted Lands. This explained why Lion had failed to recruit even half of the northern recruits along his journey and was motivated to travel the distance to Grey Crow for enlistment. However, Dickens, hiding in the woods, remained blissfully unaware that the Night's Watch's destination was his very village. Otherwise, even with 8 lives, he would not dare to ambush them. After all, provoking the Night's Watch and inadvertently harming them were two entirely different matters, no matter how weakened they had become. They could still raise a mere village like Grey Crow if provoked. Just moments ago, a Night's Watchman had galloped outside the woods, relying on his speed and archery skills to injure several of Dickens' men, a slight he found difficult to swallow. "Brother, let us charge out and confront them." Dickens' brother, a renowned bandit leader near the Wolfwood, slammed his thigh in frustration and yelled at the smug Hode, preparing to grab a pitchfork. "Calm down. They do not know how many of us there are. Rushing out now might alert the Night's Watch and allow them to escape with 2 carts of armaments." Dickens, filled with exasperation, slapped his brother's head and earnestly lectured him for what felt like an eternity. Yet, seeing his brother's naive and foolish expression, he realized that he had utterly failed to convey his point. As the only member of the family with a semblance of sense in this generation, Dickens knew how to command without needing his brother, whose thoughts were consumed solely by horseback riding and combat, to instruct him. Though treated like a dog in front of his followers, the second son felt humiliated but remembered that thus far, his brother had not been wrong. And it was precisely his brother's guidance that enabled him to thrive amidst the dangers of the Gifted Lands with a band of over 100 men. Thus, he reluctantly suppressed his anger and took a seat. In truth, if not for the Dickens family's need for a visible leader, Dickens would have fully committed to this venture. The number of bandits and villagers involved in this ambush would have far exceeded the mere 200 hiding in the woods. It could have easily reached over 1,000. "Brother, why have they yet to arrive? Do you think these cowardly crows might have turned back upon noticing the ambush?" After waiting for a while and seeing nothing but a few vigilant scouts, the second son grew impatient and anxious. "Not at all. The road we guard is the only major route south. Unless they wish to take an extra 2 days, this band of Night's Watch must pass through here." Dickens spoke with less conviction than he preferred, but to maintain morale among his brother and men, he feigned confidence. Suddenly, a bandit rushed towards Dickens, his voice elongated with excitement. "What is it?" Dickens queried, noting the bandit's gleeful expression, secretly relieved while admiring his own cleverness. "The Night's Watch has not altered their course. They are heading straight into our ambush." Indeed, Dickens' face lit up with joy. However, upon observing the confusion on his brother's and many bandits' faces, he wondered how they could not grasp that the enemy, fully aware of the ambush, continued forward. "Is the captain of the Night's Watch a young nobleman?" "Indeed, that noble lad seems too lazy to ride." Commanding from the cart while the infantry behind him sluggishly retrieved their shields and swords, utterly unprepared for battle. The informant's intelligence reinforced Dickens' brilliance, leaving the bandits in awe of his cunning. That's it. The leaders of typical Night's Watch units are often inexperienced fools, consumed by notions of honor and women, believing us to be a mere band of blind bandits. Little do they know that our numbers vastly outstrip theirs. With a single spit, we could drown them. Even if seasoned veterans raise cautious suggestions, the noble scion would ignore them. Thus, they come here to meet their demise. Dickens rose, brandishing his sword towards the front, prompting the bandits to follow his gaze. Before them, a dozen bow-wielding Night's Watchmen forged a path, while the new recruits at the rear sluggishly retrieved their weapons, appearing utterly unprepared for an encounter. In that moment, Dickens experienced an inexplicable sensation, as though he wielded not a sword, but a fan adorned with peculiar bird feathers. Chapter 37. An ambush? "No, you are surrounded, Lion. Is it truly wise for us to stride boldly into the ambush?" Even Sam, who could muster some courage against the unknown horrors of the others, found himself paralyzed at the prospect of facing an indeterminate number of ill-equipped bandits. One must acknowledge the duality of human nature, vividly embodied in Sam. If John were present, he might have immediately raised his holy sword and charged into the fray alone. What is there to fear? Did not Hode say that these bandits merely appear numerous, yet lack even a proper shield? In the cart, Lion remained reclined, approaching the tree lane. exemplifying what it meant to be both audacious and astute. Of course, to the ambushing Dickens, such behavior appeared utterly foolish. Archers, advance. With a sweeping gesture, Dickens summoned dozens of archers wielding rudimentary wooden bows from the woods. While their numbers seemed scant, their quality was equally poor. Yet, this was all Dickens could muster. After all, not every lord possessed a standing army like the Night's Watch, with its extensive arsenal accumulated over thousands of years. The strategic objective of this band of archer bandits was not to inflict mass casualties, but rather to unleash a barrage of arrows to undermine the morale of Lion's troops. Typically, inexperienced or seasoned Night's Watch recruits, caught off guard by such an onslaught, would either flee in panic or at the very least falter in their ranks. However, Lion's men were not ordinary soldiers. Although each ranger felt a pang of fear in the face of the arrow storm, they were bound by duty. Even if they wished to retreat, Lion had not commanded it, and thus they formed a line, advancing along the main road towards the dense woods. Fortunately, the accuracy of the bandits' arrows was lacking, leaving the rangers unscathed. Everyone, take your positions. Lion, having shed his earlier lethargy, stood tall at the front of the cart, drawing his bow and aiming at a leaping bandit leader in the trees. With a swift release, the arrow flew true, striking the leader squarely in the chest, causing him to collapse. Everyone, free fire, Lion ordered, noting that they had reached the maximum effective range of their own firepower. Immediately, his 19 rangers, including Sam, began to draw their bows and shoot into the thicket. When Dickens noticed the nobleman suddenly rise to aim at his brother, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He instinctively attempted to warn his shouting sibling, yet before he could, the nobleman's arrow pierced his brother's chest, leaving only a fletching exposed. The sight filled Dickens with rage. By current medical standards, even if his brother survived the immediate injury, his days were numbered. To maintain morale, Dickens forced himself to look away from his brother's grievous state and continued directing his men to return fire against the rangers. After all, only by defeating this small contingent of Night's Watch could he hope to avenge his brother. Yet, what transpired next felt like a nightmare as every ranger on the opposing side demonstrated marksmanship akin to that of the nobleman. Each shot was nearly perfect. His band of several dozen archers was utterly outmatched. It was a massacre, with casualties mounting every second. Several rangers even targeted the same bandit, who would take multiple arrows before collapsing. How was this possible? Dickens thought, despair flooding his heart. The nobleman may have had the advantage of a skilled teacher, but how could every ranger be so formidable? Could it be that this entire squad was composed of noblemen? Oh, the despair. Dickens watched as his men fell like wheat before the scythe, their morale shattering. Many bandits near the edge of the woods began to retreat quietly, while a few more distant archers cast aside their bows in preparation for flight. Damn it, we can't wait any longer. Charge. All forces, charge. Dickens made a decisive call, desperate to act before their morale crumbled completely. Though they faced merely a dozen rangers, the intensity of the moment felt as if they were up against a formidable hunting party, while his 200 men felt like unarmed lambs awaiting slaughter. Under Dickens's command, the terrified bandits forced themselves to rally, charging forward with wild cries. This was a desperate measure. His men were primarily farmers, woefully outmatched in equipment and training. They could only hope to compensate with sheer numbers. As the bandits surged from the thicket like a disturbed hornet's nest, the 19 rangers' firepower became insignificant, and the gap between the two forces closed to 50 paces. The archers among the bandits began to retaliate, and for the first time, the rangers faced casualties. Infantry, advance. Archers, fall back behind the infantry. Infantry, raise your shields. Archers fire at will. On the cart, Lion, facing the enemy's desperate charge, calmly issued a series of commands. He then leaped down from the cart, making a move that surprised all the onlookers. As the new recruits formed a shield wall to protect the previously dominant rangers, Lion defied expectations by charging to the forefront of the line. The distance between the two sides was now a mere 30 paces, closing rapidly. Dickens, witnessing the Rangers' commander make such a bold decision, felt a flicker of hope. Even if your archers are fierce, they are still flesh and blood. One strike can bring them down. With 200 against 50, the advantage is mine. You stand alone at the front. What do you intend to do? Surrender now? Too late. You owe me my brother's life. Seeing his men charge forward, even the fleeing bandits felt emboldened by the tide of battle. Dickens drew his sword and joined the fray, intent on avenging his brother, disregarding the nobleman's life. Yet, the Rangers, witnessing Lion standing alone at the front, felt inspired by their leader's bravery, vowing to avenge him should he fall. They seemed to forget that not long ago, Lion had single-handedly defeated an entire squad of cavalry. Even if someone recalled this, the circumstances had changed. This time, they faced bloodthirsty bandits who might show no mercy. Sir, return to the formation. I shall protect you with my life, cried one recruit. Indeed, my lord, avoid the fray, conserve your strength. We can counter once the bandits tire themselves against our shield wall. Sir, It's too late. Come back. The cries of new recruits and rangers rang out from within the shield wall, but Lion remained deaf to their pleas, silently facing the oncoming bandits. He drew his sword, kiss of black and white, and cast aside the scabbard. Kill, kill, kill. Before him, a young bandit, barely in his 20s, charged forward. In Lion's former world, he might still be considered a child, but here, he was a hardened criminal, his hands stained with countless unjust bloodshed. Lion could no longer afford to view the world through the lens of his previous moral compass. Murder was no longer a novelty for him. When he cleaved Alicia Thorne in half during a duel, he felt neither disgust nor exhilaration. It was an indifferent sensation, as though he had become a seasoned warrior, drenched in the blood of countless foes. Now, as he prepared to kill again, he felt only a numbness in his heart. Lion raised kiss of black and white high, and without hesitation, he swung it down. The young bandit's desperate attempt to block was futile, as the blade cleaved through both him and his sword in one stroke. Without a backward glance at the fallen youth, Lion surged into the mass of bandits, his sword moving like a living serpent, cold and lethal, mercilessly reaping the lives of those before him. Soon, an aging veteran robber witnessed his companions fall before Lion as easily as if they were mere vegetables being chopped. Whether it was the indignation of seeing his comrades perish helplessly before his eyes, or a profound hatred for Lion's callous disregard for human life, or perhaps a combination of both, the veteran robber, shielded by his fallen allies, bravely lunged at Lion with his sword. The blade pierced Lion's side, easily penetrating the night watchman's soft armor, which offered no defense against such an attack. Success. Observing this, the surrounding companions of the veteran robber felt invigorated. The fear instilled by Lion was no less than that wrought by the deluge of arrows from the 19 Rangers. Moreover, Lion's method of killing was brutally merciless, akin to that of slaughtering livestock. Regrettably, the veteran robber soon found that his sword, having breached Lion's armor, felt as though it had struck a thick hide. Unable to advance any further, cursed be the cowardly noble, who beneath his armor wore a layer of gilded soft leather, as Lion's sword swept towards him. This was the final thought that lingered in the veteran robber's mind. Yet, he would never know that Lion wore no gilded armor. His blade had genuinely pierced Lion's flesh, and with a bit more force, it might have claimed the life of the nobleman whose heart had not yet gone astray. Chapter 39. A decisive victory in the recruitment of captured robbers. Even Lion, in that moment, was drenched in cold sweat. He was not invulnerable. A fatal wound could indeed lead to his demise, and he had no opportunity to meet the Red Witch of the King of Light, who could allow him to resurrect after his heart was pierced. It was undoubtedly the physical transformation bestowed upon him by his strength of over 20 points that saved his life. Had his strength been even slightly diminished, or had the robber's sword been sharper, Lion's journey of invincibility in this other world might have reached an untimely conclusion. As Lion regained his composure, he observed a multitude of lifeless bodies clad in gray linen lying before him, many of which were gruesomely mangled, reminiscent of offerings upon a cultist's altar. Not far off, a handful of robbers were fleeing in panic, while the majority knelt trembling on the ground, burying their heads in their knees, too fearful to meet Lion's gaze. Resembling sheep awaiting slaughter, it seemed the courageous robbers had perished in the recent conflict. The survivors would not dare to offer up their weapons to Lion. Even if he commanded them to take their own lives, half of them would likely comply. Naturally, the composed Lion would not let those cowards escape. Thus he ordered the rangers to mount their horses and disperse to pursue the fleeing robbers, proclaiming, "Spare those who surrender." As the last rays of the setting sun faded, the new recruits finally herded the robbers, cleaning up the battlefield. Regardless of friend or foe, the wounded were hastily bandaged, and the dead were piled together, set ablaze until nothing remained. After all, winter was approaching, and if the others breached the wall to the south, these corpses would serve as sustenance for the army of the dead. Lion would never commit such a foolish act of providing aid to the enemy. The robbers' weapons and equipment were counted and stacked to the side, while Lion regarded this heap of refuse with disdain. Transporting it to any town with a marketplace would yield a considerable fortune. The casualties among the night watchmen were also tallied by Sam, causing Lion to frown. 5 new recruits were injured and 5 perished, mostly due to stray arrows shot by robbers. The Rangers suffered 5 injuries and 2 deaths. All the injured, if given proper treatment, could recover. Upon finishing his report, Sam's round face radiated optimism, especially since he had yet to recount the robbers' casualties. However, it was unnecessary to count. A glance at the dejected robbers with their hands bound behind their backs sufficed to reveal that only a third of their original number remained unharmed and capable of movement. With over a tenfold disparity in battle losses, anyone achieving such a feat could be deemed a renowned general, even if the scale of the battle were somewhat smaller. For the 7 fallen brothers of the Night Watchmen who had families in Black Iron Fortress, compensation would be distributed at the highest rates. The noble did not lack for funds. After a moment of contemplation, Lion addressed the beaming Sam, whose expression instantly shifted to one of seriousness. Additionally, Send 20 more brothers to escort the injured back to Black Iron Fortress and have Maester Eamon treat them one by one. I shall cover the medical expenses. This matter must be expedited. But my lord, with so many fewer men beside you, it becomes perilous. What shall we do with so many captives? What to do? A simple matter. Among the captured robbers, a downtrodden Dickens, attempting to remain inconspicuous, had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Lion and Sam. Hearing Lion approach, he instinctively tensed. What could this merciless demon be scheming? Aside from executing the captives, Dickens could think of no other means. You demon destined for the depths of hell. We shall not spare you even in death. Dickens suddenly stood, losing his balance due to his bound hands and nearly falling, but was swiftly caught by a keen-eyed companion. Upon aiding this captured brigand, Lion was somewhat surprised by Dickens's words and instinctively inquired in the gentlest tone, "The battle has concluded. When do you expect the opportunity to become a ghost?" Confronted with the demon so close at hand, Dickens's heart trembled. Yet for the sake of his men and the villagers, he summoned his courage and glared defiantly at Lion. "What solution do you propose for the insufficient guards over your captives? Aside from killing us, is there any alternative?" "Quite simple. Join the Night Watch," Lion proclaimed. His tone somewhat audacious, as it was audacious to demand surrender from an opponent immediately after a confrontation, even if the adversary were a minor noble. "And what if I refuse? Who are you? Can you make decisions for these robbers?" "I am their leader and the village chief of Grey Crow. My name is Dickens." Dickens, summoning his resolve, thought it better to speak openly rather than wait for others to betray him, hoping that if Lion were to kill him, he might spare the others. "The village chief of Grey Crow? You have quite the audacity. To be honest, I never expected a village official to lead a band of robbers, which gives me a clearer understanding of the chaos that plagues the land." Chapter 40. The first oath keeper of the Night Watch and the intimidation of a fourth-tier soldier. "My lord, I shan't burden you with my own grievances. When one chooses the path of a robber, one must be prepared to risk everything." Dickens stepped back 2 paces, freeing himself from Lion's grasp and kneeling on the ground. "I only hope that after you sever my head, you will spare my men and the villagers. They followed me into this life out of trust, and I wish to exchange my life for their chance at redemption." Seeing Dickens ready to meet his fate, Lion could not help but admire his willingness to accept responsibility. However, without such courage and accountability, it was unlikely he could have rallied so many to join him in this life of crime. "What? Is it so difficult for you to become Night Watchman?" "We, the Night Watch, do not feel the same," Lion asked, his tone laced with mockery. "My lord, you do not understand. Many of these robbers are the pillars of their families back in Grey Crow. With so many dead and the survivors taken by the Night Watch to guard the wall, our village will be utterly devastated. I only hope that after you slay me, you will allow them to return." With that, Dickens's face turned ashen, as if he had said all he wished to say and was unwilling to speak further, merely exposing his neck in silence. "My lord, you possess the authority to declare the man before you guilty and personally administer the death penalty. The fate of those remaining lies entirely within your discretion." Observing that Lion appeared somewhat troubled, Sam cautiously approached with a suggestion. Upon hearing Sam's words, Dickens reluctantly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Sam, who had dared to advise Lion to kill in such a manner, to slay both body and spirit. Such words are deserving of punishment. "Cursed noble, I shall not let you escape even in death." Sam's remarks were precisely the sort of rhetoric one might expect from an individual educated in the ways of the aristocracy. These nobles regard their kind as human while viewing all others as mere beasts of burden. Realizing that his suggestion had elicited such a dreadful curse, Sam instinctively stepped back, seeking refuge behind Lion. He could not comprehend why his mere recounting of his father's methods had provoked such a fierce reaction from this bandit leader. "My lord, I demand a duel with this noble. Should I lose, we shall accept any punishment." Dickens, crawling forward on his knees, uttered this statement with a fierce tone, as if suddenly imbued with strength by Sam's words. He sought to secure a path to survival for himself and all his fellow bandits. "I refuse. I refuse to duel with a dishonorable bandit." Noticing Lion's wavering resolve, Sam cried out in protest. "Enough, Dickens. Let this farce come to an end. I shall offer you a new proposal. Take your unwilling subordinates and depart, while the remaining ones shall belong to me." "What say you?" Lion coldly suggested, delivering a kick to the writhing Dickens at his feet. In truth, Lion's mindset remained overly merciful. He had yet to solidify his resolve to strike decisively and was influenced by an eagerness to recruit personnel, leading him to make what appeared to be a rather foolish decision. At that moment, at least 20 of the captured bandits expressed their desire to leave with Dickens, while a full 40 chose to remain and join the Night's Watch. The reason for such a significant number remaining was entirely due to their fear that Lion might change his mind. These bandits harbored no sense of honor, thus viewing others as mere equals. "Release them, grant them their freedom," Lion commanded, and the Night's Watch collected over 20 pairs of handcuffs. While the freed Dickens could scarcely believe that this cold-blooded demon had shown such leniency, hastily urging his men to depart. The bandits who declared their allegiance to the Night's Watch stood obediently to the side after having their restraints removed, their expressions betraying reluctance, hinting that they would likely seek an opportunity to escape in the future. Halt. Just as Dickens turned to leave, Lyon's voice called out to him from behind. Damn it. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. Dickens spun around in frustration, awaiting his fate. Our destination happens to be Grey Crow Village. For now, you will accompany us and lead the way. Upon hearing this, Dickens instinctively wanted to refuse, but realizing that Lyon held leverage over him as a former bandit, he reluctantly complied to avoid greater calamity. As night fell in the camp, Lyon, taking advantage of the solitude, summoned the panel for combat calculations. Having personally executed nearly 30 men during the day, he had likewise accrued an equal number of gold dragons, ensuring that his financial situation would not falter in the short term. Among his forces, his once 50-strong elite unit had dwindled to a mere 13. Yet all were now seasoned rangers of the Night's Watch. Following this battle, each had been elevated to elite status, and one ranger, who had claimed the most kills, was promoted to an oath-taker, having not only honed his archery skills further, but also unlocked mastery over two-handed swords. Contemplating this, Lyon instructed his men to summon the newly appointed oath-taker, eager to discern the changes that accompanied his advancement. My lord, you summoned me? Shortly thereafter, a tall figure entered Lyon's tent, his countenance grave and resolute. The Night's Watch cloak draped over his back bore a sword of alarming size, provoking concern as to whether he could wield it effectively. Yet, given his stature, one might presume he would manage without difficulty. What is your name? Spyam, my lord. Spyam's responses were concise, revealing a man of few words. Lyon then recalled that this individual had been one of the few new recruits willing to train on the first day, a former murderer, which explained his swift rise. Lyon nodded. I have a new role for you. What is it? You shall serve as a scout for our party, responsible for serving tea during the day and maintaining vigilance over the camp at night. This role was previously held by Hodder, who did not fulfill it adequately. Understood. The taciturn Spyam promptly accepted his orders. Observing Spyam standing resolutely with the two-handed sword at the camp's forefront, Lyon felt an indescribable sense of reassurance, allowing him a rare restful night. Chapter 41. The execution of deserters and the recruitment of bandits. That night, Lyon's camp lay in hushed silence, occasionally pierced by the howling wind, echoing the perils of the daytime battle, akin to the restless souls lingering in discontent. Early in the morning, having indulged in a leisurely slumber, Lyon awoke as the sun climbed high in the sky. Noticing Hodder's troubled expression as he stood guard nearby, Lyon inquired, Hodder, what transpired? Why is it so quiet? My lord, you must go outside and see. Your newly appointed scout is eliminating that group of bandits. Hodder's words were evidently exaggerated. When Lyon followed him to the newly constructed execution site located at the back of the camp, he found 7 or 8 bandits rebound with their hands behind their backs, kneeling and awaiting their fate. The remaining bandits stood nearby, their faces reflecting trepidation, and upon seeing Lyon's arrival, many exhibited expressions of relief. However, Dickens' mood was undoubtedly far from pleasant. The situation was anything but simple. What transpired here? Lyon rubbed his face to awaken himself, then turned his gaze toward Spyam, who seemed to be the one in charge. My lord, spare their lives. They will not attempt to flee again. Before Spyam could speak, Dickens interjected, pleading for mercy. But Lyon pushed him aside, eager to hear Spyam's account first. Master, these bandits had plotted to escape collectively during the Owl's Watch. And then? Noticing that Spyam had only provided a single sentence, Lyon inquired with curiosity. That is all. Spyam merely stated the facts, showing no inclination to take credit for his actions. Dickens. Lyon nodded, summoning Dickens forward, who wore a resigned expression. Prior to their escape, these bandits had consulted Dickens, but he had allowed them to decide for themselves. Refusing to interfere, never anticipating that within half an hour, Spyam would return, riding on horseback, capturing them one by one. My lord, I truly do not know what to say. They have squandered your mercy, yet I beseech you to grant them another chance. Surely there is a place for them on the wall. Even in this dire situation, Dickens sought to excuse the fleeing bandits. Lyon had never encountered such a deeply loyal Westerlander, and could not help but regard Dickens with newfound respect. However, rules were rules. They had pledged their allegiance to the Night's Watch the previous day, and as a deserter from the Night's Watch, the fate that awaited them need not be elaborated. The coldness in Lyon's voice was unmistakable, and the fleeing bandits were promptly shoved to the ground by the soldiers of the Night's Watch standing behind them. Seeing that matters had come to this point, Dickens refrained from speaking further, silently clenching his fists. Just before the Night's Watch drew their swords, Lyon raised a hand to halt them, prompting the soldiers to collectively step back. Lyon approached the first bandit in line, coldly inquiring. In the name of the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms, and as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Lyon Victor, I hereby sentence you to death. Do you have any last words? The bandits, having endured a night of freezing temperatures, trembled uncontrollably and could scarcely utter a word, leading to the silent execution of the first bandit. The second, the third, Lion's blade, the kiss of death, was incredibly sharp, and his execution method was swift and clean. Each head was severed with ease, sparing the bandits undue suffering, until he reached the final bandit before him. I have a last will, Dickens, my chief. I wish to express that following you in this life has been worthwhile. After my demise, please look after my child and advise him against seeking revenge for me. Instead, encourage him to grow up and join the Night's Watch with honor, rather than following in his father's shameful footsteps as a coward. With these words, the bandit heavily rested his face upon the wooden stump before him, exuding a certain gallantry. Dickens, who had been numb until that moment, felt tears welling up upon hearing such sentiments, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. Finally, a commendable last word had been uttered. Indeed, you are a man. Do not stray from the right path in your next life. With that, Leon swung his longsword, following the morning's judgment. The oppressive atmosphere over the camp was lifted. Hode and his men had escorted the injured back to Black Iron Fortress. Leon's direct forces had significantly diminished, but thankfully, the remaining soldiers were all elite troops. Although facing these bandits 1 against 10 was somewhat daunting, one could easily manage 3. However, Leon did not voice these thoughts. And Sam, of course, remained unaware. He glanced around at the unfamiliar faces and felt a twinge of anxiety. Just yesterday, these individuals had been engaged in mortal combat with the Night's Watch. Would they heed Leon's commands today? Seemingly perceiving Sam's unease, Leon reassured him, rest assured. The remaining men are absolutely loyal. Why is that, my lord? Is it because you promised each of them 10 copper stars as a weekly wage? Sam inquired. One might interpret it that way. After dealing with the fleeing bandits, the remaining rogues were all assimilated into the ranks of the new recruits of the Night's Watch. Under Dickens' guidance, these bandits displayed decent aptitude. Many would soon become rangers after a period of training as new recruits. Currently, Leon's forces comprised 1 4th-tier Oathbound member of the Night's Watch, Spyum, 12 3rd-tier elite rangers, and 38 new recruits, all former bandits. Once these bandits had their names inscribed on the cavalry's roster, it did not mean they could escape again. At the very least, they could not betray Leon while he slept. Chapter 42. The Food Provider Wejunjia. After traversing a mountain, the troop in search of recruits arrived at a sizable village at the foot of the mountain. My lord, Dickens approached Leon. Ahead lies Grey Crow Village. Leon, who had been feigning sleep in the carriage, responded without lifting his eyelids. Observing Leon's reaction, Dickens decided against saying more. His current position was awkward. Though he was technically a prisoner, he was not shackled. As a free man, he had undeniably been defeated, and given his enmity with Leon, he had no intention of swearing loyalty or joining the Night's Watch. Yet, upon returning to his territory, he realized Leon had only a handful of individuals by his side, making it unlikely for him to stir up any significant trouble. However, if Leon were forcibly detained, the Night's Watchmen, each on horseback, would certainly leak information. Not only would they have to be wary of the Night's Watch's retaliation, but the Lords of the North would also not overlook an attack on the Night's Watch. Suddenly, Dickens heard a loud snort beside him, startling him enough to jump. He quickly turned to find a Night's Watchman, sword slung across his back, gazing down at him with an expression akin to looking at an ant. In that instant, Dickens felt that the moment he entertained even a fleeting thought of malice, the blade would swiftly cut across his throat. Instinctively, he recoiled. He found it perplexing how such a formidable veteran of the Night's Watch would willingly serve under a noble youth. Of course, this noble was no wastrel. He was quite ruthless when it came to killing. The Night's Watch had supposedly fallen into obscurity. How could such a figure appear here, crossing paths with him? Resigned to his misfortune, Dickens forced himself to abandon thoughts of vengeance and dutifully led the way. Upon entering the village, Leon's contingent walked along a main thoroughfare, where the houses lined the sides and curious eyes, filled with either hostility or confusion, watched the oddly structured troop pass by. Many recognized their kin, dejectedly clad in the black garb of the Night's Watch, standing beside a noble youth. As they reached the village center, an elderly man of some repute intercepted Leon. My lord of the Night's Watch, might I inquire what brings you here? I seek to recruit for my forces, procure essential supplies, and engage in trade. The elder shook his head. I regret to inform you, my lord, that our village has no young men eager to join the war, much less the Night's Watch. It was evident that the elder was disinterested in Leon's proposition. What of the Night's Watch? Are we not fighting the wildlings to protect you? Leon found the elder's attitude perplexing. While that may be so, Grey Crow Village lies too far from the front lines. The people here have known peace for too long to serve your cause. The elder shook his head again. Known peace for too long? What a laughable assertion. Surely you recognize some of the faces among my new recruits. You know well what they were before and why they chose to join the Night's Watch. Leon replied with a hint of sarcasm, gesturing for Spyum to reveal Dickens, who had been hiding among the crowd. My lord, you may not be aware, But the current year is proving to be worse than the last, and the landless youth of our village must seek their fortunes elsewhere. To Leon's surprise, the elder had an argument to counter, and it was not without some merit. A fallacious argument. So your villagers cannot make a living and resort to robbing others? Upon hearing this, Leon's anger flared, and he dismounted, striding directly to the elder. A few strong young men from the village quickly brandished their pitchforks, attempting to shield the elder, while Leon's elite Night's Watchmen, unyielding, drew their bows, aiming at any sign of movement. Even the newly recruited Night's Watchmen reluctantly unsheathed their swords, pointing them at the villagers they once lived alongside. Witnessing this, not only did the elder widen his eyes in shock, but Dickens too was left bewildered. When did these bandits become so enthralled by Leon? He had been utterly oblivious. Now, can we discuss terms? At that moment, the calm smile on Leon's face appeared to the elder as that of a devil skilled in the art of persuasion. Uncle, step aside. I am the village chief of Grey Crow, and I shall negotiate with the Lord of the Night's Watch. Very well. Leon turned to Dickens, patiently awaiting his proposal. My village can supply 126 young men eager for war, but you must promise to safeguard each of their lives. I do not wish for Grey Crow Village to be renamed Widow's Village. Dickens seemed resolute, presenting an exceptionally generous offer. His uncle instinctively wanted to object, but upon meeting Dickens' gaze, he fell silent, unable to voice his thoughts. I can guarantee that their lives will not be squandered, but winter is approaching, and war and death are inevitable. Most of them have families or are yet to marry. I do not wish for them to don the black garb against their will. I do not demand that they all swear loyalty to the Night's Watch, but should any choose to do so, I shall not hinder them. Given that, a relocation fee of 5 copper stars for each, and they can immediately join your ranks. Leon waved his hand, and Sam allocated 6 gold dragons and 3 silver bucks from the funds Leon had provided to Dickens. You've suddenly become so accommodating. I am curious about the reason. Although Leon had the cavalry roster to ensure the basic loyalty of these new recruits, the ease with which matters unfolded left him suspicious. As the village chief of Grey Crow Village, it is my duty to seek a path for the villagers. While conversing with you and your subordinates, Dickens cast a fleeting glance at Spyam, swallowed hard, and continued, You and your men possess considerable skill, and I cannot deny that. Rather than engaging in plunder under my command, following you offers a more promising future. Indeed, it was a wise decision. Upon hearing Dickens's explanation, Leon nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 43. Maud, who can transform into a girl, and the task she assigned Grey Crow Village is equipped with a training ground. Otherwise, it would not have raised over 200 bandits. At that moment, the expansive training field was teeming with individuals, where new recruits, drenched in sweat, practiced archery in front of hastily erected scarecrows. Due to a shortage of arrows from the supply wagons, several recruits had to share a single bout during training, taking turns shooting until exhaustion set in. Fortunately, the village had an ample supply of bowstrings and arrows, allowing such training to persist. Leon discovered that as long as he was present, whether actively training or idly observing, the effectiveness of the training multiplied tenfold. Thus, he seized a moment to relax, reclining in a wicker chair under the sun, while Spyam, the only 4th-tier soldier in the group, took charge of the training. Spyam's training style mirrored his serious demeanor. When faced with clumsy recruits, he would first deliver a kick before meticulously correcting their techniques. However, it took Spyam an entire morning to address over 100 recruits, merely demonstrating the kick. Fortunately, a strict teacher yields exceptional students. By evening, half of the new recruits successfully advanced to the rank of Night Watcher Ranger. According to Elder Xiong's training criteria, recruits meeting the standards of a Night Watcher Ranger would be deemed competent. Yet, Leon harbored personal ambitions. These soldiers were not solely trained for Elder Xiong. Eventually, they would be taken beyond the Great Wall to confront wildlings and other threats. After all, the king beyond the wall had some systematic tasks to offer. With time to spare, Leon retrieved from his pocket a peculiar coin, distinct from the ordinary gold dragon coin. It was handed to him by Maud before her departure, claiming that if he presented the coin and whispered her name, she would appear before him from afar. Why not try it now? Maud. Leon clutched the coin tightly and called into the air. Regrettably, after a moment of silence, nothing happened. Just as Leon began to think Maud would not appear and contemplated returning to sleep, a dispassionate voice devoid of emotion emerged from behind him. You called for Maud. What is it? Turning around, Leon beheld a man resembling an ordinary villager, his expression sincere and unassuming. Although his features had changed since their last encounter, Leon could discern Maud's ever-constant, mask-like demeanor etched on the villager's face. Still curious, Leon inquired, Why do you look like this? If the boy prefers, I can change into the form of a girl. As if reading Leon's thoughts, Maud impatiently asserted, swiftly removing the facial mask. In an instant, a delicate girl with golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin appeared before Leon. Thankfully, they were alone. Otherwise, Maud's sudden transformation would surely frighten any unsuspecting villagers. Is this the face you wish to see? Not only that, but Maud's voice transformed as well, adopting a sweet and gentle tone that was remarkably accurate. Hearing this, Leon furrowed his brow. It reminded him of a voice mimicry expert. Do you not like it, boy? Then I shall change again. Upon noticing Leon's discomfort, Maud prepared to remove the mask once more, but Leon hastily intervened, thinking, I summoned you for a purpose, not to witness your theatrical performance. Last time, you mentioned you could forge weapons. Can you create bows and arrows? In response to Leon's inquiry, the girl Maud did not reply but instead waved her hand, conjuring a crafting list before Leon's eyes. Dragon's blood, legendary bow, crafted from the bones and sinews of a living dragon, imbued with top-tier fire magic damage, immense power. Price, gold dragon. Sapphire smoke, legendary bow, requires a fragment of the mysterious power that obliterated the Valyrian Empire, imbued with an erasure effect. Price, gold dragon. Dream of destruction. Leon suddenly felt that Maud was deliberately trying to vex him. Scanning the list, he first questioned whether these crafting materials were merely figments of Maud's imagination. The exorbitant price, a staggering 6-digit figure, made it clear that by the time Leon had amassed enough gold dragons, he would be well into his elder years. The materials necessary for crafting equipment undoubtedly existed, and should he need funds, he could apply for a loan from the Iron Bank of Bravos across the narrow sea. Noticing Leon's speechlessness, Maud, with his uncanny ability to read human nature, promptly offered a suggestion. Given my current circumstances, how much do you think I can borrow? It seemed to be an awkward figure. Upon hearing Leon's question, a rare expression of embarrassment crossed the girl's face. Do not be too disheartened. The high cost is not a flaw in your crafting, but rather mine. After sighing, Leon intended to dismiss Maud, but just as she was about to leave, she suddenly spoke up. Perhaps the boy could undertake this task. Eliminate or defeat the free folk chieftain, Doghead Hama, who has infiltrated the Great Wall. He is currently near East Sea Watch. The time limit is 1 month. He commands many followers, so proceed with caution. Task reward, Loose Star, legendary bow. Crafted from meteorite of an alien world, imbued with the ability to grow multiple arrows upon attack. Multiple arrows, for every 30 enemies killed or defeated, increase 1 level. With each level up, an additional arrow is added, with no upper limit. Once perfected to 1,000,000 arrows, one can shatter a celestial body with a single shot. Upon reading the task description, particularly the final line regarding the multiple arrows, Leon could only think one thing. What nonsense. You continue to deceive me. Chapter 44. A Bountiful Harvest. 12 Night Watcher Oathkeepers. Although Leon felt that Maud was merely toying with him, he had no evidence to refute it. Thus, he accepted the task, planning to summon Maud later to interrogate her if the multiple arrows proved ineffective. By the way, next time, let her transform into a cat-eared girl. After sending Maud away, Leon began to contemplate. Since Maud indicated that Doghead Hama commanded numerous followers, he could not recklessly march his troops into battle. Although he currently wielded the kiss of black and white and possessed mastery over one-handed swords, making him a formidable force, he had nearly been ambushed by a bandit. Therefore, if possible, Leon preferred to lead several hundred 6th-tier Night Watchers, guardians of the realm, and reap the rewards himself. However, it was evident that the 1-month deadline for the task would not allow Leon to leisurely train his troops. Grey Crow Village lay quite a distance from East Sea Watch. Transporting a contingent of infantry and supplies would take at least a week, assuming Doghead Hama would be waiting for Leon at East Sea Watch, which was highly unlikely. Leon would need at least 3 more days to track down the wildlings. Calculating it all, Leon realized he had only 20 days left for training. Given this limited time, he was uncertain about the level of preparedness he could achieve. Yet, there was no choice but to proceed step by step when the time came. Regardless of the outcome of their training, they would have to set out. The following day, the new recruits in Grey Crow Village clearly sensed an atmosphere of intense training. Even the previously aloof Lord Leon personally descended to train with them, much to their dismay. After a day of drawing bows, their arms ached, making sleep elusive. The training load had not only remained unchanged but had significantly increased. However, each recruit merely grumbled internally after enduring such devilish training. The improvements in their skills were visibly substantial. Some even experienced a complete transformation. Thus, amid the recruits' mix of agony and elation, a week passed, culminating in payday. Sam exchanged a hefty sack of copper stars with several prominent merchants at the village market. Under the stern gaze of Spyam, each individual received their orderly allocation of 10 copper stars, a sum that far surpassed their basic living expenses. This generosity from Leon sparked much gratitude and loyalty among the ranks, subtly enhancing their morale. With newfound wealth, the villagers were eager to spend. Rumors spread that a troop of mercenaries, led by the chief of the Night Watch, had arrived in Grey Crow Village, prompting many from nearby towns to flock to the market with their wares. On payday, the market transformed into a vibrant bazaar, where various merchants seized the opportunity to set up stalls selling delicacies, weapons, and supplies for war horses. Seizing this chance, Leon sold off a considerable amount of the loot seized from bandits at a bundled price, purchasing enough provisions to sustain 200 men for a month, while also equipping each new night watch recruit with decent armor and bows. Notably, after a week of rigorous training, over 150 new recruits successfully advanced to become Ranger Scouts of the Night Watch, with 30 of them achieving the elite status. Meanwhile, the original 12 elite Rangers had ascended to the rank of Oath's men, equal to Spyam. However, Spyam, the leader, remained stagnant in his advancement, gradually being caught up by his comrades who had also departed from Black Iron Fortress. Even Sam was not exempt from this reality, though his strength had grown. A week of relentless training had cost him 30 pounds, and he finally resembled a proper soldier. After a flurry of expenditures at the market, Leon's already meager finances took a further hit. Aside from 5 golden dragons set aside with Sam for emergencies, he found himself unable to produce another copper star. Yet, Leon refrained from disclosing this to Sam. As the saying goes, the morale of the troops must not waver, with the company financially strained. It was Leon's duty as their leader to generate revenue for the next week's payroll. Thus, one fateful morning, he set out with 12 Oath's men of the Night Watch, leaving Spyam behind to oversee training. That evening, a horrifying scene unfolded at the market as the 12 riders, including Leon's warhorse, displayed a gruesome array of severed heads, their expressions twisted in rage. Dickens recognized several of his fellow mercenaries among them, prompting a wave of relief that he had not opposed Leon's authority. Otherwise, he might have found his own head hanging from a horse. The once lavish Leon, renowned for his generosity towards soldiers, was starkly revealed in this moment of brutality. This revelation bore mixed consequences. Kind-hearted individuals began to distance themselves from Leon, while merchants at the market the following day coincidentally chose to lower their prices. That night, Leon took a refreshing bath at Dickens' residence, washing away the day's grime and blood. Upon emerging, he noticed Spyam, fully armored, standing guard outside the bathroom, evidently concerned about potential ambushes while Leon was vulnerable. "How was today's training?" Leon casually asked, drying his hair with a soft woolen scarf. "It was satisfactory," Spyam replied tersely, but after a moment's hesitation, he added that the new recruits were gradually acclimating to the intensity of the training, suggesting an increase in tomorrow's workload. Leon nodded thoughtfully, changing into a clean, coarse linen shirt. He noticed Spyam's unusual gaze directed at him, causing a slight shiver. "Is there something else?" "Killing is a vile habit," Spyam responded without hesitation to Leon's inquiry, but as the words left his lips, a flicker of regret crossed his face. After all, he was merely a former murderer turned night watchman. What right did he have to advise the chief? "Why do you say that?" Leon questioned, sensing a hint of self-awareness in his own actions. To take a life for a mere golden dragon, without a second thought, even if it belonged to a bandit, was troubling. Or perhaps you, a murderer exiled to the wall, would have spent your later years mired in trivialities had it not been for me. Now you dare to teach me? Despite a moment of introspection, Leon's tone remained provocatively challenging. Spyam shook his head. "I am not your advisor, nor are you my lord. But before I explain my reasoning, would you care to hear my story?" Leon gave a subtle nod, pouring 2 glasses from Dickens' wine cabinet, one for himself and one for Spyam. "I was once a Dothraki, born in the distant land of Westeros. Surely, a noble like you has heard tales of my homeland. I know of it, the city of slaves. A system that is viewed as both dishonorable and inhumane by those from Westeros. The slave masters seem to call themselves benevolent or great lords. You are quite knowledgeable. The bloody duels in the arenas are a source of entertainment for every free Dothraki. Every Saturday, the arenas are packed." "Please continue," Leon said, reclining comfortably in his chair. "I was an unfortunate slave, captured for the arenas from a young age, forced to fight my peers throughout my youth until adulthood." As he spoke, a shadow of anguish crossed Spyam's face, recalling painful memories. "Seems you were quite formidable," Leon remarked lightly. "No, I would rather it be me who perished. Each time I survived a battle, my body covered in wounds, I found my hands unwittingly stained with the blood of friends. Now, I can only comfort myself by bearing the hopes of all who fell. Until one day, the slaves revolted. I seized the chaos to escape on a ship bound for an unknown destination. However, just before disembarking, I was recognized as a former arena slave and branded a murderer by the local lord, who sent me to the wall." At this point, Spyam's emotions surged, seemingly wishing to tear apart the very lord who had condemned him to such a fate. Realizing he had digressed, Spyam refrained from lamenting his status as a night watchman to Leon, understanding it served no purpose. "Killing is indeed a dreadful habit, and I seem unable to relinquish it." Upon hearing the tale, Leon offered his perspective, adding that only those strong enough to wield a sword could possess the power to prevent murder, could they not? "Winter is coming, Spyam. Your compassion is admirable, but be cautious not to misplace it. After Spiam departed, Leon stroked the stubble forming on his chin, contemplating that it was time to find a priest for the troops. Otherwise, with relentless killing, even hardened souls like Spiam might begin to crack. Tomorrow, I shall seek one from the nearby church. Certainly, Lion seems to have somewhat overestimated the moral values of the people in this world. After all, individuals like Spiam, who possess profound stories, are far from the majority. Most people will never grasp thoughts as deep as his, even throughout their entire lives. Chapter 46. The 300 troops depart. Destination, EC Lookout. The following morning, a unique stall appeared in the marketplace, a recruitment booth. Before it stood several imposing veteran night watchmen, serving as the best living advertisements. Many recognized them as one of the 12 knights who had accompanied Lion to purge the bandits the previous day, as the scent of blood clung to them unmistakably. This morning, as Lion's administrative officer, Sam received a pouch containing 50 gold dragons from him, along with a directive: recruit soldiers. I want to see you spend every last coin from this pouch by the time we depart in 2 weeks, no matter the means. Thus, Sam took his position here. However, the remaining workforce in Grey Raven Village had already been fully exhausted, and the leader, Dickens, could not conjure up more manpower in the short term. Therefore, Sam's plan relied on the people coming to the market. Yet, even with one of the 12 knights standing as a testament to their cause, few showed interest in enlisting, mostly ruffians, and Sam even suspected that those who received the 5 copper stars for settling would vanish after purchasing alcohol. Sir Night Watchman, where do you plan to take these recruits to fight? Against the savages? A young man, noticing the bulging pouch at Sam's feet, finally succumbed to his impulses and approached with a question. Sam considered saying yes, but hesitated as he recalled the bustling market filled with bystanders, fearing that spies might have infiltrated. Instead, he said, I can only inform you that Lord Lion Victor, the chief instructor from Black Iron Fortress, has issued a recruitment order for the residents of the Gifted Land. The Supreme Commander has also approved this matter, and you should not inquire further. Well, sir, I wish to enlist, but I do not want to become a night watchman. Is that acceptable? I am not yet married. I merely wish to save a sum for my future wife. The young man's awkwardness elicited laughter from those around. One of the night watchmen chuckled heartily. Boy, the money earned as a soldier is often a matter of life and death. I tell you, you would be better off spending that money on the women of Molehill Village. Otherwise, upon your return from service, you might find unfamiliar mouths to feed at home. Sam, however, did not mock the young man, but rather responded seriously. Being a night watchman is no easy task. Even I am not entirely at ease with it. We do not compel you to take the oath of a night watchman once the war concludes or you are discharged due to injury. Lord Lion will ensure you receive your severance pay. Then I shall join. Where do I sign? Here. Hod. The Lord has tasked you with training this batch of new recruits. If there are not enough bows, proceed with basic infantry training. After registering the new recruits, Sam turned to Hod, who nodded and led the assembled new soldiers to the training ground. At this moment, Grey Raven Village was half a bustling marketplace and half a vibrant training ground. The commotion from over 200 soldiers in training was enough to resonate through the skies. As time passed, it was soon the departure date set by Lion. Leader Dickens gazed at the assembled troops with a complex mix of emotions. Lion's forces could indeed be described as strong and well-prepared. At the forefront of the formation were 100 new recruits wielding shields and swords, followed by 2 companies of Night Watchman Rangers, among whom at least half were elite Rangers of the Night Watch, known for their exceptional combat prowess. Stationed in the center was Lion, flanked by 20 sworn Night Watchmen bearing greatswords. Notably, Spiam had successfully trained to advance to a 5th-tier soldier type, the Sworn Night Watchman. His aura of menace no longer radiated with overt sharpness as a sworn soldier. Only the glint of his eyes peeking from beneath his hood hinted at the danger he posed. Despite the new recruits having undergone merely 20 days of training, the effects of enhanced training multiplied their results to a level comparable to that of a lord's private soldiers after 5 years. Most of these individuals had been farmers, unemployed, or ruffians merely 20 days prior, and had yet to taste blood. However, Dickens could not deny that an elite force now stood before him. My lord, I wish you great success, Dickens said, bringing a cart laden with vegetables and grains to Lion's troops, which Sam was responsible for coordinating. Lion, upon hearing this, glanced at Dickens and replied coldly, I will not express my apologies for your brother's situation. It has happened, and the fault does not lie with me. I understand. I merely hope that the young men from our village will return victorious one day. After exchanging pleasantries at Lion's command, the troops commenced their departure. The elite rangers mounted their horses, leading the way, followed by 200 soldiers guarding 10 supply wagons filled with weaponry, bows, and provisions sufficient to sustain 300 soldiers for 3 months. Destination, East Sea Lookout. Chapter 47. The Usable Wildman Shapeshifters, revised, in the game of Mount and Blade. Lion once commanded a force of 1,000, but after nearly overheating his graphics card during battle, he vowed never to lead more than 300 troops again. This marked Lion's first experience in reality commanding a contingent exceeding 300, and he could not deny that this number would likely grow in the future. This caused him some concern. When the troop size was smaller, he could simply shout commands, but now he found himself constantly receiving reports from scouts returning from various directions. At this moment, he longed for the presence of John or someone else to help share the burdens of command. His current leadership abilities only allowed him to manage simple marches and to direct mounted rangers to chase down small bands of bandits. In other situations, Lion could only watch as his troops trudged along, lost in thought. As for Sam taking command, Lion had little hope for that. Managing the daily accounts of food and resources for these hundreds of men was already a daunting task for him. Fortunately, the scouts, under Spyam's guidance, proved effective, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from boldly assaulting the main force. Despite having over 300 men, Lion's army was hardly a grand spectacle on the desolate northern lands. During their stay in Grey Raven Village, he learned of several notorious brigand groups numbering in the thousands along their route. My lord, this marks the 8th band of bandits captured today. Who knows how many more lurk in these wilds and deep forests, Hod reported, returning on horseback and unceremoniously tossing a bound man at Lion's feet. The man, already disoriented from the bumpy ride, was further stunned by the sudden drop, struggling to rise for a while. This was part of Lion's orders. Anyone capable of riding was to venture out and apprehend bandits, leaving the fate of captured individuals to Lion's discretion. The outcomes for those brought before him were only two. Either they became honorable yet arduous new recruits of the Night Watch, or they were transformed into mere coins in Lion's pocket. Faced with the dire realities of life and death, most captives had little choice but to join Lion's ranks. Excluding those brigands who were recaptured and executed after fleeing, Lion's 3 days of progress towards East Sea Lookout yielded only a meager handful of gold dragons. When the man finally regained consciousness and saw himself surrounded by the Night Watch, his immediate instinct was to flee, but Hod's quick reflexes thwarted him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Upon being promoted to the Night's Watch Oathkeeper, Hodder and his companions found their weapons automatically transformed into two-handed swords and powerful longbows. These formidable weapons required considerable strength to wield effectively. Consequently, when Hodder, unable to properly control his strength, delivered a seemingly ordinary strike, he inadvertently knocked a man unconscious. Something feels amiss, Hodder. Exercise caution, Leon cautioned, noticing Hodder's reckless inclination to dismount and inspect the man lying on the ground. Although Hodder found Leon's concerns somewhat exaggerated, his long-standing habit of adhering to Leon's directives prompted him to signal a few nearby recruits. As they surrounded the fallen man, Hodder approached and prodded him with his foot. Receiving no response, Hodder crouched to examine the man more closely. However, upon flipping him over, Hodder was startled to see the man's eyes rendered a ghostly white, as if his pupils had vanished. In that instant, Hodder felt a powerful will seize control of his body, forcing him to rise unsteadily. Due to the angle from which they observed, the nearby recruits failed to perceive anything unusual about the fallen man. Just as one recruit was about to inquire, Hodder rolled his neck, then, with lightning speed, unsheathed his two-handed sword and swung it with a wide arc. The recruits were caught off guard. One nearest to Hodder instantly bore a gaping wound across his neck, his head severed in an instant, while the others fared no better, limbs and heads flying in disarray. Hodder, having identified Leon as the commanding officer of this Night's Watch unit, dashed towards him and, without hesitation, lunged with his massive sword. However, Leon, having anticipated such an attack due to the incessant alert from the mental spiders since the man's arrival, drew his sword to guard his chest just in time. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed before Leon's eyes. Damn, their essay back up? In the nick of time, Leon retracted his neck, his mind racing with thoughts. Yet, this icy gleam clearly belonged to the loyal Spyam. Despite Leon's preparedness to confront Hodder's assault, Spyam outmaneuvered him. Clang. Spyam intercepted Hodder's advance, engaging him in fierce combat. The two exchanged blows rapidly, their swords clashing in a flurry of strikes. Leon's earlier trust in his subordinate's loyalty now turned to rage. The system had assured him that those bound by the mental steel seal could neither rebel against nor attack him. Where's the system now? Come forth and explain why my subordinates, marked by the steel seal, are capable of assaulting me? Before the system could respond, Spyam's voice broke through. My lord, something is amiss. This is not Hodder. It is impossible for him to possess such strength. After engaging Hodder in a few exchanges, Spyam felt his arms growing numb, while Hodder appeared grievously wounded, his hands torn and bleeding from the impact of their fierce clash. Yet, he continued his relentless assault on Spyam, seemingly intent on trading injuries. Realizing he could not subdue Spyam in the immediate future, Hodder, as they passed each other, hurled his sword at Leon like a thrown knife before collapsing, unconscious. Meanwhile, the man on the ground ceased his eye rolling and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, quickly scrambled to his feet and fled. Due to his injuries, Hodder's thrown sword lacked precision, landing harmlessly in the wilderness, and Leon, uninterested, made no attempt to evade. Observing Hodder lying on the ground as if feigning death, Leon raised a hand to halt Spyam's advance, instead summoning a multitude of archers, their bows drawn taut, aimed at Hodder. I will count to 3, Hodder. If you do not rise on your own, prepare to face the consequences. Seeing Hodder's terrified expression as he lay on the ground, clearly awake, Leon spoke with a threatening tone. Please, my lord, I will get up. Oh, my hands hurt so much. The pain from his injuries rendered Hodder incapable of rising, leaving him to kneel helplessly on the ground. Without hesitation, Spyam raised his sword, aiming for Hodder's neck, awaiting only a nod from Leon to execute the fatal blow. Listen to me, my lord. That man took control of my body. I swear it was not my doing. Chapter 48. The terrifying investigative skills of the shapeshifter, my lord. I have traveled the Essos continent for many years and have never heard of such black magic as body possession. After setting up camp, Hodder had all his weapons confiscated and was bound and kneeling before Leon, restrained by 2 recruits. After Spyam had collected the bodies of the fallen recruits, his eyes filled with hatred, he was the first to voice a question. Many of these recruits had been trained personally by Spyam, and their casualties from skirmishes with bandits over the days paled in comparison to the devastation wrought by Hodder alone. Do not let me make excuses, my lord. The moment that man rolled his eyes, I lost control of my body. Besides, you know my capabilities. It is impossible for me to match Spyam's prowess. Hodder knelt, appearing wretched, blood seeping from his wounds, staining his face and dark attire with crimson splotches, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Leon furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The peculiarities of today's events weighed heavily on him. Although Hodder had initially appeared rebellious, after enduring Leon's rigorous training, he had become relatively compliant, hardly the type to suddenly commit such an act of defiance. The issue lay with the man who had escaped. Spyam. Did we capture the man who fled? Leon inquired, turning away from the kneeling Hodder to address Spyam, who frowned and replied regretfully. I dispatched half of the scouts in pursuit of the fleeing man, but the vastness of the wolf forest, coupled with the encroaching darkness, has yielded no results. My lord, I suspect the fleeing man is a wildling. Suddenly, Sam, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Leon raised an eyebrow, prompting, What evidence do you have? The evidence was apparent. The man wore a fur coat, not typical of the Northmen, and it was wet, clearly indicating he had recently come from a region blanketed in snow. Sam's words compelled Leon to recall that the man had indeed appeared damp, and coincidentally, it had not rained recently, which had initially struck Leon as odd. Hodder, where did you capture him? Did he have any companions? I found him beneath a tree. He seemed to be dying, rolling his eyes, so I bound him and brought him back. He was alone, with no signs of any companions nearby. With a serious expression, Sam stood and asked, Are you certain he was rolling his eyes? Were there any other anomalies? I believe I heard howling nearby, akin to that of ice wolves. That's right. The area south of the wall is unsuitable for ice wolves. Hodder's eyes lit up, as if grasping a lifeline, desperately explaining. I have read about the free folk in books. Sam nodded, noticing Leon's puzzled gaze directed at him, and quickly clarified, the free folk are what the wildlings call themselves. Not all areas beyond the wall are icy. They also cultivate in suitable regions, albeit without our king's oversight for taxation. In terms of lineage and language, they are not dissimilar to the Northmen, descendants of our ancient ancestors. Without withholding details, Sam, observing the captivated expressions of those around him and Hodder's pleading gaze, continued. It is said that among tens of thousands of free folk, one will be born different from the rest. They are born with the ability to invade the consciousness of any animal, thereby obtaining its vision. When they manifest this ability, their eyes turn a stark white, for their true eyes reside within the creatures they possess. Sam's tone was rhythmic, compelling his listeners into deep contemplation. Even Hode momentarily fell into a trance, pondering what it would be like to suddenly possess the vision of an animal. After a while, he snapped back to reality. Yes, indeed. At that moment, darkness enveloped my sight, leaving me utterly blind, while my body uncontrollably flailed about. A truly terrifying experience. Hode exclaimed, raising his voice in his defense. Silence. Hode. Your suspicion remains unallayed, Leon interjected sternly. A new recruit promptly approached, delivering a sharp blow to Hode's head. The force of the strike left Hode crumpled on the ground, silent and defeated. Following Sam's reminder, Leon recalled that indeed, in the television series, there existed a class of individuals among the wild men known as shapeshifters, and their numbers were not insignificant. One such shapeshifter was part of the formidable Tommen team, leading many wild men to bypass the invading Hama forces of the Eastern Sea. The number of shapeshifters was likely to increase. Perhaps this particular shapeshifter, overly complacent, ventured out alone for reconnaissance, failing to notice Hode's approach, and was subsequently captured. Upon realizing he was surrounded by the Night Watch, He felt there was no escape and thus made a desperate gamble, invading Hode's mind, only to find himself under Hode's control. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at Hode's habitual lack of thought, which left his mind vacant and easily exploited. Hode, you shall endure some discomfort these next few days. Who knows if the shapeshifter will not suddenly regain control and launch an ambush against me. After a moment's reflection, Leon made his decision. Hearing that he would not face death, Hode exhaled a sigh of relief, only to furrow his brow as he glanced at the recruit behind him, timidly requesting, "Brother, the rope is tied far too tightly. Could it be loosened a bit?" The recruit, however, remained steadfast and unyielding, ignoring Hode's plea without Leon's command. Once Hode was led away, only Sam and Spyum, Leon's trusted aides, remained in the tent. With the presence of shapeshifters, it seems our movements will not escape the notice of the wild men, Leon sighed, feigning melancholy, as if anticipating his subordinates to alleviate his worries. Unfortunately, Spyum, with his rigid demeanor, failed to grasp the subtlety of the moment, stating, "I will instruct the scouts to expand their search radius by another 10 miles. That merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue. If I were a shapeshifter, transformed into an eagle soaring through the skies, could you possibly shoot down every eagle in the heavens?" Leon shook his head, for in truth, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. He merely sought to test his subordinates to see if any shared his insights. Noticing Spyum's silence, Leon turned his gaze towards Sam. Had it not been for Sam's earlier clarification, Leon might have suspected that someone had employed a faceless assassin to take on Hode's form for a killing. It was known that he possessed a system of 1,000 faces, and it was quite alarming that he had received no prior warning, nearly leading him to question the authenticity of the system itself. Chapter 49, The Wild Men of the Doghead Hama Tribe. Filial piety and respect let us shift our focus from Leon's contemplations to the fleeing wild shapeshifter. "There is nothing here. Let us search elsewhere," declared a night watchman oath-taker, cautiously surveying the area with his bow drawn. The advancement to a 4th-tier soldier brought not only formidable strength, but also significantly enhanced vision. After observing for some time without success, the two mounted their horses and rode off in search of other leads. However, beneath the very cliff where the oath-taker had just stood, the escaping shapeshifter lay concealed upon the back of a massive ice wolf, gripping the creature's fur tightly, cloaked by the cover of night. After a considerable period of silence, the wild shapeshifter urged the ice wolf to ascend the cliff. Witnessing 2 distant points of torchlight gradually recede into the darkness, the wild shapeshifter then concentrated entirely on the ice wolf beneath him. The creature's vision far surpassed that of a human lacking essential nutrients. It could traverse the rugged, rocky wilderness with ease, aided by the scant moonlight. With the ice wolf's speed exceeding that of 1,000 steeds, the wild shapeshifter swiftly escaped the encirclement of the Night Watch scouts, racing away without a backward glance. By midnight, upon reaching the wild men's encampment, the ice wolf finally came to a panting halt. Just as the wild shapeshifter regained its vision, a gust of wind brushed past, and a glimmering dagger materialized against its throat, catching even the ice wolf off guard. "Havertz, why the haste? Are you being pursued by whites?" Just as the shapeshifter felt a surge of panic, believing it to be a night watchman closing in, a familiar voice chimed in playfully. Relief washed over him, and he relaxed completely. "Gracia, take me to Lord Hama. I have urgent news to convey." Yet the figure behind him did not lower the dagger. Rather, it pressed closer, even breaking the skin at his neck. "What? Have you grown weary of the game of hunting as an ice wolf? Or have you inadvertently stumbled upon something? Don't jest, Gracia. I've been discovered by the Night Watch." "Huh, you mean Carter Pike? Impossible. I command the eagle soaring above the eastern sea. Any disturbance among his men would not escape my notice. Of course it is not him. It is a night watchman from the south." Seeing Grace's demeanor filled with hostility, unwilling to withdraw the dagger from his neck, Havertz tightened his fists, intending to replicate the scene from earlier when he had controlled Hode. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden wave of weakness, as if he had gone 7 days and nights without sleep, and he collapsed onto the ice wolf's back, ignoring the dagger at his throat. He nearly had his windpipe slashed by Grace's blade. Seeing Havertz's state was no jest, Gracia abandoned her playful demeanor and effortlessly took control of the ice wolf beneath them, guiding it toward the territory of the free folk. Soon, the trio, 2 individuals and 1 wolf, arrived before the Doghead Hama's tent. After releasing the ice wolf, Havertz was carried before the Doghead Hama by 2 wild men guards. "My daughter, what has transpired?" The Doghead Hama, awakened in the dead of night, spoke with an unfriendly tone, his bloodshot eyes pointing accusingly at the bloodstains on Havertz's chest and the ghastly wound on his neck. Gracia removed her hood, revealing her enchanting, snow-like features, playfully sticking out her tongue in a display of innocence. Perhaps his ice wolf went mad and turned on its master. "Nonsense. That is clearly a wound inflicted by a dagger. I am not so old as to overlook such a trivial injury," the Doghead Hama retorted angrily. However, his daughter was unafraid of her father's ire. Instead, She affectionately approached him, using her delicate hands, capable of crushing skulls with ease, to strike his back gently. The doghead Hama's anger dissipated almost instantly, as he seemed to enjoy his daughter's ministrations, even humming softly moments later. The guards at the entrance remained stoically attentive, accustomed to the rhythmic sounds emanating from within the tent. "Fetch the healer. We must attend to Lord Havertz's wounds." Upon hearing this, one of the guards immediately set off. "All right, my dear daughter, I know your thoughts. I understand you do not wish to marry Havertz, but you must not harm him. After all, our doghead tribe has only the two of you shapeshifters." The doghead Hama gently patted his daughter's hand, speaking earnestly. "Who made him so unbearable on ordinary days? His wolf often held into the night without a care." Gracie muttered under her breath, her fist striking with increased force, leaving a series of swollen marks where they had landed. Yet, doghead Hama seemed entirely unfazed by his injuries as he continued, "If you do not wish to marry him, then do not." "Yea, father, I knew you were the best," Gracie exclaimed. She had heard that Prince Cern had recently lost his spouse, and since she had just come of age, marrying him was an option. Poor Gracie was too quick to celebrate, for doghead Hama's words conjured an image of a burly, bald Cern, whose fierce visage boasted a prominent hook nose and was adorned with over 20 metallic piercings and tattoos befitting a prince. From a man's perspective, he might be considered striking, but to Gracie, he was utterly repugnant. She found even the fallen Havertz more appealing. "No, I refuse to marry the Cern piercer. Absolutely not." Upon hearing her father's arrangement, Gracie leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, storming out in a huff. Observing his daughter's rebelliousness, doghead Hama couldn't help but smile wryly, muttering to himself, "Perhaps it is only when you become a woman that you will truly mature." Before long, the shaman arrived at the tent, carrying his medical kit. He first bent down to inspect the horrifying wound on Havertz's neck, and, upon discovering it to be merely a superficial injury, bandaged it. Then he lifted Havertz's eyelids for a prolonged examination. "My Lord Hama, Havertz is merely under stress and has overexerted himself. He should recover with a few days of rest. As for the superficial wound, given his constitution, it will scab over in 3 to 5 days. Very well, come here and check how misaligned my back is this time, and while you're at it, help me realign my bones." After Gracie had left, doghead Hama grimaced, clearly feeling the effects of her little punches. However, after all these years, he had grown accustomed to it. Chapter 50, Rebellion. The abominable shapeshifter doghead Hama's camp was situated in a forest near the beach, allowing for a swift escape by sea in the event of danger. It was a mere 30 kilometers in a straight line from East Sea Watch, operating under the watchful eyes of the Night's Watch. The secret to the doghead Hama tribe's ability to remain undetected so close to the Night's Watch lay in Gracie's Sea Eagle spotting scouts in advance, as well as the ruthless savages who slaughtered any Northmen who stumbled into their camp. Amidst the desolate forest, a legend began to circulate, one that spoke of a force that consumed all living beings. As time passed, the East Sea Watch's Captain Carter finally heard of the events unfolding there. However, due to a shortage of manpower and Old Bear gathering all the Night's Watch for a northern expedition, the rumors from the forest went unnoticed. Unbeknownst to Old Bear, just as he prepared to head north, a Night's Watch oathbreaker named Mance Raider successfully united several warring tribes to become the king beyond the wall. Leading an army of 10,000 wildlings gathered near the Ancestor's Fist, the doghead Hama tribe had been ordered to infiltrate the north from the weakest point in East Sea Watch, planning to coordinate with the wildling army to first attack the Black Iron Fortress and then seize any land they could find. No one knew their true intentions. Yet, it is worth noting that Old Bear's timing for gathering the troops for reconnaissance was quite fortuitous, although the Hama tribe remained unaware of it. A few days later, when Gracie reported back to her father, she mentioned the unusual troop movements at East Sea Watch. "Father, the East Sea Watch garrison is organizing an expeditionary force. The local villagers are being summoned like ants to transport supplies, and I saw enough weaponry to arm around 500 men being loaded onto carts. Clearly, they have discovered us, and we must retreat to the sea immediately." The gravity of the situation left no trace of ease on Gracie's face. Yet, upon hearing her report, doghead Hama wore an expression of indifference, leaving Gracie perplexed. "Havertz's intel contradicts yours. His ice wolf infiltrated East Sea Watch and overheard villagers discussing support for Black Iron Fortress, without any mention of us." Doghead Hama gestured to the person sitting nearby, and it was then that Gracie noticed Havertz had finally awakened after several days of unconsciousness. However, unlike a typical convalescent, Havertz's eyes occasionally flashed with a fierce glimmer, so intense it seemed almost tangible. Even Gracie, a shapeshifter herself, instinctively turned her gaze away, not daring to meet his eyes. At the same time, she marveled at the transformation he had undergone, so profound it felt as though he had become a different person altogether. In the days since returning to the camp, Havertz had not confided in anyone about his sudden awakening to the power of mind control. even refraining from informing the tribe's chief, Doghead Hama, or the High Shaman. It was known that throughout the millennia of free folk history, there had never been a recorded instance of a shapeshifter successfully controlling another person during his days of unconsciousness. The psychic energy Havertz had unconsciously emitted had already begun to influence several wildlings who had approached him. Upon awakening, Havertz discovered he could control the bodies and minds of others as effortlessly as he entered the body of an ice wolf. This newfound power imbued him with a feeling of superiority over all beings, and Gracie, possessing a mind stronger than an average person's, instantly sensed this shift and instinctively avoided his gaze, inadvertently saving her own life. Unfortunately, Doghead Hama was not so fortunate. In just half a morning, Havertz was already able to affect Doghead Hama's mentality, compelling him to utter words aligned with Havertz's desires. Yet, he was still a step away from complete control. Seeing that Havertz had already conducted a close reconnaissance of her father, Gracie deemed her report unnecessary and decided to take her leave. Wait, Doghead Hama suddenly interjected, calling her back. What is it, father? I have decided on your marriage to Havertz. You shall wed tonight. What? Father, what are you saying? Gracie gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her father towering above her and at Havertz beside him. Havertz squinted, a cunning smile upon his face. This matter has been delayed far too long, and besides, you two have known each other since childhood. I will instruct the High Shaman to arrange this immediately. Doghead Hama's expression remained impassive, his lips moving mechanically as he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, leaving no room for negotiation. Father, you have not even discussed this with me. Gracie protested, her gaze shifting to the once handsome face of Havertz, which now seemed utterly detestable in her eyes. Enough. This is not a discussion, it is a command. Both Doghead Hama and Havertz stood simultaneously, their voices almost identical. Faced with this scene, Gracie felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, tears welling in her eyes as she dashed out the door. After a moment, Doghead Hama seemed to come to a realization, casting a wary glance at Havertz beside him, his voice laced with fury. Did you just control me to speak? Seeing Havertz merely smile mysteriously without responding, it was clear he accepted the accusation. But how could you? When did shapeshifters gain the ability to control minds? Upon receiving only a smile in return, Doghead Hama reflected on the sensation he had experienced moments ago. Merely recalling it for an instant, the profound sense of helplessness and despair etched itself deeply into his mind. This power should not be within your grasp. You cannot do this. With those words, Doghead Hama stepped back, a burgeoning intent to kill rising within him. Do you wish to kill me? Chief, why? Havertz, with a sinister glint in his eyes, cast forth a treacherous thought, causing Doghead Hama to involuntarily reveal the dagger concealed behind him. Come, bring forth assistance. Doghead Hama bit his tongue, desperately resisting the increasingly potent will of Havertz in his mind. A few expressionless savage guards, armed and stoic, slowly approached. Kill him. He has betrayed the Doghead tribe. Doghead Hama mustered all his strength to point accusingly at Havertz. Yes, my lord. The savage guards drew their weapons, but their target was not Havertz, it was Doghead Hama. You dare? Doghead Hama gasped in shock. Ha 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 ha. Havertz chuckled, reveling in the stark contrast between Doghead Hama's panic and his usual imposing demeanor, unable to suppress his laughter. These savage guards were under Havertz's control with merely a glance. He surmised that with time, as his mental strength grew, he could command them to take their own lives without hesitation. What formidable power! Is this the sensation of effortlessly manipulating the hearts of men? Havertz laughed triumphantly, his expression morphing into a malevolent grin. Leave. As the savage guards advanced with weapons drawn towards Doghead Hama, Havertz issued a command, and instantaneously, all weapons were sheathed as they turned silently away. Simultaneously, Havertz released Doghead Hama from his control. You won't kill me? Of course not, as long as you obediently comply. My esteemed father-in-law. Chapter 51. Reckless Lion, who thought of an ingenious plan to launch a surprise attack. Lion's strategy was deceptively simple, to divide his forces. The majority of the Night Watch Rangers and new recruits remained together under Sam's command, feigning an advance towards the East Sea. Meanwhile, he led the elite troops in his group, dispersing them and riding tirelessly towards the East Sea, hoping to obscure their movements from the prying eyes of the alien watchers in the sky. If only Lion realized that the alien watchers of the Doghead Hama tribe were consistently monitoring the East Sea without concern for him, would he feel a sense of futility in his efforts? Ultimately, Lion's singular aim was to confront Doghead Hama. Achieving his goal through the decapitation of small elite units seemed far more advantageous than engaging in a bloody positional battle with a horde of savages. It is worth noting that Lion's gaming philosophy dictates, I do not take the unrefined. Without the elite, there shall be no engagement. He preferred a nurturing approach to combat. If a battle were to be fought, it must be a favorable one, a decisive victory. Regarding Maud's assessment of Doghead Hama's tenacity, Lion chose to ignore it selectively. My lord, we have captured another savage prisoner. It appears that a band of savages has indeed infiltrated the Great Wall. Spyam tossed a bound man, who bore an arrow wound in his leg and was wrapped like a dumpling at Lion's feet. Following the recent escape of an alien, Lion's troops were on high alert, fearing that any captured savage might possess the ability to control others with a mere glance. Good. Inquire about the location of their camp. I will never tell you. Before Spyam could employ his methods of interrogation, a defiant voice emerged from the hooded figure. Curse it, another hard nut to crack. How many is this today? Lion scoffed, drawing his sword and swiftly piercing the savage's neck. Today marks the 7th. Spyam appeared numb to the brutality. However, even though the captured savages were resolute, the myriad clues indicated that Lion was indeed drawing closer to Doghead Hama's camp. Otherwise, it would not be so effortless to capture so many prisoners. Spyam, signal the nearby troops. I have a feeling we are nearing the savage camp. Gather your steeds. We shall charge. As you wish, my lord. Spyam complied, and shortly thereafter, a dozen sworn men rallied around Lion. We need not capture any more alive. Every savage we encounter must be silenced to prevent the exposure of our presence. Yes, my lord, the Night Watch Rangers echoed in unison. By the way, have the precautions against eye contact been established? All is ready. Emerging from the tent, Grisa was filled with discontent. Observing the joyous faces of the savages preparing for the evening's wedding made her heart ache even more. Had today's events not transpired, she would likely have chosen Havertz over the old Prince Saran as her husband. However, her father's unwavering stance today ignited a rare rebellious spirit within Grisa, extinguishing any fondness she previously harbored for Havertz. Amidst her turmoil, Grisa found herself wandering around the camp. When confronted by a guard, she cleverly feigned a need to inspect the sentinels, truly seeking to alleviate her melancholy through a stroll. Yet, this inspection uncovered an unexpected incident. As she passed beneath a tree that was supposed to conceal a hidden lookout, Grisa heard not a whisper, as if the sentinel had perished. Doubting her instincts, she climbed the tree only to discover that the lookout had been struck by an arrow. The immense force of the projectile had pierced through the base of his skull, leaving him unable to issue a warning. Such prowess could only be attributed to a formidable northern hunter. Clearly, a powerful foe had invaded. A glint of ferocity flashed in Grisa's eyes as she cast aside her earlier discontent. With a swift roll of her eyes, she entered the form of a seagull circling above the camp. After a meticulous survey, the seagull's keen vision detected a small squad of night watchmen lying in ambush at the camp's edge, their steeds tethered nearby, poised for a charge. Oh, it's not even evening yet. Why are these savages already in revelry? Within the camp, rowdy savages meandered about, some intoxicated, their raucous laughter carried by the sea breeze to Lion and his men lying in wait. Listening intently, Spyam murmured, "The savages are celebrating a wedding. It seems to be Doghead Hama's daughters. How intriguing. Then let me, on behalf of the Night Watch Legion, present a gift. How about the head of Doghead Hama?" Lion observed the unguarded savage camp, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. Once night falls and the savages fully relax their vigilance, we shall strike. My lord, do you see that seagull? Something seems amiss. As a fifth-tier night watchman, Spyam possessed an acute sixth sense. At Spyam's urging, Lion looked up to see a seagull circling relentlessly above him. He could even discern an emotion akin to fury in the bird's gaze. Have they finally discovered us? At that moment, the seagull emitted a piercing cry, darting into the savage camp, weaving through the revelers. This unusual behavior startled the drunken savages, who, now belatedly, grabbed their weapons and looked around in confusion, wary of a potential ambush. An elderly savage seemed to sense something amiss, gazing thoughtfully into the woods. In the next instant, an arrow shot forth from the direction he was observing, piercing through his chest with such force that it continued on to embed itself in another's arm. A 2-for-1 shot. Well done, Spyam, Lion praised, all the while continuing his assault, releasing arrow after arrow into the savage camp. No matter how the savages attempted to evade, each of Lion's arrows found its mark, striking true into the heads of his foes. As the commander of the Night Watch, one must possess a certain level of skill. After all, seeing the fierce display of the two commanders, the other Night's Watchmen vowed not to lag behind. A dozen of them unleashed an onslaught equivalent to that of several hundred, causing the wild men to cower behind their shields and structures, trembling in fear. Occasionally, a brave wild archer dared to retaliate, only to have an arrow pierce through his skull. The indiscriminate slaughter of their kin by the Night's Watch infuriated Grisa, who was controlling the birds from the trees. In her fury, she withdrew from the view of the Sea Hawk, brandishing a dagger as she stealthily approached the backs of Lion and the others. Chapter 52, One-on-One, a formidable opponent. Dog-headed Hama. The Dog-headed Hama tribe boasted hundreds of wild warriors. This time, the elite cadre of over 100 warriors from the tribe's chieftain, Dog-headed Hama, infiltrated south of the wall, unencumbered by any free folk. They moved like the wind, harassing the enemy while retreating directly back to the sea. Yet, They struggled to mount an effective counterattack against the Night's Watchmen, who numbered less than one-fifth of their forces. This was largely due to dog-headed Hama being under the control of Havertz, who could not issue commands himself. Thus, Havertz bore some responsibility for the massacre of his kin. As the wild men endured their casualties and formed a shield wall, the losses inflicted by the Night's Watch arrows diminished significantly. Do you see that distinctive tint? Charge in with me and capture dog-headed Hama. Lion shouted as he emptied his quiver and mounted his horse, with the remaining Night's Watchmen following suit, drawing their two-handed swords and resting them on their mounts. They were not cavalry, and wielding two-handed swords from horseback was impractical. Each was, at best, a mounted infantryman who would dismount to engage in battle. Nevertheless, the 20-odd steeds charged into the cramped confines of the enemy camp, embodying the spirit of 1,000 galloping horses. Kill. Lion drew his blade, the kiss of black and white, and with the momentum of his horse, he cleaved through numerous wild shield-bearers. The other Night's Watchmen followed suit, although a few unfortunate ones were unseated by injuries to their mounts, falling into the encircling wild men and facing certain death. Most of them dismounted alongside Lion, arriving at the tent suspected to be that of dog-headed Hama. The wild men, having survived the icy wilderness, exhibited formidable physiques honed through endless struggles against nature, beasts, and each other. In one-on-one combat, the Night's Watchmen recruits would undoubtedly suffer. But they now faced the formidable fourth-tier Sworn Brothers, rendering the wild men's physical prowess ineffective against them. Moreover, clad in armor, the Sworn Brothers could withstand several blows from the wild men's axes without harm. While the poorly protected wild men found themselves grievously wounded or killed by the Sworn Brothers' greatswords, the loyalty of the wild guards at dog-headed Hama's tent was unwavering. Despite witnessing their comrades fall to the two-handed swords, they stood firm at the entrance, embodying the wild men's tenacity and their duty to protect their chieftain. However, as time passed, the Sworn Brothers found themselves in dire straits. Despite their combat prowess, they were still mere mortals, besieged by countless axes from all directions, and it became increasingly difficult to fend off the relentless onslaught. As the encirclement of wild men grew tighter, even Lion began to feel the pressure. It was not out of concern for his own safety, but rather the realization that his hard-trained elite were falling one by one. If this continued, they would soon be annihilated. Damn it, I underestimated these wild men. Lion's eyes burned with rage as he beheld his dwindling forces. Sensing his fury, Spias let out a roar and cleaved through the last two wild guards at the tent entrance. Just as he prepared to lift the tent flap and charge in, a massive two-handed axe hurtled towards his face. Fortunately, Lion had been focused on Spias and, in a split second, kicked him away just in time. With Spias no longer in the way, the axe continued its trajectory, smashing into the wild men behind him. A hapless wild man became a target as the enormous axe effortlessly pierced his body and knocked down several more. Spias was left sweating coldly, realizing that had Lion not intervened, his fate would have mirrored that of the unfortunate wild man. As the axe flew, a towering wild man emerged from the tent, donning a massive dog-headed iron helm and rare metallic armor among his kin. The armor's design reminded Lion of a certain individual named Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, who served Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Yet, it was impossible for him to be here. Therefore, the figure before him must be dog-headed Hama. Dog-headed Hama pushed aside his dog-headed mask, revealing a face devoid of expression. He glanced at Lion, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in his otherwise inscrutable eyes. I never expected you damned crows to actually catch up with me, dog-headed Hama said through clenched teeth, each word heavy with disdain. Lion found the look in dog-headed Hama's eyes strangely familiar, suddenly recalling the day when Hodder was possessed by a wild shapeshifter, bearing a similar gaze. This time, you cannot escape, Lion proclaimed, raising the kiss of black and white with unshakable confidence, oblivious to the peril surrounding him. Ha ha ha, you seem to misjudge the situation. If your army were here, we might have to retreat, but your men are now decimated. Do you truly believe you can capture me? As soon as dog-headed Hama finished speaking, he drew two small axes from his waist and charged at Lion with the intent to cleave him in two. As the two commanders engaged in their duel, their subordinates instinctively halted their skirmishes, keeping a wary distance to avoid interfering. Dog-headed Hama's attacks were fierce and powerful, each swing of his axes fueled by all his might, and wielding two axes with agility. He proved to be the most formidable opponent Lion had faced since his arrival in this world. Yet, Lion's skill with his one-handed sword was not to be underestimated. Having dispatched foes with a single blow, he was now eager to unleash his frustration against a worthy adversary. To prevent the fierce clash from spilling over into the surrounding ranks, both the Night's Watchmen and wild men cleared a substantial space around the two combatants. Gracia, arriving just in time, watched from the sidelines, her heart racing as she observed the duel between her father and Lion. Mastering the art of assassination, she felt helpless, torn between the urge to intervene and the fear of harming her father if she struck. Inside the tent, Havertz was drenched in sweat, struggling to control dog-headed Hama's every move against Lion. To his surprise, the renowned warrior was unable to match the strength of the young Night's Watchman. Additionally, Havertz's lack of combat expertise meant he could not fully harness dog-headed Hama's capabilities. After a moment's contemplation, Havertz decisively severed his control over dog-headed Hama's body. Chapter 53. A Death Like the Night King? Lion, I'm afraid that's not possible. As dog-headed Hama regained control of his body, a flash of light caught his eye. Without time to think, he instinctively rolled forward to evade Lion's downward strike, a reflex honed through countless life-and-death battles, saving him in the nick of time. After rolling several times to regain his footing, dog-headed Hama finally assessed the situation on the battlefield. It was indeed the Night's Watchman who intruded upon his encampment. With no time to seek retribution from Havertz, the goblin warrior, Hama, rose with a thunderous shout, wielding his twin axes with a ferocity that seemed to surpass his earlier prowess. However, after gauging Hama's strength, Leon grew weary of the contest. Though Hama was a formidable opponent, had he not found himself surrounded, Leon would have relished a true duel. Yet, to preserve the high-tier soldiers he had painstakingly trained, Leon resolved to conclude this swiftly. If he could not defeat Hama, he would seize his head to instill fear among the surrounding wildlings. Thus, Leon's signature circular maneuver resurfaced on the battlefield. Regardless of how fiercely Hama attacked, Leon adeptly responded, evading to the left or the right. With each of Hama's strikes missing their mark, Leon countered with precision. Despite Hama's imposing stature and the high-quality armor he had procured at great expense from Bravos, he sustained increasing injuries under Leon's somewhat unscrupulous tactics. Curse that cowardly raven, always evading like a craven. Are you too frightened to confront me directly? After enduring a dozen of Leon's calculated strikes, Hama staggered back, gasping for breath. Very well, as you wish, Leon declared, raising his sword, the kiss of black and white, gathering strength for a decisive blow. Seeing Leon finally abandon his evasive strategy, Hama brandished a massive two-handed axe that rivaled his earlier throwing axes. Ha! Hama bellowed, lifting the axe high before bringing it down with all his might upon Leon. Yet, true to his word, Leon did not flinch or evade. Instead, he thrust his sword upward to meet the onslaught. With a resounding clang akin to metal striking metal, the kiss of black and white appeared diminutive before the colossal axe. Yet Leon, with bulging veins in his arms, managed to withstand the blow. Although the force nearly disarmed him and sent a warm rush through his throat, Leon remained unscathed. It was Hama, despite his size and strength, who found himself at a disadvantage. The impact seemed to deplete Hama's strength, and pain shot through his hands, making it impossible to maintain his grip on the axe. With his energy drained, he coughed up blood, eventually collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this display of might, the surrounding wildlings and Night's Watchmen lost all desire to continue the fight, as if their own bravery paled in comparison to Leon, who stood alone at the heart of the fray. After catching his breath, Leon wiped the blood from his face, and in the wake of Hama's defeat, his nearly depleted stamina was instantly replenished. With bloodied visage, he surveyed the wildlings, and after a brief silence, one of them dropped their weapon, followed by a cascade of clattering metal. Even the sworn brothers of the Night's Watch felt a tremor of fear at Leon's terrifying prowess. While they had often witnessed Leon's feats against multiple foes, this was a life-or-death struggle against the wildlings, leaving no room for trickery. Moreover, Leon had triumphed over a hulking adversary using sheer strength. Such valor evoked memories of the fabled tale of King Robert Baratheon slaying Prince Rhaegar during the War of the Usurper. However, amidst the wildlings' tradition of submitting to the strong, one female wildling remained defiant. Gresham, harboring lethal intent, stealthily circled behind Leon, confident that no one could evade her attack from such close proximity. In her mind, defeating her father and basking in the admiration of her fellow wildlings would be the moment when Leon would be most vulnerable. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Gresham struck, her movements undetectable until, in the next instant, she reversed her dagger, aiming for the tender flesh of Leon's neck. In that moment, she felt the heat of his blood beneath her skin, anticipating the spray upon her face. Watch out. Spyam was the first among the Night's Watch to react. But his warning came too late. As horror filled Spyam's eyes, Leon spun with lightning speed, gripping Gresham's wrist with an iron grasp. Do you know who I am? Such tactics are futile after the first attempt. Leon smirked coldly, his gaze devoid of pity for the strikingly beautiful wildling girl before him. Taken aback by Leon's sudden retaliation, Gresham was quick to respond. Realizing her right hand was captured, she relinquished her grip, allowing the dagger to fall. In a swift motion, she thrust her left hand forward, aiming the dagger at Leon's waist with all her might. This transpired in an instant. By the time Spyam's warning echoed in the ears of the Night's Watch, Gresham's dagger had already pierced Leon's side. Die, she cried, pouring her pent-up fury into the thrust, determined to pierce the Night's Watchman before her. Yet to her astonishment, even with the dagger embedded in his flesh, Leon continued to smile, albeit with a hint of derision. Dear girl, your strength is lacking. You cannot even breach my skin. With that, Leon unhesitatingly slapped her to the ground, slowly withdrawing the dagger. To Gresham's shock, it bore no trace of blood, affirming Leon's claim that her strength was insufficient to penetrate his defenses. As Gresham lay on the ground, one side of her face swollen from the blow, she felt more fear than pain, grappling with the reality of her failed assault. How could this be, when she had exerted all her strength? In truth, Leon had also sensed an unusual growth in his own defenses, as if with each battle, his strength multiplied, evolving towards a draconic resilience. Ordinary blades were becoming increasingly ineffective against him. Perhaps in the future, he would need to consider comfort and durability over mere protection. Chapter 54. Free folk shall never be slaves, unless provided for all needs. Upon witnessing Leon's unscathed state, Spyam rushed forward, his sword poised at Gresham's throat. Wait. Leon abruptly halted Spyam's actions. Gresham glared at him with seething hatred, her resentment towards his dismissive assessment of her strength palpable. Yet, the tide of battle had turned. Even Hama lay defeated, leaving Gresham uncertain if anyone could stand against the formidable Night's Watchman before her. As the only woman in this camp, your strength is clearly not that of a mere camp follower. I am intrigued by your true identity. In the battle at Lion, he personally dispatched no fewer than 10 wildlings, showing no mercy even towards the female savages, although he exhibited a modicum of tolerance towards those of striking beauty. After the skirmish, the untamed nature of Gracia, coupled with her visage reminiscent of the icy landscapes of the north, lifted Lion's spirits, or rather those of Little Lion. In Grey Crow Village, the ordinary peasant women failed to catch Lion's eye, yet the other Night's Watchmen harbored no such scruples. At this juncture, Lion had fully adapted to the customs of this realm, embracing the traits typical of the aristocracy, including a natural proclivity for lust. Coughing, the accursed crow warned, "You shall not lay a finger on her." The dog-headed Hama, weakened from lying on the ground, threatened Lion. Meanwhile, Gracia, resolute in her determination, produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, poised it against her neck as a testament to her resolve. Upon witnessing this, Lion touched his face, suddenly realizing that he seemed to possess the qualities of a grand antagonist. This was unacceptable. Simply slaying a few adversaries and becoming stained with blood did not push Lion's psyche to such extremes. Very well, if she is your cherished one, I shall refrain from invoking the title of noble wife, Lion lamented as he gazed at Gracia, who appeared quite youthful. Acknowledging this, he squatted before her, disregarding the peril of her dagger, and displayed a self-assured smile he believed to be radiant. If you wish, I can liberate you from this malevolent grasp. Though Lion's smile radiated warmth, Gracia perceived it as more ferocious than the Arctic wolf. Damnable crow, she is my daughter, do not touch her. We can negotiate terms. As Lion approached Gracia, Hama, enduring excruciating pain, struggled to rise but was swiftly kicked down by a sworn Night's Watchman, who then insultingly planted his foot upon Hama's face, burying it deep into the blood-soaked, muddy ground. So, she is your daughter? You two bear no resemblance, Lion remarked, standing before Hama and waving his hand, prompting the sworn Night's Watchman to remove his foot from Hama's face. The surrounding Night's Watchmen and wildling warriors remained indifferent to the unfolding events. Since the others became mere legends, the lengthy conflict between the Night's Watch and the wildlings had ingrained profound hatred and disdain within both factions. Such humiliation was trivial in their eyes. Had the Night's Watch found themselves in a similar predicament, their circumstances would not have been much better. Hama, lifting his head from the mud, was filled with profound disappointment as he surveyed his kin, who had discarded their weapons and armor. Not a single soul stood ready to resist further. Yet, Hama's injuries incessantly reminded him that in direct combat, they were no match for Lion, and even Gracia, a graduate of the House of Black and White specializing in ambush, could not breach Lion's defenses. The numerical advantage had dissipated in this minor skirmish, unless the wildlings were prepared to pay the price of losing their chieftain. Without the chieftain's protection, even if they miraculously returned to their frozen homeland, they would face the fate of being buried alive by the king beyond the wall, with their families scattered among other tribes. Do you believe, under the current circumstances, that there remains a necessity for negotiation? Release my kin. They have already failed in this conflict, and I can provide you with intelligence that pertains to the very survival of your Night's Watch. Oh, pray tell, if it is indeed so crucial, terms can be discussed. Just as an expression of interest appeared on Lion's face, Gracia shouted, "Father, do not jeopardize our future for us by disrupting the king beyond the wall as plans." Gracia's mouth was swiftly silenced by a coarse cloth, yet her words stirred a flicker of doubt in Hama, who hesitated before shaking his head, evidently torn between the king beyond the wall's orders and the fate of his kin. Allow them to depart by ship 5 miles from the shoreline, and I shall divulge the information. Hama added a condition. You wish to let you depart, only to wreak further havoc upon the north? Besides, who can ascertain the veracity of your claims? What if your intelligence holds no value for me? I assure you, My kin will immediately retreat to the lands north of the wall, and my information will exceed your expectations. After Hama spoke, Spyam, who had long been acquainted with the wildlings' customs, approached Lion without hesitation, stating, "My lord, the wildlings' assurances are notoriously unreliable. I swear by the weirwood of the old gods. If I utter a single falsehood, may the fires of the seven hells consume me." Hama, feeling the weight of doubt upon his honor, rose with newfound vigor and knelt to swear. "Actually, I have a suggestion. Why not all pledge allegiance to me? That way, no one need perish. And I can confidently consider your intelligence. How does that sound?" "Impossible. Free folk will never be enslaved." "Unacceptable, my lord. The wildlings are untrustworthy." When Lion expressed his perspective, he faced simultaneous opposition from both the wildlings and the Night's Watch. Hence, he merely shrugged and continued, "Very well, if that is the case. You and your daughter shall remain as hostages. By the way, is there a shapeshifter among your tribe? Hand him over as well." Within the tent, Havertz, who had been secretly observing the situation, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Lion's words. Given Lion's decisive demeanor, he knew that should he fall into Lion's hands, he would not fare well, prompting him to consider fleeing. "Are you referring to Havertz? He is within the tent." Hama, recalling his own body being manipulated, was filled with rage. Had it not been for Havertz's initial disruption, the outcome might have been uncertain. However, Hama then conceived a clever idea. "You may enter the tent to see for yourself. He returned from his escape gravely ill and may very well be dead by now." Dead. Lion was apprehensive about the shapeshifter who could easily control others' minds, but he would not trust mere hearsay without witnessing the shapeshifter's corpse himself. As Havertz contemplated fleeing, he was startled by Hama's words but soon considered the potential of controlling someone even mightier than Hama. Thus, he positioned himself near the tent entrance, ready to employ his mind control as soon as Lion entered. Chapter 55. Does Lion possess two consciousnesses? Evading the shapeshifter's mental control. Even though Leon had long since closed his eyes, deliberately avoiding eye contact, his mind still resonated with a jarring sound, akin to a heavy hammer striking his skull. Beyond that, he sensed nothing amiss. After a moment, Leon cautiously opened his eyes, only to find a man before him rolling his eyes in exasperation. The man was convulsing, his face adorned with a perplexed expression. After waiting for a while, and seeing no signs of control over himself, even the somewhat dull-witted Leon realized he had been ambushed by the dog-headed Hama, which kindled a flicker of anger within him. He seized the man by the neck and hoisted him up, striding out of the tent to toss him at the feet of the dog-headed Hama. Hama, too, stared in shock at the aberrant Havertz on the ground, though it was unclear whether he was feigning or genuinely unconscious. Leon, however, was disinterested in contemplating this. He drew his sword and pressed it against Hama's neck. "I have had enough of your tricks. Did you intend for him to control me? Clearly, he failed. Now, reveal your secrets, and then you shall perish." In truth, Havertz had infiltrated Leon's mind the moment he entered, but to his astonishment, Leon's consciousness presented him with two divergent paths, as if two minds resided within one skull. After cautiously selecting a route, he discovered that what lay before him was not Leon's perspective, but a chaotic expanse resembling a dark starry sky. This chaos engulfed his consciousness, leaving him utterly unprepared. It was the first time since awakening his aberrant abilities that he felt such terror, compounded by the horrifying realization that he could not return, as if an endless void had severed his connection to himself. Yet, amidst the darkness, a distant glimmer of light appeared, and with no other recourse, Havertz endeavored to reach it. Seeing his plot unraveled, Hama lowered his head in despair. Even the aberrant capable of controlling minds had failed. The night watchman before him was indeed an extraordinary adversary. "Man's forgive me for my tribe," Hama thought, as he had never been known for his resilience among the free folk, and keeping a secret that could secure his life proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, he divulged to Leon the news that the king beyond the Great Wall had rallied an army of 100,000 wild men. "Take this news to your commander. Old Xiong, he shall reward you handsomely. You have betrayed the king beyond the Great Wall? Is there still a place for your dog-headed tribe north of the wall? I will lead my kin east to Bravos. I have connections there. But you have said nothing about the specific time, the assembly point, or which tribes are involved. So how can I trust you? Furthermore, you have a history of treachery against me." Leon shook his head in discontent after hearing Hama's intelligence. Have your rangers investigate. Besides, it's just you few crows. If you kill me, do you think my kin will not fight to avenge me?" As Hama spoke, Leon glanced at the empty space beside him, where fewer than 10 night watchmen were not only tending to the wounded but also guarding the wild captives, who far outnumbered them. The wild captives, though defeated, had not completely lost their wits and now watched Leon's next move warily, knowing that if Hama's head fell, they would undoubtedly erupt into chaos. Leon's current night watchmen could not possibly contain them. "Are you threatening me? You may think of it as such. Without me, their chieftain, I shudder to imagine what they might do." Leon, undeterred, approached one of the wild captives and tossed a hand axe at his feet. Kill the dog-headed Hama, and I will allow you to lead the remaining wild men. I may even find you a suitable refuge. This was a robust middle-aged wild man. He glanced at Leon, then seized the axe, and without hesitation approached Hama. Chris, will you heed the words of a crow? Hama struggled to lift his head, gazing at the middle-aged man with a bitter smile. The man named Chris remained expressionless, tightening his grip on the axe handle, though the furrow in his brow indicated he was deep in thought. Chris, you shared life and death with my father. You were brothers in arms. You cannot do this. At some point, Gracia had spat out her coarse cloth and was now shouting hoarsely at Chris. Leon, meanwhile, watched the scene with keen interest. Then, Chris knelt on Hama's back, raised the axe, and without hesitation, brought it down. Blood sprayed forth, and Hama, until his last breath, could not fathom that he had not fallen to a crow's hand, but rather to the blade of his own kin. When Chris rose again, he held Hama's head aloft, shaking it before Leon, and then cast it at Leon's feet. Accompanied by Grace's anguished wails, Chris coldly declared, My lord, permit me to address you thus. My blood flows with half the essence of the night watchman, so please accept my loyalty. Very well. I allow you and your tribe to join my forces. Although Leon disdained Chris's character, he could not deny that he was a ruthless individual, well suited for survival in these tumultuous times. The sudden decapitation of Hama left many unprepared wild men in a state of confusion, until those who stood up seeking revenge against the traitor Chris were mercilessly cut down by the night watchman. Most wild men were still reeling from the shock. Hama is dead. You cannot survive if you flee back to the tundra. Join me, Chris proclaimed to his former kin. Even those who did not immediately join the insurrection cast hostile glances at him. Not a chance. By the old gods, unless we perish, you shall never become the chieftain of our dog-headed tribe. A group of elder wild men rose, their faces stern, rebuking Chris. Meanwhile, the night watchmen were busy collecting arrows from the battlefield, drawing their bows at the wild men. Chris's eyes reflected a flicker of reluctance as he subtly shook his head at the elders among the wild men. However, in their rage, the elders either did not notice or, even if they did, were unwilling to trust this man who had slain their former chief. Release. The night watchmen, with unerring aim, loosed their arrows. At such close range, there was no chance of failure. In response, Chris's hatred for Leon intensified, yet he masked it well. No one perceived his inner turmoil. As for Leon, he approached Gracia, crouching down to grasp her chin. My lord, please grant her to me. Before Leon could respond, Chris, steeling himself, made a bold request. Entrust her to a man with a vendetta against her father? How intriguing. I consent. At that moment, sounds of voices and neighing horses echoed around the camp, thick clouds of dust billowing forth, signaling the arrival of Leon's reinforcements. Upon learning of the events that transpired, Sam felt a pang of guilt. It had taken fewer than 20 of them to assault an encampment of over 100 wild men, ultimately relying on Leon to vanquish their chieftain to secure victory. It had been a desperate gamble, far too risky, but fortunately, Leon remained unscathed. Finally, Sam cast a wary glance at the newly appointed chieftain of the dog-headed tribe, Chris, his instincts warning him of Chris's unreliability. However, after sharing his concerns with Leon, he was met with an expression that suggested Leon was already aware. Sensing Leon's confidence, Sam chose not to press the matter further. That night, within the meticulously cleansed camp, the lingering faint scent of blood hung in the air, a stark reminder of the brutal battle that had unfolded there during the day. In the wildling camp under Chris's command, Gracia, despite having heard Chris's explanations, remained seething with rage, repeatedly attempting to assassinate her adversary, only to be restrained by the few remaining elder wildlings. Chris's actions had been justified. The audacious crow named Leon had felt emboldened solely because his men were already lying in wait outside. Had Chris chosen to refuse, we would all likely have perished on the spot, one elder advised Gracia. Indeed, Gracia, you must survive to avenge your father. Under the cover of night, you should take a boat to Bravos and seek the assistance of a true faceless man. Whatever the cost, you must agree to it. Another elder proposed. As night deepened, a commotion arose from the mass grave outside, where the fallen wildlings and night watchmen were hastily buried. After a while, a hand emerged from the heap of corpses in a deserted corner, soon followed by the head of the shapeshifter, Havertz. After enduring an interminable period of chaos in Leon's mind, he finally emerged, consciousness returning to his body. He glanced at the disarray of the dead surrounding him and realized that others had mistaken him for deceased and buried him alive. Remarkably, his fortune smiled upon him. Even though Leon had ordered the bodies to be burned entirely, the wildling captives assigned to that task had only incinerated a fraction, discarding the majority into the uninhabited corner. At that moment, the shapeshifter Havertz crawled out with great effort, casting a lingering glance towards the direction of the tents before sprinting towards the hidden ships along the coast. In his heart, he silently vowed that no matter how prosperous his future might become, He would never again dare provoke the extraordinarily gifted Leon. In Leon's thoughts, Havertz seemed to have undergone a harrowing escape. He felt utterly bewildered, unable to articulate the strange phenomenon of having two consciousnesses coexist within a single mind. Had Leon been able to glimpse into Havertz's soul, he might have chuckled and offered such an explanation. I suffer from schizophrenia. It is quite normal for me. Chapter 56. The three waves of assassination from the faceless man along the coast. Several small boats resembling squid tentacles lay anchored, while shadowy figures busied themselves along the shore. You will divide into two groups. One will swiftly report to the king beyond the wall about our failed ambush, while the other will escort Grace to the House of Black and White to summon a true faceless man. Chris did not present himself. He remained in the camp to contend with Leon and the other night watchmen, while an elder from the Doghead tribe managed the arrangements. What will we do if that crow demon discovers we are down in numbers? Just as they were about to board the ship, the previously fearless Grace, who had not shed a tear at witnessing her father's death, now found herself weeping uncontrollably at the farewell of her kin, as if this departure were a final parting. Do not worry. The free folk escorting you are fresh faces who were sent out for training. The crow will not notice. Now, the burden of avenging your father falls upon you. The king beyond the wall has yet to breach the great wall. This is the plan. Now hurry. The wildling elder waded into the water, joined by several wildlings, as they pushed the ship away until the sea reached their chests. Under the moonlight, the elder watched as the boats gradually disappeared over the horizon, allowing himself to exhale in relief. However, upon their arrival on shore, the trees along the coastline seemed to have conspired, collectively igniting torches. In the dim light, the elder wildling appeared to recognize the young night watchman at the forefront with a pallid countenance. Leon had established his command tent within the former grand encampment of Doghead Hama, and the interior remained largely unchanged. At that moment, Leon sat in the massive wolfskin chair of Doghead Hama. Speak, Chris, what did your men do? Leon's tone was rigid, his gaze revealing an unutterable ire. On Chris's face, Leon perceived profound disappointment and distrust. The surviving night watchmen after the battle had sworn an oath to ascend to the rank of 5th-tier night watchman. They stood within the tent alongside the sole fully leveled unit, the Spyam's territorial defenders, creating a formidable presence that instilled immense pressure upon Chris and the drenched wildlings. It was as if uttering a single lie would result in the swift descent of Spyam's great sword upon their necks. The wildling elder knelt before Leon, remaining silent for an extended period. Even though it was the height of summer, the season was shifting, and the icy seawater soaked them to the bone. They trembled uncontrollably, while no fire burned within Leon's tent. My lord, Chris, unable to bear witness to his kin's suffering, resolved to rise and accept the blame. Did several of them flee, seeking aid from the king beyond the wall? Leon's words were sharp, effectively silencing Chris. Leon's forces had yet to receive any loyalty applications from Chris. Not even a single one from a wildling. What did this signify? It indicated that these wildlings, despite their verbal claims of submission, were poised to rebel at any moment. Leon had always been wary of these wildlings. However, he had not anticipated that, despite all his calculations, they would find a way to slip through his grasp and escape. My lord, let me explain. They merely could not sleep at night and sought a stroll, only to inadvertently fall into the water. Even though Leon had guessed half the truth, Chris maintained a stoic facade as he spun his web of lies. Several individuals went for a walk and fell into the water together. Chris, do you take me for a child? I have learned that wildlings cannot be trusted, Leon retorted, his anger morphing into a sardonic laugh. For us, the night watchmen are equally untrustworthy. Our millennia-long war has claimed countless generations. Faced with the exposure of his lies by Leon, Chris remained unflinching, stepping forward to confront Leon without fear. Spyam's swift hand moved, and the great sword in his grasp became as light as a twig, its tip aimed directly at Chris's chest. Should the latter take another step forward, Spyam would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Oh, what do you wish to convey? Noticing the underlying meaning in Chris's words, Leon shifted his posture, reclining comfortably in the wolfskin chair. Casually plucking the starry bow awarded for slaying Doghead Hama, occasionally plucking the string to toy with it, listening intently. Night watchman, Chris's speech no longer held any honorifics. This time, not only Spyam, but all the 5th-tier night watchmen readied their swords, sensing danger, poised to cleanse the tent of wildlings at Leon's command. Chris halted, finally perceiving a flicker of apprehension on Spyam's face, yet continued. You know we free folk shall never be enslaved. We bow to no one save our tribal chieftains. But do you understand how the throne of the king beyond the wall was obtained? How was it obtained? By force, of course. Hasn't the ruler of the icy expanse always seized power in this manner? Leon discerned the nuances in Chris's words, yet played his role as an attentive audience. No, it is different this time. This king beyond the wall possesses the blood of the night watchman. He is your oath breaker, yet embodies the hope of all free folk. He united the scattered tribes of the Hard Foot, the wildlings, and even the giants, and we chose him to lead us out of despair. If he so desires, we could even assist him in seizing that iron chair from the southerners. Chris's words seemed to resonate with all the wildlings, their faces reflecting a shared understanding. Winter is coming. We have discovered the footsteps of the others in the north, and the army of the dead is swelling at an unimaginable pace. The spirits of those who perished in the icy wilderness over the millennia are rising again, but this time their goal is to devour all the living. As Chris spoke, the air in the tent grew even colder, and even the night's watchmen, who were skeptical of the tales of the others, fell silent, refraining from voicing their disbelief. Especially Sam, who had seen the others firsthand, wore an expression of sheer horror. He stood up and asked, "Where's the army of the dead now?" "Fat Crow, as long as you can sit comfortably here and interrogate us, it means that the king beyond the wall is leading the free folk to battle against the dead in the frozen wasteland. When we fail, I'm sure you will soon see it from atop the wall." In response to Sam's inquiry, Chris shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his face. Chapter 57. The Wildlings Cannot Be Trusted. Winter is coming, a phrase not heard in a long time, Spam mused, casting an inquiring gaze toward Leon. If Leon disagreed and deemed it merely the wildlings' fanciful tales, he would not hesitate to execute Chris. However, Leon's expression was peculiar, leaving Spam momentarily perplexed. At sea. After drifting for some time, Grace's small boat had completely left the coastline, and she silently vowed to pay any price to procure blood money. To summon the faceless men to assassinate Leon. Passive task: evade the faceless men as pursuit. Introduction: your enemy, Grace Ahama, an external member of the House of Black and White, is on her way to request the faceless men to assassinate you. You must successfully evade 3 waves of assassination attempts within 6 months. Failure results in death. Successful completion rewards you with Master of the House of Black and White, which allows you to refresh 4 6th-tier faceless men each month, enabling the free conversion of any unit of the same tier. The passive task cannot be cancelled. Completing this task will unveil a corner of the world's grand tapestry. The long-absent voice of the god of many faces echoed in Leon's mind. Yet this time it prompted him to mentally scoff. Only a thief can thrive for 1,000 days. How can one expect to guard against thieves for 1,000 days? As for the 6th-tier faceless men as a reward for completing the task, who would care about a mere 4 6th-tier units after 6 months? Leon thought to himself. Yet Leon likely underestimated the disparities among 6th-tier units, which could be as vast as the difference between a 1st-tier Night's Watch recruit and a 6th-tier Guardian of the Realm. For instance, it was not mentioned that the Guardians of the Realm only reached level 32, while the 6th-tier Giants and others towered at a terrifying 80 and 90 levels, respectively. Thus, the faceless men rewarded from this task were far from inconsequential. Seeing Leon lost in thought, Chris continued to entice him, with great danger ahead. Although the king beyond the wall perceives your Night's Watch as nothing more than a dilapidated door that can easily be pushed open, you still have the wall. The king beyond the wall is reluctant to assault you directly, as it would cost too many innocent free folk lives. In the near future, every living soul is an indispensable force against the army of the dead. And what then? Leon interrupted, lifting his gaze, his eyes igniting with a chilling intensity. Though Chris felt a shiver under Leon's penetrating gaze, he resolutely continued. Thus, we free folk and Unite's watchmen should momentarily cease our unwarranted slaughter. Unite under the leadership of King Mance Raider, and collectively resist the others. I am not Old Man Mormont. I have no authority to make such decisions. However, before that, shouldn't we discuss your request for that wretched woman named Grace to summon the faceless men to assassinate me? Leon slammed his hand on the armrest. Rising from his wolfskin chair, suddenly turning hostile, his gaze fierce as he fixed it on Chris. Upon sensing the abrupt shift in the atmosphere, every Night's Watch Oathkeeper drew their swords against the wildlings' necks, ready to execute them at a mere gesture from Leon, who had grown weary of the wildlings' madness and their nonsensical words. I can only apologize. If you persuade your Night's Watch commander to unite with the king beyond the wall, once Grace returns with the faceless men, I will speak on your behalf. Even Chris, usually so composed, found himself somewhat flustered upon having his hidden secret exposed by Leon. Hastily trying to salvage the situation. Humph, no need. A mere assassin is not worth my concern. You treacherous, deceitful rats who delight in underhanded tactics shall receive my verdict of death, and I shall personally act as the executioner. Leon seized the luminous star, knocking an arrow in one fluid motion, aiming it squarely at Chris. Coldly, he inquired, do you have any final words? Realizing that he had failed to persuade Leon, or that his hasty decision to let Grace go might lead to his downfall, Chris could not honestly claim he felt no regret. Yet, regretting now would not bring Grace back. He could only continue down this erroneous path. It is a pity I cannot witness the scene of the Chief Hama receiving his vengeance, were Chris's final words. With that, Leon, having heard the last words, tightened the bowstring. The wildlings, already half frozen within the tent, had no capacity to resist. In mere moments, several wildling souls departed from Leon's luminous star bow. However, no one, including Leon, noticed that the last arrow released was actually two. Afterward, Leon, feeling agitated, ordered the bodies to be removed. "My lord Leon, what shall we do next?" Sam, glancing nervously at the bloodthirsty Leon, timidly inquired. "Should we inform the commander about what Chris mentioned?" Leon turned to Sam, bemused. "Do you think old man Mormont would trust mere words? I doubt the bond of trust between us is that strong. You will set out tomorrow, taking a few wildlings alive to Black Iron Fort. And what about you, my lord?" "I naturally must journey to Eastwatch to personally inquire of Cotter Pike why he allowed so many wildlings to infiltrate the wall." In truth, Leon's reproach of Cotter Pike was somewhat excessive, for even the heavily fortified Black Iron Fort lacked sufficient rangers to patrol beyond half a mile and could only patrol at the foot of the wall. Could a mere Eastwatch withstand wildlings crossing the sea to invade? Meanwhile, Leon was also troubled by the wildlings' stubbornness. His initial intent to spare their lives stemmed from valuing the reconnaissance abilities of the shapeshifters among them, hoping to recruit one or two. However, the wildlings' obstinacy exceeded Leon's expectations. Perhaps the recent laxity in capturing bandits led him to underestimate the difficulty of taming them. It seemed that only after defeating the king beyond the wall and seizing the Horn of Winter could he begin to amass troops from the wildling populace. For now, he would need to proceed methodically, capturing bandits and converting prisoners into regular forces. One must not take overly large strides. Speaking of which, Leon had personally slain numerous enemies in recent days, and even the new recruits of the Night's Watch were quietly spreading tales of Leon the Butcher's reputation. However, after surpassing level 10, the rate of experience gain felt almost sluggish, a stark contrast to the rapid rise of earlier levels. Finally, after slaying Chris and his band of wildlings, Leon leveled up once more. As the ominous shadow of the Faceless Men loomed over him, Leon found himself gripped by a sense of foreboding. Although he remained unaware of the true prowess of these assassins, their fearsome reputation, akin to that of the Grim Reaper, instilled a profound wariness within him. Consequently, after amassing 3 points in his free attributes, Leon allocated them all to his stamina, propelling his endurance from 17 to a remarkable 20. After dismissing the members of his camp, he conducted a small experiment on himself using the Black and White Kiss. Presently, ordinary blades posed no threat to his defenses. Only weapons forged from Valyrian steel, on par with the Black and White Kiss, could inflict substantial pain. With the experiment concluded, Leon felt reassured. Unless the Faceless Men wielded weapons of opulence like Valyrian steel, he was unlikely to be slain in a single strike. Furthermore, reaching 20 points in stamina had granted him a new skill related to running. Chapter 58. Leon, as a transmigrator, begins to take this world seriously, marching at full speed. You and your troops can maintain maximum marching speed for a day, with a cooldown period of 1 week. This skill may be activated freely and is not limited by marching methods. Upon reviewing the newly acquired skill's description, Leon sensed that he had obtained a seemingly formidable ability. Yet, it was merely a skill for swift retreat. But who was Leon? Aside from Daenerys, the White Walkers, and the Faceless Men, whom did he fear? How ridiculous! With a disdainful expression, Leon decided to elevate the priority of this skill to its highest, remaining vigilant until the threat of assassination from the Faceless Men had passed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not consult Maud? With the god of many faces at his side, how could he still be pursued by the Faceless Men? In a flash of inspiration, Leon produced a Bravos coin from his pocket, summoning Maud. Before long, a novice Night's Watchman appeared within Leon's tent, seemingly unaware of his own arrival. A voice, shrouded in ominous tones, startled Leon, who had been focused intently. Maud's entrance was so stealthy that even the guard stationed at the door, the sentinel of the Night's Watch, had not detected him. Leon, too, had failed to notice how Maud, disguised as a novice, had appeared behind him. Suppressing a mix of fear and anger, Leon asked without turning around, "Did I not form a contract with the god of many faces? Why then have I received warnings of assassination from the Faceless Men?" "You performed admirably, boy," Maud began, avoiding Leon's inquiry and instead shifting the conversation to the matter of defeating the dog-headed Hama. His tone carried an undertone of condescension, as if he disapproved of Leon's methods. Upon finishing his statement, Leon fell silent, brooding in frustration. Maud, sensing the tension, approached Leon and forced a smile onto his otherwise impassive face. "You Faceless Men are elusive, capable of assuming any visage, but I lack such talents. I can only rely on my sword to carve a path for myself." Leon raised his gaze, placing his palm against the cold blade of the Black and White Kiss, his body taut with readiness for confrontation. Noting Leon's open hostility, Maud awkwardly smiled and inquired, "It seems the boy is not here merely to forge equipment. He seeks understanding. Indeed, what level of skill does the Faceless Man possess that was sent to assassinate me? What am I in the eyes of the god of many faces, a mere plaything? And you, are you friend or foe?" As Leon posed 3 questions in rapid succession, Maud's expression transitioned from one of mild mockery to a semblance of approval. It appeared he believed that Leon's intellect was salvageable, and these inquiries exhibited a hint of sophistication. Without deliberation, Maud extended a single finger. What do you mean? Leon frowned, casting a wary glance at Maud, who bore an enigmatic expression. Had he not been concerned about overpowering Maud, Leon would have relished the opportunity to confront him. The boy is too greedy. Hence, I can only answer one question. However, you may reconsider, as this first response is complimentary. Maud's seriousness suggested he was not one to deceive, and Leon felt a tingle of apprehension, uncertain which question would yield the most valuable insight. After some contemplation, he raised 2 fingers in response to Maud's gesture. Take a guess. I shall play the riddle master. Leon mused inwardly. Yet, Maud did not ponder the significance of Leon's gesture. Regarding the boy's second question, the god of many faces would not obscure the truth. In his eyes, Leon was not a mere plaything, but rather a mortal tasked with a significant mission. Still, Maud shook his head, implying a lack of full disclosure, his demeanor suggesting a condescending view of Leon. Leon surmised that his previous reckless assaults on the wildling camp and indiscriminate killings had not aligned with the expectations of the god of many faces. However, Leon's attitude toward this world had not always been so reckless. Before gaining the system, he had merely wished to associate with characters destined for greatness, ensuring his own survival without waking to a grim fate. He had hoped to accumulate sufficient resources to secure his existence amidst the impending chaos. Yet, the acquisition of the battle system had inevitably altered Leon's mindset. With the option for invincibility available, why not embrace mindless combat on horseback? Regrettably, Leon sensed an invisible force manipulating his destiny, compelling him to retain his core values. In this world, a singular path of relentless violence appeared to be a certain road to ruin. At the very least, Leon had discerned that Maud, a follower of the god of many faces, would go to great lengths to thwart him. Thus, Leon resolved to engage in some strategic contemplation. The current inquiry was complimentary, implying that future questions would not be so freely given. As a high school student on the brink of his college entrance exams, Leon's intellect was at its zenith, allowing him to easily decipher the underlying implications of Maud's words. Indeed, knowledge in this realm held value, until the boy was capable of acquiring it independently. Every inquiry would demand a price. Maud regarded Leon with a gentle gaze, noting the shift in his demeanor and feeling a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was only this version of Leon that was worthy of the god of many faces' favor. Leon initially intended to test the waters, casually posing questions to gauge the price of knowledge. However, he soon reconsidered, as someone well-versed in the original text and television adaptation. He felt it unbecoming to interrogate a prophet as if he were an ignorant native. I'll seek you out when I have questions, he decided. Boy, I must remind you of a crucial matter. In the eyes of the people of Westeros, individuals of low moral standing and those infamous for their deeds will not garner favor unless you choose your path wisely. Before departing, Maud imparted this poignant advice. Oh, do you have a task to assign to me? Leon recognized Maud's admonishment regarding his overly negative self-assessment, yet he felt no shame in admitting his intentions. He would pursue his desires unabashedly, for even the god of many faces had no right to dictate his choices. The boy has begun to mature. Maud was initially silent, then exchanged a meaningful glance with Leon before slowly stepping out of the tent. Chapter 59. The Unprotected Donghai Wong. Sir, may I enter? Just as Leon was contemplating the intricacies of life, the voice of Spyam drifted in from outside the tent. Come in. With Leon's permission, Spyam promptly entered. He had intended to report something, but upon witnessing Leon's unusually contemplative expression, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of waking up ready to slay, he found himself at a loss. Could it be that this little tyrant had found yet another enemy to vanquish? Spyam pondered, swiftly forgetting what he had meant to convey. It's rather late. Do you need something? Noticing Spyam's vacant stare, as if he had spotted something unsightly on Leon's face, Leon instinctively rubbed his cheek for a moment, ultimately only managing to irritate a pimple. After a brief pause, Spyam's mind raced to concoct a topic to divert Leon's attention, but the urgency only left him more tongue-tied. Eventually, it was Leon who shattered the oppressive silence that enveloped them. Did you see that a new recruit just left my tent? A new recruit? Spyam furrowed his brow. He had been intently observing the surroundings outside the tent moments ago, but could recall no such recruit. Finally, after racking his brain in vain, he shook his head, suspecting that Leon might be hallucinating in the twilight hours. None? Very well, I suppose I must rely on myself. Leon murmured, waving Spyam away. Although he was uncertain of Maud's capabilities, the Faceless One's adeptness at disguise and stealth could evade even a 6th-tier soldier's notice. Faced with the impending 3 waves of assassination from the Faceless Ones, it appeared that Leon would have to bear the burden alone. Thus, in the tranquility of the night, his yearning for power stirred restlessly within him. The following day, Leon's troops set out once more. Compared to their previous departure from Grey Crow Village, the morale of his team had significantly improved. Along the way, the new recruits engaged in numerous skirmishes with bandits, accumulating bountiful experience. At this point, apart from the captured bandits, not a single soldier remained in the novice phase. The lowest rank among them was that of a third-tier elite ranger. Of course, the pinnacle of strength remained with Leon, alongside Spyam, who now stood out as a formidable presence, having advanced to a Night Watcher Guardian. He donned an impressively stylish black robe and armor, paired with an exquisite two-handed sword, exuding the aura of a grand lord atop his steed. In stark contrast to Spyam's seamless and luxurious attire crafted from precious sable fur and masterfully engraved steel chainmail, Leon's gear appeared nothing short of tattered rags. Multiple times along the journey, Leon found himself tempted to dash forward and snatch Spyam's vest for himself. However, out of respect for the Grand Instructor's authority, he restrained his impulses. Aside from equipping the new recruits, Leon need not concern himself with the gear required by the higher-tier soldiers. It seemed as though, upon their advancement, equipment could be casually picked up from the roadside. Moreover, it appeared that everyone accepted this rather peculiar circumstance with a sense of entitlement. Sam departed with a handful of new recruits and wildling captives to report back to Black Iron Fortress. Thus, a grand procession of approximately 200 third-tier elite soldiers, occasionally mingled with 4th and 5th-tier Night Watchers, marched towards Donghai Wang. However, Leon felt somewhat disheartened that even upon arriving at the castle gates of Donghai Wang, Carter Pake had not dispatched a single squad to greet him. Nevertheless, despite the lack of a formal reception, once Leon's troops passed through the unguarded castle gates, he finally encountered Carter Pake himself. Their meeting took place in a tavern within the castle, in stark contrast to the lifeless streets of Donghai Wang. The tavern named Fragrant Grass was bustling with activity. Night Watchers, disregarding their duties, sprawled across tables, oblivious to the fact that it was, indeed, still daytime. Amidst the chaos, ladies of simple elegance weaved through the rowdy Night Watchers, unabashedly welcoming the advances of hands that sought to grope. One particularly voluptuous woman, noticing a young and handsome newcomer standing at the entrance, who unlike the other raucous Night Watchers did not shout for drinks or women, decided to approach him, intending to showcase her charms and indulge in the allure of this sweet young man. Spyam, however, remained steadfast in his duty, glaring sternly, which startled the woman, causing her to flee in disarray. Leon could only feel a sense of helplessness, thinking that he should have forewarned Spyam. No need to intervene with the ladies. Having already experienced the benefits endowed by his good looks, it was time to attend to business. Leon had heard that Carter Pake was characterized by a particularly pronounced nose, and after a few drinks, it became as red as a clown's. This made him easily identifiable. At the bar, a figure entirely matched the description of Carter Pake. "Where's the damn wine? Can't you see my cup is empty?" Carter Pake slumped against the table, half asleep, grabbing a wooden cup and realizing its lightness. He squinted at the cup, then slammed it down, vocally expressing his dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Leon approached with a sense of resignation, while two half-drunken Night Watchers vaguely remembered their duties and raised their hands to block Leon's path. "Tell Carter Pake that Leon Victor, the newly appointed Grand Instructor of the Night Watchers, has come to pay a visit." Confronted by Carter's subordinates, Leon remained calm and polite as he introduced himself. However, upon hearing Leon's name, Carter's men merely raised their eyelids slightly, casting a difficult glance at Leon before breaking into a casual laugh. "Who do you think you are, little brat? Acting as if you're the Grand Instructor? Do you know our Grand Instructor could take on 100 men single-handedly? Look at you, skinny arms and legs. Still haven tea, even grown hair." Each time Carter's subordinates spoke, they punctuated their words with a foul belch, causing Leon to instinctively cover his nose and mouth. Seeing the man so dismissive and reluctant to report, Spyam grew impatient. Considering they were on Carter Pake's territory, he refrained from drawing his sword but stepped forward, lifting Carter's subordinate by the collar as if he were a mere chick, then delivering a punch to his gut. The blow caused Carter's subordinate to vomit the contents of his stomach, the stench overwhelming enough to nearly induce a chain reaction among the patrons of the tavern. Chapter 60. Carter Pake's indifference and nonchalance. One could argue that Carter Pake was a capable individual, for the Donghai Wang fortress he guarded was virtually unprotected. Conversely, if he were deemed inept and merely a drunkard, the Night Watchers who sensed the commotion were quick to rise, with every able-bodied individual converging on the scene. "Boy, which noble family do you hail from? Acting like a black-clad rogue and daring to strike my men? Are you tired of living?" Carter Pake, clearly intoxicated, was supported as he swayed toward Leon, yet his first words were an affront. "No wonder the wild men around Donghai Wang are so numerous. Given your demeanor and that of your subordinates, you should be thankful they haven't taken over Donghai Wang yet." Originally, as a member of Black Iron Fortress, Lion had no right to meddle in matters concerning Donghai Wang. However, due to his position as the chief instructor, personally conferred by Old Bear, He found himself on equal footing with Carter, the captain of the Donghaewang garrison, rendering his criticisms not entirely baseless. Upon hearing Lion's remarks, a flicker of anger crossed Carter's face. At that moment, one of Carter's subordinates, who had overheard Lion's self-introduction, whispered something in his ear. After absorbing the information, Carter rubbed his bleary eyes, finally directing his gaze toward Lion and his formidable companion, Spyam. So, you are the newly appointed chief instructor by Old Bear? What brings you here, instead of training that rabble at Black Iron Fortress? Carter, now mostly sober, spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. It appears all the scoundrels of Donghaewang have gathered in this tavern. In response to Carter's provocation, Lion retorted without hesitation. Carter was momentarily at a loss for words. And after a lengthy pause, a muffled grunt escaped his large, ruddy nose. You young pup. Do you really believe that defeating Colin and his band of rangers grants you free reign among the Night's Watch? To speak frankly, if the only combat strength of Donghaewang hadn't been taken by the vice-captain to Black Iron Fortress for an expedition, your earlier words would have left you in dire straits here. Carter maintained an air of superiority, dismissing Lion entirely. I see, Lion thought. Upon realizing that Carter was not merely a drunken layabout, but had indeed sent men to participate in Old Bear's patrols, his tone softened. He casually pulled a chair from the side and sat down, appearing eager to engage Carter in a discussion about life. I have nothing to discuss with you, instructor. If you were truly competent, you would return to Black Iron Fortress with your men immediately. Carter's face was a canvas of refusal regarding Lion's actions. As for Donghaewang, I wish to know the specifics of the current garrison situation. How can the wild men operate right under your noses, and you remain indifferent? Wild men? Huh, those ragged, starving refugees from the wasteland? Unable to survive the harsh winter, they wish to drag their families south of the wall for a better life. Moreover, Carter added, monitoring and exterminating such worthless wild men would only lead to increased wear on our weapons. I see no other benefit. When Lion seemed poised to speak again, Carter raised his hand, and the bartender promptly refilled his cup with golden liquid. If you have come all this way merely to discuss such matters, you need not say more. Yesterday, a ship from Bravos arrived with merchants, and this wine is a gesture of goodwill from Donghaewang. With that, Carter extended the filled cup toward Lion, and at that moment, everyone in the tavern, including the attendants, was focused on Lion's next move. This moment was pivotal for whether Lion would earn the respect and friendship he desired in Donghaewang. Should he refuse, even his brothers of the Night's Watch? It was unlikely Donghaewang would welcome him and his crew again. After a moment of contemplation, Lion smiled and accepted the cup, dramatically downing its contents in one go, and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. It is no wonder you indulge in this. The wine is indeed exceptional. Huh, I told you. A man who can single-handedly take on 100 must have a strong tolerance for drink. Witnessing Lion finish the drink, Carter's previous displeasure dissipated instantly, replaced by a radiant smile. He then casually draped an arm around Lion's shoulder, and in an instant, the two appeared as brothers. The swift change in atmosphere left Spyam, who stood behind them, momentarily stunned. He had prepared for a potential confrontation with Carter, yet now they were seemingly becoming fast friends. Fortunately, Spyam, with his perpetually stern demeanor, went unnoticed in his awkwardness, as even the man he had punched earlier approached with 2 cups of wine, offering one to Spyam. However, Spyam's character diverged from the drunken revelry of the Night's Watch. Ever since assuming the role of Lion's guard, he had refrained from alcohol, instead using his double-handed sword as a staff, resting it on the ground, with both hands resting on its pommel, standing sentinel beside Lion. Perhaps it was the first time anyone had encountered such a stoic brother of the Night's Watch, for no one dared to interrupt the private conversation between Lion and Carter. I hear this place is quite close to Bravos, and trade here is flourishing, is it not? Lion, while continuously raising his cup, sought to intoxicate the already tipsy Carter further, hoping to extract some information from him. Given that some of Lion's inquiries were motivated by personal interests, he needed to ensure that Carter remained unaware while sober. Flourishing? What nonsense. Thanks to that decree from the Iron Throne, we struggled to catch a smuggler's ship in Dolphin Bay for weeks on end. Observing Lion's seemingly insatiable thirst, Carter's love for drink surfaced, and after a few cups, he began to spill all the information Lion sought. What about the merchants from Bravos? Do you produce something that piques the interest of the Free Trade Federation? Produce? Here, we have nothing but wild men, bird droppings, and Night's Watch scoundrels who urinate everywhere when inebriated. Carter seemed to find amusement in Lion's question, instinctively raising his voice, prompting laughter and cheers from the surrounding brothers of the Night's Watch at their captain's self-deprecating remarks. And what are the merchants from Bravos? It is worth noting that after centuries, only the North still supports the Night's Watch, occasionally providing supplies. Surely the Bravosi need not worry about wild men invading, do they? Chapter 61. The Bravosi merchants. Those merchants claimed they were blown to Donghaewang by a storm. They said the loss of cargo is secondary. The main issue is the need to dock and repair their ships. But who cares? The rent for the docks has already been covered by fine wine. Oh, I must take a look. Perhaps their ship holds something of interest to me. With that, Lion set down his cup and, accompanied by Spyam, left without hesitation. Lion's sudden departure caught both Carter and Spyam off guard, the latter having prepared for an overnight stay in the tavern. Yet, while Spyam lingered in confusion, Lion had already exited, swiftly heading towards the docks. It is worth mentioning that Donghaewang, as one of the North's ice-free ports, boasts favorable geographical conditions, making it a prime location for lucrative trade. Unfortunately, recent generations of Northern Guardians have lacked commercial acumen, compounded by the kingdom's stringent maritime prohibitions. As a result, aside from the occasional smuggler trading iron goods and animal skins with the wild men, no Bravosi are inclined to conduct business in this desolate place. In truth, Lion's desire to engage and trade with the merchants was not born of whimsy. Rather, an increasing sense of impending crisis loomed over him as time passed. The mere mention of bravos by Carter had set off alarm bells in Lion's mind, prompting an immediate sense of vigilance. Who would sleep soundly upon learning that 3 waves of assassins could take on the guise of familiar faces? It is in Lion's nature to confront challenges head-on, especially with the security his formidable strength affords him. Thus, whether or not there were faceless men among the mysterious Bravosi merchants, Lion felt compelled to investigate. Upon arriving at the dock, Leon encountered a wealthy merchant, distinct in attire and demeanor from the local populace, engaging in amiable conversation with 2 night watchmen, occasionally gesturing towards the grand ship anchored offshore. Small boats laden with cargo occasionally made their way to shore around them, perhaps weary from conversing with the boastful night watchman. The merchant's eyes brightened upon seeing Leon. After excusing himself, he strode confidently towards Leon. It appears the shipwreck was not severe. Your vessel seems to be in good condition, Leon remarked, observing the stable stance of the large ship and the intact mast and sails. The merchant, speaking the common tongue of Westeros with fluency and without a trace of accent, replied, "Thanks to the 7 and your good self. Our small ship merely sustained a few gashes in the sealed hull from the rocks. We shall be ready to set sail again in a few days." Intrigued by the merchant's affable demeanor, Leon inquired, "Did the Bravosi also worship the 7? It is not surprising, given that the first men and the Undulls, along with the Roiner, share common roots and beliefs. Furthermore, my father was once a noble in the riverlands of the 7 kingdoms." The merchant refrained from divulging his father's name or family lineage, likely not wishing to reveal a disreputable past. Leon, respecting the unwritten rules of decorum, shifted the conversation to a more pressing matter. "If I require manpower and ships to extract and transport or from the mines to this location, would that pose a challenge for a merchant of your caliber?" As Leon gazed with childlike wonder at the grand ship, the merchant sensed the underlying significance of his demeanor. With years of experience navigating the mercantile world, he deduced that Leon's striking features were not characteristic of an ordinary night watchman. From Leon's inadvertent display of poise and eloquence, it was evident he hailed from a noble family within the 7 kingdoms, possibly a second son or a bastion, who, in a moment of impulsive zeal, had joined the night watch. Upon realizing the night watch was not as he had envisioned, it was only natural for him to long for the past. Regarding the mention of mines and ore, the merchant perceived it as a euphemism derived from Leon's noble upbringing, a way of referring to less savory establishments without direct reference. Amused, the merchant asked, "May I inquire where you seek this ore? Is it the diverse ores of King's Landing, the wild ores of Dorne, or perhaps those from Bravos in the summer?" Clearly knowledgeable, the merchant catalogued various ores he had encountered or heard of from around the world. "I seek a mineral known as Dragonstone, originating from Dragonstone Island," Leon replied earnestly, failing to grasp the merchant's insinuations. Upon hearing the name of the isle, the merchant furrowed his brow, struggling to recall any notable brothels or courtesans from Stannis' barren territory. "Is it a difficult task?" Leon observed the merchant deep in thought and produced a fragment of Dragonstone he had fortuitously discovered, presenting it for the merchant's inspection. "You mean this?" The merchant nearly stumbled upon seeing the translucent, razor-sharp fragment resembling a dagger. He quickly grasped the Dragonstone, feigning scrutiny to mask his embarrassment. Due to its fragile nature, this mineral, once a popular ornament, had not been in vogue in Bravos for over a century. While its extraction was neither particularly easy nor exceedingly difficult, the crux lay in the fact that few were willing to mine it any longer. However, if you believe it can be found on Dragonstone Island, I can arrange for laborers to extract it. Leon, impressed by the merchant's extensive knowledge, felt compelled to ask, "What is the price?" "As you know, our Night's Watch has historically faced financial constraints. Let us say, provide me with 100 golden dragons as an initial investment. And upon successfully locating and extracting the Dragonstone on Dragonstone Island, I will sell it to you at a rate of 1,000 golden dragons per shipload. How much do you require?" This price seemed quite reasonable, and Leon's needs were naturally as great as possible. With his skill in plunder, He could earn a golden dragon for each foe he vanquished, and coupled with the multiple arrow capabilities of his weapon, Lu Xing's, he anticipated that once he journeyed north of the wall, he would amass wealth with ease. Excellent, we have a deal. The merchant accepted the coin pouch Leon offered, weighing it before shaking Leon's hand. Their attendants presented identical contracts, and both affixed their signatures. In the realm of free trade, built upon trust, breaches of contract were met with relentless pursuit by the entire city-state, so Leon harbored no fears of the merchant's dishonesty. Then, my lord Leon, farewell. However, just as the transaction concluded and the merchant contemplated his departure, Leon suddenly produced a coin from his pocket, an emblem left to him by Makoro, a Bravosi coin. According to the guidance of the faceless man, Jaqen Hagar, any Bravosi would escort Arya Stark to the House of Black and White upon receiving this coin. Do you recognize this coin? Leon's tone was casual, yet his gaze bore a piercing intensity, scrutinizing the merchant's every movement. Though they had recently reached a cordial agreement, Leon would not hesitate to sever the merchant's throat if necessary. As for acquiring the Dragonstone, Leon could always seek another merchant for the task. Are you intending to visit the House of Black and White? The merchant's expression morphed into one of alarm upon seeing the coin in Leon's hand. No. I merely wish to inquire. Leon stepped forward subtly, lowering his voice so only the two could hear. Are there faceless men aboard your vessel? Chapter 62. The first wave of faceless men strikes faceless men? My lord Leon, are you seeking to assassinate someone? The merchant retreated slightly, sensing the threat in Leon's gaze. Upon the merchant's evasive response, Leon deduced the answer. It seems there are indeed faceless men aboard your ship, he murmured, though his words remained unheard by the merchant. His attention turned gravely towards the ship anchored offshore. Based on Makoro's prior demeanor, Leon speculated that the upcoming encounter with the faceless men, possibly including Makoro himself, could involve one of 3 assassins sent to eliminate him. Rather than remain passive, he resolved to take the initiative, thereby gaining a modicum of control. When confronted by faceless men, Leon had never entertained the notion of calling for assistance. What if they disguised themselves as his subordinates and struck from behind? Thus, in the face of faceless men, numbers were not necessarily an advantage. My lord, do you require assistance? The merchant, noticing Leon's hostile expression directed at his ship, timidly inquired. May I board your vessel? Leon asked respectfully, though his approach left no room for negotiation. He made his way towards a small boat belonging to the merchant and gestured for him to lead the way. My lord Leon, should you be interested in my cargo, I could provide you with an inventory for your review. Boarding is unnecessary, the merchant suggested, discreetly dabbing the cold sweat from his brow with a fine handkerchief. According to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, the faceless ones are the most vile of assassins, murderers, and cutthroats. As the commander of the Night's Watch, I shall not allow such lawless rogues to roam free. Leon, with a stern demeanor, fabricated his own version of the kingdom's laws to the merchant, forcefully grasping him and commanding the ferryman to set sail. Weighing the dangers posed by the blades of his employer and the unfamiliar Night's Watch officer, the ferryman decisively chose to comply. Do not jest, such a law does not exist in the kingdom, and accusations of murder require irrefutable evidence. Moreover, there are no faceless ones aboard my ship. As the small boat leisurely approached the larger vessel, the merchant continued his futile attempts to persuade Leon to turn back. Ignoring him completely, Leon, perhaps growing weary of the incessant chatter, unsheathed a portion of his blade, the kiss of black and white, silencing the merchant instantly. Once aboard the grand ship, the merchant, who had previously appeared drenched in sweat, straightened his posture and regarded Leon with cold disdain. Since you are well versed in the laws of the kingdom, are you aware of the laws of Bravos? On the seas, the deck of every large vessel is considered a mobile territory of free trade. I may forgive your unsolicited arrival, but any hostile action will be viewed as a provocation against the free trade city. Upon hearing the merchant's threats, Leon merely shrugged, indifferent. Call everyone aboard from your ship. I wish to conduct an inspection. You and I both know there are no faceless ones on my vessel. The merchant, incensed by Leon's demeanor, summoned all the sailors, including the captain, to the deck, hoping to dissuade Leon from his pursuit. However, upon inspecting each individual, Leon found no trace of the repugnant aura associated with the faceless ones. How many crew members do you have aboard, Philin? Leon inquired, having seen the merchant's name on the contract. The merchant, already exasperated by Leon's antics, replied curtly, including myself and the captain, there are 34 in total. Are you certain? Leon pressed. Of course. If you don't believe me, I will count them for you. Thus, amidst the sailors' grumbling, the merchant began to count each crew member. Mere minutes later, the shock on the merchant's face was unmistakable, and the sailors erupted in commotion. By the 7, how can there be 35? Point out the one you do not recognize. Leon drew his sword to silence the sailors, urging the merchant to step forward and identify the additional crew member. After a moment's hesitation, the merchant began his identification process, bringing each individual forth. Soon, Only 2 sailors remained on the deck, and alarmingly, they bore identical appearances. Panic erupted among the sailors, who brandished their weapons at the pair. "Lord Philin, I am the real one. He is the imposter." "No, no, Lord Philin. I have served you for 3 years." The identical sailors, equally stunned by the sudden revelation, vehemently accused each other of being the fraud. "Are you afraid to offend a faceless one?" Leon, wielding the kiss of black and white, turned to the astonished merchant. Without waiting for a reply, he advanced towards one of the sailors. The sailor, eyeing the blade in Leon's hand, desperately waved his arms, insisting he was the real one, recounting past experiences to prove his identity. Yet, as Leon remained vigilant against any counterattack, he thrust his sword forward. Though the sailor attempted to defend himself, Leon's speed proved overwhelming. Before the sailor could draw his weapon, the blade pierced his chest. "My apologies, he was the real one." As he withdrew his sword, Leon deftly sidestepped the blood that sprayed forth, turning back to the merchant with an expression of regret. The remaining sailors quickly grasped the implication, turning their attention to the last sailor, who was evidently the faceless one. Chapter 63. The news of Old Bear's death arrives from Black Iron Fortress. It is worth noting that even in Bravos, the reputation of the faceless ones is far from commendable. For the vast majority of ordinary individuals not afflicted with terminal illness, death is hardly a blessing. The terror of the faceless ones lies in their ability to assume any identity, rendering them nearly imperceptible. Once an enemy is willing to pay a blood price for vengeance, ordinary individuals possess no means of resistance. Disguising oneself is but one of the many skills of a faceless one, and the one unmasked before Leon appeared to possess some proficiency in hand-to-hand combat as well. With a flick of his sleeve, he produced 2 throwing knives, and for most onlookers, the movement was imperceptible. The next moment, both knives hurtled towards Leon, aiming for his face and heart. Yet Leon was swift. He deftly deflected the knife aimed at his face with his sword, then advanced to evade the one aimed at his chest. However, a hapless sailor behind him was not as fortunate, as the knife pierced through his body, propelled backward by the force of the throw. Realizing his projectiles had failed and that Leon was closing in, the faceless one hastily drew a short sword to defend himself against Leon's powerful strike. In the initial clash, Leon sensed the formidable nature of the faceless one. Under normal circumstances, even the most determined Night's Watchman would be overpowered by Leon's strength. The only adversary capable of pushing Leon to his limits thus far had been the hulking dog-headed Hamar. Now, it appeared he had found a worthy opponent in the faceless one. Moreover, unlike Hamar, who relied solely on brute strength yet suffered from a critical lack of speed, the faceless one exhibited both strength and agility. Leon's typical strategy of circling around opponents proved ineffective against the faceless one's swift movements. The surrounding sailors could only watch in awe as the 2 combatants engaged in a flurry of motion, unable to discern who held the upper hand, yet collectively anxious for Leon, the Night's Watchman. After all, the notoriety of the faceless ones across Essos had reached an almost bedtime tale-like status. With no reported survivors among their targets, little did they know whether Leon would defy that trend. In truth, after several exchanges, Leon began to sense that he was indeed stronger than the faceless one. Nevertheless, the agility and cunning of the faceless one's short sword, which was only slightly longer than a dagger, posed a constant threat, darting like a serpent around Leon. Though Leon's one-handed swordsmanship was at its peak, capable of overwhelming the faceless one, he could not comprehend the latter's mindset. Several times, Leon's kiss of black and white could have easily ended the confrontation. Yet the faceless one showed no inclination to evade, instead targeting Leon's vitals. It seemed that for the faceless ones, fulfilling the mandate of the many-faced god eclipsed all other concerns, including their own mortality. Had it not been for this singular focus, Leon would have undoubtedly subdued the opponent within a mere 10 exchanges. As Leon pondered, his attention wavered, and the faceless one seized the opportunity, raising his arm to block. He allowed Leon's sword to slice through his arm while simultaneously thrusting his short sword towards Leon's throat. The merchant stared in astonishment at the halted duel between Leon and the faceless man. On the deck, the 2 maintained their final stances of combat. Leon's blade, the kiss of black and white, was extraordinarily sharp, impervious to mere flesh, and with a swift strike, the faceless man lost half an arm, his chest marred by a horrific gash. In the crucial moment before the faceless man's short sword could pierce Leon's neck, Leon deftly maneuvered aside, resulting only in a superficial cut that left a pale mark on his skin. The faceless man collapsed to the ground, his expression finally betraying a flicker of shock, as if he believed that such a life-or-death strike should not have missed. Meanwhile, the bloodied faceless man's eyes gradually lost focus, and the skirmish aboard the ship had evidently alerted the night watchman on the shore, who swarmed onto the vessel along with Leon's subordinates. Witnessing the bloody scene on deck, especially the injury to their commander's neck, they swiftly subdued everyone aboard and escorted them to shore. Carter Pike took charge of the trial for Leon, Despite the merchant's insistence on his innocence, he and his crew were charged with deliberately injuring a night watchman and were promptly dispatched to East Sea Watch's punishment. The merchant was only permitted to leave East Sea Watch in a small boat after paying a hefty ransom. For he still had to fulfill the task assigned to him by Leon, bound by a contract that, if breached, would tarnish the reputation of the free trade city-state. As for the merchant's ship, it was naturally confiscated by the East Sea Watch Navy. Within the elegant private room of the Fragrant Grass Tavern, it seemed to have transformed into the office of the East Sea Watch's captain. Carter Pike, with a grin, pushed a pouch of coins across the table to Leon. This Bravo's merchant is indeed wealthy, with over 1,400 golden dragons in cash. Once we sell off the goods from his ship, my brother will surely prosper. Although Leon was the one assaulted, Carter Pike had done nothing but speak, yet he knew he must show respect to Carter and East Sea Watch. Thus, even though Leon was aware that over 2,000 golden dragons had been seized from the merchant's ship, he accepted the pouch with an unflinching demeanor. However, he discreetly noted Carter Pike's avaricious nature in his mind, contemplating, "Dare to covet my wealth? You are courting your own demise." Leon maintained his outward smile, casually inquiring, "Such trivial matters can be delegated to my deputy, Spyam. It seems, Lord Carter, you have other matters to discuss with me?" Leon's casual question indeed caused Carter Pike's countenance to shift several times before he turned his gaze toward Leon. "I have received 2 pieces of news from my ravens, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let us endure the bitter before the sweet." "What is the bad news?" "The patrol squad departing from Black Iron Fortress has been nearly annihilated, and Old Bear has perished." Carter Pike spoke calmly, so much so that Leon could hardly discern any sorrow in his words, as if he felt none at all. "The esteemed Commander Old Bear is dead?" Upon hearing this news, Leon stood in disbelief. Although he, as a time traveler, knew the circumstances, he feigned the demeanor of a normal person. Satisfied with Leon's reaction, Carter Pike nodded and gestured for him to sit. According to several night watchmen who had escaped from the snow plains, Old Bear's death was anything but ordinary. The terrified watchmen spoke of wights and wildlings, while others claimed he was slain by traitors. Regardless of the truth, the reality remained that Old Bear had indeed died. Carter Pike's tone held a hint of mockery, revealing no trace of respect for the deceased commander. "And what is the good news?" Leon refrained from further questioning the cause of Old Bear's death. "As for the good news, Lord Ned Stark of the North has also passed, thanks to his treasonous actions. Now, even if more deserters emerge from the Night's Watch, the Lords of the North will no longer chase them down like dogs as they once did. It seems we can strike a deal. With my connections within the Night's Watch, securing you the position of Commander-in-Chief would be quite feasible. In these times, few among the Night's Watch hold any weight, especially since the likes of the one-handed Colin and Bowen Marsh ventured north with Old Bear and are now unaccounted for. The only one left to speak for Black Iron Fortress is Maester Eamon." Carter Pike revealed his hand, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Leon, familiar with the unfolding narrative, had no intention of betraying the Night's Watch. Given Old Bear's character, witnessing the Whites would certainly compel him to march north. The resulting devastation would leave Black Iron Fortress vulnerable, and with Aerys' demise at his own hands, Leon could cultivate a loyal faction through his position as the commander. After all, if Jon Snow, with his weak foundation, could ascend to the role, there was no reason Leon should fail in his ambitions. Carter Pike's assistance appeared to Leon as mere embellishment, even negligible in significance. Contemplating this, Leon suddenly wore an inscrutable smile. "Captain, are you not concerned that I might betray you once I become Commander-in-Chief?" To Leon's candid expression of concern, Carter Pike unexpectedly exhaled deeply. In his view, Leon's willingness to speak openly suggested that there was room for negotiation. It was better to lay the cards on the table now than to face betrayal later. "Truth be told, Commander, prior to this, I knew little of you or your family. However, I propose a mutually beneficial suggestion. If you refuse, I can easily train another compliant individual to take the position of commander. I would incur no loss. Your loss, however, would be incalculable. Before even becoming a mercenary." Carter Pike had begun to speak of losses related to deals, which left Leon feeling quite nauseated. As Lion's lips curled into a cold smile, he displayed little enthusiasm for the matter at hand. Carter Pike, a shrewd individual, quickly discerned this. Rising to his feet and looking down at Lion with a tone saturated in menace. "Allow me to speak plainly. I have reached an understanding with the commander of the Windblown Company. He possesses considerable faith in my abilities and those of my subordinates, even offering me the position of deputy commander. At this moment, a formidable contingent of 300 elite mounted archers from the Windblown Company awaits my signal. Stationed across Dolphin Bay at the Floating Wood Hall, the Seven Kingdoms share a consensus. The Night's Watch, though comprised predominantly of scoundrels, commands unparalleled martial prowess. The elite cavalry of the Windblown Company, having endured countless brutal battles and essos, surpasses even the Night's Watch Rangers in strength. Eradicating your recruits, most of whom are mere bandits and villagers, who have trained for less than a month, would be but a trifling task. Carter's threat was unmistakable. In his eyes, apart from Lion himself, the greatest threat stemmed from Spyam, who remained ever close to Lion. The rest were mere novices, inconsequential in his estimation. As he spoke, a commotion arose outside the tavern's private chamber, indicating a scuffle between Spyam and Carter's men stationed at the door. Lion strained to listen, detecting the hurried footfalls of no fewer than 20 individuals along with the clattering of armor and weapons. Soon after, the air was filled with the sound of arrows whistling and thudding against shields, a cacophony that persisted for quite some time. Carter, not deaf to the turmoil, wore an increasingly grim expression. According to plan, his subordinates should have subdued Spyam by now and burst in to intimidate Lion. Yet, somehow, Spyam, despite his tenacity, was but one man. And there were over 20 seasoned crossbowmen from the Night's Watch. Presently, Carter found himself in a precarious position, lacking the support of his men. And he held no confidence in his ability to triumph over Lion, who could easily dispatch 100 Night's Watch Rangers single-handedly. Thus, based on your earlier remarks, I can declare you a traitor to the Night's Watch, correct? Lion remarked, attentively listening until the noise subsided before leisurely turning his gaze towards Carter. However, Carter refrained from responding to Lion's inquiry, fixated instead on the door, eager to ascertain which of his subordinates would enter. Regrettably for him, Spyam's powerful hands pushed the door open, discarding a shield that resembled a porcupine, and subsequently heaved a captured Night's Watchman, wounded in the leg, into the room. Through the open door, a glimpse of the corridor revealed several Night's Watchmen, each slain with a single strike, while those further back lay on the ground, arrows embedded in their skulls. It was evident that the battle in the narrow corridor had been fierce. Lion could surmise the fight's progression from the fallen positions of the Night's Watchmen. They had feigned friendliness as they approached Spyam. But whether due to a fool's blunder or Spyam's heightened vigilance, the ensuing confrontation left the initial attackers decimated. Spyam swiftly retrieved a shield from the ground, deflecting a volley of bolts from the Night's Watch crossbowmen, and then retaliated with measured precision. Most fell, never to rise again, while a few fled in terror. "Captain, save me," whether from the pain in his leg or the psychological trauma inflicted by Spyam. The Night's Watchman's voice was tinged with desperation as he instinctively cried out to Carter. Yet, Carter, face ashen, did not deign to glance in his direction. Ultimately, it was Lion who approached and granted the traitor a swift end. "Lord Carter, I believe it is time we discussed your oaths," Lion said, wiping the blade known as the kiss of black and white clean, rising at a leisurely pace to address Carter. "Even if you kill me, you and your men shall not escape Eastwatch." Carter's silence was punctuated by a grimace of resentment, clearly acknowledging the peril he faced at Lion's hands. "Do you intend to intimidate me with the Windblown Company?" Lion inquired, his expression betraying a sense of anticipation for Carter's retort. "This is not an intimidation. It is a verity. Should you slay me, the Windblown Company shall raise Eastwatch in vengeance." Grasping at a final glimmer of hope, Carter's grotesque, bulbous nose flushed crimson with agitation. Regardless of whether the Windblown Company would risk offending an entire legion for a slain traitor of the Night's Watch, Lion paused, gesturing towards Spyam with a smirk. "There are over 100 more like him in my ranks." "Impossible," Carter erupted, unable to contain himself, perceiving Lion's assertion as an affront to his intelligence. "If you doubt my words, I could spare your life, allowing you to witness firsthand how your so-called elite cavalry is obliterated." With that, Lion clapped his hands, and Spyam, understanding the cue, advanced to apprehend Carter. However, as the commander of the Eastwatch garrison, Carter could not afford to be easily captured. The potential aftermath of such an event loomed ominously, should word of his treachery spread. The respect he had garnered over the years would be rendered a farce. On the continent of Westeros, no Night's Watch deserter would find sanctuary. Thus, Carter resisted. This presented Lion with an opportunity to closely observe the combat prowess of his 6th-tier soldiers, and he refrained from intervening. The ensuing conflict bore a darkly humorous tone. Carter lunged aggressively at Spyam, who deftly drew his bow and fired, sending Carter reeling as an arrow pinned him against the wall. Spyam, recalling Lion's penchant for executing prisoners, intentionally spared Carter's vital organs. Lion nodded approvingly at Spyam, silently commending his discernment. What transpired next was a spectacle rarely witnessed in Eastwatch's history. The townsfolk beheld their garrison commander, dragged by his feet by Spyam, his body cruelly scraped against the earth, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in his wake. Among the crowd were many of Carter's subordinates who had learned of the betrayal's exposure from fleeing comrades. Just as they contemplated retreat, they found themselves confronted by several formidable Night's Watchmen, their presence radiating an intimidating aura. "Stand aside," the Eastwatchmen commanded, their tone unyielding. They possessed the courage to betray, and they also had the prowess to match, having undergone rigorous selection to remain in the ranks after lesser men were dispatched to patrol Black Iron Fort. The remaining elite viewed the fledgling recruits, who had trained for less than a month, with disdain. Yet, simultaneously, Lion's seasoned subordinates, comprising at least 3rd-tier Night's Watch elite rangers, swiftly subdued the Eastwatch traitors. Save for a few fortunate souls who managed to evade capture, the rest were escorted before Lion. The sparse inhabitants of Eastwatch could only watch in terror, believing that Lion's men were instigating a riot. Nevertheless, they were treated with courtesy, as Lion's forces guided them, following the bloody path left in their wake. On the high platform, Carter Pike resembled a faceless wretch, his visage grotesquely marred, as if kissed by the earth. While his tattered clothing bore no semblance of intact skin, the excruciating pain rendered him unconscious multiple times, only to be roused again by the agony that tormented him. Even his iconic nose, known for its resemblance to a wine-soaked visage, had vanished. It was likely that even his mother, who served as a tavern wench, would fail to recognize him. "Fear not, good people," Leon addressed the anxious residents of East Seawatch from the platform. But scarcely had his words fallen when a defiant onlooker shouted, "Damn you, traitor! Release our esteemed captain of the guard." The true traitor was none other than your Lord Carter Pike. As Leon's speech concluded, it ignited a greater fury among the populace. The residents of East Seawatch were unwilling to trust the words of an outsider, yet they lacked the courage to revolt, resorting instead to vociferous denunciations of Leon. However, their outcries were soon drowned out by the resounding blast of two horns. The first signaled the return of the Night's Watch brothers. The second warned of an impending wildling incursion, and the third, long unheard, spoke of the others. The longtime inhabitants of East Seawatch recognized these as signals of wildling invasion. They discerned clouds of dust rising from the coastline, and from the horizon emerged a glimmer of icy blades. Only a few understood that these were the traces of the windblown. The majority of East Seawatch's residents were swiftly engulfed by despair. With Leon's betrayal and Captain Carter Pike captured, there was no hope of repelling the wildlings' advance. Every castle clinging to the Great Wall found itself vulnerable, and East Seawatch was no exception. The cavalry of the Windblown could invade with impunity, wreaking havoc within the city. With a spattering of blood, Carter Pike spat forth a mouthful of crimson foam, directing a fierce grin at Leon. "The Windblown have arrived. Your doom is upon you." "Is that so?" Leon, confident, raised a hand, and his Night's Watch troops promptly formed ranks, shield bearers in front, rangers behind. The speed of their formation was astonishing, almost instantaneous. The residents of East Seawatch soon realized that it was not wildlings that approached, but a band of mercenary knights. Yet this news offered little solace. For the enemy charged forth, their fierce demeanor suggesting that they would not halt until they had tasted blood. As the tide of over 300 cavalry bore down upon them, not a single shield bearer in Leon's front line faltered or fled. The seasoned rangers remained unperturbed, poised with their bows, awaiting Leon's command for a volley. Their movements synchronized, a spectacle of preparedness that left the residents of East Seawatch awestruck. Regardless of their stance on Leon's perceived treachery, they recognized that he stood before them, unwavering against the encroaching enemy. At that moment, irrespective of their allegiances, all the residents silently prayed for Leon's forces to withstand the onslaught of the frenzied cavalry. "Rangers, release the arrows." With a single command from Leon, the elite rangers of the Night's Watch loosed their bowstrings. The sound of twanging strings resonated like a grim symphony of death as dark clouds loomed overhead, descending mercilessly upon the advancing cavalry of the Windblown. Yet, the rain of arrows posed little threat to the heavily armored horsemen. Only a handful of unfortunate souls fell, struck down by arrows that pierced their vulnerable spots. Carter Pike, with one good eye wide open, wore an expression of exhilaration as everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Leon's forces were impotent against the elite cavalry of the Windblown, and he could almost envision the moment of collision, where the Night's Watch would be impaled upon the long spears of the Windblown, like candied fruit upon a stick. However, the maniacal grin on his face was abruptly frozen, as if someone had pressed the pause button on his expression. In the final moments before the clash, the shield bearers parted, revealing hundreds of Night's Watchmen wielding massive two-handed swords. As an ordinary elite cavalryman of the Windblown, he had encountered countless battles, both just and unjust, throughout his life. Yet, despite having faced numerous formidable foes, he had never encountered a force bold enough to confront heavy cavalry with mere flesh and blood. Even the most timid of sheepmen tribes would not commit such a strategic blunder. Die? A knight at the forefront of the Windblown sneered, lowering his visor and aiming his lance directly at a target. However, in a turn of events that defied all expectations, the anticipated scene of cavalry lances skewering the Night's Watch did not materialize. The Night's Watchmen, wielding their cumbersome two-handed swords, evaded the lance charges with astonishing speed, and then, like thunder, they struck at the knights atop their steeds. The arrogant Windblown had not raised their shields to enhance their killing accuracy, and thus, when the lines clashed, they were caught unawares and swiftly dispatched. This scenario unfolded across the battlefield, with each Night's Watchman deftly dodging the lance strikes, delivering devastating blows to their opponents. Even those Windblown knights who did not fall immediately to the ground were subsequently pulled down by nearby infantry and mercilessly hacked to pieces. Apart from a few unfortunate souls who were pierced by the barrage of lances, most of the Night's Watchmen emerged unscathed from the initial charge of the Windblown. Meanwhile, the Windblown found themselves ensnared, like creatures trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves from the encirclement of the Night's Watch. The line of the Night's Watch loomed like a monstrous abyss, consuming hundreds of cavalrymen, leaving only the occasional riderless horse galloping aimlessly across the battlefield. The commander of the Windblown, cautious in his approach, had only dispatched 100 of his men for the first wave, believing that they would be sufficient to penetrate the seemingly weak line of the Night's Watch. However, he had not anticipated that the Night's Watch would employ such a desperate and audacious strategy to confront cavalry with infantry. In his view, only elite soldiers could accomplish such a feat. Had not the Night's Watch fallen into decline? How could there be so many skilled fighters here? The Windblown commander felt a chill run down his spine. Beside him, a centurion steed was restless, and the second wave of 100 cavalry should have already charged, aiming to shatter the Night's Watch's forces. Yet, the line of the Night's Watch remained intact, and the casualties among his men had reached alarming levels. They were mercenaries, not mere pawns serving a throne. Commander, shall we proceed with the second wave? The centurion gripped the reins tightly, his complexion pale, clearly shaken by the slaughter unfolding at the Night's Watch line. He was unwilling to watch his comrades, with whom he had shared countless days, be slaughtered like livestock. He yearned to rush in and save them. Damn it. We have been deceived by that scoundrel Carter Pike. He has not truly defected. Perhaps he is lurking in some corner, watching us with malice. The commander of the Windblown was in a state of utter disarray, the situation spiraling out of control, starkly contrasting the promises made by Carter Pike. Previously, Carter had assured him that if he successfully persuaded Leon, the Windblown would come to recruit him. Conversely, if negotiations failed, the Windblown would eliminate Leon and his band of night watchmen. The commander had seen Carter's signals indicating the talks had collapsed, prompting him to order his men to charge. Yet, Carter had assured him that Leon's subordinates were merely inexperienced recruits, incapable of withstanding a single assault from the Windblown. But why had that scoundrel Carter chosen to deceive them into believing that the night watchmen were nothing but a disorganized rabble? Had not the commander promised him the esteemed position of deputy commander? The centurion was left bewildered. How should I know? Carter, I shall remember this grudge. We must retreat. What about the brothers trapped in the encirclement? Will we abandon them? The centurion questioned, perplexed. Do you wish to incur further needless casualties? The enemy is clearly prepared. Regardless of others' thoughts, the Windblown commander began to regret his impulsive charge without prior reconnaissance. Even though his cavalry outnumbered Leon's forces significantly, he was loath to issue another order to attack, fearing Leon might have hidden reinforcements. Terrified by the formidable prowess of the Night Watch's swordsman, the Windblown commander chose to withdraw. Though the centurion was reluctant, he exchanged a glance with another centurion, ultimately having no choice but to turn his horse around and sound the retreat. On the high platform, Carter Pike's emotions fluctuated wildly, from elation upon witnessing the Windblown's charge to madness when he saw Leon's frenzied orders to deploy unarmed spearmen against the cavalry, culminating in shock as the two armies clashed with the Windblown facing unexpected devastation. A multitude of complex feelings ensued, leaving Carter numb. Initially, Leon had intended to strike once the enemy cavalry recklessly breached their defenses, but now he felt a tinge of regret. The Windblown commander had indeed surmised correctly. Leon did possess a backup plan. However, that backup consisted solely of himself. In the end, Leon reluctantly set aside his luminous star bow, awaiting the next opportunity to unleash his multi-arrow skill. Your forecasts are rather inaccurate, he remarked with a hint of leisure, approaching Carter Pike, who appeared utterly apathetic. If he still had the ability to express emotions, Leon could not help but speculate about the visage Carter might have donned. After all hope had been extinguished, Carter finally felt remorse. He began to regret his decision to join the Night Watch and the betrayal of his vows. Most regrettably, he had confided his treachery to Leon, a seemingly unremarkable boy with an insatiable thirst for blood. Could he not be granted another chance? Even ants cling to life, let alone Carter, a man respected for over a decade as the captain of the EC Watch. No, so this is your final farewell? Upon hearing Leon's question, Carter understood his fate was sealed. He took a deep breath and sighed. If only you had been born 10 years earlier, perhaps the Night Watch would not be in such disarray. Now even Elderbear is dead, and the remaining 3 fortresses on the wall are but shadows of their former selves: Colin, the broken hand of Shadow Tower, Lord Bear of Iron Fortress, and I from EC Watch will soon perish. Perhaps one day, the people of the 7 kingdoms will even forget the existence of the Night Watch. Perhaps it is in the face of death that one speaks with sincerity. Carter had little regard for his imminent fate. Instead, he fretted over the destiny of the Night Watch. You need not worry. As long as the Night Watch remains in my hands, it shall endure, Leon declared, raising his blade, poised to strike down upon Carter's neck. You? Such bravado. Can you alone withstand the 100,000 wildlings of Manhwaedit? In the end, would you not, like me, seek a way to escape? Carter's final words drew a frown from Leon. Carter was aware of manhwaedit gathering the wildlings, yet failed to warn Elder Bear, indirectly leading to his demise. It was evident he had likely struck some clandestine bargain with manhwaedit, thereby explaining the East Sea Watch's vulnerability. Considering this, Leon resolved not to afford this traitor another moment of life. With a swift motion, his sword descended, severing a grotesque head from its body. Leon stepped forward, placing his foot upon Carter's loathsome visage, and spoke deliberately, "To ensure you do not languish in solitude below, trust me. I shall soon send each and every one who plotted against Elder Bear to join him." Chapter 67. Leon's luminous star bow begins to stack multi-arrow skills. Carter Pike, at the cost of his life, validated Leon's earlier assertion that within their ranks, there were indeed 100 capable fighters akin to Spyam. The Night Watch's oaths and guardians, possessing only slight variances in individual skills, were significantly bolstered by the 6th tier's unparalleled skill, fight to the death, ensuring morale would not waver. Nor would there be any instances of desertion. Their abilities were comprehensive. While they may not all excel independently, they could perform at the level of minor lords. Conversely, the elite cavalry of the Windblown merely possessed the prowess of a 3rd-tier unit, compounded by their underestimation of the enemy. And the commander's hesitance to order a full-scale charge made their defeat inevitable. The surviving Windblown captives and the East Sea Watch rebels were taken by Leon's subordinates to the high platform, awaiting Leon's judgment. At this moment, the residents of East Sea Watch regained their composure, seeking information and ultimately discovering that Carter Pike had colluded with this band of Essos mercenaries to betray the oath of the Night Watch, leaving many feeling guilty and unable to meet Leon's gaze atop the platform. Windblown stepped forward. At Leon's command, the captives of the Windblown were stripped of their armor, bound, and pushed to kneel before him. "For those who wish to live, I offer you a chance. Rise and don the black garb of the Night Watch." The centurion leading the Windblown, though grievously wounded, struggled to lift his head to meet Leon's indifferent gaze, devoid of any room for negotiation. Yet, as the centurion of this band, he felt compelled to plead, "My lord, we of the Windblown bear no grudge against the Night Watch. Today's occurrence is but a misunderstanding. We were entirely misled by Carter Pike. Should you spare me, I am certain my commander will pay a handsome ransom to secure our release." "Ransom? When did you, a band of dishonorable mercenaries, adopt the noble's vernacular?" "My lord, we are free knights of Essos. Trust me, none here abide by the Night Watch's nearly draconian tenets. Moreover, our commander, the Prince of Rags, holds traitors in utmost contempt. Should we betray, the 2,000 cavalry of the Windblown will pursue us to the death, even severing a foot to ensure we do not escape." The centurion's words were both earnest and tinged with a hint of menace. In his view, Leon, the Night Watch trainer, possessed commendable strength, yet could not withstand the wrath of the Prince of Rags. Furthermore, with 100,000 wildlings poised to strike in the north, he believed it prudent for Leon to return the Windblown captives. If that is the case, if you fear the commander far away in Essos more than the blade in my hand, then you may meet your demise. Having spoken, Leon, disinterested in further discourse, raised the luminous star bow and released an arrow, continuing to draw and shoot without pause, pinning down the Windblown faction's captives still kneeling on the ground, one after another. Witnessing Leon's willingness to kill, and realizing that his intent was not to instill fear through the death of a centurion, but rather a simple decree that non-surrender equated to death, several Windblown faction riders hastily stood up. Consequently, several of the slower-standing captives were struck by 1 or 2 arrows in their chests. This was not an act of mercy from Leon, but rather an upgrade in the bow's multi-arrow skill, allowing 1 arrow to transform into 2 upon release, thus enhancing his lethality. Eventually, only 7 or 8 terrified captives remained standing, while the rest had become mere experience points for Leon's upgraded skill. "You shall don black attire, and your past transgressions shall be forgiven. I hereby appoint you as rangers." With that, Leon ordered the release of the captives' bindings and thoughtfully provided each with a piece of black clothing. Thanks to the rebellion in Carter Peak, a significant portion of Leon's Night's Watch recruits had previously lacked even basic leather armor. Now, however, there was enough provision to equip the newly joined members. After dealing with the Windblown captives, Leon's gaze shifted to a group of kneeling Eastern Sea traders. "My lord Leon, we have always been men in black. We are willing to surrender." As Leon's eyes swept over them, a few Eastern Sea traders eagerly stood up to declare their loyalty. "Indeed, my lord Leon, the long night approaches. You require our strength. At your command, we shall charge forth, even if faced with the army of the others. Esteemed lords from Black Iron Fortress, allow me to handle tasks such as laundry and feeding horses. Just spare my life." The traders clamored for mercy, their pleas igniting fury among the Night's Watch surrounding Leon. All had sworn oaths while clad in black. Could these traders expect to live merely by uttering a few words of repentance after their failed rebellion? When did the price for betrayal become so low? Yet, they dared not voice their anger, for the authority lay with Leon, the commander of the Night's Watch. Should Leon insist on allowing these traitors to redeem themselves, the Night's Watch would have little recourse. In response to the traitors' pleas, Leon unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. Each arrow struck true, and as the traitors realized Leon's unwillingness to engage in dialogue, they erupted in chaos, pushing against the guards and attempting to flee behind their comrades. Unfortunately for them, Leon's arrows seemed guided by fate. No matter how they tried to evade, even lying among the corpses, they were met with his unerring aim. Minutes later, aside from a few peripheral traitors dispatched by the Night's Watch, the majority were executed by Leon. As he loosed the final arrow, there was no need for precision, for arrows fanned out to block every escape route of the fleeing traitors. The slaughter concluded. A few recently joined windblown riders cast fearful glances at Leon atop the platform. They could not help but compare the man who had so swiftly dispatched over 100 foes without so much as a blink to their own leader, the prince in rags. In contrast, the prince's method of merely severing a traitor's foot seemed almost merciful. Thus, the flicker of treachery in the hearts of these former windblown riders extinguished, and 7 applications for joining Leon's ranks appeared in his army panel. While the cavalry panel reflected new changes, detection revealed the new recruits hailed from the Pantos culture. Would they be allowed to retain their original cultural progression or transition to the Night's Watch culture? The Windblown faction's highest tier was merely 3rd rank, 2 ranks below that of the Night's Watch riders. Naturally, Leon opted to forego retaining the Pantos culture, forcibly integrating them into the Night's Watch culture, compelling them to swear the Night's Watch oath. My lord, a raven from Archmage Iman of Black Iron Fortress reports sightings of wildling, small forces nearby. How shall we respond? After dealing with the captives and traitors, Spyam approached Leon with a sealed letter, his expression grave. The day had finally arrived. Order the troops to gather supplies and swiftly reinforce Black Iron Fortress. Chapter 68. The Battle of Black Iron Fortress as Leon's forces set out once more. Their momentum had significantly transformed since their arrival in the Eastern Sea. 200 riders marched in unison along the road. While the center was lined with wagons laden with equipment and provisions, each foot soldier at the rear radiated a fierce spirit, and the dust cloud they raised deterred the wildlings and bandits lurking near the Great Wall, causing them to flee in fear of attracting the attention of the Night's Watch scouts. However, Leon lacked the inclination to engage these brigands. He urged his troops to accelerate their march. After all, anyone hearing of 100,000 wildlings lurking in the north would be reluctant to squander time on the road. Thus, Leon decisively activated his forced march skill, reducing the journey along the Great Wall to 2 days. Following tenfold training and the battles against the Eastern Sea traitors and the Windblown faction, Leon's ranks now boasted 6-tier soldiers, no longer just Spyam alone. 10 Night's Watch Guardians emerged, each nearly equal in strength to Spyam. Leon assigned them various roles, greatly enhancing the efficiency of his command. However, a significant imbalance persisted within Leon's forces. Most of the 200 cavalrymen could only be termed as mounted infantry. While the Night's Watch swore protectors could charge into battle against weaker opponents wielding 2-handed swords, their lack of cavalry skills would become a liability when facing true elite cavalry, making foot combat more advantageous. Leon had once envisioned having these sworn protectors shoot arrows from horseback, but even Spyam, as a guardian, exhibited alarmingly low accuracy. True prowess only emerged when dismounted. Thus, Leon's next objective was to train an elite force capable of flanking and initiating charges. In addition to the 200 Night's Watch sworn protectors, over 100 new recruits had now been promoted to Night's Watch guards, awaiting sufficient mounts to advance to the ranks of cavalry. Leon had scoured the stables of the entire gifted land village to gather 200 war horses, still a considerable distance from achieving full mobility for his army. Otherwise, the efficacy of his forced march could have been further augmented. By the time Leon beheld the silhouette of Black Iron Fortress once more, it was already the following evening. The fortress was alive with the sounds of battle, and Leon could hear the clamor 5 miles away. My lord, wildlings have appeared behind the Great Wall and are attacking Black Iron Fortress. A scout dismounted before Leon, panic evident on his face, unsure of the enormity of what he had witnessed. Following the scout's gaze toward the flames engulfing Black Iron Fortress, Leon discerned several unusually tall figures amidst the chaos. Are those giants? He inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Indeed, each stands 4 to 5 meters tall. Despite having accompanied Leon through numerous trials, this was the first time the scout had encountered living giants, sending a chill down his spine. The giant race had long dwelled in the frigid, eternal winter, rarely revealing themselves to humanity. In the eyes of ordinary Night's Watchmen, they were akin to the others, regarded as mere myth. Yet here they were, vividly alive, and not merely one, but several. Upon overhearing the dialogue between the scout and Leon, a palpable wave of trepidation swept through Leon's troops. Many, who were once mere farmers and bandits turned night watchmen, found their resolve wavering. Their hearts pounding in the face of the unknown, a perfectly natural reaction to fear. "Commander, shall we charge the entire army?" Except for a few steadfast guardians like Spias. The news of giants felt no different from the revelation of bandits. It was equally disconcerting. The calm demeanor of the officers and their unwavering courage momentarily steadied many, as they exchanged glances with their comrades, silently encouraging one another. Thanks to Leon's string of victories, morale remained high, and there were no signs of desertion among the ranks. However, as Leon surveyed the familiar faces around him, a sense of compassion weighed upon him. Yet without hesitation, he raised his hand and commanded the army to charge. After Old Bear took most of the men away, Black Iron Fort was left with fewer than 200 defenders to guard both the fortress and the wall, making manpower exceedingly scarce. The wildlings effortlessly breached the walls and infiltrated the city. It was not that the defenders lacked effort, but the raiding party included giants, akin to living siege engines, and the wildlings were all seasoned warriors. It was understandable that the ordinary night watchman could not withstand such an onslaught. At this moment, nearly every night watchman at Black Iron Fort bore wounds, and the defenders on the wall suffered heavy casualties, with the survivors, led by Jon Snow, making a desperate stand before the Maester's tower, embroiled in a fierce battle. The giant archers wielded bows commensurate with their size, shooting arrows as thick as crossbow bolts, instantly killing 4 or 5 night watchmen at a time, while others impatiently seized night watchmen and tore them asunder, creating a scene of unspeakable carnage. The berserkers, adorned with azure patterns, swung their axes mercilessly, ignoring the swords and knives aimed at them, their minds consumed by fervent bloodlust, willing to trade their lives for the lives of night watchmen. A small number of the free folk bore superior weapons and armor compared to most of their kin. They donned bronze helmets, axes, short spears with leaf-shaped tips, cloth armor reinforced with bronze discs, and black leather shields adorned with copper rims, proving formidable in combat against the night watchmen. Meanwhile, the wildling warriors, clad in white leather and bone armor, launched frenzied assaults, their waves of attacks growing ever more relentless. As it appeared that the night watchmen were on the brink of total annihilation, in the midst of the chaos, Jon lost his beloved Ygritte, cradling her lifeless body in sorrow, utterly indifferent to the surrounding carnage. Just as a wildling's axe was about to fall upon Jon's neck, a rain of arrows from the direction of the city gates pierced through the attacker. At that moment, Leon's reinforcements finally arrived. 7 riders of the Windblown, now night watchmen rangers, brandished their lances and charged into Black Iron Fort, accompanied by numerous dismounted night watchmen rangers providing support. The narrow pathways of Black Iron Fort soon halted the charge of the 7 rangers. Although they managed to create some chaos among the wildlings by striking from behind, they too faced destruction. However, Leon had no time to lament the losses of his subordinates. The situation inside Black Iron Fort starkly contrasted with the depiction in the television series. In the original narrative, Jon single-handedly led the defense against the wildling horde to victory. Yet now, the fort was teeming with wildlings, and the night watchman at the Maester's tower appeared as a solitary rock amidst crashing waves, perilously close to being overwhelmed. The odds of victory seemed utterly bleak. As Leon's forces entered the fray, the battle escalated into a furious maelstrom. The wildlings quickly redirected their weapons towards the unknown reinforcements of night watchmen. The rain of arrows from the 200 night watchman rangers barely managed 2 volleys before the undaunted wildling horde surged forward, breaching their lines. From a vantage point above, one could see that not only were the defenders at the Maester's tower encircled, but Leon's reinforcements were also surrounded by wildlings, a dire predicament indeed. Chapter 69. Leon's duel with the giant. As the wildlings closed in, Leon, having claimed a double-digit count of foes with his starry bow, now sheathed it and drew his sword. The 2 forces clashed, entangling in a complex melee. To avoid friendly fire, Leon refrained from further archery, which suited him well. Shooting these wildlings from a distance felt unduly merciful. As the battle raged, Leon had entirely cast aside his civilized modernity, reveling instead in the visceral thrill of close-quarters carnage. The free folkfoot soldiers were no match for the sworn night watchmen, and soon, a heap of wildling corpses accumulated at their feet. Noticing the commotion at the city gates, the wildling leaders besieging the Maester's tower initially believed a single charge would easily disperse these night watchmen, who seemed only capable of firing arrows from a distance, much like their previous assault on Black Iron Fort. Yet the tide of battle unexpectedly turned. The night watchmen's arrows proved sharp, and their 2-handed swords were unparalleled, catching the wildlings off guard. But soon, one giant fixated on the night watchman advancing towards him with the ferocity of Moses parting the sea, cutting down foes with ease. With a furious roar, the giant seized a nearby wildling and hurled him at Leon. Leon, unable to evade the giant's throw, was struck and sent flying several meters, landing in a somewhat disheveled state, but otherwise unharmed. The giant, believing he had vanquished Leon, turned around only to find Leon still standing, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. This act ignited the giant's fury, prompting him to charge at Leon with thunderous footsteps, raising his leg to deliver a kick that would send Leon flying. Understanding the giant's immense strength, Leon wisely chose not to confront it directly, rolling away just in time to evade the blow. Though the giant possessed great power, his movements were cumbersome, and Leon's agility allowed him to slip away easily. Leon then plunged his sword, the black and white kiss, into the giant's supporting leg, embedding the blade deep. Yet the giant remained unfazed, bending down to swat at Leon with a massive hand. Leon nimbly dodged again, leaving several significant wounds on the giant's body. Meanwhile, both armies were drawn to the spectacle of Leon and the giant's duel, momentarily pausing their combat. The two combatants were undoubtedly the pinnacle of their respective forces, and the outcome of their struggle would profoundly impact morale. The wildlings naturally assumed the giant would prevail, particularly as he was one of the strongest of his generation, known as Wong Wong. Conversely, the Night Watchmen were uncertain. Despite Leon's earlier displays of crushing power, the vast disparity in size and strength left them doubtful of his victory. Spias could hardly refrain from ordering his men to prepare their bows for a surprise attack on the giant, even at the risk of incurring ignominy if it meant saving Leon's life. Yet, just as Spias raised his bow, the wildlings too readied their weapons, targeting Leon. In the heart of the melee, even if Leon had possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not withstand the simultaneous assault from so many. Thus, Spias reluctantly commanded his men to temporarily lower their bows, remaining vigilant for an opportunity to intervene. Fortunately, Leon's agile form evaded each of the giant's strikes, inflicting wounds with every slice, thrust, or cut, transforming the battle into a spectacle where the giant was seemingly toyed with by Leon, inciting unrest among the wildlings. The giant, though not articulate, found himself utterly exasperated by Lion's slippery and evasive fighting style. Although the attacks from Lion were inconsequential to him, the severity of his wounds indicated that he would soon succumb. As anticipated, after delivering a feeble punch, Lion's counterattack severed the giant's Achilles tendon, causing the colossal figure to crash down like a mountain, raising a cloud of dust. Lion, seizing the opportunity, deftly evaded the giant's fall and leapt onto its back. As the dust settled, the surrounding wildlings and Night's Watchmen witnessed a horrifying scene that would haunt them for life. Lion held the giant's head, which was nearly the size of a man, in his grasp, while arterial blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining Lion's body crimson, rendering him akin to a bloodthirsty demon. In that moment, even the most fervent berserker lost the courage to continue battling Lion. Observing Lion's valor, the Night's Watchmen felt their fear dissipate, replaced by a surge of morale, and they launched a counterattack, coordinating with the remaining elite of the Night's Watch in a pincer movement. Another giant from the giant clan, witnessing his comrade's severed head in Lion's grip, pondered briefly before opting to flee, showing no desire for vengeance for his kin. The morale of the wildling warriors and the elite free folk had crumbled, and with the retreat of the other giant, they stood no chance against the invigorated Night's Watch. Within half an hour, the wildlings at Black Iron Fortress were nearly eradicated, save for a handful cornered in the training grounds. Despite this initial victory, Lion's forces suffered significant casualties during the wildlings' desperate last stand. Lion's hands were stained with the blood of over 100 wildlings, yet he had lost at least a third of his troops. Fortunately, the Night's Watch had sustained no losses among their elite, though war invariably exacts its toll. A reality Lion accepted. Having endured sufficient casualties for one day, he generously offered the wildlings the chance to surrender. At the training ground entrance, the blood on Lion slowly dried, fresh blood layering over the old, creating an uneven pattern of dark crimson on his armor. While most wildlings deliberately avoided him, Lion sought out the fray in the thick of battle, his fighting style more ferocious than that of the purest berserker tribe. Yet, miraculously, despite being drenched in blood, Lion bore not a single scratch. Damn crows. You have slain so many of our kin, and you still expect me to surrender? In your dreams. A wildling leader clad in bone armor, the Bone King, clanked forward angrily, clearly rejecting Lion's offer. Is that so? Lion furrowed his brow. Indeed. Free folk will never be enslaved. The Bone King bellowed in a final roar. Chapter 70. Jon faces the Bone King. Capturing the wildling forces, since you wish to die for your freedom, I shall grant your wish. With that, Lion raised his hand, and hundreds of Night's Watchmen readied their bows, aiming at the last group of wildlings in the training ground. At his command, a rain of black arrows, heralding death, would descend upon them. Lion, wait. Just as Lion was about to give the order, Jon Snow, having gathered himself from the death of his beloved, rushed onto the training ground. A moment later, and he would have been left to witness the carnage. Do you wish to personally slay a wildling? I offer you this opportunity. Lion initially believed Jon had come for revenge, but Jon merely shook his head and turned his gaze toward the Bone King. During the most perilous moments of the battle at Black Iron Fortress, Jon had slain a prince of the Vens, Magnus D, but he held no personal vendetta against any wildling. Enough, Bone King. Your offensive strategy has failed. Spare your life, and let us unite against the White Walkers when winter comes. After spending days with his beloved Ygritte and then losing her, Jon found it increasingly difficult to differentiate between the Northmen and the Free Folk, especially with the impending threat of the White Walkers. The giant slayer Tormund stepped forward, wiping blood from his face, and spat at Jon in anger. Damn crows, if you wish to fight, then fight. There is no need for all this talk. However, the Bone King restrained him. Crows, we shall not surrender, but we might consider an alliance. If you open the gates when the King Beyond the Wall's army descends, we can jointly combat the White Walkers. Or, when the King Beyond the Wall's forces arrive and decimate your few hundred crows, we will then face the White Walkers alone. The Bone King's words contained both allure and threat. Lion had heard enough threats in recent times to discern the lack of sincerity in the proposal. It was more about extricating themselves from the current predicament, as no one wished to die in vain, since he refused to surrender. Let your King Beyond the Wall come to collect your corpses. Lion, undeterred by the obstinate wildlings, prepared to engage in battle. Yet, Jon stepped directly in front of Lion, blocking him. Jon's repeated interventions began to irritate Lion. Had it not been for their shared allegiance, he would have dispatched him with a single stroke. Although unaware of what Jon had endured during their time apart, the latter's indecisiveness now vexed Lion greatly. Bone King, I challenge you to single combat. If you win, you may leave with your men, but if you lose, you will heed Lion's commands and submit as a captive. I refuse. I had the chance to capture them outright. Why would I accept such an honorable duel invitation? The Bone King retorted, but Lion expressed his dissatisfaction before he could respond. To this, the Bone King laughed heartily and replied, Jon, you truly have lost your mind, daring to challenge me? Very well. As long as it is not that blood demon, I accept. With that, the Bone King brandished a massive club fashioned from an animal's leg bone and stepped into the clearing between the two armies. Jon cast a glance at Lion, silently conveying his trust, before striding toward the Bone King without looking back. While Lion had no illusions about capturing wildlings, the prospect of bolstering his forces with additional prisoners was indeed enticing. Wildlings, akin to bandit units in the realm of mounted combat, could be transformed into regular troops through the skill of veterans' respect. Following a series of battles, Lion's forces were nearly at full capacity with wounded. The addition of fresh troops would ensure he did not stand alone against the White Walkers in the future. Thus, Lion lowered his hand, tacitly endorsing Jon's challenge. Jon, destined to become the North's foremost swordmaster, demonstrated his prowess against the Bone King, a seasoned free folk leader, holding his own in a back-and-forth exchange. Unlike Lion's aggressive and acrobatic fighting style, Jon relied on deft swordsmanship to counter the Bone King's fearsome bone club, which howled through the air with each swing. Yet, Jon managed to parry each attack effortlessly, matching the Bone King blow for blow with remarkable skill. In a desperate bid for survival, the Skeleton King launched an all-out assault. Yet he found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Jon in such a short span of time. After exchanging blows for several rounds, even the immensely powerful Skeleton King began to show signs of fatigue. In a moment of haste, he exposed a vulnerability, which Jon seized upon, swiftly severing the tendons in the Skeleton King's hand with a single stroke of his sword. He then positioned his clawed weapon against the Skeleton King's throat, sealing the outcome of their duel. Despite his reluctance to concede defeat, the Skeleton King had no choice but to acknowledge his loss in the face of the cold steel at his neck, subsequently discarding his heavy club with his uninjured hand. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. If you have the guts, let's fight again. The giant slayer, Tormund, was unwilling to accept this verdict and advanced towards Jon, axe in hand, vociferously protesting. At that moment, Jon, despite having triumphed over the Skeleton King without sustaining injuries, was drained of energy and could barely stand. Hearing Tormund's refusal to back down, Jon summoned his remaining strength, bracing himself for yet another confrontation. No, your opponent is me. Lion, however, would not allow Jon to be caught in a relentless cycle of battle. The advantage lay with him now, and it was not the time for the wildlings to act recklessly. Tormund, the giant slayer who feared neither heaven nor earth, found himself momentarily silenced, staring wide-eyed at Lion. The recent memory of Lion effortlessly holding the giant's head like a butcher's trophy lingered vividly in his mind. Compared to the boastful title of Giant Slayer he had earned in the tavern, this figure before him was a genuine reaper of giants, beyond any doubt. Consequently, Tormund prudently refrained from further provocations, feigning interest in the stars above. Though the wildlings felt a deep sense of shame at being captured, they recognized that such occurrences were commonplace after centuries of tribal disputes. This time, however, their captors were the Night's Watch, and their lives hung in the balance. The Battle of Black Iron Fortress came to a definitive close, with the two apprentices of Maester Aemon busily tending to the numerous Night's Watchmen and wildling captives, many of whom were grievously injured. The fortunate survivors busied themselves extinguishing fires and burying the dead. Yet, under Lion's firm insistence, all, whether Night's Watch or wildling, were to be cremated. Though it was a cumbersome task, few dared to defy Lion's authority, bolstered by his recent victory over the wildlings. It wasn't until the following morning that the work was finally completed. Despite a night devoid of sleep, the Night's Watchman remained remarkably alert. For a realm cannot be without a leader for even a single day. Since the assassination of Commander Mormont, the Night's Watch had been without a true leader for some time. The previously appointed temporary commander, Bowen Marsh, had also perished in the Battle of Black Iron Fortress. And now that Lion, the master trainer, had returned, it was time to discuss this matter seriously. Chapter 71. Taking the first step towards independence. Becoming the commander of the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch operates with a remarkable level of democracy. Even the election of the commander is conducted through a voting process involving each brother of the Night's Watch. At noon the following day, the surviving members convened in the Grand Assembly Hall. However, the atmosphere was distinctly unfamiliar, with only two dignitaries seated at the front. On the left sat the blind Maester Aemon, and beside him was Lion Valyrian, the master trainer of the Night's Watch. Even the most obstinate veterans had to concede that. Within the ranks of the Night's Watch, Lion's stature was second only to that of Maester Aemon, who boasted 50 years of service. Upon returning, Lion not only brought 300 well-trained elite Night's Watchmen but also secured victory in the Battle of Black Iron Fortress, thereby saving the lives of all present. The other qualified members, including Commander Mormont, had perished. In the bustling hall, although some of the Night's Watchmen harbored ulterior motives, they understood that today's proceedings were merely a formality. Sensing the opportune moment, Maester Aemon shakily rose to his feet. All conversation ceased as the Night's Watchmen turned their attention to him, listening intently. Is there anyone who wishes to nominate a candidate? As soon as Aemon's words fell, a bald man stood up from the crowd. Lion's gaze shifted towards him. If memory served him correctly, this man was the infamous turncoat of Westeros, the former lord of Harrenhal and captain of the King's Landing Guard, Janos Slynt. It was said that money could make him betray his own father. Had he not accepted bribes to betray Ned Stark, resulting in the execution of the Northern Lord, Stannis Baratheon would likely be the king of the Seven Kingdoms now. Feeling Lion's disapproving glare, he did not flinch but turned to address his fellow brothers of the Night's Watch, proclaiming, Lord Lion Valyrian is not only a noble of the Seven Kingdoms, but also a man of exemplary character. He has successfully completed the task set forth by our late Commander Mormont, and the combat prowess of the new recruits is evident. Last night, he directly saved Black Iron Fortress, leading us to victory against the wildlings. He is the only candidate. No sooner had he finished speaking than the surrounding Night's Watchmen nodded in agreement, some even whistling and paying their respects to Lion. The support for him surged, indicating that Lion was likely to lead in votes. Yet, despite the overwhelming momentum, others stood to voice dissenting opinions. Lord Janos Slynt, while he may have served longer than any other ranger, has been with the Night's Watch since childhood. A middle-aged ranger stood up, addressing the overly flattering bald man while pointing towards an elderly gentleman seated at the table, his hair white yet his gaze still sharp. Upon hearing the middle-aged ranger's words, several voices in the crowd expressed their admiration, though it did not create a significant stir. Undeterred, the middle-aged ranger continued. Lord Dennis Mallister has defended the wall for 10 winters as the commander of Shadow Tower. He possesses unparalleled courage and the invaluable experience we so desperately need in combating wildlings. No one among us could perform better than he. As the middle-aged ranger concluded, many of the Night's Watchmen appeared to awaken from a stupor, realizing that with the wildlings advancing southward, there truly was no one more suited to lead the Night's Watch than Dennis Mallister. In an instant, support for him rivaled that of Lion. Since there are no other candidates, let us commence the voting. The triangle represents Lord Lion Valyrian, while the square signifies Sir Dennis Mallister. Maester Aemon retrieved the counting tools and placed them on the table. Due to the order of speakers, the middle-aged ranger's speech followed that of the sycophantic Janos Slynt, causing many of the Night's Watch brothers to instinctively favor the experienced old ranger, Dennis Mallister, in their choice. This development left Sam and John feeling anxious. However, each nominated candidate was granted only one opportunity to speak, and Janos Slynt had already seized the chance to nominate Lion. Otherwise, with Sam's oratory skills, Lion's ascension to command would have been assured. Faced with the current situation, the two could do little more than cast their votes for Lion. Soon, all votes were collected, and the slips of paper were placed into a clay jar, which was then smashed by Aemon's assistant to begin the tallying. Before long, the count of squares for Dennis Mallister far surpassed that of Lion, almost crushing him in a landslide victory. Although the watchmen present held no prejudices against Leon's personal valor, they could not shake the feeling that his youth rendered him ill-equipped for the brutal war ahead, where individual bravery would scarcely matter. Instead, they found solace in the presence of Commander Dennis, who possessed a wealth of battle experience against the wildlings. It was not until the blind Maester Aemon, in a moment of confusion, turned to the officer beside him and inquired, "Has the voting concluded?" To which the officer replied affirmatively that the atmosphere shifted. After hearing the officer's words, Eamon fumbled at the table for a time, eventually retrieving a triangular token and passing it to the officer. John and Sam felt powerless in the current situation, with Sam inwardly lamenting the sycophancy of Janos Slint. Your oratory skills are utterly abysmal. You failed to mention Lord Leon's youth and prowess, jeopardizing his chances. I could just smash your bald head into a pig's snout. Now, after undergoing Leon's training, Sam had experienced a significant transformation. His once timid nature had improved considerably, and his physique and courage had evolved beyond recognition. Were he to return to the Vale, his father might, in a moment of weakness, restore his claim to the ancestral seat of Hornhill. As Sam's menacing gaze fell upon him, Janos Slint trembled, suddenly recalling that he was vulnerable to Sam's wrath. During the Battle of Black Iron, he had shown less bravery than Sam, who at least had fought valiantly while Janos cowered in a storeroom, only emerging victorious after Sam discovered him, alongside Gilly and her child, whom Sam had saved. Previously, Sam had been ordered by Leon to return to Old Bear to report on the wildling, Hama, but he had been swept up into the patrol unit, and his narrative remained largely unchanged. Realizing the precariousness of his position, Janos hurriedly approached the soon-to-be appointed Commander Dennis, shamelessly professing his loyalty. Sir Dennis, my nomination of Leon was merely to exemplify the fairness and democracy of our Night's Watch. Otherwise, if your candidacy were the only one known, the realm would think we have abandoned our traditions and lost all control. In response, Dennis merely grunted, not deigning to acknowledge the sycophant. As Dennis prepared to rise and accept Maester Eamon's declaration of the new commander, a resonant voice rang out from outside the meeting room. Wait, the assembly of the Night's Watch was indeed filled with capable individuals, and Leon's appointment was imminent. To be frank, Maester Eamon was not deaf, and he was well aware that the tides of opinion had shifted in favor of Dennis. Yet, he cast his vote for Leon, believing that despite his youth, Leon possessed immense potential and was worthy of great responsibility. Even if today proved a setback, the future of the Night's Watch still rested in Leon's capable hands. It was important to note that Dennis was now too old to bear arms in battle. Just then, the owner of the voice stepped through the door, followed by a throng of Night's Watch soldiers, their attire stained with the indelible marks of blood and violence. Spicium? Janos recognized the newcomer, recalling that this killer from Essos had remained inconspicuous at Black Iron until recently, when he returned from an outing with Leon. His demeanor transformed as if he had been reborn. You're a murderer. The voting has concluded, and Lord Dennis is the people's choice. Surely, you have seen this? Janos rose, disdain evident as he glared at Spicium and his entourage of soldiers. Suddenly struck by a thought, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. I am indeed a murderer. I have never denied it, but I am also a brother of the Night's Watch. With a resounding thud, Spicium placed his dual-handed sword upon the table, capturing everyone's attention. Who acknowledges you as a brother of the Night's Watch? Remember your place. You are a mere recruit. Without the consent of our higher-ups and the swearing-in ceremony, you shall forever remain a recruit. With no retreat available, Janos, eager to regain favor in Dennis's eyes, recklessly confronted Leon's subordinate, disregarding the consequences of his actions. At that moment of deadlock, a light voice emerged from behind Janos. Leon calmly rose from his seat, surveying his fellow brothers of the Night's Watch. As the head instructor, do I not possess the right to conduct the swearing-in ceremony for Spicium and the others? No one contradicted him. Then, on behalf of the 218 brothers of the Night's Watch under Lord Leon, I cast my vote for him. With that, Spicium approached the counter, disregarding the towering square counter, merely taking a triangular token and casting it for Leon. Yet, this vote represented the collective will of over 200 brothers, leaving even Janos momentarily speechless in opposition. I hereby declare the commander of the Night's Watch to be Leon Victor. A smile graced Maester Eamon's face, his voice frail yet resounding. At this outcome, joy illuminated the faces of Sam and John, while the surrounding brothers of the Night's Watch erupted in jubilant cheers. Even the rival candidate, Dennis Marys, stood to applaud, smiling at the result, much to Janos' astonishment. This left Janos Slint appearing as a foolish jester, caught in a web of his own making. Spicium's face bore a satisfied grin, easing the tension that had once been etched upon it. As the dust settled, Leon took his place at the head of the table. Following the Battle of Black Iron, the Night's Watch had suffered grievous losses, with fewer than 500 capable fighters remaining, some scattered across various defenses. The 300 in Black Iron were constantly threatened by 100,000 wildlings, the dire situation apparent. Yet Leon remained unflustered, beginning to organize his personnel. Traditionally, this was a prime opportunity for a new commander to eliminate rivals, but given the current heavy losses within the leadership of the Night's Watch, it was an urgent necessity. Spicium, you shall be the greatest contributor of this election, having played a decisive role. Spicium stood tall, hands clasped behind his back. I appoint you as the chief instructor of the Night's Watch, hoping you will uphold my esteemed tradition and train the recruits as well as you have been trained. Leon's words elicited laughter from many brothers of the Night's Watch. who felt a twinge of sympathy for Spicium. It was well known that Leon had trained 300 formidable and skilled brothers in less than a month, placing immense pressure on Spicium. "I will, my lord." With a stoic expression, Spicium placed his fist over his heart, solemnly affirming his commitment before retreating into the crowd. "Lord Dennis marries," Leon continued, announcing the name of his fiercest competitor. Many speculated whether Leon would seek to settle scores by relegating him to a trivial position, effectively sidelining him. Even Dennis likely entertained such thoughts, as his expression betrayed his surprise when Leon called his name. "Commander, I appoint you as my officer, strategizing against the wildlings in this war." Upon hearing this news, astonishment spread across many faces, including Dennis's, who could scarcely believe he was being entrusted with such significant responsibility. Traditionally, the officer of the commander was often seen as the next candidate for leadership. If it were not for Sam's current allegiance to Lion, he would undoubtedly have nominated and spoken on behalf of John, the former commander's officer. "Yes, my lord, I shall do my utmost," Dennis replied with an air of gravity, betraying little surprise at the appointment, though he instinctively straightened his posture as he took a seat. "Sir Janos Sterling," Lion called out, summoning the indecisive figure. "Ah, my lord," Janos exclaimed, clearly unprepared, hoping that Lion would overlook his previous actions. After all, he was no stranger to vacillation, and had often escaped notice by feigning ignorance. "What is the current state of the Shadow Tower?" Lion inquired, glancing at Dennis. "It is dire. Soldiers and craftsmen are in short supply, the fortifications have fallen into disrepair, and since Lord Colin led away the main forces, only 23 remain, including servants and recruits, all of whom are under constant threat from wildlings." The seasoned officer responded promptly to Lion's question. "Well, Sir Janos, your task is to rebuild the defenses of the Shadow Tower. As for personnel, you shall recruit your own. Funding should not pose a significant issue for a former commander of the King's Landing Guard." But, Janos stuttered, eager to justify himself, recalling that all his assets had been confiscated prior to his exile with the Night's Watch. Moreover, the fate of the Shadow Tower remained uncertain. Lion's directive felt like a death sentence. "There are no buts. You may refuse this command, but the consequence will be that the entire Night's Watch will regard you as a deserter, a Night's Watchman shirking his duty. You may bear the repercussions of that." No one who betrayed Lion could expect to find solace, even as Janos scanned the room, hoping for someone to advocate on his behalf. The expressions of those around him revealed only scorn, devoid of any sympathy. He fell silent, disheartened, and slumped into a corner. "You may flee, provided you can escape my grasp," Lion concluded, his words cloaked in a veneer of encouragement yet brimming with menace. Chapter 73, The Fateful End of the Fence-Sitter, Offending Lion and Expecting to Escape. Once Janos's appointment was announced, Lion's gaze shifted to John, whose spirits appeared notably dampened. Despite having briefly celebrated Lion's ascension to the role of commander, a bitter expression clouded his face, betraying his thoughts. "Jon Snow," Lion called, prompting a startled John to rise. Bewildered by Lion's sudden summons, particularly given his minimal contribution during the recent selection, "I appoint you as the Chief Ranger." Lion's declaration came without hesitation. Initially, John was elated. The position he had long coveted had seemingly fallen into his lap. However, as the implications dawned on him, his joy was fleeting. The faces of many Night's Watchmen reflected sorrow and grief at this news. After all, never in the history of the Night's Watch had there been two Chief Rangers simultaneously, a stark indication that the former Chief Ranger, Benjen Stark, was likely dead. Benjen Stark was a man of considerable charisma, well regarded by his subordinates, and had an impressive record of safely returning from patrols while bringing back vital intelligence. Now, with his fate uncertain, one of the reasons for the former commander's journey north was to ascertain Benjen's whereabouts. "There is no need for sorrow, John. I swear to avenge Benjen Stark and the others. Moreover, your current capabilities are worthy of the title of Chief Ranger, as evidenced by your recent triumph over Prince Cern Magnus on the walls." Lion's words met with unanimous acceptance, for it was evident that, aside from Lion, the blood demon of the Black Fortress, John was the strongest among them, making him a suitable choice for the role. Having addressed this crucial appointment, Lion naturally heeded the counsel of Maester Eamon and Officer Dennis, selecting appropriate candidates for various positions. Next, we must engage in a serious discussion regarding the wildling invasion. The battle at Black Fortress was merely an appetizer. Mance Rayder's wildling army still looms like a raven, circling ever closer. After announcing the appointments, Officer Dennis initiated a discussion about the future of the Night's Watch. The combined forces of the Black Fortress, including those trained by Commander Lion, numbered little more than 400, a paltry force against the approaching tide of 100,000 wildlings, making their task seem insurmountable. "Have we sent ravens to the Northern Lords, requesting their aid?" one newly appointed officer inquired of Maester Eamon, seeking an answer. To his dismay, Eamon merely shook his head, stirring unease among the gathered men. "The new Northern Protector, Lord Robb Stark, has summoned all Northern Lords and has marched south to engage the Western Protector. His armies are likely already at the neck, and it will take at least 2 to 3 months for them to turn back north. We may not have time for reinforcements, Eamon informed the assembly, delivering the grim tidings. So, for 100 against 100,000? Another officer leapt to his feet, panic-stricken. Eamon nodded, affirming the grim reality as he continued, the Night's Watch is currently weaker than at any point in history. The responsibility of halting the king beyond the wall seems nearly impossible. We can only issue a warning to the 7 kingdoms at the cost of our lives and do our utmost to resist. Upon hearing this, fear gripped the hearts of nearly all the Night's Watchmen. Those with connections began contemplating their futures, as they perceived that the fall of the wall was merely a matter of time, and the obliteration of the Night's Watch was imminent. Their watch would end in failure. The irate Chief Smith, Donner Noy, pounded the table with his remaining arm, exclaiming, "Damn the lords of the 7 kingdoms. The wall is on the verge of collapse. Yet they continue to squabble over that iron throne while we are left to perish." His grievances resonated with the brothers of the Night's Watch. Many echoed his sentiments, declaring, "Let those nobles go to hell. We will not guard anymore. Let us pack our things and disperse." Indeed, with so few of us, what purpose does our watch serve? If we flee, which noble would dare speak against us? Let them come and try to hold the wall themselves. In an instant, the atmosphere among the Night's Watchmen mirrored the chaos of the East Sea. Observing Commander Lyon's silent acquiescence to their uproar, their fervor only intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Yano Sterling, newly appointed as the commander of the Shadow Tower, seized upon the opportunity as though it were a lifeline, spreading rumors of escape and rallying support among the indifferent Night's Watchmen. After what felt like an eternity of tumult, as the clamor subsided, Lyon quietly inquired of Sam, "Have you noted the names of these individuals?" As one of Lyon's officers with an exceptional memory, Sam promptly recited the names of 13 men. Sensing the unfriendly demeanor of Lyon, the previously exuberant Genos quickly adopted a sheepish grin and addressed Lyon, saying, "Commander, we were merely jesting. None of us would flee. I shall promptly report to the Shadow Tower." With that, Genos attempted to turn and depart, only to find an arm blocking his path. It was Spyam who had intervened. Despite his long-held disdain for Spyam, a lowly assassin of humble origins, Genos was compelled to salute respectfully, stating, "Master Chief Instructor, you are obstructing my way." Lyon then inquired of the esteemed Grand Scholar Iman, who graciously responded, "All shall be treated as deserters." Upon hearing this, Genos swiftly turned and knelt before Lyon, pleading with a face full of remorse, "Commander, I was only joking. I implore you to show mercy." In this critical moment, he beseeched for a chance to redeem himself. The remaining 12 also knelt, bowing their heads in acknowledgement of their transgressions, hoping Lyon would lift his punitive hand. Even the officer Dennis subtly shook his head at Lyon, who understood the implication. A light reprimand would suffice. After all, even a cook in Black Iron Fort was needed on the battlefield, and it would be a shame to waste lives. However, Lyon rose, his expression resolute, and rebuked, "Even if Black Iron Fort is left with only the frail and infirm, we shall not accept you cowardly deserters. I hereby sentence all deserters below Genos Sterling to death by hanging, execute immediately." Chapter 74. I shall provide him with an irrefutable reason. As Lyon issued his order with a commanding voice, all the Night's Watch brothers present immediately understood that there was no room for negotiation. Spyam swiftly rose, yanking Genos Sterling, who remained on his knees, begging for mercy. Soon after, a dozen sworn Night's Watch members followed suit. The traitors spreading talk of desertion were quickly apprehended. Had Genos known the trials Lyon had faced in East Sea Watch, he would have thought twice before making such rebellious remarks. As the Night's Watch escorted the traitors to the execution platform, Lyon finally stood, grasping the black and white kiss from the table, and approached the traitors. Genos and his compatriots were taken aback by Lyon's seriousness, which deepened their understanding of his authority. Standing before Genos, who was pinned against a slab of marble on the platform, Lyon asked, "Do you have any last words?" "My lord, I should not have uttered the word desert, and I deeply apologize. I am simply too timid. Please grant me another chance, and I shall report to the Shadow Tower at once." Genos's incessant pleas gradually turned into soft sobs, as he left a pool of foul-smelling urine beneath him, evidently frightened by Lyon's demeanor. The other traitors fared no better, their cries for mercy echoing in desperation. The remaining brothers of the Night's Watch harbored similar thoughts of wanting to distance themselves, and witnessing the scene before them only filled them with relief that they had not voiced their sentiments as openly. Lyon did not keep Genos waiting long. With a swift stroke of his sword, a head fell to the ground, and he then moved on to the next traitor. Despite their futile struggles in their final moments, the sworn Night's Watch did not yield, holding them firmly in place as Lyon executed them one by one, efficiently carrying out the sentence. With Lyon displaying the authority of a commander, even if only on the surface, all members of the Black Iron Fort's Night's Watch were compelled to present a united front. Yet, Lyon understood that a balance of grace and authority was essential. Mere intimidation would not suffice. Therefore, he openly shared his thoughts, "As far as I know, the Wildling army is not a monolithic entity. This coalition relies entirely on Mansred's personal charisma. I intend to send someone to assassinate Mansred. Once he falls, the wildling army will inevitably fracture, no longer posing a threat to us. Lion, sword in hand, stood amidst the fallen traitors, and although some might consider his words fanciful, none dared to voice dissent. Jon felt a pang of bitterness. He had tried to assassinate Mansred once, even sacrificing the head of the dismembered Colin as a token of loyalty, only to fail. Commander, in truth, it is not only the wildlings that pose a threat. The threat from the White Walkers from the far north is far more severe. Just then, Sam spoke up, and this time, no one mocked his astonishing claims. For many present, the White Walkers were no longer mere legends. During the Battle of the Fist of the First Men, a patrol of over 500 Night's Watchmen faced the chilling sound of 3 horns for the first time in millennia, soon finding themselves surrounded by the White Walker army, suffering immense casualties, with fewer than 100 escaping to Castle Black to regroup. Dissatisfied with the poor conditions provided by Castle Black, some of the remaining Night's Watchmen, led by Carter, revolted, killing Commander Mormont and Castle Black's leadership, leaving only a handful to return to Black Iron Fort. It was these few who convinced everyone in Black Iron Fort that the White Walkers had descended, poised to reach the wall at any moment. As time passed, no one dared to contemplate the magnitude of the army composed of these undead beings. More terrifying still was the fact that not far to the north, 100,000 wildlings were stirring, ready to join the ranks of the undead at any moment. I have sent someone to seek out dragon glass capable of slaying the White Walkers. Within a few days, a shipment of dragon glass weapons will arrive at Black Iron Fort. Once the White Walkers perish, their army of the dead will naturally crumble, returning to dust. Although Lion's words aimed to uplift the spirits of the Night's Watch, they were too lighthearted, failing to accurately reflect the grim reality they faced. Consequently, while many uninformed members of the Night's Watch might have felt encouraged, those seasoned veterans who had encountered the terror of the White Walkers remained unconvinced. Jon then voiced his thoughts. Mansred is a cautious man. I have already attempted to assassinate him once, and he will undoubtedly be on guard. His words served as a cold splash of water on Lion's plans. I have spoken with Mansred. He never truly intended to make enemies of the Night's Watch. He simply seeks a new life for his people. I was once his prisoner. He could have harmed me or taken my life, yet he spared me. Upon hearing Jon's remarks, some expressed a degree of agreement, while the majority glared at him in indignation. Had he not just been appointed as the chief ranger by Lion, he might have found swords drawn against his neck at that moment. Discussing an alliance with the wildlings at the Night's Watch headquarters, such talk was even more shocking than Genos's earlier claims of desertion. Jon, everyone knows you were captured by the wildlings. How can we trust you? Are you genuinely loyal to the wildlings, or merely pretending? Are you truly one of them? Surely you have not been completely swayed by that dead wildling woman, wishing to betray us and become a second Mansred? Even if the king beyond the wall were to agree to an alliance, who would lead it? Could we, with our fewer than 400 Night's Watchmen, subdue 100,000 wildlings? Numerous brothers of the Night's Watch voiced their accusations against Jon, who stood his ground, earnestly trying to persuade them to understand his perspective. We and the wildlings are fundamentally alike. We are simply on opposite sides of the wall, both facing the existential threat posed by the White Walkers. If the White Walkers assimilate those 100,000 wildlings, who in Westeros will be able to stand against them? Upon hearing this, many of the Night's Watchmen had already been swayed by Jon's words, yet a faction of traditionalists stubbornly countered, do we not still have the wall? Once the reinforcements from the Seven Kingdoms arrive, be they wildlings or White Walkers, we can keep them at bay beyond the wall. However, distant aid is of little use in immediate peril. With our scant numbers, the wildling horde could easily breach Black Iron Fortress. Jon vehemently retorted. His impassioned rhetoric caused many to waver, casting their gazes towards their newly appointed commander, Lord Leon Victor, awaiting his final decision. Gentlemen, the wildlings must submit. Leon, living up to expectations, articulated his choice. Then, in response to the puzzled looks of the assembly, proclaimed, I shall provide Mance Rayder with an offer he cannot refuse. Chapter 75. Arm yourself, abandon illusions. Prepare for battle. As for Leon's assertion that he would present Mance Rayder with an irresistible proposition, it sparked curiosity among the Night's Watch brothers, who speculated on the commander's insight. It was well known that Mance Rayder's obstinate nature had long since become folklore among the Night's Watch, akin to weeds scattered across the vast expanse of the wall. Jon had previously interacted with Mance, who had once declared to him, for thousands of years, the laws of the kingdoms have never set foot on this land. Free folk kneel to no one, until the free folk refer to you southerners as what? The kneeling folk. Mance spoke these words with pride, not only due to his half-blood lineage of free folk, but also for his unprecedented achievement of uniting the entire tribe of free folk. His convictions, apart from the oaths of the Night's Watch, were as steadfast as rock, not easily swayed. Yet, Leon did not reveal at that moment what his irresistible offer to Mance would entail. Time flowed slowly in the tense yet organized atmosphere of preparation at Black Iron Fortress. The civilians who had once inhabited the castle, laden with their belongings, began to vacate this place that had once held a semblance of life. As they departed, Black Iron Fortress gradually shed its warm hues, transforming into a cold and unyielding edifice, akin to iron in the winter. In the kitchen, Jenny and Three-Fingered Hob gazed at a broad back and shook their heads. Your man perished in the battle of Black Iron Fortress. Why do you not flee south with the others? Hob implored. There is no reason for you to remain here. No, Lord Hob. Though my husband and I have not sworn the Night's Watch oath, in our hearts, we have already embraced our identity as part of the Night's Watch. Unless you command the commander to send me away, I shall not heed your words. Ultimately, Cook Jenny chose to stay, assisting Three-Fingered Hob in preparing sustenance sufficient for 400 men over 3 months, ensuring the fortress's supplies were ample. Simultaneously, the newly appointed commander Leon diligently visited the training grounds daily, overseeing the training of the recruits. This time, no one dared to defy Leon's orders. The recruits arrived punctually, and many veteran Night's Watchmen actively participated, embracing Leon's rigorous training. Each individual understood that they were on the brink of facing an unprecedented and grueling battle, one that awaited them in the not-so-distant future. Cavalry, cavalry, cover the flanks. Follow me. Charge. In an open space outside the castle, amidst the clouds of dust kicked up by thundering hooves, 200 Night's Watch cavalrymen, led by Chief Ranger Jon Snow, constantly shifted formations and tactical maneuvers, charging towards a distant scarecrow. The scarecrow was erected as a mock enemy, mimicking the wildling berserkers. Under Jon's command, the cavalry executed several formations before fiercely breaching the scarecrow's shield wall, resulting in significant impact. Had this been a real confrontation, merely 200 riders could inflict equal casualties. Jon, like his uncle, Benjen Stark, possessed an innate talent for commanding cavalry. The dwindling numbers of Black Iron Fortress's cavalrymen, under his leadership, began to develop a harmonious coordination. Although Jon excelled in infantry combat, there was no one more suited for cavalry leadership in Black Iron Fortress at this juncture. Leon would not entrust the role to the earthbound Dennis Mallister, despite the latter's eagerness to accept such an order. Leon stood atop a nearby hill, when suddenly, his gaze sharpened, directed towards the sky. In this waning season of a prolonged summer, a flight of geese was inexplicably heading northward, with one noticeably flying awkwardly. Drull, Leon uttered softly. Crossing the hill, where stood a formation of 200 archers, sworn to the Night's Watch. The archers moved as one, raising their bows in unison towards the heavens. Loose. As Leon's command echoed, a cloud of arrows descended upon the high-flying geese. Accompanied by a series of thuds and the geese's anguished cries, nearly none escaped the onslaught. Amidst this sudden turn of events, one large goose appeared to sense danger in advance. It swiftly ascended, fear and confusion evident in its keen eyes. It could not comprehend how the Night's Watch Rangers could shoot so high and with such precision. Just as it evaded the first wave of arrows and reached a sufficient height, it glanced down nervously. There, it beheld Leon, who had remained motionless atop the hill, suddenly drawing a bow and aiming directly at it. At this distance, surely only a giant could shoot me down, the goose mused derisively. Yet, in the next moment, a dark arrow pierced through the air, striking true. Not far beyond the wall, the vanguard of the Wildling United Forces, numbering over 20,000, was assembling. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from within Mance Raido's tent, as a diminutive shapeshifter tumbled from his chair, gasping for breath. Velamir, what have you discovered? What has caused you such alarm? Mance inquired with concern. My eagle, it has perished. Perished? How did it die? Was it struck down by the Night's Watch from the sky? Indeed, it appears to be the new commander of the Night's Watch, an excessively youthful nobleman amongst them. My eagle beheld his visage before it met its demise. His bow is said to possess power surpassing even that of the robust Grom, who wields a giant's bow. Velamir, who had previously commanded 3 shape-shifted animals, reported to Mance, now left with the ability to control only one dire wolf and a wild bear. The formidable Grom was also present in Mance's tent, seated upon a specially crafted massive log. His presence elevated the height of Mance's tent beyond that of others. After listening to Valamir's account, he let out a deep grunt from his cavernous nostrils. Is it that Leon Victor, the one who slayed my brother, the giant 1-1? Chapter 76. The final battle between the Night's Watch and the Wildlings begins. Grom, more astute than his fellow giants and adept at communicating with humans, was the chief of the contemporary giant clan. His voice brimmed with fury, and the rising tone of his speech caused many other free folk chiefs within the tent to tremble inwardly, fearing the wrathful giant might inadvertently harm them. My eagle's eye does not deceive. It was he that knight who cruelly severed your brother's head. Velamir, trembling, retreated to the side, anxious that Grom might unleash his fury upon him after hearing the revelation. Mance Raider, how much longer will your forces require to assemble? Damn it. My kin should not have been involved in this conflict between you and the Night's Watch. Not even the others can harm us, yet due to your orders. 2 of our giants have already perished. The robust Gemma turned to Mance Raider, his gaze filled with inquiry, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction with the speed at which the wildlings were assembling. We fought fiercely against the others in the Shivering Mountains, suffering significant losses among the young and able-bodied. Many of the elderly and infirm severely hinder our progress. If you wish for me to abandon them, then a week from now, we could lay siege to the city, and at least 60,000 wildlings could cross the wall. In response to Gemma's somewhat threatening inquiry, Mance Raider calmly articulated his reasoning. Upon hearing his words, the strong Gemma composed himself. The meaning was clear. At this critical juncture, he could not forsake any of the free folk. If he had intended to do so, he would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. The Prince of the Magnar of then perished at Hardhome. The then have shown no signs of unrest. Have they? After speaking, Mance glanced at his wife, who shook her head in reply, stating, the then appear to have their own electoral process. After the death of over 100 then berserkers, the then prince is now a berserker named Olaf, who is on his way here. Excellent. I have successfully pacified the giants and the clan of the Ding Dong Shirts. It is time to send another elite group of warriors to launch a surprise attack on Hardhome. No sooner had Mance finished speaking than a chieftain among the wildlings voiced his discontent. More men? With all due respect, though Hardhome has fewer than 500 men, its position against the wall makes it a formidable stronghold. We would need to gather 10 to 20 times their number to have any hope of success. The chieftain seemed quite displeased with Mance's continual dispatch of small contingents to their deaths. In his view, while this did not amount to a nefarious ploy to weaken the wildling tribes, it was certainly not a wise course of action. No, you misunderstand. I shall lead this effort personally. Mance raised a hand to quell the chieftain's complaints, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, indicating he possessed some unknown advantage. You? King beyond the wall, it is not that I doubt your prowess, but no matter how skilled you are, you cannot lead our brothers over the towering wall. There are more than just foolish ways to breach the wall. Sometimes one must adeptly exploit the fears harbored in the hearts of the enemy. Time swiftly passed, and soon 3 days had gone by. The tunnel gate leading north toward the wall was raised by several brothers of the Night's Watch using a winch. And 200 rangers formed 2 lines, streaming forth from the tunnel and gathering at the foot of the wall. Initially, the Night's Watch had prepared for a full military sortie to decisively defeat Mance Raider and eliminate the wildling threat. However, unexpectedly, as they were about to depart, Lion brought only 200 rangers with him. It must be noted that among these rangers, only half were seasoned veterans of the Night's Watch, while the other half were merely fresh recruits who had recently joined the ranks. Coupled with insufficient training and a lack of cohesion, these 200 would struggle to make a significant impact against an army of 100,000 wildlings. Commander, although we lack sufficient horses at Hardhome, our rangers can still keep pace on foot and not hinder your speed. Spyam repeatedly urged to join the fight, and behind him, elite sworn brothers like Sam echoed their desire to alter Lion's decision. No, Spyam, you are our last hope. You must hold the wall. If we are unfortunate enough to be defeated, you will be the final line of defense for the Night's Watch. Lion's resolve was unwavering, showing no inclination to relent despite Spyam's persistent entreaties. The long night approaches. I cannot take you to engage in a protracted struggle against the wildlings and the others. This battle must be decisive, one clash to determine our fate. While Lion's explanation somewhat assuaged Spyam and the others' disappointment, they still harbored regrets about their inability to confront the others directly. Even if the outcome meant facing death in battle, Spyam and his comrades were prepared, having awaited this day since their oaths were sworn. Finally, before mounting his horse, Lion gently patted Spyam's shoulder and cast a scrutinizing gaze over every member left at Hardhome. Despite his youthful countenance, the remaining members of the Night's Watch felt the determination in his eyes. Though they bore a sense of regret, they instinctively stood tall, responding to Lion with their utmost spirit. From the sight of over 200 resolute gazes, Lion discerned the secret to the Night's Watch's resilience over millennia. It was precisely because of loyal guardians committed to defending their realm that neither the wildlings' incursions nor the others' threats could breach their stronghold. It was unclear who initiated it first, but soon the remaining Night's Watchmen and the Rangers preparing for battle joined together in a solemn recitation of the Night's Watch oath. I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the wall, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, in this night and every night thereafter. The voices of 400 resounded, merging into one, and even the softest whispers were sufficient to disturb the countless beasts lurking in the thickets and the skies, as well as unseen threats. Before their departure, flickers of fear occasionally crossed the faces of many new rangers. However, as the final line of the oath was solemnly proclaimed, each individual seemed to receive the blessing of the countless spirits of the Night's Watch interred here over the ages. Their fears dissipated in an instant, replaced by fervor and determination. Rangers, forward! With Jon Snow's face flushed and his voice raised in a fierce roar. The thunderous sound of 200 hosts converged into a mighty force, charging down the wide road through the Ghostwoods. Unbeknownst to Lion, not far to the north, Mance Raydo's vanguard was also advancing southward, with the two armies less than 3 days apart. The commander of the Night's Watch and the king beyond the wall, long-standing adversaries embroiled in conflict for centuries, were poised to engage in what could be their final confrontation under the looming threat of the others. Chapter 77, Castle Black. The terrifying totem left by the others deep within the Ghostwoods lies an ancient road leading directly to the Free Folk's capital of then. It is said that this road dates back to the time of the ancestors, steeped in history. Yet even the grandest of constructions cannot withstand the ravages of time. Today, only a few remnants of the ancient road remain. Lion chose not to activate his forced march skill, but instead opted for a standard march. Nevertheless, after a full day traversing the Ghostwoods, they had covered over 100 miles. The 200 rangers followed in the wake of their predecessors, their silhouettes gradually melding into the vast expanse of the snowy forest. The end of the road lay just ahead. "Commander, which direction should we proceed?" Officer Dennis rode alongside Lion, with Chief Ranger Jon at his right. Upon hearing this question, Jon recalled his uncle, for it was likely that Benjen Stark had disappeared at the end of this very road. Sensing the restlessness of his steed, Jon reached down to soothe it. Horses possess a keener sense of danger than humans, which made Jon somewhat apprehensive. In which direction is Castle Black? Lion surveyed his surroundings, noticing that at the end of the ancient road, a dense thicket completely obscured their view, leaving him uncertain as to which path to take. Each direction appeared indistinguishable, due to the absence of shapeshifters capable of transforming into birds and soaring through the skies. Leon's reconnaissance efforts have become exceedingly arduous. Consequently, he stationed scouts approximately 500 meters from the main body of the troop, serving merely as a warning system, following the guidance of the fishleaf tree. If one were to venture eastward for about 5 miles, they would arrive at Castle Castor, which is currently occupied by a band of Night's Watch traders led by Carl, though their present circumstances remain unknown. The aged yet seasoned officer Dennis, despite the seemingly uniform appearance of the dense forest, quickly recognized the path leading to Castle Castor. "Since I assumed the role of the Grand Commander, not a single traitorous Night's Watchman has survived to flee before my gaze, let alone those who betrayed Old Bear and retreated to Castle Castor for respite, while also eliminating them." "Yes, Commander," he affirmed. 200 cavalrymen turned their mounts and galloped eastward. Under the guidance of the experienced officer Dennis, the cavalrymen reached their destination in less than an hour. However, the scene before Castle Castor struck Leon as decidedly amiss. Only a wisp of faint smoke lingered above the castle, a stark contrast to the expected presence of 60 or 70 traitorous Night's Watchmen along with an indeterminate number of Castor daughters. At Leon's signal, a weathered veteran cavalryman dismounted. He gently swept aside his black cloak, unsheathed his one-handed sword, and cautiously approached the interior of Castle Castor. Despite its name suggesting a fortified structure, Castle Castor was merely a small village enclosed by a wall, hardly more formidable than the stables of any lord in the north. Thus, it was not long before the veteran cavalryman emerged from the village, his complexion pale, and his demeanor betraying an unsettling strangeness. Indeed, Leon discerned a palpable fear of the unknown reflected in the man's eyes. "What have you discovered?" Officer Dennis inquired, furrowing his brow. Fully aware of the veteran's steadfast nature, never had he witnessed such an expression during their prolonged service together. "The inhabitants of Castle Castor are all dead," the veteran cavalryman replied, as if emerging from a profound shock. "Dead?" Leon found this perplexing. He would not allow any traitorous Night's Watchmen to live. Yet he also did not wish for them to perish without explanation. Thus, the cavalryman urged his steed cautiously toward the village. Upon entering, each cavalryman was met with a faint metallic scent of blood. In the frigid environment, this scent had solidified upon the ground, thus eluding detection until they were within the village. "Commander, the 7 gods you worship can scarcely explain the scene before us," Dennis remarked, having traversed an obstacle and now standing before a snow-covered depression. Within the hollow lay human limbs arranged in a spiraling totem, stiff and tinged with blue from the cold. Each severed limb bore a smooth surface, as if the victims had been subjected to a precise slaughter before their demise. "Was it the wildlings?" Leon inquired softly. Dennis shook his head. Even the most savage wildlings could not commit such an atrocity. Understanding dawned upon Leon. Beside the totem, the heads of the traitorous Night's Watchmen and the Castor daughters were stacked into grotesque displays, their faces forever frozen in their final moments, eyes reflecting either terror or tranquility as they silently gazed upon the gathered Night's Watchmen. The sight elicited a shared fear among the cavalrymen, mirroring that of the earlier veteran. Yet among the Night's Watchmen, one figure stood out conspicuously, Commander Leon himself. He stepped forward, retrieving a head from the grotesque display. He recognized the man, once adept with dual daggers and a high-ranking member of the Night's Watch. He had incited the rebellion that led to the demise of Old Bear and others. However, his fate was little better than theirs. Here, the Night's Watchman could not locate the remains of Old Bear and his companions, while Carl's head alone remained, bearing a look of defiance. "My lord, I have found something. There is a survivor." Just as silence enveloped the gathering, a cavalryman appeared, supporting a traitor and unceremoniously casting him at Leon's feet. He was hiding in the cellar. Surrounded by discarded potato peels and his own filth, God knows how long he had been there. The cavalryman recounted how they had discovered this survivor. Leon knelt, placing Carl's head before the man, and in a gentle tone, asked, "Do you know who killed Carl and the others?" The survivor, however, appeared utterly terrified, unable to articulate a response. His vacant gaze trembled, lips quivering as he muttered incoherently. Leaning closer, Leon strained to catch a word. Regrettably, the survivor had lost all semblance of sanity. Not a single syllable was discernible. "Perhaps Maester Eamon might have a method to treat him," Officer Dennis suggested. "That will not be necessary," Leon replied, rising and carelessly discarding Carl's head, drawing forth the kiss of the black and white from his waist. He granted the survivor a swift release from his torment. Chapter 78, The Night Before the Great Battle. Leon and Jon's heart-to-heart, and the cunning giant the foes capable of effortlessly vanquishing this band of traitors are either wildlings or others, enemies, nonetheless. Having spoken, Leon noted the encroaching darkness and issued an order: "Tidy this place up. The troops will spend the night here, and everyone must keep one eye open while they sleep." As he spoke, Leon glanced at Jon, who felt a tightening in his chest, aware that Leon had a task to assign. "Jon, ensure that arrangements are made to care for the horses. I do not wish to awaken surrounded by others or wildlings, unable to break free." Leon's tone was grave, prompting Jon to treat his instructions with utmost seriousness. Thus, he resolved to spend the night alongside the horses, for where the horses were, he would be. Since their parting at Black Iron Fortress, it had been over a month since Leon and Jon last met. The disparity in their statuses now rendered their relationship incapable of returning to its former intimacy. Even their occasional encounters had devolved into mere formalities, with private conversations all but vanished. Yet, that evening, as Jon laid out a bare skin on the ground, he saw Leon approach alone. "Commander," he greeted, standing at attention with a respectful bow. "Surely our relationship has not grown so distant as this?" Leon maintained his facade of seriousness. And just as Jon began to feel perplexed, Leon broke into a smile. "Do not call me commander anymore. Let us return to how it was." "How can that be?" "My lord?" Jon replied, but under Leon's insistence, he ultimately acquiesced, addressing him as he once did. "Are you unable to sleep tonight?" Jon assumed Leon was troubled by the impending battle, for who could bear the weight of the entire Night's Watch and the fate of humanity at such a young age? No one could endure such pressure better than Leon. "Am I not allowed to inspect whether the duties of my subordinates are being fulfilled, my Lord Snow?" Leon jested, playfully punching Jon's shoulder, which elicited a smile from Jon, dispelling the remnants of his earlier restraint. "I sincerely appreciate your appointment of me as the chief cavalryman. It feels like a dream come true. At the tender age of 15, you have ascended to become the youngest commander of the Night's Watch in centuries. While I have had the privilege of being appointed as the chief ranger, I once believed that a bastard like myself would live a life of insignificance, forever unable to attain the recognition of a prominent figure like Eliza Thorne among the Night's Watch. Therefore, I am genuinely grateful for your appointment of me as chief ranger. It feels surreal." Your smile, reminiscent of a fleeting spring sun, soon gave way to a serious expression as you addressed Leon. "However, I believe you should not recklessly lead the army into battle against the king beyond the wall. Such a task is better suited for me. You should remain stationed at the wall. Leave it to you. Do you have a plan?" Leon inquired, his curiosity piqued by Jon's words. "I haven't devised one yet, but do you have any ideas?" Jon initially appeared flustered, but then brightened with realization. "In truth, we both understand the true purpose behind manhwaedit's hurried call for the free folk to march south. Deep down, you desire their march southward, do you not?" "Indeed. Even the most pessimistic excuse I can conjure cannot justify allowing these 100,000 free folk to become fodder for the army of the dead. If manhwaedit, a former member of the Night's Watch, can command such a multitude of free folk, surely there are those among us who can do the same." With that, Jon turned his gaze to Leon, subconsciously sensing that he too could accomplish this. Moreover, it need not involve betraying the oaths of the Night's Watch, nor becoming one of the wildlings in the process. Commanding such a multitude of free folk? You truly dare to imagine that? Leon chuckled at Jon's theory. And although they did not share stories of their separate experiences during their time apart, the silent understanding exchanged between them spoke volumes. Leon then stood and patted Jon's shoulder, an action he had become increasingly adept at, though he never revealed how he intended to act. What reason had Leon claimed he would provide the king beyond the wall that he could not refuse on the day of the Night's Watch election? After Leon departed, Jon pondered this thought, leaning against a stable post as he spent a sleepless night. In the dense forest beside Castle Black, Glimpses of green light occasionally flickered, eyes of an unknown beast. Coldly observing the movements of the Night's Watch. Not far to the north of Castle Black lay at least 300 of the most elite free folk warriors, lying in wait under Mance Rayder's command. Upon hearing Varamir's report, Mance Rayder nodded imperceptibly. The southern route had nearly been blocked by the army of the dead, and his wildling army was now gathered at Hardhome, unable to advance. They had set out with 500 warriors, but only 300 remained upon reaching Castle Black. Nevertheless, Mance Rayder still believed he could take the 200 Night's Watch members within Castle Black in one fell swoop. By the way, did you confirm that the new commander is Leon Victor? Mance Rayder inquired, his unease evident. That lad circled Castle Black several times. My owls nearly lost track of him on multiple occasions. There's no mistaking him, Varamir responded without hesitation. Why abandon the fortifications to charge into battle? I truly cannot fathom what this new Crow commander is thinking. A nearby free folk chieftain, having heard Varamir's intelligence, chimed in, his expression carefree, as if he viewed Leon's decision to leave the castle as a grave error. Is he perhaps planning to break through the free folk army and directly take the life of our leader, Mance Rayder? Only then would the free folk scatter without their leader, allowing these crows to continue guarding their crumbling walls. Suddenly, a voice of surprise echoed among the free folk chieftains, causing them to turn and search for its source. Relief washed over many when they saw the speaker leaning against a stout tree trunk, only able to discern his knees in the dim candlelight. It was Grimarr, the robust chief of the giants. A saying in the snowfields goes, when a giant thinks. The wildlings laugh. Such peculiar notions, if emanating from the typically cunning yet frail tribes, would indeed be concerning. However, if they came from the immensely powerful giants, they could only inspire laughter. Mance Rayder, too, chuckled dryly, attempting to convey camaraderie through his laughter. Only Grimarr remained serious, believing the possibility to be quite real, though his expression remained hidden behind the treetops. Chapter 79, The Second Assassination of the Faceless Men, Leon's Easy Victory. We owls strike when people are at their deepest slumber. As Mance Rayder spoke, the newly appointed Prince of Thorns, Olaf, scoffed with dissatisfaction, King Beyond the Wall. Could it be that your repeated losses have stripped you of the courage to face your enemies head-on? Olaf was a quintessential Northman berserker. His temper as foul as his tongue. Each of his words seemed meticulously crafted to provoke a reaction, despite having dealt with such warriors for years. Mance Rayder felt a flicker of anger rise within him. When I say we are owls, we are owls. No one, not even a giant, can defy my command. Do you understand, Olaf? Mance Rayder delivered this threat in a calm manner, yet it sent ripples of apprehension through the surrounding chieftains, who had witnessed the terrifying wrath of the otherwise affable Mance Rayder. The King Beyond the Wall was no simpleton. He had successfully united the notoriously cunning free folk tribes. Only Olaf remained oblivious, muttering, I understand, but alas, I cannot feast upon fresh crow flesh just yet. As he spoke, Olaf retrieved a half-eaten human leg from a gray sack by the campfire and tossed it into the flames. Aside from the Thorns, the other free folk tribes did not practice cannibalism and promptly excused themselves from the presence of this peculiar individual. Within Castle Black, having concluded his final patrol, Leon still felt restless. For some reason, his spider sense was more intense than ever that night, as if a formidable danger was drawing near. It could not be human, at least not an ordinary one. Could it be the army of the dead? Leon pondered, only to shake his head in denial. After all, the creatures from both the original text and the television series were not invincible, and his team possessed the Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, held by Jon, and his own weapon, the Kiss of Winter, as well as several dragon glass weapons among the rangers. Due to time constraints, Leon could only lead the most mobile rangers out of the castle to confront the King Beyond the Wall and the army of the dead. Then, could it be the wildlings? Lion gazed upon the northern star, confirming the direction of the north. However, he never regarded the King Beyond the Wall with any seriousness, not out of overconfidence, but because with his current combat prowess and the grotesque regenerative abilities granted by his bloodlust, he could easily vanquish the king single-handedly. At that moment, after aimlessly patrolling, Lion finally had a stroke of fortune. Under the hazy moonlight of the deep night, a solitary ranger stood guard on a hillside outside Castle Cast. Bathed in gentle lunar glow, Lion lifted his black cloak, placing his right hand upon the hilt of his sword, Black and White Kiss, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Sensing Lion's approach, the ranger looked towards him, inquiring, My lord, why are you still awake at this late hour? Lion did not respond to the greeting, but rather countered abruptly, What is the password? My lord, what is a password? Is it some sort of secret signal? The ranger, expressionless, continued to question. It seems you have not been with my troops for long. Under the moonlight, Lion drew his sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Ah? The clever boy has established a set of special signals for the troops. Only those who can respond correctly are considered allies. The ranger, or the faceless man, Hode, managed a strained smile. Let me guess, you were one of the second batch of faceless men sent to assassinate me? Without a hint of fear, Lion approached Hode, closing the distance to less than a meter. In this position, whoever initiated the attack would not escape unscathed, revealing Lion's unwavering confidence in his abilities. Have you not always been curious about someone's strength? Today, I can provide you with the answer for free. After I slay you, who will craft my equipment? Before engaging, Lion asked with a teasing tone. You may confidently defeat someone, boy. With that, Hode generously allowed Lion to strike first. Lion, naturally, did not hold back. Despite his one-handed sword skills not having improved further, his strength and agility had significantly enhanced after a period of bloodshed. Lion's combat capability had evolved tremendously, which also motivated his decision to proactively eliminate the king beyond the wall. Nevertheless, despite the relentless thrusts and slashes of black and white kiss, Hode merely evaded, causing Lion's attacks to consistently miss their mark. Witnessing Hode's dismissive attitude towards their battle ignited a fierce anger within Lion, accelerating his assault. Hode, no longer underestimating his opponent, drew 2 short daggers from behind, effortlessly parrying each of Lion's strikes. After 5 or 6 exchanges, the dynamic shifted to one where Hode began to dominate Lion. Faced with the onslaught, Lion experienced a moment of helplessness for the first time. However, this feeling was fleeting. Lion's fighting spirit remained resolute as he continued to relentlessly slash away. Although Hode's daggers were not ordinary, they ultimately shattered under the sharpness of black and white kiss. At last, as Lion gasped for breath, his sword rested against Hode's neck. Tell your god that if it desires my life, let it come and take it personally. With that, Lion's sword unhesitatingly sliced through Hode's throat, a glimmer of cold light flashing as Hode's head rolled away. Even in the final moments of life, Hode's expression remained serene, as if death were but a trivial affair to him. Yet, in the gaze he cast upon Lion before passing, there was a distinct glimmer of admiration. However, Hode's arrival was not merely to meet his demise at Lion's hands, it seemed to harbor some ulterior motive. The sounds of Lion's battle with the faceless men eventually roused the other rangers. Dennis, being of advanced age and a light sleeper, was the first to reach Lion. Without asking unnecessary questions, he carefully examined the severed head on the ground and stated with certainty, "This is not the face of any of our rangers. I know each of their visages intimately." Numerous yawning rangers gathered, startled awake by Dennis's shocking revelation. They drew their swords, casting wary glances at their comrades, fearful that one among them might be an unseen enemy. Suddenly, the air outside Castle Cast erupted with battle cries, accompanied by the war cries of the wild berserkers and the towering figures of giants. At last, Lion beheld the name he had heard countless times as a ranger, the king beyond the wall, manhwaedit. Chapter 80, The Fateful Duel, Lion vs. manhwaedit as destined adversaries. Manhwaedit immediately recognized Lion among the rangers. His expression bore astonishment, puzzled as to why his forces, despite their utmost stealth and caution, had still drawn the attention of the Night's Watch. The original ambush plan had now devolved into an open confrontation. Nonetheless, the free folk had never lacked the courage to confront their foes head-on. They had endured harsher winters and the terrifying threats of the White Walkers, and thus had no reason to fear the rangers discovering their tracks. Kill. Manhwaedit's command was brief yet powerful as Prince Olaf, beside him, brandished 2 enormous axes. Shouting with excitement, leading the charge, he cleaved a ranger who attempted to flee in half with a single swing, literally splitting him from head to toe. Blood from the fallen ranger splattered across Olaf's blue-striped face, only igniting his fervor further. The free folks' assault was ultimately successful, without the aid of their steeds. No ranger could withstand the onslaught of the free folks' elite warriors for even a single round. Even though the rangers could not discern the exact number of wildlings in the darkness, the immediate battlefield was overwhelmingly in favor of the attackers. The senior rangers beside Lion swiftly drew their swords. Despite the ferocity of the newcomers, they met them with unwavering resolve. Officer Dennis charged directly at the exuberant Olaf. I thought the Night's Watch was a band of heroes, but I see even this half-buried old man has come to the fray? What a joke." After dispatching several rangers, Olaf's face twisted into a cruel sneer upon noticing Dennis advancing towards him. But soon, his taunts fell silent. Despite his advanced age, Dennis's strength was hardly inferior to Olaf's. As their axes clashed against Dennis's longsword, the 2 quickly entered a heated struggle. John faced a giant barehanded. The giant reached out, attempting to crush him, but John adeptly dodged. Having witnessed Lion slay a giant, many rangers had shed their fears of these legendary creatures. John yearned to personally kill a giant, wishing to prove that his courage was no less than Lion's, and to honor the title of Chief Ranger. Meanwhile, the chiefs beside Manhwaedit had been swiftly dispatched by the higher-ranking rangers, each entering into one-on-one combat. Initially caught off guard by the wildlings' fierce attacks, the rangers, inspired by their leader's bravery, experienced a surge in morale, gradually stabilizing the situation. The new recruits followed closely behind the veterans, together resisting the wildlings' onslaught. "You are the new commander of the Night's Watch. Heroes can be discerned even in their youth." Manhwaedit's voice echoed across the battlefield, tinged with a hint of mockery and derision. A pleasure to meet you, King Beyond the Wall. I wonder if you have heard the rumor that no traitor of the Night's Watch has ever left my presence alive, despite the cacophony of battle echoing across the field. The interaction between the Night's Watch commander Leon Victor and the King Beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder, felt as though it were transpiring in an alternate realm. Their eyes clashed with intensity and tension, as if engaged in a silent conversation conveying their respective wills and resolve. Leon, clad in black Night's Watch armor and draped in a cloak that symbolized the authority of his command, appeared youthful yet resolute, his gaze piercing. He gripped his longsword tightly, unwavering even amidst the chaos of war, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon Mance. Mance Rayder, adorned in a similarly dark wolfskin cloak, embodied the essence of his kingship. His eyes gleamed with wildness and defiance, reminiscent of an untamed wolf. He wielded a massive two-handed sword, its weight and power complementing his formidable stature. Standing tall like a mountain, neither man made the first move. Instead, they observed one another intently. At last, Mance broke the silence. We have not come here to conquer, merely to seek refuge south of the wall, as you do. We both know this war is inevitable, but at this moment, I wish to engage in a fair contest with you. Leon furrowed his brow slightly, regarding Mance with a hint of amusement in his eyes. A fair contest on the battlefield? You must be aware that I have slain a giant. Do you believe you can best me in combat? As Leon uttered these words, the formidable Garma, who was battling John, seemed to catch wind of the conversation, casting a fierce glare at Leon. However, this distraction allowed John to seize the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow to Garma's back. Mance Rayder smirked, a spark of challenge igniting in his gaze. We are both warriors, and a warrior's honor lies in the duel. His voice boomed like the northern wind across the tundra. Let us set aside our soldiers and engage in a personal contest of life and death. If you prevail, I shall permit you to lead the Night's Watch and retreat. Otherwise, you will open the gates of the wall and allow us passage. Should I lose, I will lead my warriors from this land. Mance refrained from answering Leon's taunt about giants, but his tone suggested that defeating one was hardly a daunting task for him. Leon, the penalty for your defeat is too lenient. Leon stepped forward, his presence growing more imposing with each stride. This is our land, the blood of my blood. You shall not trample upon it as you please, arriving and departing at your whim. Upon hearing this, Mance's lips curled into a subtle smirk, bemused by the new commander's apparent ignorance. When did Castle Black become a gift to the Night's Watch? Yet, he chose not to dwell on such trivial semantics and instead inquired, what do you propose? Delay further, and your men will be slaughtered. I have but one condition, Leon declared with chilling authority. If you fail, you and all your free men shall submit to me, the commander of the Night's Watch. The gravity of Leon's words, steeped in the dignity of his command, compelled Mance to believe in the truth of his assertion. Then I shall add a stipulation of my own. If I am victorious, you and your men must forsake your oaths and join the ranks of the free folk. With their dialogue concluded, the entire battlefield seemed to tremble with anticipation. Soldiers halted their skirmishes, their gazes riveted upon these two legendary figures. They understood that this would be a contest of honor, faith, and duty, one that would be immortalized in the annals of history. Chapter 81, Mance Rayder's Threat. The enemy knows you best. Mance's proposition of a duel was not born of impulse, particularly given the evident advantage held by the free folk. However, upon his first glance at Leon, he saw a reflection of his former self, equally steadfast, equally unafraid, and even bound by the same oaths. Yet, Mance was acutely aware that the more one admires something, the more one must seek to destroy it. Allowing Leon to escape unscathed, regardless of whether he commanded 400 men or fewer, posed a significant threat to Mance. Out of respect, he harbored no qualms about granting Leon a glorious and heroic demise. In this duel, only one could emerge alive. Mance held unwavering confidence in his martial prowess. During his time with the Night's Watch, he had executed missions alone, fearlessly traversing the lands of the wildlings. He had faced giants and other formidable foes alike. When assessing the strongest warriors of the Seven Kingdoms, the Night's Watch was frequently excluded from consideration. For the Southerners knew that any Night's Watch veteran possessed the strength to best champions of their melee tournaments. Hey, Mance, it seems you've forgotten something, Prince Olaf, the Lord of Storm's End, interjected amid the tense atmosphere before the duel commenced. If you lose, no one will heed the commands of a defeated man, nor will they surrender to a crow. This remark momentarily caught Mance off guard, causing him to falter in his advance toward Leon, displaying a hint of disarray. Yet, the duel was already underway, and Leon's blade, the kiss of ice and fire, struck mercilessly toward Mance's head. Mance Rayder, far from an inconsequential adversary, swiftly regained his composure and adeptly parried Leon's onslaught. However, as the battle progressed, Mance began to sense something amiss. Despite Leon's youthful appearance, seemingly akin to that of his own son, the strength he exhibited was astonishing, exceeding even Mance's own years of honed physicality. Although Mance was of average height and slightly portly, Every inch of muscle beneath his leather armor was formidable and well-defined. He began to reconsider his assessment, questioning whether he had underestimated his opponent. What secrets lay hidden within this young Night's Watchman? Determined not to take the fight lightly any longer, Mance resolved to exert every ounce of his strength in the duel. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his power, preparing to deliver a lethal counterstrike to Leon. Their figures entwined in a blur, blades flashing in a dance of light. Mance's every strike was deftly evaded by Leon, while each of Leon's attacks grew increasingly burdensome for Mance. He understood that he must quickly uncover a flaw in his opponent's defense. Otherwise, the victor of this duel might very well be the young Night's Watchman. As time slipped away, Mance's stamina began to wane. Nevertheless, he persisted, unwilling to concede defeat in this contest. "You are a worthy adversary," Leon suddenly remarked, a smile gracing his lips. To Mance, who was clenching his jaw and straining to hold his ground, that smile was unsettling. Before he could comprehend the meaning behind Leon's words, he miscalculated his response. In the next moment, accompanied by Leon's subsequent declaration, a surge of unparalleled power emanated from the sword. In a moment of panic, Mance could only tighten his grip on the hilt, but he soon found his vision blurring. Followed by a cataclysmic pain, he was struck heavily by Leon's kiss of ice and fire, propelled backward as if struck by a mighty hammer, landing several meters away. He crashed against a tree trunk, causing leaves to rain down around him. Struggling to rise, Mance realized he lacked the strength to stand. Glancing down, he saw that his chest armor had been cleaved open by Leon's blade, blood seeping slowly from the wound. "What manner of power is this?" Mance gasped. His eyes filled with fear and confusion as he gazed at Leon. Leon sheathed his sword, casting a calm glance at Mance. "This is the power of an oath keeper." Manhwaedit murmured to himself, finally comprehending the meaning behind Lion's earlier words. He had misjudged his opponent, believing he could easily defeat this young Night's Watchman, only to discover that the latter's strength far exceeded his expectations. "I have lost." Manhwaedit bowed his head, candidly admitting his defeat. The arrogance and pride that once filled his eyes had given way to profound admiration and respect. Upon witnessing the outcome of the battle, at least half of the free folk dropped their weapons, standing idly by as the Night's Watchman mercilessly cut them down. The severely wounded rangers, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged recklessly, toppling several foes. However, they soon faced the fierce resistance from the remaining half of the wildlings. Particularly, Olaf, seeing Manhwaedit's failure, could not suppress a mocking grin as he jeered, "King beyond the wall? I have long proclaimed him a loser." As he spoke, he ruthlessly dispatched the rangers that charged towards him. "Manhwaedit, what does this mean?" Lion directed a questioning gaze at Manhwaedit, who struggled to rise from the ground, explaining, "They chose me. They trusted me. If I kneel to the Southerners, they would scatter like birds. So, can I assume you played me for a fool?" Lion's rare anger flickered as he scrutinized Manhwaedit, then shifted his gaze to the most obstreperous wildling, Prince Saran, who was bouncing about in defiance. "Young crows besting old crows is hardly a feat," Olaf retorted as Lion approached him with sword drawn, raising his axe defensively. Yet, he barely finished his sentence before Lion cleaved both him and his weapon away. Remarkably, Prince Saran withstood Lion's wrathful strike and did not perish, demonstrating his exceptional courage and skill. Despite his valor, he now found himself lying beneath the same tree as Manhwaedit. Though he attempted to speak, not even a complete taunt escaped his lips. In this moment, even the most stubborn Saran berserker, under the threat of Lion's formidable force, was compelled to lay down his weapon and acknowledge his defeat. Even the giant who had previously fought fiercely against Jon now knelt, submitting to Lion. While giants possessed immense strength, their cumbersome movements in close combat rendered them vulnerable. Against skilled fighters like Lion and Jon, their defeat was inevitable. Previously, he had nearly met his end at Jon's hands on several occasions. After regaining some strength, Manhwaedit finally spoke. "Lion, had the situation not been so dire, I would not have resorted to this threat. Even though I have lost, you must open the gates of the wall and clear the path. Otherwise, we shall all descend into the depths of hell together." Manhwaedit's face was fierce with menace. His imposing figure cast a heavy shadow in the firelight, resembling a volcano poised to erupt and consume everything around it. His eyes glinted with a cold light, sharp as blades that pierced the heart. Though the Night's Watchmen felt bewildered by Manhwaedit's threatening intentions, they shuddered in unison, cold sweat trickling down their backs. It is often said that one's enemy knows them best, especially when that enemy was once an ally. Chapter 82, The Horn of Winter and the Submission of Prince Saran. As Manhwaedit spoke under the scrutiny of the perplexed, wary, and enraged gazes of the Night's Watchmen, he calmly declared, "The long night approaches, and the others are not far behind. What are you planning, Manhwaedit? Speak." Officer Dennis was about to draw his sword and press it against Manhwaedit's neck in interrogation. However, Lion, the commander of the Night's Watch, moved faster, stepping in front of Manhwaedit and effortlessly uncovering his hidden intent, seizing the object from his grasp. "Manhwaedit, what is this?" Lion inquired, his voice laced with confusion and caution. Manfred initially held firm, his eyes flashing with defiance, before slowly revealing, "It is an ordinary horn. Blowing it will summon nearby free folk to our aid." Lion held the horn, crafted from an unknown black metal, its surface rough yet imbued with a mysterious power. He scrutinized the horn, feeling a powerful call emanating from it. A summons from the depths of the unknown, suffused with wildness and freedom. Defeating or killing Manfred fulfills the task and grants the horn of the free folk. Equipping it increases the persuasion rate of the free folk by 50. New task. Horn acquired. Suddenly, Lion heard the familiar voice of the God of a Thousand Faces system resound in his mind. At the same time, upon witnessing Lion seize the horn of the free folk, the previously submissive giant, Gemma, boldly declared, "The giants respect only the strong. If the commander allows me and my kin to retreat south, we shall forever submit to you." Though the giant's voice was deep, its tone was civilized, astonishing the Night's Watchmen present. They were taken aback to hear a magical being like a giant articulate in such a manner, beyond mere roars. Although the giant's loyalty was directed solely towards Lion and not the entire Night's Watch, they were unperturbed. Even Prince Saran, the berserker Olaf, who lay gasping for breath, struggled to rise. Mimicking the giants, he knelt before Lion. Though he remained stubborn, unwilling to vocalize his submission, his posture unmistakably conveyed his intent. The remaining half of the wildlings, loyal to Olaf, saw their chief submit and thus had no reason to continue fighting. They cast down their battle axes, and wildlings knelt en masse. Even Manfred, seasoned in the chaos of battle, found it difficult to comprehend their choice. He had possessed the horn for quite some time, but had encountered many wildlings who were not truly loyal to him. Why did Lion's acquisition yield such immediate results? Could you kindly elaborate on how you intend to use this to threaten us? As Manfred grappled with his shock, Lion interjected. This object should not be called the Horn of the Free Folk. Its true name is the Horn of Winter. Lion's sharp words quickened Manfred's heartbeat, clearly validating Lion's claim. As for its purpose, Lion suddenly pointed the horn towards his mouth and puffed his cheeks, preparing to blow forcefully. "No." Manfred gasped in horror, attempting to intervene. But it was too late. However, it was evident that Lion merely feigned the action, chuckling lightly before lowering the horn. What repercussions would arise from blowing it? Would it indeed collapse the wall as the legends foretold? Lion's tone carried a hint of levity, yet Manfred was visibly shaken by the inquiry, momentarily rendered speechless. His demeanor clearly indicated acceptance of this reality. Manfred had spent nearly 5 years traversing the land of eternal winter to find the horn. Intending only to intimidate the Night's Watchmen, he had never contemplated blowing it himself. Once the horn sounds, the White Walkers will break through the impregnable wall, and then they can easily march southward, laying waste to the world, a burden that shall fall upon Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. Realizing he could not overpower them, and that the only leverage he had over the Night's Watch had now shifted to Leon, Mance lamented. "Though all my men have pledged their allegiance to you without my consent, there remain 100,000 wildlings steadfast at Hardhome. Without my guidance, the White Walkers will consume them entirely, leaving not a trace behind. You will then be forced to confront a vast army of White Walkers comprised of these wildlings." However, after hearing Mance's moral coercion or threat, Leon burst into laughter, regarding Mance with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. "Mance, I ask you, how many free folk lived north of the wall before?" Leon's question evidently caught Mance off guard, but after a brief contemplation, he replied, "North of the wall dwell over 90 tribes, and accounting for those who have fled south and those who have recently perished, there are perhaps hundreds of thousands of free folk. Now, what of the Night's Watchmen who have thrived and fallen on this land over the centuries? Those from long ago have likely turned to dust, but there must be millions." Upon hearing Leon's inquiry, Mance quickly grasped the profound implication within his words. Indeed, millions of dead would outweigh even 100,000 wildlings, posing little threat to us. You. Despite having prepared himself, Mance was still shaken by Leon's ruthless declaration, causing him to rise abruptly from the ground. Many wildlings, who had just declared their fealty, began to stir, instantly elevating the tension between the two factions. Yet, perplexingly, although Prince Olaf of the Thins was known for his arrogance and bellicosity, he refrained from striking the Night's Watchmen, feeling a chill at Leon's words. Many wildlings shared his despair, thinking of their kin at Hardhome. "Unless they submit to me, I cannot accept their existence." The foul-mouthed then approached, taking the horn of the free folk, and instructed Leon to escort the compliant wildlings to the wall. "Remember, take the sea route to Eastwatch. Do not venture south through the haunted forest." Leon's tone shifted suddenly as he beckoned to Prince Olaf, handing over the horn of the free folk with an air of unguarded confidence. The expressions of the wildlings transformed from disappointment to astonishment. In contrast, Mance gaped in disbelief at Leon's readiness to surrender the horn, questioning whether he feared Olaf's betrayal. Even as the king beyond the wall, Mance had never truly trusted any then. Leon, however, harbored no such fears, for he had just received an application from the berserker Prince Olaf to join his ranks. Olaf's reaction was altogether unexpected for Mance. Commander. Olaf appeared somewhat awkward, likely due to his long-standing habit of referring to their leader as the King Beyond the Wall. Adjusting to the title of Commander of the Night's Watch would understandably take time. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he displayed no hint of treachery upon his countenance. 100,000 wildlings, and if even one is lost, you must take a White Walker to replace them, understand? With that, Leon habitually patted Olaf's shoulder, wishing to convey the weight of responsibility he bore. This left not only the King Beyond the Wall dumbfounded, but even the brothers of the Night's Watch, who had been close companions with Leon, were astonished. Some struggled to comprehend how two factions, once locked in a life-and-death struggle, could so swiftly become brothers in arms. Olaf found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Though he yearned to mock Leon's foolishness, the constraints of systemic thought stifled even the simplest jest, leaving him frustrated. Suddenly, he seemed to find an outlet for his emotions, shouting at the fallen King Beyond the Wall, "You, the leader of the wildlings, what are you staring at? Hurry over and pledge your loyalty to the commander of the Night's Watch." Chapter 83, Blizzard and the Army of the White Walkers. Mance was instantly put on the spot by Olaf's outburst. His long face clouded with anger as he shot a cold glare toward Olaf, the very one who had just betrayed him. "What are you glaring at my man for? Do you wish to devour him? Is your father a then? And do you carry half their blood in your veins?" Noticing the disquieting gaze Mance cast toward the then prince, Leon stepped forward to defend his new subordinate. "Free folk never kneel. Then's even less," Mance warned, his tone laden with foreboding, appearing to offer a seemingly kind caution to Leon. But upon hearing this, Olaf's knees buckled as if spring-loaded, and he half-knelt in the dirt before Leon, not lifting his head as he declared, "Commander, this wildling leader has persistently provoked the honorable Night's Watch and the valiant thens. I beseech you to order his execution and allow my tribe and me to partake of this pretender's blood and flesh." With that, Olaf raised his gaze, his face alight with a bloodthirsty excitement, regarding Mance as if he were a sumptuous feast. "Tell me, do your thens have any other hobbies besides cannibalism?" Earlier, Officer Dennis had whispered to Leon about the peculiar traits of these wildling tribes, emphasizing the then's long-standing tradition of consuming human flesh, a practice that had persisted for millennia, with millions of captives having perished at their hands. Though Leon had grown increasingly cold and ruthless, having witnessed gruesome scenes of dismemberment, he could not envision such acts as mere sustenance. Thus, he instinctively sought to dissuade the thens from their disturbing habit of cooking their human brethren. For how would it reflect upon his Night's Watchmen? Their reputation had already suffered considerably. "Indeed, my lord." Upon hearing that Olaf had other interests, Leon's interest piqued. "Pray tell, what is it? I shall grant you whatever it is." "Mountain goats." At the mention of this, Olaf instantly perked up, seemingly wide awake, as he appeared eager to see if the Night's Watch had brought any such livestock along. Before Leon could respond to Olaf's comment, Dennis's face darkened, and he hurried to Leon's side, whispering an explanation. Upon hearing Dennis's elucidation, even Leon found himself momentarily dizzy from the absurdity of the then's peculiar tastes. "Once you bring your kin to Eastwatch, I will ensure you find your goats." With that, Leon disregarded Olaf and approached Mance directly. "King Beyond the Wall, your men have already submitted to me. Why do you hesitate to follow suit?" Frankly speaking, Leon had little concern for Mance's fate after completing the task assigned by the God of Many Faces, especially after witnessing the free folk surrender without a single soul remarking, "Oh, my former leader is merely pretending to be unconscious. I ought to assist him." This notion was further solidified. Yet, Mance merely clutched his chest wound, offering Leon a cold smile as he replied, "Had I wished to kneel, I would have had far better opportunities before you." As he spoke, Mance shifted his position, leaning back into a more comfortable pose. "You cannot fathom the terror of losing one's freedom. The free folk do not understand, nor do you Night's Watchmen." Mance fell into contemplation, his gaze distant and profound. He was once a steadfast member of the Night's Watch, but during a patrol, he suffered a grievous injury, fortuitously rescued by a wild woman. While he recuperated, this woman meticulously mended Mance's tattered cloak with vibrant red fabric. However, upon his return to the wall, the Night's Watch's Lord Commander, Mormont, insisted he don the standard black cloak. This slight encroachment upon personal freedom ultimately led him to forsake the Night's Watch, in pursuit of his innermost yearning for liberty. Perhaps sensing the resolute tone of Mance Raider, the King Beyond the Wall, Lion rose and declared, "I believe you have made a grave mistake." Mance Raider replied, "The freedom to make one's own erroneous decisions was once my greatest desire." With that, Mance exhaled deeply, leaning against a tree trunk, and slowly closed his eyes. As Mance's life drew to a close, an unforeseen blizzard swept through, its origins unknown. The swirling snowflakes appeared to hold a final funeral for this King Beyond the Wall, quietly accompanying him to his eternal rest. The dead have departed, yet the living persist. This battle, which evolved from a raid into a skirmish, have the already scant numbers of the Night's Watch Rangers, with the free folk suffering similar losses, leaving fewer than 300 still capable of fighting. After the combat ceased, Lion ordered his men to painstakingly stack the bodies of the fallen Night's Watch Rangers and free folk together amidst the raging storm. Move swiftly. Perhaps sensing the ominous nature of the sudden blizzard, John shouted loudly amidst the busy throng. Ultimately, before the storm could fully engulf the land, Lion's men managed to ignite a pyre beneath the heap of corpses. The fierce flames consumed the bodies, occasionally emitting a foul, acrid odor. The expressions of those present, save for the look of disdain from the wildlings, were filled with urgency. Lord Commander, do you not sense the strangeness of this blizzard? At some point, the officer Dennis had drawn his sword again, standing back to back with a wildling berserker. Although he harbored no trust for these free folk, the looming unknown threat compelled all the living to huddle together for warmth. Be careful, the White Walkers are coming. Lion recalled from the series that until the long night descended, every brief appearance of the White Walkers was accompanied by a tempest capable of swallowing the world. Upon hearing Lion's words, anxiety gripped everyone's hearts. The warriors of the free folk displayed utmost vigilance on their journey south. They had encountered small patrols of White Walkers before, yet those storms had been nowhere near as formidable as this one. Look there. Suddenly, a keen-eyed diminutive free folk pointed towards a corner of the forest. Everyone shielded their eyes from the blizzard, collectively directing their gaze. At the edge of the haunted forest, a multitude of dark figures surged forth like a landslide, rapidly advancing towards the living amidst the storm. A veteran ranger mounted on horseback, confronting the gale, resolutely blew the Night's Watch horn. Even though no other Night's Watch forces were present to heed his warning, he remained undeterred, as if fulfilling the sacred duty of the Night's Watch. Simultaneously, the surviving rangers mounted their steeds, gathering around Lion, awaiting the command to break southward. Lord Commander, will you abandon us? The robust Gemma felt a surge of betrayal wash over his face as he witnessed all the Night's Watch members mount their horses. However, his thoughts were not unfounded. The army of whites in the dense forest appeared endless, vastly outnumbering the living present. The Night's Watch could flee swiftly on horseback, but the free folk, relying on their legs, could not. After the long trek and the recent battle, most were already fatigued. You are speaking nonsense. After mounting, Lion raised the blade black and white, fiercely cursing the giant, and then roared, "Rangers, charge!" Upon hearing Lion's command, the Rangers felt no shock, for they were well acquainted with their commander's unique disposition. The survivors, seasoned veterans of the Night's Watch, followed Lion into the fray against the torrent of whites surging from the thicket. In an instant, chaos erupted. Bodies and limbs flew as the recently surrendered free folk beheld the valor of their new leader, casting aside their fears of death. Amidst the turmoil, Olaf seized a piece from the fire, gnawing on it to replenish his strength before charging forth with his dual axes raised. Other wildling berserkers followed suit, none lagging behind, bravely rushing down the bloodied path forged by the Rangers. Watch closely. Are there any mounted whites? If so, stab it with dragon glass. In the mayhem, Lion wielded his sword, calling out loudly while the Rangers scanned the surroundings for signs of the White Walkers. Despite the overwhelming number of whites, many of whom had lain dormant for years, reduced to mere skeletons, they had been magically enhanced, rendering their once fragile bones remarkably resilient. Blades merely sparked against them, while the whites' weapons proved sharp enough to fell even the most battle-hardened rangers and free folk. Even after losing limbs, they fought on relentlessly, causing great frustration to the living. Their casualties surged dramatically until Lion's timely warning pierced through the chaos. Use dragon glass to eliminate these whites. At last, the Rangers drew forth their pre-prepared dragon glass weapons, shifting the tide of battle. Lord Commander, over there. Amidst the fray, an unknown ranger suddenly beamed with joy, pointing towards a figure on horseback atop a distant cliff. The silhouette was tall and gaunt, skin pale as milk, with icy blue eyes resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Mounted upon a skeletal warhorse, the creature appeared summoned from the depths of death itself. Its eyes deep and cold, exuding an aura of eerie stillness. The White Walker seemed to have noticed the Ranger's pointing finger, perhaps perceiving it as an affront, and raised its right hand, conjuring an ice crystal spear. With a flick of its wrist, it effortlessly hurled the spear towards the Ranger. Though the motion appeared casual, lacking force, the spear sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh. It struck the unsuspecting Ranger and his horse, pinning them to the ground. The Ranger's sacrifice did not instill fear among the living. Rather, it ignited their shared animosity towards their common foe. The Night's Watch and free folk alike glared at the cliff with fiery eyes. Ignoring the whites surrounding them, they surged towards the cliff under Lion's lead, like a tide crashing forward. Throughout the relentless charges, Lion's steed endured grievous wounds from the whites' reckless assaults. Yet, as a creature of instinct, the horse resisted falling, unwilling to throw its rider to the ground. Ultimately, however, the equine body could not withstand the onslaught, and with a mournful cry, it collapsed during the charge. Lion was thrown from the saddle, finding himself heavily surrounded by whites, with his closest comrades blocked several dozen meters away. Upon the precipice, the others had long recognized this fearless human. With the assistance of a certain entity, it had intruded into dreams in an attempt to recruit this individual, only to be met with humiliation. Time had elapsed, and the pace of human advancement seemed swifter than anticipated. A glimmer of intrigue flickered across the other's frostbitten visage. With a gentle wave of its left hand, the once dauntless corpses, which had fiercely attacked Elon's subordinates, turned their gaze towards him. They surged forth like a swarm of locusts, instantly engulfing Elon's figure. The pressure upon the living diminished significantly. Even if they chased to pierce the corpses with dragon glass, the latter paid no heed. The corpses had a singular target, Elon. Jon, clutching his Valyrian steel sword Longclaw, wielded it with lethal precision against the corpses, inflicting damage comparable to that of Elon. Witnessing Elon encircled by the undead, a flash of anger and concern crossed Jon's eyes, compelling him to step forward and share Elon's burden. However, the other on the cliff regarded him with indifference, as if he were invisible. Kill. Save the commander. Jon shouted in despair, for with each step he took, he had to strike multiple times. Yet the number of corpses was overwhelming, as if they would never cease. We cannot allow the commander to fight alone. Dennis echoed the cry. Prince Saran Olaf cast a contemptuous glance at the surrounding corpses. Brothers, let us strike the eyes of these skeletons. As time passed, the area where Elon stood gradually fell silent, as if the eye of the storm had shifted here. From the precipice, the other observed its army of corpses successfully keeping the living at bay. Finally, the other moved, its steed seemingly defying the laws of gravity, galloping down the 90-degree cliff with ease. It yearned to confront the human who dared to face it and extend one final offer of recruitment. For it knew that winter was approaching, and the Night King required more capable subordinates to assist in conquering or extinguishing the world. In the eye of the storm, Elon relentlessly swung his blade. Over time, even the indomitable black and white kiss began to show signs of fatigue, no longer delivering fatal strikes with each blow. The other parted its minions and approached Elon, speaking from a position of superiority. Submit, and the Night King shall grant you honors equal to mine. Yet Elon did not respond. Instead, he unslung the Bao Yu Xing from his back. Even the formidable other felt a twinge of panic at this action. Swiftly, it conjured an ice crystal spear in its right hand and hurled it at Elon. However, Elon's speed far surpassed that of the other. The bow in his hand was already knocked with a specially crafted dragon glass arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 5 dragon glass arrows fanned out, enveloping the other. Though the ice spear flew as swiftly as thunder, it could not save its wielder. It exploded in midair, less than half a meter from Elon. A rare glimmer of astonishment appeared in the other's violet eyes. It had not yet lowered its gaze to examine the arrows embedded in its armor when a surge of powerful fire energy from the dragon glass within it instigated the disintegration of its body. At that moment, all corpses surrounding the other seemed to hit a pause button, halting their movements before collapsing like shattered porcelain. As the other's army fell silent, the blinding snowstorm dissipated. Chapter 85. Defeating the king beyond the wall and repelling the others when the storm had completely abated. Figures began to rise from the heaps of corpses in the ghost shadow forest, gathering beside Elon. Their eyes were not the bright blue of the others, but rather the weary gaze of the living who had survived the onslaught. Jon, clutching a deep, bone-visible wound on his abdomen and limping on an injured leg, managed to approach Elon, disbelief etched across his face. Have these dead truly perished? Not only Jon, but nearly all the surviving living bore injuries. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and the profound relief of survival. Indeed, Jon, once the others commanding them are vanquished, these lesser undead will naturally collapse. Hearing Jon's question from behind, Elon turned, a radiant smile illuminating his face, though to Jon and the others, it seemed as though he was merely putting on a brave front. Yet Elon was acutely aware that he was not merely pretending. He possessed the skill of bloodthirst. The countless corpses that had relentlessly sought to slay Elon were easily dispatched by him. It was evident that Elon's bloodthirst had reached its zenith. With each kill, his vitality was restored. Despite his disheveled appearance, splattered with the blood of the undead, Elon was unscathed. Jon, skeptical of his condition, approached to inspect Elon, concerned he might be missing a limb. In the breakout battle at Castle Black, 300 brave souls had entered with the resolve to face death, yet only 1/10 survived, the rest having perished gallantly in the struggle against the corpses. Thus, the survivors were engulfed in sorrow for their fallen comrades. Amidst this somber atmosphere, Prince Saran Olaf picked up a leg bone from the ground, scrutinizing it for an extended period. He even disgustingly tasted a bit of the congealed blood upon it. Ugh, this must belong to the moon worshippers. Truly vile. He disdainfully discarded the bone onto the ground. Coincidentally, among the surviving living was a bearded free man of the moon worshippers, who exclaimed, Olaf, you dare insult my ancestors? I challenge you to a duel. The commotion of the free man demanding a duel with Olaf lightened the otherwise grave atmosphere. Dennis, take a head count. Elon called out to the crowd, searching for his chief officer. However, a long while passed without any response from Dennis, whose voice, though aged, was steadfast. Commander. A ranger said, his face etched with sorrow, gesturing for Elon to follow him. Upon arriving, Elon immediately spotted Dennis, pinned beneath several corpses of the others. One of the other's hands clutched a portion of his severed arm, while another had bitten off half his face. Yet Dennis's sword pierced through the chest of another corpse. He remained in a fighting stance, even in death. Elon, witnessing this scene, was profoundly moved and fell into silence. In that moment, Elon finally comprehended the monumental struggle the living faced against the others, a calamity of apocalyptic proportions. At that moment, an idea began to brew fiercely in Elon's mind as he glanced at his bow, Liu Xing. Then, a veteran Night's Watchman, his expression numb and voice heavy, spoke to Elon, Commander, you need to appoint a new officer. Olaf, assess the casualties among the free folk. Yet Elon had no time for grief. He turned to Olaf, who immediately began to count. Commander, I cannot say how many free folk have fallen. But only these 13 of us have outrun death. Olaf's face bore a grin, seemingly unaffected by the total annihilation of the Saran clan, a callousness that chilled the heart. After hastily bandaging his own wounds, John rushed over to Elon, reporting, Commander, we still have 17 ranger brothers. I command you to locate every Night's Watch brother and free folks' bodies. They shall be cremated. As the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, the final body to be laid beside the pyre for cremation was that of Sir Dennis Marister. The veteran Night's Watchman struggled to piece together his remains, arranging them alongside the corpses of all the fallen. Despite their previous divisions and even enmity in life, at this moment of death, they set aside all hatred and conflict, embarking together on the final journey of existence where all grievances came to a halt. Today, we gather here to commemorate 183 courageous and fearless Night's Watchmen. He was not only the pride of the Night's Watch, but also a steadfast bastion of the kingdom, the last hope for the living. Their lives stood resolute like the Great Wall, filled with dedication and sacrifice. They embodied the Night's Watch's oath through their actions and safeguarded the kingdom's peace with their lives. Throughout the long nights, he shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the darkness and protecting the kingdom's borders. Unlike the traitors of Castle Black, the fallen Night's Watchmen were honored with eulogies personally delivered by Lion. Their names need not be recounted. Their watchful vigil continued until death, and thus came to an end. Upon concluding his words, Lion cast his torch upon the wood, and the flames erupted fiercely. Strangely, Olaf, who typically reveled in incessant chatter, unexpectedly chose silence in the face of this solemn farewell, refraining from his usual mocking of others. His gaze was fixated thoughtfully on Lion's retreating figure. Not only he, but all 17 free folk shared this sentiment. After the ceremony, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Olaf fidgeted and asked, Commander, if we were to pledge ourselves to the Night's Watch, would you personally lead our prayer when we fall in battle? If you swear, I shall, Lion replied, his demeanor calm yet resolute, instilling unwavering trust in his conviction. Clearly, a seed of commitment to join the Night's Watch had been planted in the hearts of Olaf and the other free folk. Following the prayer ceremony, Lion immediately dispatched Olaf to contact the free folk and journey south by sea. Simultaneously, he summoned John, stating, John, you have understood the significance of the dragon glass in this battle, have you not? John nodded without hesitation. Had Lion not timely alerted everyone, the dragon glass's formidable counter against the White Walkers would have resulted in even fewer survivors present. You take the remaining men back and inform them that I consent to the wildlings' southward advance, while also gathering more dragon glass along the way. As Lion's words concluded, John discerned the unspoken undertones. You won't be returning with us? John asked, bewildered. Despite the heavy losses suffered by the Rangers, they had successfully defeated the king beyond the wall and subdued 100,000 wildlings. With this newfound strength, they could still hold the wall and await reinforcements from the Seven Kingdoms. Why would Lion risk himself by staying behind? I have my reasons, Lion stated, and when John appeared ready to argue, Lion rarely adopted a serious tone, reminding him, have you forgotten the old bear's instructions to you? How could John forget? He had been beaten and brought before the old bear after being discovered stalking Castor. The old bear had warned him fiercely, if you wish for others to heed your commands, you must first obey orders yourself. Yet, John was puzzled. Lion had not been present at that time. How could he know of this incident? Chapter 86. Lion Victor advances through the Thurn Mountains towards the Night King. The wounded were placed in carts, while the living divided into 3 groups, departing from Castle Black. One group headed south, led by John, whose mission was to convey Lion's intentions. After fighting alongside the free folk, even the most hardened veteran of the Night's Watch had to acknowledge their courage and contributions in battle. They would return with orders to allow the wildlings to march south and settle in the granted lands. Do not worry about my personal safety. Did you not see that even the White Walkers fell before me? Lion spoke lightly, though the difficulty of the endeavor was evident to all. Commander, I will wait for you at the wall, Jon declared, turning resolutely to fulfill his assigned task of safeguarding the wall and its people. The second group moved east towards the arduous encampment by the sea, led by Prince Olaf and the strong giant, Germa, who would persuade the free folk to submit to Lion and set forth southward without delay. This would not pose a challenge for Olaf and his companions. Having witnessed Lion's capability to confront the White Walkers and his formidable personal strength, the free folk were inclined to accept him as the new king beyond the wall. Rest assured, Commander, I have yet to encounter a brash warrior among the free folk who could rival your prowess. Trust me, the title of King Beyond the Wall belongs to you alone. Olaf, before departing, maintained a mischievous expression which elicited disdain from the highly intelligent giant. To him, Lion embodied courage and strength. How could he be reduced to a mere braggart in Olaf's words? The final group consisted solely of Lion, who had resolved his course of action. Even the newly allied free folk could not sway his determination. Once all had departed, Castle Black was left with Lion's solitary figure. During this time, Lion had either been engaged in battle or en route to it, with the combat interface left untouched for far too long. Now, witnessing the heavy casualties among his men, he felt compelled to venture north alone to confront the Night King and permanently resolve the threat of the White Walkers. This was not born of hypocrisy. Rather, a deep-seated compassion within him made it unbearable to witness lives extinguished before his eyes. Had he lacked the capacity to end it all, it might have been acceptable. Yet he possessed both the capability and the ambition to do so. Lion summoned the interface with a hint of unfamiliarity. After prolonged conflict, the attributes had significantly changed. Identity: Lion Victor, Commander of the Night's Watch, King Beyond the Wall. Level: 24 Family. Level 3, Fief, Black Iron Fortress, EC Outlook, Shadow Tower. Former territory of the Night's Watch. Strength: 25, One-handed, Two-handed, Polearm. Agility: 23, Archery, Crossbow, Throwing, Black and White Kiss 10, Stamina: 20, Horsemanship, Running, Forging, Cunning. 11, Tea-serving. Tactics, Bad Habits, Social: 20, Charisma, Leadership, Trade, Intelligence. 13, Management, Medicine. Engineering. Available attribute points: 10 available skill specialization points. 0, 1 point for every 5 points over 20. Inventory. Black and White Kiss Commander of the Night's Watch set Loose Star Horn of the Free Folk currency. For 1,396 gold dragons. Higher drop rate from defeating White Walkers and elite monsters. Active quest: kill or persuade King Beyond the Wall Mance Raider. Completed. New quest: acquire and hatch a dragon egg. Clues can be found in the free trade city of Pentos. Reward: Dragon Affinity 100 passive quests. Evaded 3 waves of faceless assassins. 23 completed. 1. Bloodthirst: restores all stamina after killing or defeating one enemy. Max level 2. Enfeefment: unlocks after commanding over 10 individuals. Enabling the promotion of subordinates, gaining experience in battle to elite units. New free folk lineage: 3rd tier Thurn Exiles, 4th tier Thurn Warriors, 5th tier Thurn Piercers, 6th tier Thurn Berserkers, 4th tier Giants, 5th tier Giant Archers, 6th tier Giant Elders. 3. Plunder: allows the theft of 1 gold dragon from any opponent, regardless of wealth, after killing or defeating one enemy. Fixed skill: a 30 chance to steal an item of superior quality from a defeated opponent in one-on-one combat. Can grow. 4. Training: subordinates gain experience from daily training and battles at 10 times the normal rate. 5th, promotion: elevate a 6th tier soldier to become your personal guard. Sharing the battle power panel. The number is equivalent to the family level. Due to the necessity of confronting the Night King single-handedly, Elon, after thorough contemplation, allocated 5 attribute points to strength. It was not that Elon wished to cease enhancing his abilities, but rather that further improvements were unattainable beyond 30 points. The reward granted the host proficiency in polearms, allowing the host to wield any polearm weapon with mastery, attaining a level comparable to that of the Night King. Upon hearing the system's voice, Elon was pleasantly surprised. He had initially intended to invest in two-handed sword mastery to better engage with the Night's Watch subordinates. To his astonishment, the system had already delineated a path for him, yet Elon felt no resistance, recognizing that in cavalry charges, polearms often held greater advantage. With his strength maxed out, there was minimal disparity between wielding a one-handed sword or a polearm. After deducting these 5 attribute points, Elon pondered deeply and allocated the remaining 5 entirely to stamina. Just in case, Elon thought, if the Night King's attacks proved excessively high, a bit more stamina could equate to an increase in health limits. The 25 points in stamina also rewarded Elon with an irresistible proficiency point. The reward was equestrian mastery, enabling the host to ride any mount with flawless control. Is that all? Elon felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Suspecting he had been deceived, would it not have been advantageous to receive a blacksmithing skill? allowing him to craft a formidable dragon crystal construct with his bare hands to face the Night King. However, Elon soon realized the magnitude of his misjudgment. As he exited Castle Castor, barely taking 2 steps, he encountered a peculiar figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, Elon could not help but exclaim, "Goodness!" Standing before him was none other than the white steed, the undead horse. Strangely, this horse had not disintegrated upon the death of the white. Instead, it stood silently beneath a tree, pretending to graze with its half-broken jaw. It appeared as though it had been waiting for Elon all along. Elon vividly recalled the moment the undead horse had charged down the sheer cliffside, as if it were traversing level ground. "Good horse. Come here," Elon exclaimed with an enamored smile, gesturing towards the undead steed. The horse displayed an unwilling expression, yet its hooves moved decisively toward Elon. Unconsciously, Elon reached out and grasped the reins of the undead horse. At that instant, a cold, mechanical voice from the system echoed in his ears. "Legendary creature detected. Undead horse. Mount available for riding." The undead horse seemed to respond to the announcement, its sparse mane standing on end, before it gracefully knelt, allowing Elon to mount effortlessly. The moment Elon settled upon the horse, he could feel its formidable prowess. Sitting astride, he was flooded with the familiar sensation of invincibility he had once felt while mastering one-handed swords. His gaze deepened, and a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. Sensing his intense determination, the undead horse raised its head proudly, almost as if it were preparing to rear up. Elon struck a majestic pose, his finger pointed high. And the entire scene froze in that moment. Chapter 87. The Power of the Hundredfold Arrow and the Fall of Bandong Stark. From the mouths of the free folk, Elon learned that the army of whites was amassing in the Saran Mountains. If the white forces that attacked Castle Castor resembled a small stream, then those gathered in the Saran Mountains were akin to an ocean. Centuries of souls born and perished in that place had been resurrected by the Night King, now mere shells of their former selves. Since the whites were magical beings, they could only move during the extreme cold of blizzards. Thus, the further north Elon traveled, the more intense the storms became. As he neared the mountain's entrance, a blizzard of such magnitude enveloped him that he could scarcely see beyond 5 meters. The undead horse beneath Elon exhaled a gust of cold air. Being a magical creature, it was unaffected by the storm and required no sustenance, tirelessly carrying Elon for 3 days and nights. Thanks to this steed, Elon had vanquished over 1,000 whites along the way with his bow. Just as he tilted his head to gauge his direction by the sun's position, he spotted a group of whites ahead. Without hesitation, Elon drew his bow and released a single arrow. As the arrow flew, it formed a perfect fan shape. This small squad of approximately 30 whites was obliterated in an instant. After 3 days of relentless combat, Elon had mastered the multiple arrow skill, allowing him to release a volley equivalent to that of 50 archers attacking simultaneously. Moreover, his archery proficiency had reached its zenith. Even ordinary arrows proved lethal to whites. At last, he had arrived at the Night King's stronghold, despite the biting cold. A warm smile graced Elon's face as he noted another 30 gold dragons added to his inventory. After dispatching that group of whites, Elon spurred his horse forward, continuing his pursuit for the next band of whites. Initially, he could only manage 100 whites at a time, but now, anything less than 1,000 felt beneath his notice. He no longer needed to worry about arrow supplies. As long as he shot his last arrow into the ground, he could effortlessly gather a full quiver of arrows, as if reaping wheat. The undead horse traversed the terrain with ease, even on soft snow, ensuring Elon's speed increased dramatically, allowing him to escape ambushes from whites with ease. While Elon relentlessly hunted the white army in the Saran King's castle, a towering white adorned with a crystalline crown and resembling a dragon sat upon the Saran throne. Below him stood a circle of elite whites, numbering well over 100. These elite whites included the sons of sacrifices from Castor and heroes born from the free folk and the Night's Watch over centuries. Among them stood 5 giant undead. A white resembling a shapeshifter respectfully addressed the Night King seated upon the throne, saying, "My lord, the commander of the Night's Watch is wandering throughout the Saran Mountains, but I have not seen any trace of the Horn of Winter on him." Upon hearing this, the shapeshifter raised his head. Had Elon been present, he would have recognized this as Havertz, the shapeshifter who had fled that day, possessing the ability to possess and control hearts. It was unexpected that he had allied himself with the Night King. "Bandong Stark, do you recognize this commander of the Night's Watch?" The Night King did not glance at Havertz, but instead directed his gaze toward a white resembling a Night's Watchman standing nearby. This white was none other than the long-missing, presumed dead former Chief Ranger, John's uncle, Bandong Stark. He raised his gaunt face, his eyes a haunting shade of blue, as if devoid of humanity, responding in a mechanical tone. "I did not know him before I left Black Iron Castle." Havertz, filled with profound hatred for Elon and the Night's Watch, turned to glare at Bandong after hearing his words. "He has tirelessly slain nearly 10,000 whites in the Saran Mountains these past few days. You bear some responsibility for that, you damned Night's Watch." It seemed Havertz's voice had grown too loud, For the Night King raised a hand, mimicking a gesture of constriction around his throat. Havertz immediately felt a tightening sensation, followed by immense agony that silenced his incessant complaints. As he continued, the Night King, with his magnetic voice, addressed Bran Stark. Though I am indifferent to the lives of my subordinates, the recent losses among the whites have been excessive. Investigate how this has come to pass, and inquire about the whereabouts of the Horn of Winter. Upon hearing this, Bran Stark's gaunt, frigid visage revealed no emotion. He merely turned and departed from the throne room. Each White Walker possesses a measure of intelligence. As he exited the hall, Bran cast a glance at the White Walker sentry stationed at the entrance. The latter, mounted upon a white steed and clutching an ice spear, maintained a stoic demeanor. Upon sensing Bran's gaze, he remarked, I am on duty and cannot engage in idle conversation. Though now one of the White Walkers, Bran Stark could never quite acclimate to the emotionless tone of his kin. Deep within, he harbored disdain for the eternal life granted to him by the Night King. If given a choice, he would prefer to be a Night's Watchman who could age, suffer, and die, rather than an undead being with a lower half resembling a popsicle. Yet, as one subject to the Night King's dominion over life and death, Bran Stark found himself without options. He proceeded to the stable, where his old companion, now a white horse, emitted an eerie blue glow from its eye sockets. After adjusting the saddle, he mounted and set off toward the location of Leon, compelled to fulfill the task assigned by the Night King. In the heights of the Serpent Mountains, Leon's white steed stood firmly atop a bare rock, drawing its bow against the approaching White Walkers. The hail of arrows, more ferocious than any storm, fell without respite, as the lesser-witted whites, oblivious to death, surged forward, transforming into golden dragons and arrows within Leon's inventory. In less than half an hour, the hillside was littered with the remnants of whites. The ones closest to Leon pierced like hedgehogs. Upon observing the few scattered whites that posed no threat, Leon resolved to ride toward the next white hideout. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette of a black-clad ranger at the foot of the hill. Who else, aside from myself, dares tread in such perilous territory? Seeing that the ranger bore little hostility, Leon aimed several times before ultimately lowering his lyrium bow, curious to discern the identity of the newcomer. Bran Stark had initially believed this to be a straightforward mission of persuasion, but upon arrival, he was met with sights that far exceeded his expectations. A corner of the eternally snow-capped Serpent Mountains was nearly blanketed by the bodies of whites, the ground transformed in hue. Astonishingly, the method employed to vanquish the White Army was the simple, brutal act of shooting arrows. Even more ludicrous was the realization that this was accomplished by a Night's Watchman. Witnessing the ranger refrain from shooting him immediately, Bran Stark's icy blue eyes flickered with confusion and astonishment, but he swallowed his apprehension and urged his steed forward, intent on meeting this new commander of the Night's Watch. As Bran ascended the slope, trepidation gripped him tighter with each step. The gruesome state of the white corpses serving as a constant reminder of the power of the Night's Watchman atop the mountain. The white horse, with a single lift of its leg, seemed to extend the journey by 5 minutes. At last, reaching the boulder at the summit, Bran nervously inquired, Might I ask if you are the new commander of the Night's Watch? Lord Leon Victor? I know you, Bran Stark. I am a friend of your nephew, Jon Snow. Leon replied, surprisingly amiable, which allowed Bran to relax somewhat given their mutual connection to Jon. Did you slay all these whites? Bran asked curiously, noticing no ambush of thousands lying in wait near Leon's boulder. Indeed, Leon affirmed, unashamed of his achievements, scrutinizing Bran's face closely. Had he not seen the series, Leon would never have recognized this white resembling a ranger at first glance. So, you have been transformed into a white, and we are no longer comrades of the Night's Watch. As he spoke, Leon subtly raised his lyrium bow, ready to unleash a volley of arrows should Bran display even the slightest sign of aggression. Hearing Leon's inquiry, Bran smiled wryly, aware of the hostility emanating from Leon, and hastily clarified, though I have become a white in death, I have no intention of betraying my oath to the Night's Watch. Nor would I dare to engage you in combat. Please, lower your bow. Leon nodded slightly, adopting a posture of listening. Bran unsheathed his dual swords from his waist and discarded them at the base of the boulder before continuing. How is my nephew, Jon Snow? Is he well? With my protection, he has succeeded you as the new First Ranger. If you harbor no ill will toward the living, I welcome you to visit him at the wall. No, I cannot go. The magical barrier of the wall is a natural deterrent to whites such as myself. Upon learning that Jon now held the position of First Ranger, Bran's face initially brightened with relief, only to be followed by a rueful smile. The wall, which once felt like home, was now a place he could never return to as a white. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Leon recognized that Bran had not come merely for idle chatter, and thus raised his lyrium bow further, a stern expression crossing his face. Let us discuss serious matters. Divulge all you know regarding the White Walkers, their weaknesses, and how we might bring an end to this calamity. Bran gazed at Leon's youthful, vigorous countenance, feeling a surge of admiration. The Night's Watch had existed for millennia, and Leon was a rare commander determined to end the scourge of the White Walkers. Perhaps, akin to the dissolution of the White Army, if one were to slay the Night King, it could all come to an end. However, Bran had no knowledge of how to conclude the plight of the White Walkers. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his conjecture: kill the Night King? Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully, then turned to Bran and inquired, how formidable is the Night King? Do you know? Of course, I do. In terms of personal combat prowess, 10 Arthur Danes tied together would not suffice to match the Night King. As Bran spoke of the Night King, a grave expression crossed his face. Leon could see that he spoke with conviction, prompting further inquiry. Take me to him. No matter how strong he is, with my dragon glass arrows, I can strike him down from a distance. Leon gestured as though knocking an arrow. Hearing Leon's somewhat naive words, Bran could not help but display a strained expression. In the land of eternal winter, the Night King was immortal. The Serpent Mountains currently lay within the realm of eternal winter, and moreover, he seemed capable of perceiving the fabric of time, snuffing out any potential threats in their infancy. Bran's tone rose and fell like that of a bard's, weaving a tale of the undying king. Leon, listening to Bran's peculiar intonations, could not suppress a laugh. Before Bran could scold him for his levity, Leon offered his perspective. If the Night King can eradicate threats before they arise, then how is it that I have survived until now? Though Leon's question seemed absurd, it struck a chord deep within Bran, prompting him to ponder intently. Do you believe you have the means to slay the Night King? Bran contemplated for a moment before raising his head to ask, setting aside the fact that there was no precedent for killing the Night King. Even the children of the forest who created him could not vanquish him, merely suppress him. Thus, Bran held little hope for Leon's aspirations. Luin tilted his head, pondering the information regarding the Night King. Setting aside the unfinished original story, it is indeed true that in the television series, the Night King met his demise in Winterfell, at the hands of Arya Stark, who had been trained by the House of Black and White. If only the Night King were to leave the land of eternal winter, I am confident I could vanquish him. As Luin spoke, his expression revealed a determination that Bran Stark could clearly discern from his resolute gaze. Observing this, Bran Stark chose to remain silent. May I inquire, Commander, what method you employed to slay those whites? I do not see a valiant army at your side. Yet, Bran Stark could not suppress his curiosity, which stemmed not solely from fulfilling the task the Night King had assigned him. An army? There is no army. I am a one-man battalion, Luin declared, a mixture of pride and disdain evident on his face as he raised his weapon, the Star of Liuz, to show Bran Stark. Noticing Bran's incredulous expression, Luin demonstrated the weapon's might. Buzzing like a torrential downpour, arrows rained down upon an unfortunate wight at the foot of the mountain. Is this a legendary weapon? After witnessing the formidable power of Luin's bow, Bran Stark's frostbitten face was agape in astonishment, unable to close his mouth for a considerable time. Soon, a glimmer of astonishment illuminated his icy blue eyes. If Luin possessed such a divine instrument, the notion of defeating the Night King and ending the threat of the Whites was indeed no mere fantasy. The Night King resides within the palace of Saran City, but I advise you to refrain from venturing there at this moment. After witnessing Luin's display of strength, Bran Stark readily divulged the Night King's location, while also providing a word of caution. Why not? The land of eternal winter harbors incomprehensible magic. Within this realm, the Night King is invincible. Only when he departs from the Saran Mountains will you have the opportunity to strike. What am I to do now? The army of whites is poised to advance southward at any moment, and I have 100,000 free folk sworn to my allegiance. Luin cast a begrudging glance at the direction pointed out by Bran Stark towards Saran City. Yet, Bran Stark merely smiled, his gaze shifting back to the Star of Liuz in Luin's hand, a glint of fierce determination gleaming in his icy eyes. The Night King's army of whites is not infinite. Given your current rate of slaughter, within a month, 1,000,000 whites will be reduced to ash. Chapter 89. Promotion of Bran Stark and the fury of the Night King upon the hillside. The hushed whispers of two Night's Watchmen could not escape the notice of the Night King. Havert's gaze fixed upon them. Night King, we have a problem. After regaining his focus, Havertz bellowed, but in an instant, the air around him solidified into a hand of ice, striking him sharply across the face. How dare you? What is wrong with me? Despite being a king who had lived for countless years, the Night King found it increasingly intolerable to endure Havertz's boisterous demeanor. He was more accustomed to the whites transformed by the sons of Castor, who were not prone to chatter and merely acted according to his cues. However, Havertz was a rare proactive ally, and the Night King required his keen vision to scout for enemies. Even for the Night King, the constant surveillance of the River of Time was no simple task. Enduring the stinging pain on his face, Havertz quickly reported to the Night King, that insufferable Night's Watchman, Bran Stark, has been chatting with his commander for quite some time. I suspect they are plotting something against you. Havertz's suspicions were not unfounded. The two had indeed discussed how to eliminate the Night King, and now, under Bran Stark's guidance, Luwin was following him toward the approaching army of whites. Bran Stark? His life, along with yours, is in my grasp. As long as I am in the land of eternal winter, I am the sole deity controlling your fates. And none would dare to betray me. The Night King's voice was frigid, sensing that Havertz's tone was somewhat dismissive of his power. What manner of being is the Night King? He is the ruler of the land of eternal winter, the commander of 1,000,000 whites, and the embodiment of the legend of the white threat in Westeros. Could the whispers of two Night's Watchmen threaten his existence? Absurd. Yet, Havertz's concerns held merit. The Night King inhaled deeply, raising his hands and closing his eyes in contemplation, seeking to ascertain whether Bran Stark's life still rested in his hands. Suddenly, an expression of shock, never before seen in millennia, crossed the Night King's face. 5 minutes earlier, Bran Stark, it feels somewhat unfamiliar to address you thus. How should I refer to you? Two whites on horseback trotted side by side, led by Bran Stark, as they journeyed to the nearest hiding place of the White Army. In the midst of their journey, Luwin, feeling idle, was determined not to miss any opportunity to converse with the prominent figures from the series. At this moment, Luwin had already become one of the significant figures on the continent of Westeros. Bran Stark nodded slightly, speaking with respect. Commander, you may simply call me Bran. Very well, Bran. Upon hearing this, Luwin was straightforward in his response, but for Bran Stark, it mattered little how the Night's Watch commander chose to address him, as the disparity in their status was evident, especially considering he was currently just a white with only an ice stick remaining as his lower half. By the way, Bran, would you be willing to join my ranks? I mean my personal battalion. Luwin was curious to see if a white like Bran Stark, who bore goodwill towards the living, would be willing to join his forces. Commander, even though I am now a white, I have never harbored any thoughts of abandoning my oath to the Night's Watch. Your battalion is, after all, the Night's Watch's battalion. I am willing to join. After explaining his position, Bran Stark finally uttered the very words Luwin had hoped to hear. Lord-level hero white traitor Bran Stark requests to join your forces. Do you accept? Accepted. Detecting the addition of an extraordinary unit to his ranks, a prompt appeared. Recommend promotion to personal guard. Do you wish to promote? Slots available. 03. Of course, promotion. Luwin silently affirmed in his heart. Just then, Bran Stark's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He felt the thoughts the Night King had implanted to control all whites suddenly severed, and the Night King no longer held dominion over his life. Commander, did you do something? Simultaneously, the eerie blue fire in Bran Stark's eyes gradually extinguished, revealing his formerly gaunt and sharp features. Having made the decision to betray the Night King by guiding Luwin, Bran Stark had not expected to survive. He had merely wished to witness Luwin's display of might as he slaughtered the White Army before his demise, thus fulfilling his vow. However, at this moment, he felt as if he had abruptly escaped the Night King's control and was granted a new lease on life. He could not comprehend the sudden turn of events. It was inconceivable that the Night King had shown mercy and returned his freedom. Me? Luwin pointed to himself, confusion evident in his voice. Did I do anything? I merely asked you to pledge your loyalty to me. Though uncertain of the reasons behind his newfound freedom, the only possibility before him was Luwin. Suddenly, Bran Stark pulled on the reins, halting the horse in its tracks, his gaze unwavering and solemn as he turned to Luwin. Why have you stopped? Just as Luwin inquired, Bran Stark dismounted and approached him. Perplexed, Luwin followed suit, watching Bran Stark until he suddenly knelt before him, solemnly declaring, Lord Luwin Victor, I, Bran Stark of Winterfell, and the sword in my hand, shall henceforth fight for you. I will safeguard your safety and heed your commands. If necessary, I shall offer my life. In the name of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear. Gazing at the half-kneeling figure of Banong Stark, whose eyes shone with a fierce determination, Leon opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. At that moment, a fragment of the original owner's memory surged into his mind. You will always have a place by my hearth. You shall drink with me at the same table and share in our feasts. I vow that your service shall never be tainted by ignominy. In the name of the old and new gods, I solemnly swear. Banong Stark gradually straightened his posture, an even stronger resolve emanating from his gaze. He was willing to face fire and water without hesitation. The sudden oath of fealty from Banong Stark was not merely a result of the system's elevation. It stemmed from his recognition of Leon's determination to put an end to the threat of the White Walkers, inspiring him to wholeheartedly submit to Leon's charismatic leadership. Shortly after Banong Stark's vow, the Night King sensed a disturbance but could no longer detect Banong Stark. In the royal hall of Saran City, the Night King abruptly rose, his eyes glinting with malice as he surveyed his subordinates. The White Walkers, under his scrutinizing gaze, trembled with fear. They soon heard the Night King unleash a rare and furious command. All White Walkers, mobilize. Capture that traitor Banong Stark and the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Banong Stark, being a White Walker himself, was acutely aware of the locations of the army of corpses. Thus, he led Leon to their hidden lair deep within the Saran Mountains, a burial ground for the Saran clan, where even the remnants of their meals lay interred. Over the centuries, this site had birthed countless undead, now standing densely in the ravine, awaiting commands from their masters. One White Walker, sensing something amiss, raised its head to the mountaintop, where two human cavalry figures appeared. "My lord, this hiding place harbors the largest number of corpses in the Saran Mountains. If you deem it too risky, I can guide you elsewhere." Although Banyang Stark had witnessed Leon's prowess, the sight of the vast army of corpses resembling a swarm of ants stirred a hint of trepidation within him. Having regained his human form, he felt the ice magic granted by the Night King dissipate entirely. His physical strength paled in comparison to his former self as a White Walker. Should he be struck by a White Walker's javelin, the consequences would be dire. "Well, these corpses certainly know how to hide. There's no need to go elsewhere." "I shall begin," Leon declared, drawing his Liushing bow, while Banyang Stark unsheathed his sword, standing guard beside Leon. Banyang Stark resolved that should Leon falter against the army of corpses, he would sacrifice himself to ensure Leon's escape. The White Walkers, noticing the intrusion of two human faces and their aggressive stance, emitted a hollow roar. The army of corpses, awakened by the White Walkers' furious cry, surged forth in a chaotic rush. "Trouble! The White Walkers have spotted us. My lord, shall we engage in guerrilla tactics?" Banyang Stark, witnessing the relentless advance of corpses like a tidal wave, could not help but grow solemn, instinctively offering his counsel. "Fear not, this mere horde of White Walkers. Grant me 10 minutes. Leon responded with confidence, swiftly raising his Liushing bow. Without a moment's hesitation, he knocked an arrow with astounding speed, unleashing a deluge of arrows upon the army of corpses. The White Walkers' roar persisted, yet their minions fell like wheat before the scythe. These corpses, lacking intelligence, could only mechanically obey the command to charge, losing all control once set in motion. The scene left the White Walker in stunned silence, its furious growl morphing into a high-pitched, anguished screech, reminiscent of a duck with its throat grasped. Banyang Stark, standing before Leon, perceived the unfolding events with greater clarity than the army of corpses. He too let out a mighty roar, infused with exhilaration and a desire to unleash every ounce of strength within him. Though he saw Leon draw a single arrow, the projectile that soared forth was as thick as a barrel, raining down upon the heads of the corpses like a tempest. In the past, even the most skilled ranger would require several rounds to subdue a single corpse, yet amidst this torrential storm of arrows, they perished within seconds. Each arrow that struck would produce a thunderous sound, the explosive force propelling corpses several meters back, while others, reduced to mere skeletal frames, were obliterated mid-air. In summary, it was a display of invincibility. As Banyang Stark observed the corpses collapsing as if in a game of elimination, he pondered. Has anyone in history ever achieved such a feat? It seemed only the Targaryens, with their dragons, could have wielded such power. Lost in thought, Banyang Stark was abruptly roused by Leon, who had lowered his bow and nudged him. "Ah, my lord." Banyang Stark jolted back to reality, realizing he was still amidst the battlefield. This was entirely due to Leon's overwhelming presence, which provided an unmatched sense of security. "Come, the majority has been vanquished. Only a few scattered remain. You may handle them," Leon said, hanging the Liushing bow on the saddle of a corpse horse, expressionless as he stretched his limbs. To Banyang Stark, it appeared as though Leon was fatigued. Indeed, with such a ferocious assault, it was only natural for such exertion to take its toll. Banyang Stark thought to himself. However, he remained unaware that Leon merely felt a twinge of monotony from the relentless slaughter. The fully leveled bloodthirst trait endowed Leon's body with the stamina of a perpetual motion machine, keeping his endurance at peak levels during combat. Meanwhile, the White Walker commanding the corpses was cowering behind a large rock, trembling with fear. Leon had refrained from killing it, not wishing to shatter the morale of the army of corpses. After all, who would compensate for the missing golden dragon Leon had lost? Upon receiving Leon's command, Banyang Stark, inspired by the Lord Commander's imposing demeanor, felt a surge of motivation to showcase his own abilities. In an instant, he spurred his corpse horse forward, racing towards an unfortunate corpse that had previously enjoyed its luck but was now met with its demise. Banyang Stark charged forth, delivering a powerful strike with his sword, which resulted in a thunderous explosion as the upper half of the corpse was obliterated. The unexpected force of his own blow startled Banyang Stark. When did I become this strong? He marveled at his sword, unaware that he and Leon had shared their panel attributes. As a top-tier warrior of Westeros, his combat prowess had more than tripled. Coupled with the charging speed of the corpse horse, such immense power became explicable. The White Walker, initially poised to confront Banyang Stark, reconsidered after witnessing the might of his sword strike, opting to remain hidden behind the rock, avoiding confrontation. Strange, where has the commander of these corpses gone? I saw it just moments ago. After several charges from Banyang Stark, the once dense horde of corpses in the ravine had vanished without a trace. With a furrowed brow, Leon ascended a massive stone, seeking a vantage point to locate the elusive White Walker. I'm afraid that Lion could never imagine that even the seemingly immortal White Walkers harbor feelings of fear and avoidance. At that moment, the White Walker he was searching for trembled beneath his feet. Since it couldn't be found, there was no need to waste time. Banyan, lead me to the next hiding spot. Yes, my lord. As the sound of their horses' hooves gradually faded, the surviving White Walker exhaled a chilling sigh and slumped dejectedly to the ground. It couldn't help but ponder. Having lost such a significant number of undead, how would it report back to the Night King? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above the White Walker. So, you were here? Chapter 91, The Great Adventure of the Yellow One. The White Walker was startled by Lion's voice, jumping up in shock. However, before it could flee, Banyan Stark stood directly in its path. Seeing Banyan Stark approach with his sword drawn and a serious expression, the White Walker felt an indescribable panic. What should it do? It seemed as if death was imminent. The White Walker's heart raced, unable to stop itself from thinking anxiously. Yet, the human above raised his hand. Wait, Banyan. This White Walker appears to be rather special. Lion's voice rang in the White Walker's ears like heavenly music. If given a choice, it would certainly prefer not to be a White Walker. What use was it to appear formidable when it spent its days riding around with a bunch of dim-witted undead? My lord, this White Walker is transformed from Castor's son. It cannot speak and is otherwise unremarkable. Just let me finish it off. Banyan Stark was not one to jest with the White Walker, raising his sword to strike. If Banyan Stark were still at the level the White Walker was familiar with, it would have fought back. However, the problem was that the White Walker had just witnessed Banyan Stark's prowess in human form. That man made quick work of the undead, as if he were playing a game. How could it possibly compete? Although it was embarrassing, the White Walker had to admit the undeniable fact that Banyan Stark was now incredibly strong. Thus, it took 2 steps back, raising both hands. However, this time it did not conjure any ice spears or other magic. It merely held its hands high above its head. Observing the familiar posture of the White Walker, Lion couldn't help but interject, wait. It seems to be surrendering. Banyan Stark's sword glimmered ominously, stopping less than half a millimeter from the White Walker's neck. Feeling the cold blade, the White Walker's teeth chattered violently, unsure whether it was due to its scant clothing or the fear of what was to come. After witnessing Lion dispatch tens of thousands of undead in under 10 minutes, the White Walker felt utterly devoid of resistance. Banyan Stark squinted, perplexed by this former comrade's display of surrender. Naturally, if it had raised its hands a moment longer, or if Lion had spoken more slowly, it would have met its end. As Lion was seeing such an intriguing White Walker for the first time, one that employed the tactic of surrender, he urged his undead steed closer, examining it closely. Can you speak? The White Walker, transformed from Castor's son, shook its head. Yet this action confirmed Lion's suspicion that White Walkers could indeed communicate, rather than being mere tools of the Night King. My lord, stop wasting time with it. Let me finish it off. Though Banyan Stark was not typically so impulsive, his hatred for this creature, having returned from its form, drove him to a fervent desire to slay it quickly, repeatedly urging Lion to take action. Wait, let me ask it a question first. If it answers incorrectly, you may kill it afterward. With that, and under the expectant gaze of the White Walker, Lion curiously inquired, are you willing to surrender? Before Lion could finish his sentence, the White Walker respectfully performed a standard knightly half-kneel, the speed of which left Banyan Stark momentarily speechless. Although the White Walker could not articulate the eloquent and heartfelt vows, Lion distinctly heard the system's voice, received a level 6 troop, White Walker's application to join. Do you agree? By the gods. What a surprise. I agree. Of course. I agree. The White Walker stood once again, and Lion noticed a deeper, more vibrant blue flame in its eyes. His observation was accurate. Upon rising, the White Walker suddenly experienced a surge of understanding and an unexplainable increase in strength, whether real or merely a perception. When it gazed at Banyan Stark, it remained silent for a moment, then suddenly realized that loyalty to this human would grant it power. In truth, the White Walker's strength had not significantly increased. It was merely a result of its own imagination, having seen Banyan Stark's newfound strength. After all, it was just a level 6 soldier. And although the system had asked Lion whether to promote it to a personal guard, he declined. It was preposterous, with only 2 spots remaining. Lion thought that his guard should be someone of Banyan Stark's caliber, or even the Night King's level to maintain a sense of prestige. My lord. Seeing the White Walker standing respectfully before Lion, assisting him with his horse, the scene felt so incongruous that Banyan Stark momentarily didn't know what to say. The White Walker, feeling the pressure to speak, finally found a reason to respond. It doesn't matter. No one would dare betray the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. De Huang, remember this phrase and spread it throughout the world. As he spoke, Lion playfully patted the White Walker's head. To him, since the creature had no name and its skin was pale, calling it De Huang seemed fitting. De Huang felt humiliated by the sudden pat on the head and seethed internally, thinking, if not for Lion having effortlessly slain tens of thousands of undead. It would surely seek revenge. How could he possibly be more capable than the Night King? It was merely pretending to surrender under the threat of death. How foolish that the human could not see through it. Nevertheless, after hearing Lion's command, De Huang cast a sidelong glance, its icy demeanor softening into a semblance of a human smile. De Huang obediently nodded, indicating it had remembered. With the situation set in motion, Banyan Stark mounted his undead steed, leading the way to the next hiding spot. De Huang moved with surprising speed, its legs propelling it even faster than the undead horse, easily traversing mountains and valleys. By the time they reached the next White Walker hideout, it was already evening. The leader of the undead army present immediately noticed the odd trio, yet did not command his undead minions to charge at once. Instead, he engaged in an intense exchange with De Huang using their unique form of communication. Strange, why aren't they charging? Seated atop the undead horse, Lion selected an excellent vantage point for shooting arrows, but after waiting for a while, without any undead approaching to offer themselves as targets, he instructed Banyan Stark to draw their attention. However, just as Banyan Stark was preparing to charge alone, De Huang and the other White Walker seemed to be discussing something contentious, the latter wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Without waiting for Banyan Stark to attract their attention, the White Walker suddenly waved its hand. 13. Accompanied by the White Walker's roar, De Huang suddenly shuddered, feeling an eerie familiarity with the scene before it. Chapter 92. Finding the terrain to farm gold dragons. Food Eater, Wei Junjia. From now on, you shall be called Little Black. Half an hour later, amidst a sea of undead corpses, Lion affectionately patted the shoulder of his second White Walker subordinate. Little Black seethed internally, cursing, what kind of ridiculous name is that? But as another White Walker transformed from Castor's son, it could not voice its grievances. As I pondered, I realized that what De Huang had said was indeed true. The bow and arrow in the hands of humans were truly formidable. Xiaohe, as usual, launched an attack, but Leon countered them in an unprecedented manner. It felt akin to being engulfed by the fiery breath of a dragon, with a similarly devastating effect. Thus, Xiaohe resolved to bide his time, waiting for the Night King to confront Leon. Whether to betray Leon would be decided once the Night King arrived. One couldn't help but feel that life was indeed splendid. Banong, considering my current pace, how long do you think it will take to eliminate the entire undead army under the Night King? Leon spoke with an air of nonchalance, uttering words so audacious that no one on the continent would dare to voice them. After 2 overwhelming victories, Banyan Stark was astonished to find himself gradually acclimatizing to Leon's tone, and he began to think seriously. If the entire undead army were to be eradicated, combined with what Leon had previously told him about the free folk having fully submitted, then the existence of the Night's Watch would become superfluous. This meant that Banyan Stark and his brothers in the Night's Watch might witness the permanent end of their vigilance in this generation. In the prime of his life, Banyan Stark had also heard the news of his brother Ned Stark's demise, and he too longed for vengeance, even dreaming of becoming the King of the North. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Banyan Stark finally raised his head and stated, based on the current efficiency of the Supreme Commander, it will take roughly another 10 days before the entire Cern Mountains will no longer harbor any undead army exceeding 1,000 in size. Although Banyan Stark conveyed this with ease, the vastness of the Cern Mountains was equivalent to half the size of the North. Had Leon not acquired the legendary undead steeds capable of traversing any terrain without rest, it would have taken at least a month to merely circle the area on horseback. Upon hearing Banyan Stark's words, Da Huang and Xiaohe both trembled slightly and exchanged glances instinctively. If this demon continued his rampage, the Night King would soon be left with nothing but a hollow command. New brothers will soon join the ranks of the Supreme Commander, Da Huang exclaimed. Clearly, the two whites did not share a consensus. After 2 fierce battles, Da Huang had begun to exhibit signs of complete submission. Despite the constraints imposed by the mind-binding seal of the system, which prevented the whites from betraying, it didn't hinder their fanciful thoughts. It was indeed splendid to annihilate the undead army while simultaneously subduing the whites as subordinates. After saying this, Leon turned to glance at the 2 white cavalrymen following closely behind him and asked sharply, "Are you going to ask me for weekly wages, or even food and equipment?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 whites immediately gestured animatedly. "Oh, my apologies, I forgot you cannot speak. So, it means no, right?" Leon smacked his forehead, realizing that his memory seemed to falter as Banyan Stark had clearly mentioned that these 2 whites were not fond of conversation. The 2 whites nodded in agreement, having no choice but to comply with Leon's assertion. The 4 of them continued their journey towards the next white hideout. Inside the Cern Palace, the Night King pondered for a moment before gazing down at the shapeshifter, Hafez. The latter's pupils appeared normal, evidently not lost in the flight simulation. Thus, with a commanding voice, the Night King inquired, "Where are my armies?" Hafez longed to jest, "Night King, Both your forces have been decimated, and the two leading whites have betrayed you. However, he dared not speak so. After much contemplation, he decided to be vague, fearing the Night King's wrath might be turned upon him. The several white leaders you dispatched to eliminate the humans are on their way. The front lines in the Cern Mountains are currently in a state of tension. Tension? How can there be tension when over 1 million undead swarm the Cern Mountains? The very heavens would change color. The Night King's expression turned quizzical. Hafez's vague words seemed to insult him. With a sweeping gesture, Hafez was sent soaring once more. Tell the whites to hasten their pace and bring back that human and the traitor Bandong Stark. In the Cern Mountains. After clearing another white hideout, Leon was joined by an additional white named Xiaoqing. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony in the distance akin to an avalanche. Turning toward the sound, he saw a dark wave, swift as lightning, surging toward him. Haha, the Night King's army has arrived. Xiaohe clapped his hands, his face alight with joy. However, what Leon heard was not an avalanche but the thunderous approach of the densely packed undead army, reminiscent of a roaring tide. Bandong Stark squinted to observe before suddenly widening his eyes. Supreme Commander, this commotion can only be made by a massive undead army led by at least dozens of whites. Upon hearing this, only Xiao Huang among Leon's 3 white subordinates quickly conjured an ice crystal spear, preparing for battle. Xiaohe appeared to be enjoying the spectacle while Xiaoqing wore a fierce expression, wavering between loyalty and betrayal. Nevertheless, the activity of the 3 whites did not hinder Leon's performance. Secure the high ground, Leon commanded calmly, prompting Bandong Stark and Da Huang to begin scanning their surroundings. After a moment, Da Huang silently pointed toward a distant, smooth cliff. At that instant, Leon grasped Da Huang's intention, his eyes lighting up. Without hesitation, he led the 4 towards the cliff. It is well known that the undead steeds could effortlessly ascend nearly vertical cliffs due to their unique ability to disregard terrain, remaining as stable as rock climbers. As the undead army reached the base of the cliff, they could only watch helplessly as a few lizards on the wall let out frustrated cries. When dozens of whites arrived at the base, one boldly urged his undead steed to charge at Leon. As the saying goes, he who sticks his head out will be the first to be shot. A hail of arrows rained down from the cliff top, obliterating the audacious white mid-charge. At that moment, Leon's single arrow could transform into a barrage of nearly 500 projectiles. With the death of this white, the entire undead army under his command collapsed instantaneously, creating a vacuum within the massive horde. The remaining whites exchanged alarmed glances before locking eyes with the steep cliff. Suddenly, one white devised a plan. The next moment, all the undead began to stack upon one another, climbing atop their fallen comrades. The scene resembled something out of a zombie apocalypse film. However, Leon was unperturbed. The cliff he occupied stood at least 100 meters high. Even if the undead were relentless in their ascent, they could not match the relentless barrage of arrows he unleashed. Haha. Watching as his inventory swelled with at least 200 or 300 golden dragons from each arrow shot, Leon felt unparalleled exhilaration. This prompted the dozens of whites to grow restless. They observed their undead army bravely climbing upward, yet perpetually falling short of reaching Leon. In a matter of minutes post-battle, the corpses of the undead had piled up to a height of at least 3 to 4 meters at Leon's feet. For every meter the undead attempted to climb, they paid the price with nearly 1,000 of their kind. If the undead army were replaced with a typical human army, their morale would have crumbled long ago. Despite their worthlessness, they had never encountered such a method of attrition, especially since their sole adversary had always been Leon. Before half an hour had passed, the mountain of undead bodies had spread to the feet of the whites 100 meters away from the cliff. Quickly report to the Night King. This human is far too formidable. A speaking White Walker was taken aback, repeatedly beckoning to his companions. However, before he could turn to report, the Night King, acutely aware of the substantial casualties among his subordinates, could no longer remain seated and instinctively approached. Chapter 93, The Grand Entrance of the Night King. Yet, his tone remained calm and composed, accompanied by the profound theme of Game of Thrones played on a cello. The Night King ascended the towering mount of corpses, which had accumulated to a level where he could gaze eye to eye with Lion. This marked the first occasion Lion had laid eyes on the Night King since his arrival in this world. The Night King bore a formidable ice sword, donned a crown of ice crystals, and wore dark chainmail, striding across the snow-covered expanse, with the biting cold wind howling around him, yet failing to touch his iron-like frigid visage. His gaze was profound and distant, as if traversing endless time and space, fixated on the impending darkness. Behind him loomed an almost limitless army of whites, their footsteps synchronized, resembling a mournful elegy echoing through the silent, snowy night. Even Lion, witnessing such a spectacular entrance for the first time, was nearly blinded by its grandeur, silently jotting down this moment in his notebook. As the Night King leisurely stepped atop the mound of corpses, the distance between him and Lion shrank to less than 50 meters. Instead of initiating conversation with Lion, the Night King surveyed the fallen whites with a chilling aura. He then raised his head, his eyes filled with a tumult of fury and contradiction, as if he believed that merely impaling Lion with a spear would not quell the rage within him. Behind Lion, the restless black and green could no longer contain themselves, summoning icy spears aimed at Lion's back. Observing these rebellious subordinates, Banyang Stark and Da Huang were momentarily captivated by the Night King's unique entrance, caught off guard, and could only shout, "Be careful." However, in the next moment, the scene they had envisioned did not unfold. Just before the two whites could make their move, their gazes suddenly cleared, akin to a previously aggressive husky suddenly pacified as if doused with a wave of tranquility. This was the influence of the system's mental imprint. The Night King quickly noticed the anomaly in these two whites, his heart sinking. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that he faced a situation akin to that of Banyang Stark. He was unable to control the fates of these two whites. Thus, before slaying Lion, the Night King found himself curious about the means Lion had employed to nullify his command. "Human, how could the fate of my subordinates rest in your hands? Surrender your methods and the Horn of Winter, and I shall grant you a dignified death." The Night King's voice was frigid and merciless, yet tinged with intrigue. Initially, Lion harbored some apprehension that in this domain of eternal winter, the Night King might reclaim control over his whites, including Banyang Stark. Yet, it was evident that the tables had turned in his favor. With a hearty laugh, Lion, devoid of psychological burden, boldly proclaimed, "A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon. A virtuous minister seeks a worthy master." This proclamation, articulated in the common tongue of Westeros, was quite lengthy. Even the Night King, who had lived for millennia, took a while to grasp the meaning behind these words. "Arrogant boy, are you implying that I am inferior to you?" The knight's voice brimmed with ire, and as his tone lowered, the temperature around them plummeted, and the previously calm snowstorm intensified. "You are correct. A character who has traversed 8 seasons only to meet his demise in Winterfell has little to boast about." Lion faced the Night King without fear, or even a modicum of respect. Of course, Lion's perception of the Night King was shaped by the television series, as the original narrative had yet to unveil the Night King's ultimate fate. At this moment, the Night King existed in a state of quantum entanglement, oscillating between extremes. In one respect, he was as powerful as the legends described, capable of annihilating the world. Without the emergence of a final hero akin to Azor Ahai, humanity would inevitably succumb to the Night King's dominion. Yet, in another light, he had perished at the hands of Arya Stark, a faceless man armed with a Valyrian steel dagger, after only a few years of training. "You? Very well, I have changed my mind. I shall grant you an undignified death. But first, I shall deal with these traitors." With that, the Night King did not draw his sword, but rather, with an open palm, conjured several formidable ice spears midair, hurling them instantly towards Banyang Stark and his companions. Sensing a lethal threat akin to that posed by Lion, the 3 whites, except for Banyang Stark, who had already accepted his fate, attempted to flee. Yet, the speed of the ice spears surpassed all expectations. In the next moment, aside from Lion, who intervened to shield Banyang and Da Huang, black and green, the 2 traitors, were impaled against the mountainside by the ice spears. The force of the spears did not diminish even after piercing their bodies, creating 2 10-meter-wide craters in the mountainside. After Lion had successfully shattered 2 ice spears with all his might, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. In terms of sheer strength, the Night King proved to be on par with Lion after fully utilizing his abilities. This marked the first time Lion encountered an opponent capable of matching him after his powers had been maximized. Lion couldn't help but gaze at the Night King with sparkling eyes. After all, who wouldn't he feel exhilarated to confront a formidable adversary capable of withstanding the slaughter of tens of thousands of whites? The Night King, upon regarding Lion, also retracted his earlier disdain. After all, history had shown that he was not invincible. In ancient times, he was defeated by the combined efforts of Brandon Stark, the king in the north, and Jormungand, the king beyond the wall. Although those 2 heroes perished after vanquishing the Night King, it was evident that he had to amass power over thousands of years to rise again. Contemplating the painful lesson from the past, the Night King could not help but regard Lion with heightened caution. "Who are you? How could you withstand my attack?" The Night King's expression darkened, and he demanded answers, though his imposing aura was simultaneously subdued by Lion's presence. Upon hearing the Night King's grave inquiry about his name, Lion, seated atop a white, leaned back strategically, remaining silent while hoping his subordinates would introduce him. However, after a prolonged silence, the air was thick with tension. Lion cast a look of displeasure at Da Huang and Banyang Stark behind him. Upon witnessing Lion's transformation from embarrassment to a murderous glare, Da Huang hastily pointed to his own mouth, prompting Banyang Stark to realize the situation. Banyang Stark then rode forward, positioning himself between the Night King and Lion, and pointed at Lion, declaring, "Before you stands the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the King beyond the wall. His name is Lion Victor, the Night King." Upon listening to Banyang Stark's sparse introduction, realized that Lion was merely an inexperienced youth. Yet, he was soon gripped by a terrifying thought. Could it be that the current Night's Watch and the Free Folk could produce such a formidable leader at will? The Night King pondered this silently, concealing any signs of doubt on his face. Very well, I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent, and I shall treat you with the respect befitting a king. Now, let us discuss the reasons behind your slaughter of so many of my subordinates.